Mr. Xiao Luo is good at selling ducks. Ji Xiying made another entry in her diary. Since she arrived at Xiao Luo's village, her diary was now filled with entries, jotting down every minute details of Xiao Luo's daily activities. She overlooked nothing and even noted down mundane activities such as what Xiao Luo liked to eat, or what kind of TV programs he preferred. After noting everything she observed, she made a habit of summarizing them afterward when time allowed. Her purpose was to understand Xiao Luo's daily habits and see if she could discover any leads or clues to unravel the secrets of his unique powers. It would certainly have been awkward if Xiao Luo had found out that she was taking detailed records of his daily activities. The morning was a lively affair with the crackling din of firecrackers welcoming the New Year's Eve. On this very morning, it was the tradition of the people from Luo village to present their offerings at the main altar of the Xikong shrine. Sacrificial offerings of chicken, burning of incense, setting off firecrackers, and the blare of trumpeting Xuanhuan horns rendered the atmosphere ever so festive. Xikong had been a notable elder of Luo village, having served as the village's shaman during his time, and the Xikong shrine was a memorial erected in his honor. And as far as village traditions went, it was equal, if not even more significant than the Xiao clan ancestral temple. According to local folklore, Xikong possessed mystical powers and was adept at preparing fulu talismans and divine water. It was also said that he was invulnerable to swords and spears, and would not succumb to fire or drowning. War had once broken out in the past, and after men of the Xiao clan consumed the divine water, their fighting mettle was unrivaled. Their bravery and skills in combat were enhanced, while thrusting spears and slashing blades could not penetrate their bodies. The enemy became terrified and was driven into panic and disarray, fleeing in all directions. And in this way, they defended the land of Luo village. Xikong's ability to prepare fulu and divine water was passed down over the generations, and his successor was an old man by the name of Xuanhuan. He was now Luo village's shaman, and it was still customary for him to be invited to every funeral and wedding in the village. To this day, even when villagers had fish bones stuck in their throat, they would request a fulu from Xuanhuan and drink it down. Without exception, the fish bones would be dislodged upon swallowing the fulu and flushed harmlessly into the stomach. This was not an isolated case, there had been multiple cases, and yet, none could be explained scientifically. The locals believed that the miracle was a manifestation of Xikong's spirit. It was because of Xikong Shrine's long history in healing and solving the villagers' problems that it had secured its place in their hearts. Then there was the divine water, prepared with mountain spring water mixed with the ashes of fulu and chicken's blood before it was sealed for 7 weeks. This sacred water was stored in a massive wooden barrel and was placed in the innermost part of the shrine. The barrel was secured with a lock, and its key was held by the old man, Xuanhuan himself. The divine water was as clear as the spring water it was derived from, and even gave off a refreshing fragrance. On the 15th day of every other month, the altar would be open to receive offerings. The shrine would be packed with people from the village coming to consume the divine water, pray for immunity against sickness, and be blessed with longevity. What time will people be able to drink the divine water today? After learning about its unique qualities from Xiao Luo, Ji Xiying was very curious and longing to try the divine water. Xiao Luo put down his teacup and glanced at her teasingly. "You wish to drink the divine water as well," he said. "Yes, this is a long-practiced tradition here, so I would like to experience it." Ji Xiying responded, nodding her head, then added, "Don't you want to drink it too, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Luo smiled and said, "Nah, I've had too much of it growing up. It doesn't have any special taste, it tastes just like plain water. But if you wish to drink it, I can take you to the altar after dinner tonight to have a look. Who knows, you might just get the chance to taste it." Since he had nothing to do at home anyway, taking his liaison officer to familiarize herself with the customs of Luo village seemed like a good idea. "All right. It suddenly occurred to Ji Seeing that Xiao Luo may have acquired his prowess and strength from consuming all that divine water when he was growing up. She now felt an urge to try drinking some of it herself. At dinner, Xiao Luo's grandmother told him that Aunt Taoxiu's son, Xiao Ping, had returned to the village. Things had not gone very well for Xiao Ping as the clothing business that he and his wife had started had suffered losses, and they were left with nothing. They lost their $100,000 capital, but on top of that, they also borrowed from loan sharks to shore the business and now owed another $200,000. Aunt Taoxiu's family was a low-income household, and their primary source of income depended entirely on Aunt Taoxiu and her husband, Xiao Youfu, mixing cement and stacking bricks to build houses for other villagers. Xiao Ping already had the burden of caring for his 3 children, and the failure of his business would undoubtedly make things worse for his family. Ping and his family went over to Xiao Chodong's house earlier, Xiao Luo's grandmother said. For what reason? Asked Xiao Luo. To borrow money, I suppose. His grandmother sighed as she lamented, they could only come up with $80,000 even after taking out all their savings. If they don't pay off the $200,000 in the next few days, it will become $300,000 or even $400,000. Ji Seeing paused, still holding her chopsticks, and asked, Isn't loan sharking illegal? Xiao Luo answered, Yes, it is illegal. But this is a remote mountainous area, so the authorities do not have much of a presence here. Loan sharks flourish in a place like this. Oh. Ji Seeing nodded, then continued with her dinner. Xiao Luo's grandfather then spoke, Xiao Luo, our family has close ties with your Aunt Taoxiu's family. Ping's great-great-grandfather and your great-great-grandfather are brothers by blood. Over the years, Aunt Taoxiu has also been rather caring towards your grandma and me. If you can help, then do so, alright? I got it, Grandpa, Xiao Luo replied with a smile. At precisely 8 o'clock that night, the Xikong shrine burst into life. The place was bustling with visitors amid a cacophony of gongs, drums, and cymbals being struck and the distinctive report of firecrackers being set off. A bonfire raged in front of the shrine's entrance, adding to the mystical ambience of the event. Many youngsters who had returned out of town joined the festivities and sounded the ox horns and conch horns. In front of the altar, incense and candles were lit, and people were kneeling in worship. Xiao Luo and Ji Seeing's appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Xiao Luo, your girlfriend is here with you too. Hurry up, get your girlfriend, and pray to Xikong together. She is going to become Luo Village's future daughter-in-law. Yes, yes. The crowd said excitedly. All right, Xiao Luo replied with a smile. Under the flickering glow of the candle-lit altar, Ji Seeing's cheeks took on a scarlet shade, giving her an alluring blush like someone flushed after having several drinks. She stared at the Xikong altar with a deep curiosity. The building itself was ancient, with its 2 pillars showing signs of having outlived the vicissitude of times. The rhythmic beat of gongs and cymbals filled the air, and the old shaman, Xuanhuan, was drawing fulu symbols in the air with a burning paper talisman in his hands, while reciting Taoist chants. This was an old traditional ceremony carried out countless times over the centuries, and what she saw made her feel like she had been transported back to ancient times. Caught up in the moment, she was most certainly unaware that many of Luo Village's young men were ogling. Her beauty made them all somewhat envious of Xiao Luo, none more so than Xiao Chodong. When he laid eyes on Ji Seeing, he couldn't help thinking how she resembled those female lead actresses in the movies. On the other hand, his wife, Li Honglian, had unfortunately not taken care of her looks after childbirth, and all he saw now was a grotesque and obese woman whom he kept at home. Comparing her to Ji Seeing left him feeling depressed. Luo. A young man with a round, smiling face came over and gently punched Xiao Luo's chest. He said, Wow, Xiao Luo, you found yourself such a beautiful girlfriend. It was Xiao Ping. He was only 2 years older than Xiao Luo. However, the stress from having 3 children showed on his wrinkled face, adding quite a few years to his countenance. Ping! Xiao Luo greeted him. Seeing that he wasn't looking gloomy, he assumed that Xiao Chodong had lent him the money. Are you not going to introduce me to your girlfriend? You must know that all the single men in this village are envious of you, Xiao Ping said with a smirk. Haha, stop teasing me. Xiao Luo forced a smile, in a sense wishing that it was true, but unfortunately, he and Ji Xiying were merely colleagues. He duly introduced Xiao Ping and Ji Xiying. Miss Ji, welcome to Luo Village, and I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Let me take this opportunity to tell you that Xiao Luo is a good, honest, and dedicated man. He is without a doubt the most outstanding man in our village, Xiao Ping said. Ahem. Just when Xiao Ping had finished speaking, a faint cough drew their attention. Xiao Chodong stepped over. Footnote Frowny Face 1, Xuanhuan, Chinese double-reeded horn. Xiao Chodong wasn't pleased with what he had just heard, and it showed on his face. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Ping smiled awkwardly and immediately tried to salvage the situation. But of course, Dong Dong over here is also a very outstanding man. He's an engineer and married a lady from Taiwan. He's well known in all the nearby villages, he said. Who are you calling Dong Dong? What are you implying? Are you saying my neck is short? From now on, address me by my name, Xiao Chodong. Call me Dong Dong again, and I'll not give you face. Xiao Chodong rebuked Xiao Ping soundly. Xiao Ping was startled, but all he could do was offer a conciliatory smile, and repeatedly nod his head and bow to Xiao Chodong. Oh, okay. Xiao Chodong's impertinence was not lost on Xiao Luo, who quickly deduced the situation. Xiao Ping was older in age and was always like an elder brother to Xiao Chodong. So, it was unusual that he acted so humbly like he did today, and had to even keep a respectful smile on his face after being humiliated by Xiao Chodong. How could Xiao Luo not know what was going on between them? Miss Ji, is it? Hello, my name is Xiao Chodong. I'm really close to Xiao Luo. Back then, when he was little, he even wore my underpants when his hadn't dried. Speaking about that, I think we really grew up wearing the same pants, haha. Xiao Chodong extended his hands to Ji Xiying and changed his expression immediately. Just a moment ago, he was infuriated with Xiao Ping, but in the next instant, he was flashing a charming smile on his face. What a phony! Xiao Luo thought to himself with a sigh of disgust as he just stood there, speechlessly. He just could not understand how his childhood friend had become so pretentious and overbearing. From what he had seen, there wasn't even an ounce of sincerity in him. As a courtesy, Ji Xiying responded to the gesture and shook hands with Xiao Chodong. She gave him a smile and said, "Nice to meet you. Miss Ji, I would assume that you're from Jiangqing? For you to own such a luxurious car like an Alphard, I am sure your family has a net worth of over 10 million or even $100 million. So, I'm very curious, what is it that made you choose Xiao Luo? This brat doesn't belong in the same class as you," Xiao Chodong teased. His tone was derisive and totally out of line. Ji Xiying's expression immediately changed as she dropped her smile. She instantly retracted her hand, and her eyes glowered with a look of hostility. How could she be oblivious to the intentions of this man who was deliberately whipping things up? Please don't misunderstand me, Miss Ji. I'm just curious, that's all, haha. After all, you and Xiao Luo appear to be just like those happy ever after fairy tales, you know, where a princess lands up with a poor boy, Xiao Chodong said, chuckling heartily. Xiao Ping scowled, and keeping the tone of his voice polite, he said, "Chodong, that isn't a nice thing to say. It feels like you are casting a bone between Luo and Miss Ji." Casting a bone? Who is doing that? I've already said that I'm just curious. Do you have a problem with understanding simple language, or is your brain dead? Xiao Chodong turned and chastised him loudly. The sound of gongs from within the Sikong shrine muted Xiao Chodong's nasty words. Otherwise, his loud voice would undoubtedly have caused everybody to look in their direction. Xiao Ping was indignant but dared not to speak out. He clenched his fist in frustration, but he loosened up and calmed himself, not wanting to risk Xiao Chodong going back on his words and not lending him the money. Earlier, Xiao Ping had to plead for his help and was close to getting on his knees before Xiao Chodong finally agreed to lend him the money. At this point, he didn't dare to provoke and upset Xiao Chodong. Chodong, do you need to be so arrogant? Xiao Luo said, clearly annoyed with his insolence. Arrogant? Xiao Chodong raised his eyebrows, feigning surprise, and laughed aloud like he had just heard an excellent joke. Xiao Luo, my good brother, exactly what did you see that gave you the impression I'm arrogant? I'm just exerting my voice a little, but that has absolutely nothing to do with being arrogant. Isn't that so, Ping? As Xiao Ping was in dire need of his help, he promptly nodded with a forced smile on his face and said, Chodong is right. He wasn't arrogant. Luo, I think you are mistaken. You heard him? Even your brother Ping says you're wrong, Xiao Chodong snorted, taking dubious pride in manipulating the situation. Xiao Luo shook his head without smiling, feeling annoyed with Xiao Chodong's overbearing and childishness behavior. Confidently, Xiao Chodong now switched his gaze back to Ji Xiying, and with a snicker, he said, Miss Ji, can you satisfy my curiosity? Which part of Xiao Luo attracted you? Ji Xiying glanced at Xiao Luo, then turning back to Xiao Chodong, she stared him in the eyes and said, he is exceptional. Oh? Xiao Chodong wasn't expecting such a response and pretended to be surprised. Then Ji Xiying added, he's more excellent than you, he's better looking than you, and by the looks of it, he's a tier above you in everything. Although her relationship with Xiao Luo was merely a cover, she simply couldn't stand seeing hypocrites like Xiao Chodong bullying others and making fun of Xiao Luo. Her scathing response almost made Xiao Ping burst out laughing from sheer satisfaction. The smile on Xiao Chodong's face froze, and his lips unconsciously drooped downwards, giving him a rather vague expression. But with his pride at stake, he laughed out loud and said, ha ha ha, what an interesting person you are, Miss G. There's a phrase that goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It seems that it is true. Behind his rambunctious laughter, his eyes were burning with rage, as Ji Xiying's words had literally trampled on his dignity. It was immensely humiliating to Xiao Chodong that Xiao Luo could be rated as better than him in everything. Deep inside, he felt the urge to call out Xiao Luo as a gigolo and nothing more than the garbage that wasn't qualified to be compared with him. But he kept his composure and decided that he would maintain his pretense of cordiality with Xiao Luo for now. Xiao Luo didn't say a word but merely glanced at Ji Xiying with smiling eyes. He admired her feistiness and thought to himself, this liaison officer is not bad at all. The truth was he found Ji Xiying interesting. She was certainly attractive and well-limbed and had a great personality. But more importantly, his grandparents really liked her. If by chance something were to spark between them, he would likely consider it. The gong and drums were now struck with more urgency, expressed in a rubato, taking on a quicker tempo, then slowing down repeatedly. The chanting of old man Xuanhuan was getting faster, and so was his hand movements, scribbling with the fulu. The ceremony was coming to a climax. All of a sudden, old man Xuanhuan opened his eyes. His piercing, old eyes were forbidding and deterred the people from looking into them. The sound of the drums and gong halted the moment his eyes opened. Then his old gravelly voice echoed with a dynamism that belied his age. Spirits of blood, shower thy divinity upon us. Give the Xiao clan thy blessing, grant us health and our bodies the ability to resist all illnesses. All the Xiaos present stood up immediately and positioned themselves in 3 rows before him, gazing with deferent eyes at the Xikong altar. Old man Xuanhuan then held up a rooster, severed its head, and drained its blood. He held his index and middle finger together, dipped them in the blood, and drew a red mark between the eyebrows of every Xiao present. He brought forth a bowl of divine water, filled from the barrel located in the innermost section of the shrine. "Mr. Xiao Luo, are we about to drink the divine water?" Ji Xiying whispered. Xiao Luo nodded. "From between our eyebrows, we will receive the blessing from the divine water." "Do we need to finish it?" "You may if you can finish it, but if you can't, take 3 small sips and splash the rest on the wall. Don't pour it on the ground," Xiao Luo explained. These were rituals that had been instilled in him since he was a child. The divine water should never be poured onto the ground, otherwise, one would be reproached by the crowd. "All right." Ji Xiying nodded her head eagerly. "And who could this lady be?" Old man Xuanhuan stood in front of Ji Xiying, a questioning look showing on his aged, wrinkled face. "Wise one, she is Xiao Luo's girlfriend," Xiao Dizhong said. "Who?" Xuanhuan was advanced in age and was hard of hearing. Xiao Dizhong came up close to him and roared in his ears, "She is Xiao Luo's girlfriend. She especially came to pay homage to Xikong. She will be married into the Xiao family soon." "Ah, Xiao Luo's girlfriend, you are. Very good. How capable of Xiao Luo, to find himself such a beautiful girlfriend." Old man Xuanhuan looked at Ji Xiying with a smile, extended his hands, and tapped his finger between her eyebrows. The crimson blood splashed down between Ji Xiying's eyebrows like vermilion, making her look almost like a deity. "Child, as I smear this blood on your forehead, Xikong shall bless you with lifelong peace. Now, drink the divine water, and Xikong will grant you a blessing to deter all illnesses." Although born and raised in Luo village, Xiao Luo didn't particularly believe in Xikong's spirit, though he deeply respected Xikong for his great deeds to the village in the past. He was an icon of the community, and over the generations, the people of Luo village had revered him and sought his spiritual protection. The cult of Xikong was sacred to the villagers of Luo. Ji Xiying drank a bowl of the divine water. It was refreshing and sweet, with a faint fragrance to it that gladdened the heart. After drinking it, she felt revitalized. She glanced at Xiao Luo, and when he wasn't paying attention, she quickly filled the remaining divine water in a small bottle she had brought along with her. She intended to take it back to the NSA for research and to analyze its contents, hoping to discover something about this water. After the memorial ceremony, several middle-aged women of Luo village went into the kitchen by the side of the shrine to prepare servings of chicken congee for the congregation. Old man Xuanhuan remained at the altar, preparing to write auspicious couplets for the Xikong altar. He was a notable calligraphist, and his skill was renowned in the entire village. With a brush in his hand, he produced characters that were magnificent and elegant in style. "You youngsters should learn calligraphy, for it is a precious treasure that had been passed down by our ancestors. It is a profound art form, and in capable hands, one can instill life into characters. If it is not continued, the art will be lost one day," Xiao Dizhong said, addressing the youngsters present at the shrine. Some nodded in agreement, some scoffed at the suggestion like it was a joke, while others remained unresponsive as if it had nothing to do with them. "Is the wise one really good in calligraphy?" a boy around 7 or 8 asked, curiously. "Of course." With a look of pride, Xiao Dizhong said to the lad, "The wise one was a scholar back in the Qing dynasty. He is well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, 1, can compose poems in 7 steps, and is even more excellent in calligraphy. Even the other calligraphists in the county praised his beautiful work." "Wow, the wise one is awesome." The boy's eyes instantly shone with adoration and respect. "Shoo! Be quiet. Master Xuanhuan is about to begin writing." Someone called for the crowd to remain silent, gesturing with his index finger against his lips. 2 red-colored Xian paper sheets were spread out on the table. Xuanhuan put on his pair of worn-out reading glasses, picked up the brush, and was just about to begin writing. The entire Sikong shrine fell into dead silence as everyone had their eyes fixed on him. For many of them, watching him work his brush strokes was a pleasure unto itself. He wrote his characters elegantly, and the couplets he composed were superb and carried the illusion and grandeur of the old classics. But something didn't seem right that night, as old man Xuanhuan's hand suddenly halted in midair before he even began writing his first character. He stayed that way for an uncomfortably long time, and the brush was shaking uncontrollably in his hand. "What's wrong with the wise one?" the boy asked once again. "Shoo, don't speak. The wise one is contemplating what to write and will only begin after he's done thinking," the boy's father whispered to him. But after 10 minutes, old man Xuanhuan had yet to move his shaking brush. Finally, a drop of ink dripped from the brush's tip onto the red calligraphy paper, smearing it with a massive splotch. This was an absolute taboo in calligraphy. According to the tenets of calligraphy, a situation like that should never happen and was simply unacceptable. Everyone in the crowd looked at each other. "What's wrong with the wise one?" "Parkinson's disease. The wise one is suffering from a neurodegenerative disease that is very common among the elderly." Xiao Luo figured it out at a glance. Despite the belief that divine water protected one from all illnesses, it was really the placebo effect that worked wonders for the believers. No one could ever be immune to all diseases. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Dizhang turned to him with a look of concern and asked, "Xiao Luo, are you sure that he is sick?" "Come off it, Xiao Luo. The wise one is as healthy as can be. Don't jinx the old man." Xiao Chodong chided him, coming across in a smugly self-righteous way. Xiao Luo ignored his remark and responded to Xiao Dizhang's question. Parkinson's symptoms include resting tremors, slowness in his actions, increased muscle tone, and resistance to limb movement caused by involuntary muscle contractions. The wise one is unable to move while his hands are shaking, which characterizes Parkinson's disease. "How are you so sure about that? You're not a doctor," Xiao Chodong shouted. The others shared his doubts as they thought that only a doctor had the right to give that prognosis. Then, Xuanhuan put down the brush, smiled weakly, and said, "Xiao Luo's right. I went for a medical checkup at the county hospital some time ago. The doctor said that I contracted a disease whose name is tough to remember. It has come back to my mind now that Xiao Luo had mentioned it. Pumpkinson, it is." "It's Parkinson, wise one," Xiao Luo corrected him with a smile. Xuanhuan smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Ah, yes, yes. Parkinson, it is. Sigh, that's what you get when you grow old. My memory worsens as the days go by." After hearing Xuanhuan's affirmation, the crowd looked upon Xiao Luo with deep regard. Xiao Dizhang asked further, "Xiao Luo, since you know what illness this is, you should know how to treat it, right?" Xiao Luo shook his head. "This is a complication due to old age, and as far as I know, there's no way of treating it. But, it won't affect his lifespan, it's just that when he is focused on doing something, some parts of his body will tremble uncontrollably, unable to stay still." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. All was good as long as it wasn't life-threatening. "Xiao Luo, looks like your days in university were not in vain. You have knowledge in so many areas." "Yeah, I haven't heard of this Parkinson's disease before. You taught me something new today. Looks like we still need to get our child to further his studies. It will come in handy after all." Xiao Chodong was incensed, and his awful expression said it all. He never made it to university and had resorted to comparing his career to that of Xiao Luo, intending to prove his theory that studying was overrated. As it turned out, he had just been proven wrong, and that had made him hate Xiao Luo even more. "That's for sure, Luo is the only person who had gone to university in our village. His qualification is the highest, so of course, he knows a lot more," Xiao Ping gushed, praising Xiao Luo unreservedly. Xiao Chodong couldn't contain himself anymore and directed his hostility toward Xiao Ping. What nonsense are you talking about? Who said that if one attends university, that would mean one will know a lot? University students nowadays are nothing compared to those in the past. They aren't learning anything during their 4 years in university, they are busy dating, fooling around, and wasting their time. Anyway, university graduates are just a bunch of lazy people. He directed those remarks at Xiao Ping, but his intention to criticize Xiao Luo was very obvious to the crowd. Dong dong, that's too strong of an opinion, is it not? Yeah, Xiao Luo can't be that kind of person. Otherwise, Miss G wouldn't have liked him. It is still better to study more and widen your field of knowledge. Xiao Ping dared not respond to Xiao Chodong, but the crowd, however, didn't take kindly to Xiao Chodong's outburst at all. Besides, Luo village was a small community, and everyone knew about Xiao Ping's predicament. They were well aware that Xiao Ping had borrowed money from Xiao Chodong, and they didn't appreciate how rudely Xiao Chodong acted toward Xiao Ping. To take advantage of someone else's ill fortune was despicable. Seeing how everybody reacted, Xiao Chodong wisely kept quiet. But there was a rather urgent problem that they had to deal with. Now that Xuanhuan was unable to write the couplets for the Xikong altar, who else could do it? Xiao Dizhong threw the question to the crowd, but everyone only shook their heads. Most of the villagers were farmers. They could carry out any kind of farming work expeditiously, but handling a calligraphy brush was beyond them. Even the characters they wrote with pencils looked like scratch marks made by chicken claws. Footnote 1. The 4 books, The Great Learning, The Doctrine of the Mean, Confucian Analects, and the works of Mencius, and the 5 classics, the Book of Songs, the Book of History, the Book of Changes, the Book of Rites, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. It was customary to adorn the Xikong altar with a new couplet written in calligraphy on the eve of every new year. However, this year, the wise one, Xuanhuan, had taken ill and was unable to write the couplet. What were they supposed to do? Xiao Dizhong knitted his eyebrows in a quandary, as this was an important custom and would affect the good fortune of the village for the coming year. I heard that someone from Qin village is good in calligraphy as well. Why not invite him over, a villager suggested. But someone else immediately refuted his proposal. Preposterous. The Xikong altar belongs to the Xiao family. If we invite people from the Qins to write the couplet for us, wouldn't we be mocking ourselves? We can't do that, absolutely not. The statement was spot on, and it gained the support of everyone as the Xikong altar had a great significance to the Xiao clan. On many important occasions, people with other surnames were even not allowed to set foot in the Xikong shrine. Therefore, an outsider writing the couplet for the altar was out of the question. Why not go to town and get someone to print a copy of a couplet using a computer, someone else suggested. Xiao Dizhong shook his head and said, the couplet must be raised before 12 o'clock tonight. We won't have enough time for that. Besides, it's already so late, and the shops in town are all closed. Which shop would be willing to open and do that for us? The predicament put the crowd in a somber mood, and many wondered how they would be able to resolve such a significant problem, if at all. Recalling what Xiao Dizhong had said earlier, they realized the importance of continuing the practice of calligraphy. The wise one would not be with them forever, and when the time came, they couldn't just alter the traditions at the Xikong altar according to their whims and fancies. Don't worry, everyone, since Xiao Luo has been to university, he should know how to do everything, and that surely includes calligraphy. Let's ask him to write a couplet in place of the wise one. That'll solve the problem, won't it? Xiao Chodong said. Xiao Chodong was a vindictive sort, and his motive was simply to put Xiao Luo in a tight spot and embarrass himself in front of everyone. He was fixated with the idea of proving to everybody that attending university was nothing to shout about. It irked him that the crowd had so many good things to say about Xiao Luo and how knowledgeable he was. Now he saw the opportunity to prove them all wrong. Yes, how did we forget Xiao Luo? The crowd came alive again, filled with a sense of hope. They turned to Xiao Luo with a look of anticipation in their eyes. Xiao Dizhong looked at Xiao Luo doubtfully and asked, Xiao Luo, can you do calligraphy? Uncle Dizhong, are you intentionally mocking Xiao Luo? He is a glorified university graduate, the most educated person in our village. If he doesn't know calligraphy, who else does? Xiao Chodong deliberately raised his voice above the crowd and patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder. My brother, don't conceal your talents in such a moment like this. The clan needs you now, he said. Xiao Ping gritted his teeth, knowing what Xiao Chodong was up to. Since when were university graduates supposed to be all-rounders capable of doing everything? Didn't he call Xiao Luo out so that he would embarrass himself in front of his clansmen? Xiao Ping tried to find a way out for Xiao Luo and said, Xiao Luo, it's okay if you don't know calligraphy. Very few people know calligraphy these days, so this isn't something to be embarrassed about. Xiao Chodong glowered at him and shouted, What do you mean by that, Xiao Ping? Do you think that I'm embarrassing Xiao Luo on purpose? Are you not? Xiao Ping nervously mumbled his reply, but Xiao Chodong had heard what he said. Enraged, Xiao Chodong sneered at poor Xiao Ping. What kind of attitude is that? Do you still want the money? His stinging statement was deeply humiliating, and Xiao Ping couldn't find the words to reply. He only raised his head and glared at Xiao Chodong in anguish. Old man, Xuanhuan coughed. Ahem. Chodong, don't talk like that in front of the Sikong altar. We are all like family, and Sikong will be very displeased if he watches this from above, he said. Xiao Dizhong echoed him and added, Yes indeed, please settle the personal affairs between you in private. Right now, we should only be talking about the couplet. He turned his head to look at Xiao Luo and asked again, Xiao Luo, can you do it? I'll try. Xiao Luo stepped forward with a wry smile on his face. Xiao Chodong wasn't done, and in a tone of contempt, he said, Xiao Luo, don't force yourself if you can't do it, I only spoke randomly just now. Forget it if you can't do calligraphy, no one will mock at you, okay? The Sikong altar is sacred to the clan, and the couplet has to be properly written. If it comes out twisted and crooked like it's been bitten by a dog, it will absolutely not go on the altar. As soon as he said that, everyone stared at him in disgust. They saw in him a vile, loathsome insect, nothing more than an annoying housefly. Xiao Luo totally ignored him as if he did not exist, then he picked up the brush, and began dipping it in ink. The brush felt strange and unfamiliar in Xiao Luo's hand as he assumed an awkward posture when dipping the brush in ink, and it amused Xiao Chodong no end. Trained calligraphists such as Xuanhuan were particular about every aspect of the art. It was all about the elegance and grace with which one held the brush that gave a distinguished bearing to the calligrapher. A mere glance at how Xiao Luo held it was enough to tell any onlooker that he was a novice. Old man, Xuanhuan was observing him by the side and couldn't help grimacing as doubt formed in his thoughts. I guess Xiao Luo is only forcing himself. Xiao Dizhong was also concerned and asked, Xiao Luo, are you really up to this? I'll try my best. Xiao Luo closed his eyes as he contemplated what to write, and at the same time, he expended 500 points in exchange for calligraphy skills. Suddenly, the brush in his hand felt natural to him, like it became a part of his body, and many characters and phrases flashed in his mind. He wasn't doing this to get back at Xiao Chodong at all. On the contrary, he just wanted to ensure the Sikong altar's traditions could carry on, and in that way, contribute something back to the community. Xiao Luo put brush to paper and wrote the first character, Zhu. Is that the semi-cursive script? That isn't the typical semi-cursive script, perhaps it's standard script? But it still looks different from the conventional standard script, Xuanhuan muttered to himself, as his eyes lit up. These were evidently no ordinary characters. Xiao Chodong, who earlier had a smug look on his face, suddenly froze with an expression of disbelief. This brat can actually write in calligraphy? Ji Xiying appeared a little anxious, feeling the need to add another entry into her little diary again. Xiao Luo was fully absorbed with the task as the brush in his hand slithered around like a serpent. His novice's demeanor was replaced by a dignified bearing of a calligraphy master. He wrote the entire couplet in clean and elegant strokes, without the slightest pause. The first line, "The virtue of our ancestors endures in the splendor of the sun and moon." The second line, "The merits of our clan sparkle across the land and rivers." He laid down his brush and admired his work, while the villagers around him were enchanted with what they saw. They didn't know what calligraphy truly meant, but they felt a profound sense of awe at its beauty and majesty. Xuanhuan glanced at Xiao Luo, and his old, wizen eyes were filled with admiration. He was overjoyed and said, "A very well-written couplet, the sun, the moon, the land, and the rivers, how majestic it is. And the style of your writing, smooth as the flowing water, yet full of vigor and grace. To be so skillful in the arts at such a young age, not bad at all, ha ha ha." Xuanhuan was not only the village shaman but also an accomplished scholar, so naturally, his comments carried with it some authority. "You're without a doubt a university graduate, Xiao Luo. Impressive work. Brilliant calligraphy. Son, you need to be admitted to the same university as Uncle Xiao Luo when you grow up. Do you hear me?" Everyone was full of praise for Xiao Luo. His excellent effort earned him praise from the Wise One, and such a commendation literally elevated him the status of a demigod among the villagers. Xiao Chodong was looking a sorry sight, with his plan gone awry and the entire crowd turning against him. He didn't know what went wrong this year. He was outdone by Xiao Luo at every turn. How he missed the last several years when he was the one that outclassed Xiao Luo entirely. "Wise One, can this couplet be attached to the altar?" Xiao Dizhong asked. Xuanhuan gazed at the couplet like someone admiring a precious relic, and the appreciative smile on his face said it all. "If this couplet does not meet our expectations, then the couplets that I had written in the past will be even less qualified." When the crowd heard Xuanhuan's comments, they were startled. What did the Wise One mean? Was he saying that the couplet Xiao Luo had written was even better than his own? The Wise One had been a scholar since the time of the Qing dynasty, and what's more, he had spent most of his life practicing calligraphy. Xiao Luo was just a shade over 20, so how could his skills in calligraphy possibly be better? "You flatter me, Wise One," Xiao Luo said with a smile. "Neither haughty nor humble, neither conceited nor rash. Xiao Luo, a great future awaits you, old man." Xuanhuan held Xiao Luo's hands tightly, giving him considerable praise. "The Wise One is right. Xiao Luo is bound to attain great achievements in the future. It is said that sharpening a chopper will not hold up the work of cutting firewood. Xiao Luo's few years in university has given him an entirely different temperament." Yes, indeed. It is the reason why Miss Ji took a liking to Xiao Luo. Everyone heaped lavish praises on Xiao Luo. That didn't sit well with Xiao Chodong, who stood seething silently in the crowd, gritting his teeth and shaking in anger. He felt his sense of superiority crumble and that he had lost his position as the most outstanding youth in Luo village. All the glory and limelight had now shifted to Xiao Luo. All the praises he heard gradually made him lose his mind, and in a spiteful voice, he uttered, "He just a gigolo who gained his status all because of some rich lady. Is he that worthy of your high praises?" It was in a moment of sheer frustration that he said those words. But he said it precisely when the crowd went silent, and hence, it was audible to everyone gathered at the Sikong altar. The instant they heard that, they turned and glared at him. Old man Xuanhuan's expression changed, and he was displeased. "Chodong, what are you mumbling about?" he said. Murmurs of discontent and criticism could be heard from the crowd. With all eyes on him, Xiao Chodong felt the heat and panicked for a moment. But, he quickly regained his composure, seeing that what had said was already spoken, the time for fear had passed. Instead, he puffed his chest, keeping his chin up confidently and said, "Wise one, I'm telling the truth. Xiao Luo is just a salaryman who only earns about $80,000 every year. With that income, even being able to save up $50,000 at the bank is already considered good. It has been 4 years since he graduated, is it not? Only capable of saving up $50,000 a year at this point in his life is nothing to flaunt and be proud of." Then gesturing to Ji Xiying, he added, "The only thing he can show off now is his girlfriend, Miss Ji. But to Miss Ji, I have a piece of advice for you. Those fairy tales you read will never happen in reality. You might believe in love, but what about your family? Would they allow you to marry a poor brat like Xiao Luo, born from a mediocre family and who can't even afford a house and a car? The answer is definitely no. I am convinced that you both will break up sooner or later. Marriage can only happen between people of matching social status, but what you have is enough." A booming voice thundered from within the crowd, causing Xiao Chodong to halt abruptly. Xiao Chodong turned his head, and he saw it came from Xiao Ping. Xiao Chodong was puzzled, doubtful, and angry all at once. He stared at Xiao Ping coldly and yelled, "Xiao Ping, what did you have for dinner? Explosives?" "Xiao Chodong, what are you saying? The three of us have been friends since we were young. We played in the mud, stole the wise one's loquat, and even snuck out swimming in the river together. Luo is now living a great life, and I'm genuinely happy for him, but why are you not? What are you implying now? Can't you bear to see Luo doing better than you? Are you only happy when Luo is inferior to you in every single thing? Xiao Chodong, do you have a mental problem or what?" Xiao Ping rebuked him loudly, unable to tolerate his antics any longer. Xiao Chodong had crossed the line this time. "I have a mental problem? Hoo-ha." Xiao Chodong scoffed, "Isn't what I said true? If he hadn't gotten his hands on a rich girl, he'd just be nothing more than a fart. Xiao Chodong, what has gotten into you? What is this insanity you're showing in front of the Sikong altar?" Xiao Dizhong shouted, clearly angry and disappointed in Xiao Chodong. "Uncle Dizhong, I'm not insane, I'm just presenting the facts. Why does everybody think that I'm insane? Okay, so Xiao Luo can write calligraphy, he's good-looking and has caught the eye of a rich girl, but these aside, he's nothing. Graduating from a university means he can only be a salaryman. I didn't attend university, but I own a house, a car, have a wife, and everything Xiao Luo doesn't have. Compared to me, what does he have to be proud of, and what can he flaunt?" Xiao Chodong had thoroughly lost his mind, convinced that he wasn't crazy, but everyone else was. As far as he was concerned, Xiao Luo was just the garbage who had managed to seduce a rich girl, so was he worthy of all the praise? Why didn't anyone look into his success and excellence instead? In his mind, the people here were just a bunch of fools. He pointed at Xiao Ping maniacally and sneered, "I'm not lending you the 120 grand anymore. Do whatever you want. Even if the loan sharks chop your hand off, it has nothing to do with me. Trash like you who failed in doing business deserves it. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to come back for the new year." "You." Xiao Ping was humiliated, and his entire body trembled in rage. "Xiao Chodong, what a terrible friend you are. Everyone has their ups and downs. Xiao Ping is one of our own, but you refuse to help him when you can do so. Aren't you afraid of retribution from Sikong? How arrogant. No matter how much money you make, no one in our family will be happy for you." The crowd roundly denounced him. Xiao Chodong was adamant, and he responded, "Lending money depends on sentiment, since when is it a duty? As you are all so warm-hearted, I suggest you collect $120,000 among yourselves and lend it to Xiao Ping." His insensitive remark silenced everyone. Xiao Dizhong sighed, shaking his head and said, "Chodong, why have you become like this?" "I didn't change one bit. I am still me." Xiao Chodong glared at Xiao Ping and scowled. "When you borrow money, you should have the appearance and attitude of someone who is borrowing money. You need my help, and yet you have the cheek to speak to me in that way. In that case, why should I help you? You are acting so high and mighty even when you have to borrow money from me. By the time when you pay me back, should I have to treat you like a prince or what?" Xiao Ping was humiliated, and he accepted the shame, but on the inside, he was devastated. Even after returning to his village, he still had to endure being trampled upon by his childhood friend and clansman, and eat humble pie. What he was facing now felt even worse than what he had experienced out there. "Ping, I'll lend you the money," Xiao Luo said, stepping forward. Hearing his faint words made Xiao Ping's eyes widen in surprise. "Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you right now." When his grandfather had asked him to help Aunt Taoshou's family, he already made plans, but the chance didn't present itself. Besides, Xiao Ping hadn't approached him, but went to Xiao Chodong for help instead. Since Xiao Chodong was willing to lend him the money, he couldn't just tell Xiao Ping not to accept the help from Xiao Chodong. But things were different now, and he was determined to give Xiao Ping a helping hand. "Luo, you." Xiao Ping looked to Xiao Luo, then looked at Ji Xiying. Xiao Ping was conflicted as the last thing he wanted was to burden Xiao Luo. If Xiao Luo's career were like Xiao Chodong's, he'd undoubtedly have borrowed the money from him, but that wasn't the case. Listening to what Xiao Chodong had said, Xiao Luo could only have saved $50,000 per year, at the most. He couldn't bring himself to borrow $120,000 from Xiao Luo, and he had to be considerate of Ji Xiying's feelings. If Xiao Luo was to borrow him Ji Xiying's money, won't that make it more difficult for him to face the Ji family? Xiao Luo could guess what was worrying Xiao Ping, and smiling calmly, he said, "Relax, this is my own money. Give me your account number." Although Luo village was in a remote area, it still had 3G signal coverage, and thus performing an online bank transfer was not an issue. "This?" Xiao Ping hesitated, then he took out the bank card in his pocket. As he had planned to borrow the money from Xiao Chodong today, he had brought along his bank card. After all, 120,000 was by no means a small amount, and he couldn't be receiving the money in the form of cash, so it had to be a bank transfer. Xiao Luo smiled as he keyed in Xiao Ping's bank account number and name, and completed the fund transfer. Xiao Ping had his transaction alert activated for his bank card, so when the $120,000 had been transferred into his account, he immediately received a message on his cell phone. On seeing the amount reflected in the text message, his eyes became a little teary, and he sniffled, "Luo, have you lent me the money that you need to marry Miss Ji? If that's the case, You're overthinking, Ping. I still have more than enough for that." Xiao Luo cut in with a light smile, and he finally knew for sure why Xiao Ping chose not to come to him. Firstly, Xiao Ping must have thought that he wasn't earning as much money as Xiao Chodong. And secondly, that he wasn't married yet, and a wedding would cost at least 150,000 in the village. Xiao Ping obviously had considered these two matters before he chose not to borrow money from him. "You sure you're not lying to me?" Xiao Ping was a little hesitant as he was afraid that Xiao Luo was only lying to him to allay any feelings of guilt he had. "He isn't lying." Ji Xiying stepped next to Xiao Luo, and in a gentle voice, she said, "Take the money and pay off your debt, it's okay." It was at this moment that Xiao Ping finally felt at ease. He nodded continuously and thanked them both profusely. "Luo, thank you, and to you too, Miss Ji. I'll write an IOU." "No." Xiao Luo stopped him with a simple word. He patted his shoulder and said, "That isn't necessary between us. Why yeah, Xiao Ping, since Xiao Luo already said so, you don't have to do that. Besides, there are so many of us here as witnesses, why should Xiao Luo be afraid of you not paying back? Xiao Dizhong laughed heartily. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Luo, my good old brother. Xiao Ping and Xiao Luo gave each other a brotherly embrace. The crowd gathered before the Xikong altar was gladdened, and they shared in a warm, genial atmosphere. Everyone aside from Xiao Chodong, that is. Nobody showed any concern for him, nor did anybody even look at him. It was like he did not exist. His face turned red, and he felt less than human, as if he did not belong there. As he stood there all by himself, watching everyone's joy and laughter seemed like mockery to him. Xiao Luo, why are you always against me? Humiliated, he flew into a rage, consumed with a deep hatred. Without warning, he picked up a wooded club leaning at the entrance door and smashed it directly on Xiao Luo's skull. Crack! The wooden club struck the top of Xiao Luo's head, instantly breaking apart. Xiao Chodong struck the blow with all his might, venting all his anger. Oh, no! Those two words flashed in Ji Xiying's mind, and her expression changed immediately. No one could have known better than her the kind of person Xiao Luo was. He was a wild beast, and that strike with the club would definitely bring out the worst in him. The crowd at Xikong altar gasped, wide-eyed in horror as they watched the scene unfold. They couldn't believe that Xiao Chodong would hit Xiao Luo with a club, and more so, right on his skull. What are you doing, Xiao Chodong? Xiao Ping was the first to snap out of the shock as he quickly pushed Xiao Chodong away and went to check on Xiao Luo. Luo, are you all right? Xiao Dizhong and Xuanhuan looked aghast, both very worried about Xiao Luo's condition. Xiao Dizhong pointed at Xiao Chodong and shouted, hold him down, lest he goes mad again and harms somebody else. On hearing that, 4 to 5 strong-looking men standing close by leaped on him and held him firmly against the wall. As they did so, Xiao Chodong maniacally laughed like he had gone mad. This lunatic! Bring him to the police station. Xiao Dizhong said, enraged. Hold up. Xiao Luo, stop them. Xiao Luo. As the crowd looked on, Xiao Luo stepped forward ominously and stood in front of Xiao Chodong. Is he about to reveal his fangs? Ji Xiying felt her heart stop for a moment. She could feel the rage emanating from Xiao Luo's body. Even with the heat coming from the flames of incense candles warming the altar area, her body shivered uncontrollably. Xiao Chodong, please give me an explanation, Xiao Luo said, looking right at Xiao Chodong. It was beyond his expectations that Xiao Chodong would get physical on him. He felt disappointed with himself for not being more alert and taking a hit on the skull, but with his inner power protecting his body, that strike was nothing more than an itch and caused him no pain. Explain? Xiao Chodong sneered, his face contorted with a hideous expression. I just felt like smacking a superficial piece of garbage, like you hanging onto a rich girl for a good life. That's my explanation. Don't like it? Kin, bite me then. He had entirely lost his ability to reason. He felt immensely humiliated, and he blamed it all on Xiao Luo. Xiao Chodong, I think you've gone mad. Xiao Ping walked over and berated him. Even if I've gone mad, you are the ones who have forced me into madness. Xiao Luo is just a useless fart, why are you guys treating him like he's some genius? Being able to lend you $120,000 just like that, if it isn't that rich girl's money, then whose money can it be? If a damned salaryman can have so much money, I'll chop off my head, and you can all kick it around like a ball. Xiao Chodong said. Old man Xuanhuan shook his head quietly and sighed. A heart of jealousy mustn't exist, to exist, a heart of jealousy mustn't be, he said. Jealousy? Wise one, I think you're old and confused as well. I, Xiao Chodong, jealous of Xiao Luo? Pfft, what a joke. Xiao Chodong responded, laughing out loud. Suddenly, Xiao Luo laughed along with him, and it was a terrifying, sneering laugh. Then he grabbed the half-broken wooden club from one of the men holding Xiao Chodong down. Xiao Chodong quivered, and the smile on his face froze abruptly. The crowd was shocked. Is Xiao Luo going to hit him back? Xiao Dizhong, as Luo Village's secretary, couldn't just stand aside and watch the fight escalate. He quickly shouted, Xiao Luo, get a hold of yourself. With Xiao Dizhong backing him up and aware of Xiao Luo's calm temperament, Xiao Chodong continued goading Xiao Luo. Stop your act. You won't dare to hit me, even if you have 10 times the courage, you will still. His voice suddenly stopped, the wooden club in Xiao Luo's hand smashed right across his skull. Kapow! The half-broken wooden club splintered into pieces and flew in all directions. Xiao Chodong felt his head spin, and a stream of warm blood flowed down copiously over his face. When the men holding him saw him bleeding, they unconsciously let go of him and stepped back. Without their support, Xiao Chodong dropped to his knees in front of Xiao Luo, his body upright, and his head lolling. He who was already shorter than Xiao Luo and kneeling on the floor now made him seem even more so. He raised his head with a look of disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Luo in terror. You. I what? Xiao Luo glared at him, a cynical smile formed as he curled up the corner of his mouth and said, Han Sheng once asked Shide, some people in the world slander me, bully me, insult me, laugh at me, belittle me, look me down, hate me, and deceive me. What should I do about it? My answer to him will be whack him up. As soon as his ended words, he hurled his foot through the air and kicked Xiao Chodong right in the face. The crowd could almost hear the howling wind and feel the billowing force of the kick. Arg! The kick sent Xiao Chodong flying out from the Sikong shrine, shrieking horribly in pain before landing heavily onto the hard ground outside. In a blinding flash, Xiao Chodong felt a searing pain when Xiao Luo's kick smashed into his face, striking below his forehead. It immediately swelled up alarmingly, making his nose and mouth a mess of red as he bled profusely. A tooth visibly flew out of his bloodied mouth, and in the next instant, Xiao Chodong was lying on the ground, moaning in agony. The pain was unbearable, and he didn't stop whimpering for a while. Gasp! Everyone gathered at the Sikong altar inhaled sharply, stunned at the ferocity of Xiao Luo's aggression. Several of the children who witnessed the gory scene fell into a silent shock. Xiao Luo turned to glance at the crowd with a face as cold as ice, then trudged away to leave the Sikong altar. Nothing would have happened had he been able to keep his calm. But he was enraged by Xiao Chodong's sneak attack, who ultimately had to pay the price in blood to quell Xiao Luo's anger. Just as Xiao Luo was leaving, 9 men approached the shrine, 5 were middle-aged men, and the other 4 were unfriendly-looking young men. They were stunned when they saw Xiao Chodong lying on the floor in pain and moaning. Then, spotting Xiao Luo, all 9 of them glared furiously at him. Xiao Luo, so now that you're all grown up, you have found the B*LLS to beat your seniors? I heard from Chao Lai that you roughed him up and even assaulted my wife. If you cannot explain yourself tonight, I will break one of your legs in front of the altar to teach you a lesson on behalf of Sikong. The middle-aged man who shouted at Xiao Luo sported a crew cut and had a pair of intimidating eyes that looked fearsome even when he was not angry. This middle-aged man with a crew cut was known as Xiao Chaofa, the eldest of Xiao Chaolai's brothers. The 4 younger-looking men were their sons. Hearing the commotion outside, everyone from the Sikong shrine came out to check what was going on. Uncle Chaofa, we swear to God that Xiao Luo did not beat up Yuan. We were all present that day, and Xiao Luo did not go after Chao Lai, but only beat him after Chao Lai said that he was going to bury Deng Feng alive. That's right. And we all can vouch that Xiao Luo did not touch your wife at all. The people who were at the Sikong shrine that night were all speaking out for Xiao Luo. Chao Lai, did Xiao Luo beat up my wife? Xiao Chaofa turned around and asked Xiao Chaolai. Xiao Chaolai patted his chest convincingly and replied, I was there, and he did assault her. How could any one of you not see that he gave a big tight slap to An Yuan's face? Chaofa, you must stand up for me. I was only nagging at him over a small, irrelevant matter, and that jerk suddenly slapped me. My face swelled up immediately, and it has only just started going down. And Yuan had just made her way there from home. She had a dark mark on her skin and pretended to be traumatized. She was even tearing up to make her case more compelling. When Xiao Chaofa heard it, he instantly flew into a blind rage, and pointing his finger at Xiao Luo, he roared, You little jerk. You must have gotten bored of living, how dare you to slap my wife? He then glared at the crowd and threatened, Nobody is allowed to interfere later on, or I'll beat to death anyone who tries to help him. Since he dared to slap my wife, I'll teach him how to respect the seniors. Everyone quaked in their shoes, intimidated by his imposing manner. He was the person who had once strung up the brother of his nephew's wife and brutally beat him up using a whip. It was an extreme act of cruelty as his nephew's brother-in-law was almost beaten to death. Xiao Chaolai was jailed for 3 years because of the incident and had since been blacklisted. As such, no one dared to get in his way for any reason. Xiao Dizhong coughed dryly and stood up to try to resolve the situation. Chaofa, we should settle things peacefully, we're all family, so let's not harm the harmony within the family, he pleaded. Even though he was the secretary of the shrine, he spoke gently to Xiao Chaolai, who, on the other hand, acted like a barbarian. Settle things peacefully? Secretary, if your wife was slapped by someone, can you just talk things out peacefully with the offender? Xiao Chaolai asked, coldly. Xiao Dizhong blinked nervously and replied, Chaofa, everyone here is well aware of Xiao Luo's personality, so you can't be relying on An Yuan's and Chaolai's baseless accusations that Xiao Luo slapped An Yuan, right? He tried his best to defuse the situation and added, I wasn't there on that day, but many people were present, and they all witnessed the entire incident. They all said that Xiao Luo clearly did not slap your wife, so why not just calm down? You're saying that my wife is purposely framing this little jerk? Xiao Chaofa pointed at Xiao Luo. You should know best about An Yuan's personality and behaviors, it's not beyond her to make such an accusation against Xiao Luo, Xiao Dizhong said. Bullshit. An Yuan screamed and threw a fit. What do I get for accusing him of assaulting me? It's the truth, that little jerk slapped me, and if Chaolai did not come to my rescue, he would have continued to beat me up. Xiao Luo, you son of a b*tch, do you think you're some big shot now? How dare you to beat my mom? You better make up your mind which hand you use to hit her, as I'm going to f*king chop it off right now. A youngster dressed in a punky attire and with studs in his ears was shouting at Xiao Luo angrily, waving a knife in his hand. He was Xiao Dihong, the son of Xiao Chaolai and An Yuan. That's right, chop him up. This jerk is very arrogant these days, and he's not even giving the 5 of you any consideration at all. Xiao Chodong, painfully picking himself up from the ground, was adding fuel to the fire as he hoped to stoke the flames of anger that would eventually lead to Xiao Chaofa and his brothers getting rid of Xiao Luo. Clansmen swearing and assaulting each other, if Sikong could see this from heaven, he'd be totally disappointed. Xuanhuan bemoaned, shaking his head with a sigh. Old man, there's nothing you can do here, go home and get some early rest. Xiao Chaofa was still courteous towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan retorted, as the eldest of the village, do you think that I could rest in peace knowing that so many of you are ganging up on Xiao Luo? Hey, you old geezer, we are just trying to be polite, calling you old man, okay? So, don't think you are actually a somebody around here, Xiao Dihong hissed, showing no respect to an elder. Thwack. Xiao Chaofa slapped the boy and gave him a scathing rebuke. Who said you can talk to the old man like this? If you ever dare to scold the old man again, I'll slap the hell out of you. Xiao Dihong feared his father, and he quickly retreated, holding his hand over his throbbing face. And Yuan felt sorry for her son and nudging Xiao, she said, "Why did you slap our son? Xiao Luo is the one that beat up your brother and wife, you should go whack him right now." "How does it help to slap our son? What a shameless and evil woman." A hatred towards Yuan formed in everyone's heart, and they were convinced that she was the one responsible for Xiao being imprisoned. Xiao turned to Xiao Luo and bellowed, "You little jerk, better come over right now, and kneel on the floor. I want you to bow to your aunt and uncle Qiao Lai 3 times, then slap yourself twice, and I will let this pass. If not, I'll break one of your legs." "Ha ha, ha ha." Xiao Luo shrugged and laughed mockingly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He kept his hands in his pockets and walked down the temple steps slowly. As he passed Yuan, he asked her, "Did I truly slap you?" As she looked into Xiao Luo's eyes, Yuan suddenly felt intimidated. But realizing that her husband and his brothers were with her, she regained her confidence and cockily responded to Xiao Luo. Putting on a cynical face and biting on a pumpkin seed, she said, "Io, now you're giving in? Are you afraid of admitting now? Where's the arrogant attitude you had back then? I thought you were pretty capable and even stole yourself a rich lady's heart, weren't you so proud of that?" Her voice was annoyingly shrill, and those who could make out what she was saying clenched their jaws and fists, cursing this vile woman in their hearts. And Yuan was looking down her nose as she munched on the pumpkin seeds, eyeing Xiao Luo arrogantly. Knowing that she had the advantage of numbers with 9 of her family members alongside her, she was bent on teaching Xiao Luo a lesson. She intended to send a clear warning to every person in the Luo village that her family was not to be trifled with. Nobody was allowed to bully them. "Uncle Chalfa, Luo is not that kind of person, there must be some kind of misunderstanding," Xiao Ping said, stepping forward to defend Xiao Luo. Xiao Chodong, his head bathed in blood, still found the cheek to direct a sneering remark at Xiao Ping. "Hey, Xiao Ping, did you become so loyal to him because of the money that he lent you? Do you know that you're acting like a dog? Xiao Chodong, are you F*King asking for a beating?" Xiao Ping was infuriated, and he glared at Xiao Chodong. Xiao Chodong, satisfied that he had annoyed Xiao Ping, gave him a disdainful smile. "Xiao Ping, do I have to repeat myself? I know that you're close to Xiao Luo, but honestly, you better stay out of it. If not, I will beat you up as well." Xiao Chalfa scowled, his face filled with nothing but anger, and he stared at Xiao Ping menacingly. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly a surprising round of applause drew everyone's attention. Xiao Luo was clapping away with a sarcastic smile on his face. Not bad at all. Your words and gestures were very poignant, what a fantastic show." Xiao Chalfa and his brothers were slightly taken aback at the sight of Xiao Luo applauding and a little confused by his words. "What the F*** are you trying to do? Believe me, I will slash you right now." Xiao Dihong pulled out his knife and taunted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo laughed with contempt and lowered his head, then without any warning, he darted toward Xiao Dihong in a flash, and in the next moment, he was next to him. Before Xiao Dihong could even react, Xiao Luo's right leg lashed at his torso. The tremendous power that he unleashed was like a loaded spring being suddenly released. Oomph! A spray of blood burst out of Xiao Dihong's mouth as the energy from the powerful kick ravaged through his entire body. He flew backward like an artillery shell spiraling out of control and landed heavily some 6 or 7 meters away. His body doubled over into a C shape, and after twitching uncontrollably for a moment, he fainted and lay slumped with blood all over his nose and mouth. Gasp! Everyone watching from the Sikong altar was utterly shocked, as none of them had expected that Xiao Luo was so highly skilled in fighting. His movements were indeed out of this world and unbelievable, and even Ji Xiying was genuinely awed by Xiao Luo's explosive power. And Yuan threw away her pumpkin seeds and dashed toward Xiao Dihong in deep anguish. She was crying out her son's name repeatedly, Dihong, Dihong, Dihong. Whoosh. Xiao Luo moved like a ghost, and he suddenly appeared right in her face, blocking the way. Why you, what do you want? Move. As she looked into Xiao Luo's eyes, and Yuan felt a shiver run down her spine, and her arrogant look disappeared altogether. Didn't you say I slapped you? Xiao Luo's eyes were piercingly cold. Without another word, he raised his right hand and slapped Yuan across her dark face with a hefty blow. Thwack! It sounded like a loud clap, and a tooth flew out of her bloodied mouth as Yuan spun on the spot, before collapsing. She let out a shrill, blood-curdling scream as her face burned with unbearable pain. She held her hand to the left side of her face, which was swelling up alarmingly. Blood was oozing out from her mouth as she looked at Xiao Luo and trembled in fear. In her eyes, she saw Xiao Luo as a demon in the guise of a man. Now, I can say that I have indeed slapped you. Xiao Luo stared coldly at her with a disdainful smirk. You son of a b*tch, I am taking your life. Xiao Chaofa howled in rage. He loved his wife very much, and he went into a frenzy as he witnessed Yuan getting slapped to the ground by Xiao Luo. He let out a roar and lifted an angular granite rock used to lay the foundation. He then rushed towards Xiao Luo, mercilessly smashing the rock at Xiao Luo's head. Xiao Luo reacted instinctively, and he turned around to counter with a punch. Crash! His fist met the incoming rock, and a loud resounding thud echoed in the air. The tremendous power of the impact pulverized the heavy mountain rock that weighed some tens of kati. It shattered into countless pieces, sending them flying in all directions. Still recovering from the shock, Xiao Chaofa was even more surprised and in no position to defend himself, when Xiao Luo suddenly struck a high kick directly into his face. Ugh! Xiao Chaofa's head was thrown back, and he collapsed with a painful groan as blood gushed out from his mouth. Everyone was slack-jawed and lost for words, only their oohs and ahs were audible as they witnessed a scene that ordinarily could only happen on the wuxia television programs. Xiao Ping was also completely stunned, looking on like a paralyzed chicken. A tremendous sense of fear now overcame Xiao Chodong. He could not believe that this was the same weak Xiao Luo that he had known all his life. Xiao Chaolai and his 6 other kinsmen were equally stunned as they saw Xiao Luo's outrageous skills. They suddenly lost their courage, and none dared to rush at Xiao Luo to take him on. What, are you scared? Xiao Luo turned around and sneered at them. Xiao Luo, why you better not overdo it. Xiao Chaolai shouted, anxious, and stricken with fear. I am overdoing it? Xiao Luo could not help laughing and said, everyone in the village witnessed the deeds of your brothers, and we are all very aware of who the culprits are that is overdoing it. Come, let's continue. Didn't you all want to teach me a lesson? Didn't you all want me to kneel on the ground to apologize? You were so arrogant earlier, so why are you all shivering now? Xiao Chaolai and his kin were indeed shivering and experiencing shortness of breath. They couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had become so powerful. He was like a monster, and they feared him. If you're not coming for me, then I'm coming for you. Xiao Luo flashed a sinister grin, and his eyes glowered for a brief moment. He whooped and flew at them before they knew it, thrashing 3 men and sending them flying in the air. They howled in excruciating pain, feeling as if the force of the blows shifted their internal organs. And just like Xiao Chaofa, they all ended up flat on the ground, vomiting blood. One of them reacted in time and swung his wooden cudgel at Xiao Luo. But, Xiao Luo's fist smashed through it like a culm of young bamboo, and the punch continued to land heavily on his chest, causing him to collapse and spew blood. Another 2 men tried to resist, but Xiao Luo used a knife-hand chop on their necks, and they slumped to the ground, passing out immediately. Xiao Chaolai was the last man standing, and as Xiao Luo approached him ominously, there was no escape. He cringed from Xiao Luo's cold stare. "It's your turn now." His words were cold as steel and heartless, a voice from the hell of Noveland, 1. Xiao Chaolai broke out in a cold sweat and instantly dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. He was so terrified that he wet his pants, and the air was rank with the pungent smell of urine. "And no, I am wrong, Xiao Luo, I admit that I'm wrong, please." Xiao Chaolai pled for his life. He was pale as a ghost and overcome with dread. "You now know you're wrong? What did you do wrong?" Xiao Luo's expression was stern and wrathful, seeming like he'd go through the roof at any time, and Xiao Chaolai couldn't help feeling that he was facing a bloodthirsty demon. I shouldn't have instigated in Yuan to accuse you of slapping her, and I shouldn't have instigated my brothers to deal with you. My mouth is evil, and I deserve to be punished by you." Xiao Chaolai kept slapping himself and was in such fear of Xiao Luo that he blurted, "And I shouldn't have slept with an Yuan, sob, sob. I even had an affair with my brother's wife." The fear he had towards Xiao Luo drove him to lose his composure entirely, and he inadvertently spilled every single dirty little secret he had. Everyone heard and was in a complete state of shock as they looked over at an Yuan. Only then did they realize why the two of them were always together, even going up the mountain together to get firewood. Nobody would have suspected that they had an extramarital relationship. Footnote 1. Noveland, Chinese, Pinyin, Jiuzhou, is a fictional universe, with a world made up of 3 continents and 9 provinces. Such a shameless woman, she's really a woman who has zero sense of shame. Xuanhuan declared with grief and resentment, as such a scandal of younger brother committing adultery with his sister-in-law actually happened in the Xiao clan. If this had happened in ancient times, they would be dipped into the river in a pig cage for punishment. It was way too shameful. Everyone looked at an Yuan with an enormous and deep sense of disgust, as not only this woman was vicious, she also committed adultery with his husband's brother, which was nearly unbearable. Against everyone's eyes and Xiao Chuanren's rebuke, and Yuan looked panicked. When she saw the same questioning expression coming from her husband's face, she became flustered, a complete state of panic. Then, she pointed at Xiao Chaolai and scolded loudly, "Chaolai, are you nuts? Who had a relationship with you? You better stop spitting nonsense." Although her voice was loud, everyone could tell that she was feeling guilty and scared. Xiao Chaolai calmed down and realized that he had spilled out the biggest taboo in his life. Now the entire Luo village would probably look down on him. He intended to explain, but Xiao Luo's demonic voice came about at that moment. "She said you're spiting nonsense, aren't you going to rebut that?" Every word he said was extremely chilly. Xiao Chaolai shivered as he understood what Xiao Luo wanted him to do, to prove that everything was real and sensible. He was setting him and an Yuan up to be utterly discredited, which was really ruthless. "Say it, I'll let you go if you say it." Xiao Luo smiled at him eerily suddenly. Xiao Chaolai lifted his head and looked into his eyes, his pupils enlarged and his consciousness was gone for a moment. Xiao Luo had hypnotized him and made him spoke subconsciously. "She bought my pillowcase and had sewn the character Lai at the front and Feng at the back. Lai represents me and Feng represents her." Chen Shifeng, this was in Yuan's real name. Everyone frowned upon hearing that, and that was way too shameless and disgusting. She was way past her 50s and yet still hooking up with another man, who was her very husband's younger brother. This had shamed the entire Luo village altogether. And Yuan looked pale like a pile of ash and her dark face was almost crying. She knew that she could never raise her head up high anymore in Luo village since such scandal was exposed. "Bitch!" Xiao Chaofa was infuriated and bellowed with his coarse voice. He resembled an extremely angry ox, his eyes were fully bloodshot and finally under the rage, he vomited a huge gush of blood and collapsed. "What an interesting story you've told us." Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly as he wanted to break a leg of Xiao Chaolai, but he quickly realized that it was more painful for Xiao Chaolai to be exposed of his adultery act with his sister-in-law than breaking merely a leg. Although everyone was shocked by Xiao Luo's ruthlessness, they all were cheering for him in their minds. Xiao Chaofa and his brothers finally got the taste of justice this time, as not only they were taught a lesson mercilessly, their scandalous act was even made known publicly. Certainly, what comes around goes around. It was just not a criminal's time yet if he has not reaped what he sowed. The blood on Xiao Chodong's face has dried up and blood has stopped flowing out from his gum. He stared blankly at Xiao Chaofa and his brothers on the ground, who were still moaning from Xiao Luo's beating. He felt nothing but chills coming down from the top of his head, and that made his entire body felt cold. Out of a sudden, a giant hand appeared in his vision and grabbed his collar abruptly. He tried to focus, but only met against Xiao Luo's slightly ferocious yet handsome face. Xiao Chodong, I've tolerated you for a very long time. Every time I'd remind myself that you and I are childhood friends, but you were always trying my limit every single time. Do you think that I deserve to be bullied by you? I'm sorry, this might give you a sense of accomplishment, but I am very unhappy, pretty unhappy. Xiao Luo grabbed Xiao Chodong's collar and swung him up in the air mercilessly, then threw him towards the wall of Xikong altar like a gunny sack. Bump, crack. With a deep percussion and a bone-cracking sound, excruciating pain came through his legs to his brain, and Xiao Chodong screamed with his face painted full of fear. His screams were so piercing that resembled ghost cries and wolf howls, while his body was struggling violently. It was hard to provoke Xiao Luo usually, but if he was, there ought to be pain and blood to quell his anger. He really did not want to care about Xiao Chodong, but ignoring him had led him to be looked down and thrashed upon, which was intolerable to him. Everyone felt nothing but fear as they have finally witnessed both the angelic and demonic sides of Xiao Luo. He was such a perfect combination of angel and demon, but at this moment, the most ferocious and demonic side of him has manifested. Xiao Luo, you've done enough. Although Xiao Chodong was at complete fault, Xiao Dizhong as the secretary could not let Xiao Luo beat Xiao Chodong to death in his presence. Uncle Dizhong, I know when to stop. Xiao Luo smiled at him and continued approaching Xiao Chodong. Oomph. A noisy motor sound could be heard approaching from afar. It was a trishaw that raced through the road towards here. It's Ziyuan. Ziyuan's finally here. Xiao Luo would have beat Xiao Chodong to death if he's still not reaching. Who informed Ziyuan? It's such a brilliant choice. Everyone sighed out of relief, so was Ji Xiying. Nobody but Xiao Luo's parents could probably stop Xiao Luo. The trishaw stopped at the public grain sunning area. Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Hang came down from the trishaw. They ran towards Xikong altar quickly and looked slightly confused upon seeing Xiao Chaofa and his brothers on the ground. Xiao Luo, Xiao Chaofa and his gang were going to mess with you. Are you injured? Xiao Ziyuan asked, caringly. Hua Hang just checked on Xiao Luo's body thoroughly to see if he has sustained any injury. Son, are you wounded? If those jerks had hurt you, your dad and I would seek justice to the end even if we would be jailed. Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Everyone was speechless as Xiao Ziyuan had a machete on his waist and a rifle in his hand. He did not come to stop the fight but end the war with more violence. Xiao Dizhong had no choice but approached them and sighed. Ziyuan, I had asked you to come to stop the fight. Why did you bring a rifle? What do you want to do? Xiao Ziyuan then realized he had a rifle in his hand, then tried to hide in behind him and explained, Secretary, there are many wild boars at night and this is for self-defense. For God's sake, Xiao Chaofa and his brothers think that they could bully my son just because they had more people. We brought this to hunt them like how we hunt wild boars. He Huaying answered firmly. Xiao Luo was her dearest darling and she would risk her life fighting against anyone who could have threatened his life. Everyone there felt shocked and thought, well, maybe Xiao Luo's ruthlessness was not nurtured but inherited from the two of you. Uncle and aunt, rest assured, Luo isn't hurt at all. However, Uncle Chaofa and gang were all beaten up by Luo. Xiao Ping approached them and explained the whole story to Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Heng clearly. Xiao Chaofa was actually beaten to the ground by Xiao Luo. Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Heng looked at each other and they were obviously not expecting the event to turn out like this. Xiao Luo must have been blessed by Xikong. After drinking the divine water, he had gained endless power and became a ferocious warrior. This was Xikong's divine wrath on Xiao Chaofa and his brothers, to punish them for their brutality in Luo village over these years. Xuanhuan shouted loudly with full of emotion. Xiao Chaofa and his brothers felt guilty and they looked at Xikong's statue subconsciously. His smiling face looked as if there was a deeper meaning behind. Everyone also bowed at Xikong's statue sincerely as they believed that Xikong had just intervened this matter through Xiao Luo's hands to punish Xiao Chaofa and his 4 brothers. It did not take too long for the ambulance to arrive, which eventually sent the gang of Xiao Chaofa to the county hospital. It was in the hall on the 2nd floor at home. Ji Xing felt very uneasy facing the stairs from both Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Heng. Although she had greeted them, saying nice to meet you, uncle and aunt, they still just looked at her with smiles only. You're seeing right, how could our Xiao Luo date you possibly, he's really fortunate. Hua Heng was taking a stance of mother-in-law. Our Xiao Luo's very honest and loyal towards his partner, but he has some machismo traits and likes to look good, these are inherited from his dad. Xiao Ziyuan was nodding with approving attitude initially, but he was startled by that last line. He then widened his eyes and said rebelliously, "What do you mean by inherited from me, since when I display traits of machismo?" Hua Heng sneered, "I'm just telling the truth, why are you widening your eyes, do you think that you the only with big eyes here?" Right, he inherited those from me, it's all me. Xiao Zhenyuan conceded defeat. Meticulous, serious, and loyal are all traits given to my son from me, they have nothing to do with you, don't get too cocky over a little appraisal. Hua Heng continued to criticize. Xiao Ziyuan did not how to rebut and he showed a sad face and turned to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shrugged and spread his hands, meaning he cannot help him too. Haha. Ji Xing could not help but burst out of laughter as she felt that Xiao Luo's parents were very interesting. Xing looks very pretty when she smiles. Hua Heng held her hands tightly. Aunt looks even better. I'm old and full of wrinkles now, my skin is no longer dewy. You're not old at all, Aunt still looks very young. Ji Xing smiled. I'm 1 year to being 50 years old, isn't that old? You're such a sweet talker, by the way, do you use any skincare product? Your skin is so soft and nice. Ji Xing stunned for a while as she did not know what Hua Heng was trying to imply. Don't misunderstand Aunt Xing, I just wanted to check if you are a skincare expert. My complexion is terrible and I don't know what kind of products to purchase. Aunt, your skin type is oily, so you should not emphasize on the oiliness of your skincare products. I know of a brand called Qilao, it's perfect for oily skin treatment. Qilao? There's such a brand? Yep, I can order one for you online later. Besides using skincare products, you should take more rest and refrain from burning midnight oil as it is very harmful to women's skin. Yup, Xing's right. I haven't slept before 11 p.m. all these years. The 2 women quickly made acquaintance and started chatting enthusiastically, which left Xiao Ziyuan and Xiao Luo idling aside. The father and son decided to shift to the balcony and chatted under the dark sky. That girl's pretty decent, you should keep her. Xiao Ziyuan said. Xiao Luo felt awkward to answer him, so he planned to play dumb by keeping quiet. What's going on with you? How could you manage to beat up Xiao Chaofa and his brothers all on your own? Xiao Ziyuan asked curiously, he knew better than anyone about his own son, since when he became such a ferocious fighter? Xiao Luo laughed fakely, I had practiced free boxing over the year while I'm out of the village. Of course he would not say that he had been fused with a system, His father would think that he had went nuts had he said that. What kind of free boxing is so powerful, you could shatter a boulder with just a punch? Xiao Ziyuan was still unconvinced. Everyone was exaggerating, I am not that almighty. Xiao Luo scratched the back of his head and smiled unnaturally. Xiao Ziyuan nodded and agreed, the people in the village must have over-exaggerated the issue. So he did not continue this topic further, but changed to regarding the farm. What's your plan for the farm after the new year? I plan to build a small farmhouse that encompasses leisure, dining and accommodation all together. Xiao Luo spoke about his plan seriously. A farmhouse? Xiao Ziyuan shook his head, who would want to visit such a rural place like ours? There are people from big cities as the general trend of developments is leaning towards the rural area. As long as we advertise, we'll receive customers from every corner. Don't forget that there's an expressway toll station 3 kilometers away from the farm. The transportation would become convenient as long as we fix the dirt road into wide cemented road. Xiao Luo said. Xiao Ziyuan frowned, if we're really running a farmhouse, your mom and I would not be able to take care of everything. Dad, listen to me, since we are moving towards a farmhouse, then we ought to reduce on what we are rearing now, such as pigs and ducks. These two kinds of livestock are tiring yet their profitability is uncertain. If the market rate is good, we could earn more, else we might even make losses. This is the main reason why our farm has been running for 7 years, but it's not successful. Xiao Ziyuan could not help but nod, even though he would not like to admit, he had to accept this truth. It was indeed like what Xiao Luo said, the market rate for ducks was good this year, it could be sold for $17 per catty. However, there was a major influx of foreign ducks last year, so the market rate took a huge plunge to $10 per catty or even $9 per catty, which had made their hard work went down to the drain completely. If it's for leisure purpose, we would need some attractive programs. I have thought of a few. The first one would be hiking. Xiao Luo said slowly, the farmhouse is located right at the foot of Mount Luo, which is known for its beautiful scenes. It's also full of primitive and lush forest. We could attract the hiking enthusiasts by fixing a hiking path on the mountain. Secondly, we could widen and deepen our existing pond and add some fishing podiums to its surrounding. It would become a very suitable place to fish. Thirdly, we could make fishing lobsters our selling point. The lobsters could reproduce easily and they require very little effort to keep. We just have to buy a few hundred of them and leave them in the water source of the farmhouse. We could get a ginormous amount of lobsters within half a year. The fourth program would be. Xiao Ziyuan became more mesmerized as he listened. He realized that his son's vision was far more perfect than his expectation. He had covered the details and operations fully. He was also very ambitious as he planned to cover the entire city or even nationwide, as compared to his own plan that only covered the small town. Xiao Luo's vision was giant as he intended to run a recreational farmhouse. He wanted to restructure the farmland of 1,000 acres entirely. Besides setting up some recreational programs, he still needs to build a basketball court, badminton court, pool, hotel. It would be a complete makeover to the farm. Of course, this farmhouse still required Xiao Ziyuan, his father, to manage, as Xiao Luo did not want to be tied down by such fixed assets. He would take charge of investment and envision, but Xiao Ziyuan would lead the rebuilding, operating, and advertising in the long run. Xiao Ziyuan took out a notebook humbly and recorded every Xiao Luo's vision, as it was far superior to his current model. The profit derivation was shifted to service-based, rather than the original livestock product-based. I have estimated roughly that the total investment sum is around 8 million. If we run it well, we could earn back within 3 quarters. We would start to profit from the 4th quarter, which means that from the next year end, the farmhouse would start to render profit. Xiao Luo went an extra mile on this matter as it concerned his parents' lives. He cannot possibly be letting his parents stay that way and always be busy all year round. They did not even have time to rest at all. By turning the farm into a farmhouse, his parents would become the real bosses. His parents would be less toiling once the operations of the farmhouse settled down completely, and they could even travel the world. In terms of recruiting, there has to be one person in charge for every program. There are also hotel managers, chefs, support staff, security personnel and etc. Dad, the farm is your dream, you can take care of all of these, and I won't interfere. Xiao Ziyuan nodded and became very determined suddenly. Rest assured, there are many youngsters in Luo village who aren't willing to venture out to work. When we have rebuilt the farmhouse, let's recruit all of them to work for us. Xiao Luo frowned slightly. Dad, we're starting a business, not a charity. Even though we're all from the same big family, we cannot recruit every single of them without screening. We have to acquire people with the qualities of being practical, down-to-earth and hardworking. Although these words were harsh, they were very reasonable words. Xiao Ziyuan also woke up from his sweet dream and realized the cold hard truth. If his new employees were lazy and lacking the commitment to fight, smoking through every day at work would only be detrimental to the operation of the recreational farmhouse. Oh right, you've hooped the shorty's ass. His family's probably gonna mess with you shamelessly. Just ignore them if you could, don't get down to the mud with them. After discussing about the farm, Xiao Ziyuan changed the topic to what had gone down today. I'll try. Xiao Luo took a deep breath. He would not want to stand opposite to Xiao Chodong's parents if possible. He was really close to Xiao Chodong when he was young and he visited his house very frequently. Xiao Chodong's parents were very decent to him and they would always leave him with pockets full of snacks when he leaves. However, due to Xiao Chodong now, the two families had officially gone bad blood and to be honest, he was not prepared to face the two seniors. Xiao Ziyuan did not speak too much as his son was a grown man. He needed to face the consequences of his actions. He would not want his son to live under his wings of protection forever. It was harmful to his son, and it was not love at all. Hence, he had always only provided opinions to Xiao Luo when it came to decision-making. He would never decide everything for him. Everyone has his own path to take and to each his own dream. Not even parents have the right to interfere. Hua Hang and Ji Xing hit off really well. Before they go back to the farm, she took out her heirloom jade bracelet from a secret corner in the house to give her as she was very fond of Ji Xing as her daughter-in-law. This gave Ji Xing a big surprise, and she tried to return it to her immediately. Xiao Luo also agreed that it was too early to present the jade bracelet, but Hua Hang was very insistent on this matter. In addition, she was supported by the grandparents and her husband. This heirloom jade bracelet had finally landed on Ji Xing's hand. Mr. Xiao Luo, what to do? When there were only Xiao Luo and Ji Xing in the hall of second floor, Ji Xing was really anxious. She wanted to return this jade bracelet to the Xiao family. Her role as Xiao Luo's fiancé was fake, it was not authentic. Even if she was authentic, she could not have received such a precious gift. Just wear it first. Xiao Luo was conflicted. Although this jade bracelet was not pricey, it carried a substantial meaning to the family since it was inherited from his great-grandfather. They used to be a family of landlords, who had some jewelry and ornaments more or less. Although the family had declined and had only managed to keep that bracelet, so it was inherited generation after generation, which was equivalent to the heirloom of the family. If he was to take it back, he would be in a difficult position if his parents questioned him later, since they were the ones who gave it away. If he let things be, Ji Xing was not his real girlfriend and this bracelet was meant for his real future wife since it was an heirloom. When we leave Luo village after the New Year celebration, return the bracelet. Xiao Luo added, you shall take care of it for my family during this period. Roger. Ji Xing nodded seriously. Luo, Luo. Xiao Ping's calling came about from downstairs. Xiao Luo walked to the window. Brother Ping, what's going on? Come to my house, Luo, my parents have some words for you. Xiao Ping said. Some words for me? Xiao Luo was suspicious, but he informed Ji Xiying about it right after and left shortly after switching his shoes. Xiao Luo only got to know that Aunt Taoxiu and Uncle Youfu intended to express their gratitude to him. They kowtowed to him and Xiao Luo could not stop them totally, they had let their emotion get better of them. Xiao Ping had experienced a business failure and he was in a huge debt of 200,000, this was a gigantic impact on his family. In their eyes, Xiao Luo was sending charcoal on snow days and that had made him their benefactor. Xiao Luo spent a great amount of time to comfort them, then escaped back to his home in a hurry as he really could not deal with the expression of gratitude. He opened his room door. Ah! A crisp and panicked voice was heard and Xiao Luo was shocked immediately after raising his head. Ji Xiying had used his washroom to bath and she was just done with bathing. She was fully naked at the moment when Xiao Luo pushed the door and her black lush hair was flowing down from her head to her waist. Even though Xiao Luo was far calmer than usual folks, he too felt a gush of warm wave rushing up to his brain and then throughout his entire body as the scene was really seductive and aesthetic. He remained speechless and retreated immediately while closing the door. He also checked if he had entered the wrong room simultaneously, but that was indeed his room. Why was Ji Xiying using his room to bath? There was a washroom in the room that he had prepared for her, what was going on? He waited quietly in the living room, sitting on the sofa, somewhat apprehensively. It was a while before Ji Xiying got dressed and came out, slinking with her head hung low, blushing up to her ears. About this. I'm sorry. Xiao Luo just didn't know what to say, but he thought he should just apologize first. Ji Xiying attempted a barely audible reply, then explained, the shower head in my room's broken, Mr. Xiao Luo. So I went to the bathroom in your room instead. So that's what happened. Xiao Luo nodded in realization. I'll go to town for a new one and get it fixed by tomorrow. It's getting late, and you should get some rest. He rose and walked into his room rather awkwardly. Ji Xiying nodded, and stood silently with her shoulders hunched, looking like a hurt little lamb. Suddenly, she stiffened and instantly cupped her hand over her mouth as she let out a yelp. She had just realized something, her undergarments were still drying on the rack in the Xiao Luo's bathroom. She was frantic when Xiao Luo saw her in the shower, and with her head in a whirl, she forgot all about it. Things just couldn't get any worse than this. Oh no, what am I supposed to do now? She couldn't go through another embarrassing episode and felt like she was going mad. Flustered, she stood where she was and repeatedly stamped her foot on the ground in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo had just walked into his bathroom to take a bath and was stunned by what he saw. Ji Xiying's white panty and black bra were hanging on the rack, and the image of her showering in the nude earlier instantly flashed in his mind again. In this respect, he was like any other ordinary man, and strong-willed as he was, at that moment, he was close to getting a nosebleed, and his heart was racing. Outside Xiao Luo's room, after racking her brains on what to do, Ji Xiying finally made up her mind to wait until the moment Xiao Luo left the next day, before she would sneak in quietly to collect her undergarments. She felt quite sure that Xiao Luo would pretend not to see them as well, and they would both conveniently forget the whole affair after that. Suddenly, the room door swung open, and Xiao Luo walked out, looked at her, and gestured at the bathroom inside the room with his thumb. Ji Xiying, you seem to have left some things in there. Ah. Ji Xiying's cheeks immediately turned a bright red, and her eyes bulged from sheer embarrassment. I'll go take it now. She almost cried but forced an awkward smile and ran into the bathroom desperately. She quickly stuffed her drying undergarments in her blouse, and hugging them tightly, ran back to her room like a frightened rabbit. I seem to have done the wrong thing here. Xiao Luo thought to himself with a tinge of guilt. He had tried his best to act nonchalant like it didn't matter so that she wouldn't feel embarrassed, but as it turned out, it was awkward for them both. Just then, his phone rang, and the call was from Zhang Dashan. Old Xiao, Happy New Year in advance. So, do you miss your brother already? Meaning me, haha. Zhang Dashan's gruff voice came over the line. Xiao Luo wasn't really in the mood and was abrupt in reply. He simply said, "Get lost." F***ck, what did you swallow? Some explosives? Why are you in such an irritable mood? What happened? Zhang Dashan asked. Xiao Luo thought about it for a moment and then told Zhang Dashan everything about what happened that night. D***mn, brother, you are the king of posers, no matter where you go, Zhang Dashan commented. Can you speak in proper human speech? Xiao Luo responded, a sense of exasperation creeping upon him. You did a great job of teaching them a lesson. I think you should have beaten them up even more, like maybe breaking their arms and legs. Xiao Luo said, we're from the same clan, I can't bear to treat them so harshly. True, if that's the case, then the way you handled it is good enough, and you've sent them a clear message. They wouldn't dare to come to bother your family again, even if they had 10 times the courage, Zhang Dashan said. And one more thing, you are quite well versed in this area, so I need your opinion on something. Xiao Luo kept no secrets from Zhang Dashan, and they were very close, to the extent that they wouldn't feel awkward showering naked together. Then he told Zhang Dashan how he had accidentally walked into the bathroom while Ji Xiying was having her shower, and how he had later asked her to retrieve the undergarments she left behind. Zhang Dashan couldn't stop howling in laughter at the other end of the phone. He laughed so hard that he was tearing up. Old Xiao, you have some problems with your EQ, couldn't you just have pretended that you didn't see anything and give an excuse to leave home for a while tomorrow? Then Ji Xiying could quietly retrieve them while you're away, and after that, you both would have an unspoken understanding, just keeping it to yourselves. It would be the perfect way to handle the situation, but of all the things to do, you had to bring the matter up into the open. Why are you so bold, brother? I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but you very are bold, ha ha ha. I take it that you must find it pretty funny that you can't stop laughing? Xiao Luo said, feeling rather foolish. Ha ha ha, brother, let me laugh for a bit more first. Help, I just can't, haha. Oh, I must post this in my WeChat moments and share the joy with everyone, ha ha ha, Zhang Dashan teased, he couldn't stop cackling the whole while. I'll whack you if you dare to expose me there. Xiao Luo warned. Don't worry, I'll not expose your name, I'll just say that it's my brother, Zhang Dashan replied, still keen on posting the story. Xiao Luo swore that if Zhang Dashan were right in front of him now, he would kick him so hard it would split his buttocks. He and Zhang Dashan had many mutual friends, and these people would immediately know that Zhang Dashan was referring to him merely by the mention of his brother. I mean it, if you dare to post about it, the next time I see you, I will stick your head first into the paddy fields. Okay. F***ck. Zhang Dashan was a little alarmed and even felt a chill run down his spine. He knew what Xiao Luo meant, and he'd literally grab someone and push them headfirst into the wet paddy soil like piling post. At dawn the next day, a forlorn wail came from the street below, drawing out the neighbors who crowded around the front of his home. Xiao Luo shook his head when he saw that it was none other than Xiao Chodong's mother, Madame Dongzhao. Xiao Chodong's father wasn't around, and he had probably gone to the hospital to take care of Xiao Chodong. Even though Xiao Luo didn't beat him up too badly last night, Xiao Chodong would still have to spend a day or two in hospital. Xiao Ping and many of the Luo villagers who were there when the incident took place yesterday were consoling and advising her downstairs. But Madame Dongzhao paid them no heed at all. She was lying prone on the ground, crying and moaning in deep anguish. She is so infuriated that she cursed at Xiao Luo to die young and die like a dog. She accused him of being so cruel that he'd beat up his childhood friend that badly, and lamented how blind she had been to give Xiao Luo so much food, calling Xiao Luo an ingrate and a beast. Her words were sharp and mean. Xiao Luo's grandparents, who were trying hard to calm her downstairs, also became the subjects of her ridicule. "Mr. Xiao Luo, shall I go and knock her out?" asked Ji Xiying. Xiao Luo glanced at her. Ji Xiying suddenly felt a wave of self-consciousness and glanced at the floor in a hurry, recalling the embarrassing incident last night, and her cheeks blushed immediately. "There's no need for that, I'll go down myself," Xiao Luo said calmly. When he was a kid, Madame Dongzhao had indeed treated him well. Whenever he visited, she would bring out any delicious snacks she had in her house, and he remembered some of them vividly: potato chips, airplane-shaped biscuits, and mint sweets. Whatever snacks Xiao Chodong had, he would receive a serving too. In his heart, he had always respected her, and he genuinely didn't want the matters between them to get any worse. However, he didn't regret beating up Xiao Chodong the slightest. If he could rewind the times and have another chance at it, he would still ferociously beat up Xiao Chodong. It was for no other reason than the fact that Xiao Chodong deserved a good beating. When Xiao Luo walked down to the first floor and showed himself, the Madame Dongzhao immediately pounced on him as if she was mad. If it wasn't for Xiao Ping and a few women holding her back, she would have scratched Xiao Luo with her fingernails. "Luozi, what are you doing out here? Go back, quick!" Xiao Ping shouted urgently. It was the worst time possible for Xiao Luo to appear. Let Madame Dongzhao cry all she wanted, after a good while, she would definitely leave in shame. Xiao Luo smiled faintly and shook his head. "I must still face what I have to face. Let go of Madame Dongzhao, you all. Let go of this mad woman?" The crowd was stunned. What kind of international joke was this? She looked like she was all set to rip you apart. Madame Dongzhao aunt stared at Xiao Luo viciously, shouting with all her might, "Xiao Luo, you unthankful ingrate, how dare you hit my son Dongzi? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? He has always treated you like a brother, how could you beat him up so badly? You guys, let go of me, I'm going to fight this ingrate with my life." Xiao Ping looked at Xiao Luo with a questioning look, which meant to ask whether the latter was sure about them letting go. Xiao Luo nodded and waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He even asked Ji Xiying to persuade his grandparents to go back into the house. Elderly people could not take such conflicts, and their health was more important. As motioned by Xiao Luo, Xiao Ping and the group let go of Madame Dongzhao. With no one stopping her anymore, Madame Dongzhao rushed towards Xiao Luo in big strides. "I'll beat you to death, you ingrate." She roughly shoved and punched Xiao Luo, and she became so emotional that she actually ended up pulling off the silver hair stick on her head and stabbed it down ferociously on Xiao Luo's left shoulder. Pfft! The hair stick was very sharp, about 1 centimeter of it pierced into Xiao Luo's flesh, and blood immediately seeped out from the wound. Not only was the crowd stunned, even Madame Dongzhao's heart thudded as she looked at Xiao Luo with widened eyes. "You. Why didn't you avoid it? Are you less angry now?" Xiao Luo smiled and asked. He could have avoided it, but he didn't. Just like Aunt Taoxiao, this Madame Dongzhao had a high status in his heart. Looking at his sincere and clear eyes, Madame Dongzhao panicked and subconsciously took a few steps back. Xiao Luo pulled out the hair stick from his left shoulder and handed it back to her, but when she saw the blood on the hair stick, she didn't take it back immediately, instead hesitating for a moment before taking it back. She suddenly felt ashamed and wanted to tell Xiao Luo to go and tend to the wound. "If your anger has subsided, I'll have a good talk with you, Madame Dongzhao." Xiao Luo slowly said, "You said that Winter Melon has been treating me like a brother, but did he really? Ever since he enjoyed success in his career, he has been stressing that I, who had gone to college, is not as successful as him, who hadn't gone to college, publicly claiming that I'm a worthless person and causing other people to criticize me behind my back. I put up with it and didn't bother to fight it out with him. This year, when I came home, I just happened to run into him in the city, so I took his car back. It was already later than 9 o'clock in the evening when we reached the village. He simply left me alone by the roadside before the bend, in the middle of nowhere, when it was still raining. I do not have an umbrella with me, so I stood there in the rain the whole time, waiting for my father to pick me up. This I have also put up with, and similarly, I did not bother to pick a fight with him. His wife has given birth to a son, and he held a feast at home, inviting everyone over to celebrate. Everyone else could take a seat and enjoy their meal and drinks, but what about me? What was I doing? I was serving food, tea, water, and afterwards I even had to explain to other people that Winter Melon had treated me to a special meal. This is how Winter Melon, whom you said treated me like a brother, behaves. I just want to ask if this is how one is supposed to treat a real brother. Initially, he was going to bring everything to his grave, but he really couldn't keep it to himself at this point of time. Brother? Xiao Chodong didn't even deserve to mention the word. It's really too much, actually leave little Luo out in the rain by the roadside. Yeah, that day I thought that Winter Melon had really treated little Luo to a special meal, after all, they were so close. But it turned out to be completely false. Everyone's had enough to eat and drink, but little Luo was still busy helping out, not even having time to drink a sip of water, let alone enjoy the food. He's always talking about them being brothers, but didn't treating little Luo as a brother at all, alas, this Xiao Chodong. Everyone felt unworthy for Xiao Luo, what Xiao Chodong did was too chilling. Madame Dongzhao was stunned, murmuring to herself, Dongzi, why didn't he mention these things to me? She really did not know about it. After Xiao Chodong married Li Honglian despised her and her husband, often badmouthing them, and it eventually evolved into a family war. She was once slapped by Li Honglian, yet Xiao Chodong did not take his mother's side. She was very sad and finally moved back into the old house with her husband. She did not even show up for the feast, for fear of incurring Li Honglian's displeasure. I've always been tolerating him, but what I got in return for my tolerance was Winter Melon wanting to take an L after I've given him an inch. Perhaps I did not do well enough, perhaps my actions hurt his ego. Last night, he picked up a stick and came at me, at the Sikong altar, in front of the elderly chief and Uncle Dijong. He aimed straight for my head and brought the stick down hard. If not for my improved physical fitness, the blow yesterday would have smashed me into unconsciousness, and I would suffer from serious head injury. Xiao Luo's emotions were getting more and more difficult for him to control, and every sentence he spoke came right from the heart. Madame Dongzhao, Winter Melon is your son all right, and it is only natural for you to protect him, but it's also only natural for me to fight back. I never owed him anything. I, Xiao Luo, is not at fault. He shouted this last rebuke as if it was an iron law, and the words carried a sense of justice and a tremendous momentum. Everyone present was deeply affected, and Xiao Ping was the first to raise his fist high in agreement. Xiao Luo is not at fault. Xiao Luo is not at fault. The others also raised their fists in unison and shouted for Xiao Luo. The shouts were unified, as if they could shake the mountains and rivers. On the second floor, Ji Xiying was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes looking at Xiao Luo's not-so-broad figure in shock. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have misjudged Xiao Luo. He was not a murderous demon, on the contrary, she saw that Xiao Luo had a benevolent and righteous spirit, and the open and honest heart of a gentleman, with a clear conscience. Madame Dongzhao stepped back step by step, and finally squeezed through the crowd and walked away with her head hanging low in shame. It was understandable for one or two people to take Xiao Luo's side, but everyone was on Xiao Luo's side, which meant that the problem was definitely with her son Xiao Chodong. She wanted to go back and ask Xiao Chodong why had he treated Xiao Luo so badly, why would he abandon even his childhood playmate? Luozi, how's your injury? Xiao Ping greeted him and asked Xiao Luo with concern. It's nothing serious. Xiao Luo shook his head and laughed slightly. It's bleeding, and furthermore it's pierced by a silver hair stick, which has a weak toxicity. The wound must be treated as soon as possible, come in with me. Ji Xiying walked out, actually giving off some vibes of the mistress of the house. She tugged at Xiao Luo's hand and walked into the house. Xiao Ping was stunned for a moment, and finally scratched the back of his head, saying somewhat enviously, "Ah, damn, she even knows how to treat wounds, give me a dozen of such a girlfriend too." As soon as he finished speaking, his ear was pulled at and twisted by a hand, pulling it upwards, with such force that he screamed out in pain like a pig being butchered. The one who twisted his ear was, of course, his wife, and as he kept begging for mercy, all the people around him couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he chose to do so, Xiao Luo could have spent 100,000 points to activate his healing ability and immediately heal the wound. But it was a minor injury, so he didn't see the need to waste points. Besides, his body could recover much quicker these days, and such a wound would heal in less than 4 days. Rinse, disinfect, and bandage. Ji Xiying treated the wound on his left shoulder with a skilled hand, and she probably had experience tending to the wounds of others during her time in the NSA. There's no need to bandage it, it's just a shallow wound. Xiao Luo was not used to such enthusiasm, not to mention the attention he was receiving. Although the toxicity of the silver hairpin is mild, if left untreated, the wound will begin to fester. Mr. Xiao Luo, you must still pay attention to it, and don't let the wound come into contact with water for the next 5 days, Ji Xiying said, as she picked up the first aid kit. Xiao Luo nodded and put his shirt on. How time flew, it was already Chinese New Year's Eve. Many startling incidents had occurred in Luo village throughout the day. The latest breaking news was that Xiao Chaofa had beaten up Xiao Chaolai after being discharged from the hospital for his tryst with an Yuan. Xiao Chaolai was beaten up so severely that his right leg was broken. But life was no easier for an Yuan either. She was insulted and spat on everywhere she went and even beaten by Xiao Chaofa when she got home. In the end, she ran back to her family. But when her family members heard about her adulterous relationship with Xiao Chaolai, her father, a violent man, grabbed a broom and drove her out. He was distraught that she had brought shame to their family and ruined their family's reputation. And Yuan became the object of everyone's ridicule. In an ironic twist of fate, Xiao Chaofa paid a visit to Xiao Luo, surprisingly bearing a hefty bag of about 12 caddies of prime pork. He came to apologize for his reckless behavior earlier, and also to thank Xiao Luo for exposing the truth about his wife. If it wasn't for Xiao Luo, he would have been kept in the dark about the affair between An Yuan and Xiao Chaolai. His actions could be compared to Lian Pa, 1, who once proffered a birch switch to Lin Xiangru, 2, whom he had wronged. It was a tradition that on Chinese New Year's Eve, families all over would reunite for a family meal. Every year, they would cook up a feast with a variety of dishes, but this year Xiao Luo's family decided to try something different and chose to go with a hot pot dinner instead. They bought the soup base and the ingredients from town, then Hua Hang and Ji Xiying got down to preparing the meal together, boiling the soup, cutting up the potatoes and Chinese yam into slices, and washing the vegetables clean. The two enjoyed the experience, happily working together, and they finally laid the table with a sumptuous spread for the hot pot dinner. Xiao Luo's grandparents and Hua Hang kept praising Ji Xiying for her culinary skills, and they treated her as one of their own. Enjoying their hot pot dinner, they looked every bit a happy and harmonious family. A flood of New Year's messages popped up in Xiao Luo's phone. They included those from Li Ziming and the others from Luo Workshop, as well as the one from Feng Wuhan, and needless to say, from Zhang Dashan, who sent him a picture of a naked girl with the caption, "New Year, New Ride." It was a good thing that he had fast hands and closed the meme before Ji Xiying, sitting just next to him, had seen it. Then, a video call invitation came from Xiao Rui, and she talked to their grandparents, Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Hang, one at a time. After the video call ended, Xiao Luo found that he had received a friend request on WeChat, and to his surprise, the request came from none other than Su Li. An image of her beautiful face immediately flashed in Xiao Luo's mind. how did Suli know his WeChat ID? And why did she add him? He tapped on the accept button, and immediately received a short message from Suli. Little Bei is crying and wants to see you. Is it convenient for you right now? Su Xiaobei? Xiao Luo was pleasantly surprised, but surely that little girl couldn't have grown so attached to him. He was about to reply with a no, but then Suli sent him a video call request. Xiao Luo coughed once, then told everyone he was going to take a phone call and ran upstairs, swiping on the screen to answer the call. A cute little angel of a girl appeared on screen, but she was wailing. Tears the size of beads streamed down her face, and her eyes were swollen and red from crying, and she kept screaming out, "Wah, wah. I want daddy, I want daddy." It was Su Xiaobei. Seeing her crying so sadly, Xiao Luo felt his heart suddenly ache for no apparent reason. Suli did not appear on the screen, but Xiao Luo could hear her voice. Su Xiaobei, don't cry anymore, he is on the phone, take a look if you do not believe me. Her voice sounded pleasant, but there was a hint of helplessness in her tone. Perhaps she didn't know what else to do with Su Xiaobei, and could only ask Xiao Luo for help. Su Xiaobei saw Xiao Luo on the phone screen and stopped crying all of a sudden. Daddy, why are you inside the phone? Looking at the excitement in her cute and innocent face, Xiao Luo wanted to reach out to pat her head and wipe the tears from her eyes. Daddy is not in a cell phone, I'm in a faraway place. This cell phone is just like clairvoyance and clairaudience. 3. They let us see and talk to each other, Bei. Xiao Luo, who had never had much experience with children, tried his best to comfort the little girl, and it felt incredible the moment the words flowed from his mouth. Daddy, didn't you say you were coming to see Bei? Why haven't you come? Sob, sob. Su Xiaobei cried again, but tried to contain her tears, and it was a heart-wrenching sight. Even after returning to Xiaohai, she remembered the promise that Xiao Luo had made her. She had looked forward to seeing Xiao Luo ever since and counted the days until Chinese New Year arrived. Finally, she exhausted her patience and started throwing a tantrum. Su Xiaobei insisted on seeing Xiao Luo, and no amount of persuasion could help. Suli was at a loss of what else to do. Bei actually remembered the promise? Xiao Luo laughed. He had just been trying to fool her, and he hadn't expected Su Xiaobei to take it seriously. Bei, don't cry, I'll come to see after the Chinese New Year. Really, promise? Su Xiaobei sniffled and rubbed her tiny nose, choking as she spoke. Really? And if I break my promise and don't come to find you, I will turn into a puppy. Xiao Luo comforted her with his gentle. Now, eat well and be with mommy, okay? Be a good girl, and soon we'll be able to meet again. But Bei wants to see daddy right now. Wah, wah, and she burst into tears once again, without warning. Aren't you seeing me now? You can see me, and I can see you, and we can even chat together. It worked, and she slowly stopped crying. On the screen, Suli's hand appeared holding a tissue to wipe away the tears on Xiaobei's face. All right now, didn't you promise to eat your meals properly and not cry anymore after seeing him? Su Xiaobei, have you forgotten everything I taught you before? Suli could be heard saying. Su Xiaobei shook her head and said, half crying, I didn't forget. Mommy said I must keep my promise. Good that you remember, now quickly go and eat your meal. But, I want to talk with Daddy for a bit longer. Su Xiaobei was reluctant to end the call with Xiao Luo. Suli said, you shouldn't cry when you talk to people, you must always smile and be polite. Oh, okay. Su Xiaobei held back her tears, then slowly smiled, obeying Suli's words. Xiao Luo was so tickled that he laughed out loud. This little girl was simply adorable. Daddy, when are you coming over to see Bei? Su Xiaobei asked again for the umpteenth time. Soon, I'll come over very soon, Xiao Luo said. Su Xiaobei said in her tender voice, Daddy, Bei misses you. I miss you too. Xiao Luo smiled at her. He really missed her, and what he had told her was no lie. He had even dreamed of this little girl several times. Footnotes. 1. Lianpe, a military general of the Zhao state in the Warring States period of Chinese history. Named by Chinese historians as one of the 4 greatest generals of that period. 2. Lin Xianru, the enlightened chief minister of Zhao, whose meteoric rise to the top created enmity with Lianpe. Putting his nation's needs before his own, Lin's act of humility shamed the general who duly sought his forgiveness by offering to be flogged the birch rod he proffered. 3. Clairvoyance and clairaudience, 2 fictional characters in the classic Chinese novel, The Investiture of the Gods. After Xiao Luo spent some time comforting Su Xiaobei, the little girl finally calmed down and smiled happily. She was no longer crying and was once again like the little angel she was, bringing cheer into the hearts of the people around her. At no time did Suli show up during the video call, and all Xiao Luo had seen of her was her hand wiping Beibei's tears away. After hanging up, Suli sent a message to Xiao Luo. Are you in Jiangqing or at home in the western province? It's Chinese New Year, so naturally, I'm at home. Xiao Luo responded to her message as he descended the stairs to rejoin his family at dinner. Suli, have you ever thought of quitting your job at Luo Workshop and coming to Shanghai to pursue your career? Xiao Luo was surprised by her question. Why would he think of even quitting his job at Luo Workshop? He gave it some thought before he came back to his senses. How did Suli know where he worked? The only information about his status in Luo Workshop was that he was an employee of Luo Feng. Perhaps Suli had gotten someone to investigate him. Ding. Ding. A notification from WeChat showed him that he had received a new message, and it was again from Suli. Can I hire you to be Su Xiaobei's surrogate father? I don't need you to do anything else, just take care of Su Xiaobei when I'm busy. I'll pay you 50,000 a month, plus accommodation. Are you up for it? Xiao Luo was astonished, a monthly salary of 50,000, and including accommodation? She certainly acted in the style of the rich and famous, and knew how to flaunt her wealth. Xiao Luo was beginning to get an idea of what a superstar was truly like. No wonder Zhang Dashan had said that this woman was a jackpot. Not anyone could offer such generous terms and conditions. I'll think about it. Xiao Luo had initially intended to go to Shanghai anyway, and if someone was willing to give him 50,000 a month and provide him housing, why not? Xiao Luo didn't think the work would be too taxing either, so it was as good as a free lunch. Although he didn't need the money, any extra income would always be welcome. Besides, he had an inexplicable fondness for Su Xiaobei. It was just impossible to put into words, they somehow shared a natural bond. Suli, I'll pay you 100,000 a month. Xiao Luo's eyes widened. He wondered if she was trying to buy him over with money. Getting no response from Xiao Luo, Suli continued to double the offer, 200,000. Xiao Luo quickly replied, okay, I agree. He couldn't say no, and with $200,000 being offered to him, he had no reason to refuse. Suli, when can you come? Xiao Luo wrote, not sure yet, we'll contact you when I get to Shanghai. Okay. Finally, with a single word, she ended the communication. Just then, Ji Xiying came walking up the stairs to take an incoming call as well. Hi, Lin Dong, what's wrong? Is anything the matter? Miss Ji, we have found traces left behind by the Cobra mercenaries. Huh? Ji Xiying furrowed her brows and looked up at Xiao Luo, who also heard Lin Dong on speakerphone. He slipped his phone back in his pocket and stopped in his tracks. Where are they? Ji Xiying asked. Lin Dong was the leader of the 20 Grade C soldiers assigned to the mission, and they had covertly been conducting patrols around the farm and the Mountain Luo region. In the forest of Mountain Luo, coordinates 0600. All 8 of them are there, they're around a campfire and having their meal. You and Mr. Xiao Luo should hurry over. Okay, copy that. Ji Xing hung up the phone and turned to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo frowned. He couldn't help feeling that there was something amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Meanwhile, in a dark, gloomy location somewhere in the forest of Mountain Luo, a forlorn figure was slumped on the ground, and a large man had just taken a phone away from his lips. Illuminated by the flickering flames of a campfire, the man's face was unrecognizable. His face was a bloody mess, and his body broken and blood-soaked. Hoarse, guttural croaks escaped his lips as he tried to speak. Then in a quivering voice, Lin Dong spoke his final words, "Kill me, quick." "As you wish." The huge man replied in fluent Chinese and laughed cruelly. Kneeling next to Lin Dong, he pulled out a large, curved combat knife and slashed it across Lin Dong's throat, honoring his promise of a quick end. 2 hours earlier, Lin Dong and his squad were quietly celebrating the Chinese New Year's Eve in the field. They shared their rations and had a little alcohol for the occasion. It was a small consolation for being away from their families. Before they knew it, they were set upon by the Cobra mercenaries. The attackers had stealthily encroached their perimeter, and 19 of Lin Dong's companions were quickly slaughtered. But Lin Dong, being their commander, was captured alive. For 2 long hours, Lin Dong was subjected to the worst forms of torture. His nails had been pulled off, his skin was torn off and sprinkled with salt, and his limbs were broiled over the fire. When he still didn't succumb to their interrogation, they blinded him by gouging his eyes out. And as if that wasn't enough, the blistered flesh of his legs was sliced off and thrown in the fire, leaving the white of his bones visible. He was tortured to the point where he resembled neither human nor ghost, and in the end, he succumbed, in exchange for a quick death. The man who killed Lin Dong was enormous in size and had a thick beard. He wore a camouflage smock without any emblems. His 7-man team sat around the campfire, having their fill of roasted wild boar meat when the huge bearded man issued a command in English: "The target is going to show up soon, prepare for combat." The 7 men gobbled down the remaining roasted meat in their hands, then picked up their weapons and headed off to their positions, spreading out like phantoms in all directions of the forest. They hid under cover of night and blended in with the forest, like a giant web waiting for their prey to spring the trap. Xiao Luo and Ji Xing were in their dark combat gear and had arrived at the foot of Mount Luo to deal with the mercenaries. Under a shroud of darkness, they slowly crept towards Mountain Luo. The crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating their way as they navigated through the thick, dark forest. The weather was chilly, cold enough to form a mist when one exhaled. It was dead silent in the forest, with the sound of running mountain streams and the occasional call of night birds. "Look, there's a fire." Ji Xing was the first to see the faint glow of the campfire halfway up the mountain and made haste to get there, but Xiao Luo stopped her. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking puzzled. "Wait. Something is not quite right here." Xiao Luo took on a stern expression as he eyed the sight. "Lighting a campfire does not make any sense. Why would they give out their position? Experienced mercenaries of this level are unlikely to make such a basic mistake when on a mission." But Lin Dong said. "Contact him again now," Xiao Luo said. Ji Xing nodded, took out her communicator, and tried to contact Lin Dong, but there was no response. "His communicator is turned off." "Turned off?" Xiao Luo considered the possibilities as he scanned the area leading to the campsite. "Something has happened to them. They probably turned off their communicators for fear of exposing themselves," Ji Xing said. No, there was something about Lin Dong's voice during the call earlier. He seemed to be trying to suppress pain. Ji Xing couldn't disagree. Lin Dong's voice did sound somewhat unusual. "Then are we going up or not?" she asked. "No hurry, let me think about it." Xiao Luo stroked his chin in contemplation. He was aware that this had to be a trap, and the Cobra mercenaries were just waiting for them to step into it. Once they exposed themselves, snipers would take them out in an instant. He looked at Ji Xiying's backpack. Do you have the flares with you? Yes, Ji Xiying replied with a nod. That should make his job a little easier. Xiao Luo pointed to several points on the opposite hill. You go up that hill and launch a flare from there. After that, move to that vantage point over there and launch another one. And then head to that location and launch a third one. He needed to confirm the positions of all 8 Cobra mercenaries, and once he knew where they were, he would find a way into the area. Ji Xiying made her way to the adjacent hill, as instructed by Xiao Luo. She was a grade C soldier and had undergone intensive special combat training, therefore negotiating the climb across the mountain terrain in the night posed no challenge to her. She reached the first location without much effort, then unscrewed the flare's cap and pulled hard on the firing cord to discharge the device. It shot out with a muffled burst and rose high into the air, emitting a dazzling light as it slowly floated down to the ground. For half a minute, it illuminated the ground below over a radius of several hundred meters. As Ji Xiying headed for the second location, she couldn't help thinking how the parachute flare resembled the Golden Crow, one of legend. The Cobra mercenaries were positioned halfway up Mount Luo, and seeing the flare go off, they immediately tried to work out the point from where it was discharged. Despite staying hidden, Xiao Luo was able to detect their subtle movements. 3 confirmed. Xiao Luo's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, being fortified by the abilities of the King of Mercenaries and the Yi Jingjing. Then, as suddenly as the flare illuminated the surrounding area, the ground fell into darkness. At this point, Xiao Luo began to advance under cover of darkness toward the halfway point of Mount Luo. Soon, Ji Xiying arrived at her second location, and she quickly launched another flare. Seeing another flare shot from a different direction, the Cobra mercenaries shifted in their positions once again to make an assessment. 5 confirmed. As soon as the second flare was fired, Xiao Luo hit the ground and lay prone, hidden by the tall grass. As he scanned the area, the corners of his mouth lifting to form a smile. When the last flare was fired, the positions of 2 more mercenaries were confirmed. Xiao Luo had now located 7 of them, but he knew they had 8 men. He pondered his next course of action if he should wait for the next flare to establish the 8th man's position or strike. It was time to make his move. Moving stealthily like a phantom, Xiao Luo crept toward the Cobra mercenaries unseen. The 7 Cobra mercenaries were deployed in 2-man fire teams, with one of the teams carrying an additional man. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Luo had quietly crawled through the tall grass and was now positioned not far away from the first team. This was the team with the additional man, and they were well camouflaged, scanning the surroundings through their night vision goggles. Xiao Luo kept still, only his eyes moved as he stared at the soldiers, like a stalking predator waiting for the right time to strike. Have you spotted the target? No, nothing over here. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps. Something's wrong. The 3 whispered through their headsets, oblivious to the shadow lurking in the darkness close by. Then, without warning, 2 black daggers came from behind 2 soldiers and were quickly pressed against their throats. They were highly trained grade B mercenaries, with well-honed skills and heightened senses beyond ordinary men's limits. But before either of them could even react, the blades slashed across their throats. Croak. There was no scream, but just a faint wheezing sound as the dagger sliced deeply and severed their windpipes. Their glazed eyes stared blankly, and they died without another sound. The 3rd mercenary, a burly man, hissed in shock when he realized his 2 companions had been attacked. Instinctively, he turned around and fired off continuous bursts with his submachine gun, spraying the area with an indiscriminate hail of bullets. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Flames flashed from the muzzle, and the piercing sound broke the silence of Mount Luo. The burly man panicked, horrified to find nothing behind him, except for the two dead bodies of his comrades lying still on the ground. He gathered his nerves and composed himself. He immediately contacted the other fire teams over the headset. Number 3 to Cobra, target located, target located. Where's the target now? A cold voice responded. I don't know. What do you mean? Number 3, the burly man, broke out in a cold sweat as he scanned the immediate area with his night vision goggles. There was no sign of the target at all. Where was he? He's a phantom, incredibly quick. He's just disappeared after taking down number 1 and number 2. B*****. A voice cursed over the headset and immediately ordered the others to head toward number 3's position with haste. The burly man stayed alert, but he was becoming very nervous and jumpy, imagining every blade of grass and tree to be his enemy. He felt the strong presence, an overwhelming aura of a predator waiting to strike. He was sweating profusely, and suddenly, his hair stood on end as he felt a chilling presence right behind him. He swung around and pulled the trigger, sweeping the area in an arch. Then, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was taken by surprise, and he immediately knew he had underestimated the burly man. He was about to deliver a mortal blow, but the Cobra mercenary reacted instantly and fired his submachine gun. He was barely able to dodge the incoming rounds, and had he been a split second too slow, he would have taken more than a dozen bullets in his chest. B****, I'll kill you. The burly man gritted his teeth and yelled, firing controlled bursts at the quick-moving target, as Xiao Luo darted about like a phantom. When he depleted the clip, the burly man immediately switched magazines, but while as he was loading the clip, he heard a loud snap followed a creaking sound. Xiao Luo had just smashed the trunk of a pine tree with a hefty kick. Crack! The pine tree snapped into two and came crashing down, rustling through the foliage as it fell toward the burly man. And as he tried to avoid the crashing tree, he found his head caught in a vice-like grip. The strong hand that held his chin snapped the head sideways, breaking his neck. The man lost all control of his body, and as he slumped to the ground, all he saw was a young man attired in dark combat gear staring at him. Xiao Luo. Since you have come here, then stay forever. Xiao Luo stood there to watch the burly man die. Blood was flowing out of his nose and mouth as his life force slowly slipped away. Bang! A high-velocity round whistled through the trees and almost hit him. It grazed his face and cut him like a sharp dagger, leaving a scar on his cheek. Following the shot, an intense barrage of bullets flew in his direction. Evidently, the remaining 5 of the Cobra mercenaries had arrived, and they were well armed, with every man equipped with night vision equipment. Xiao Luo could not stay in one place for too long to avoid being hit. As he constantly changed his position, he slowly led the mercenaries further into the Mount Luo forest. As a child, he had spent a lot of time running all over Mount Luo, and he was thoroughly familiar with the trails and terrain of the mountain. As he kept leading them in circles, the Cobra mercenaries began to feel the strain of keeping up. Whoosh! 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 Several rocket-propelled grenades streaked through the air and blasted into the ground close to where Xiao Luo was last seen. The entire mountainside shook, and the air reeked of explosives. Unaware that Xiao Luo had already circled behind them, they stood looking at the direction of the blasts, trying to assess the situation. Suddenly, in a single attack, 3 of the mercenaries howled in pain and fell immediately, forming a pool of blood around them. Before the remaining 2 men could react, Xiao Luo vanished from sight again. Come out. If you are truly capable, come out, and we'll have a duel. The 2 men dropped their firearms and drew out their combat knives, as they yelled into the darkness. Their firearms were useless against their swift and silent adversary, and they chose to take a more direct approach, a duel. Very well, I accept. A voice echoed eerily around the forest, then, moving silently about like a phantom, Xiao Luo pounced from behind a large tree and attacked the men. He instantly pushed them back with his extreme speed and overwhelming power. He saw an opening and delivered a stinging blow with his right palm through the defense of one man, thumping him directly on his chest. The force of the blow surged through the man's body, and the man went limp instantly as his chest collapsed. Crack! Xiao Luo's palm broke his ribs, and the palm went through his chest cavity, fully exposing the ruptured heart. Footnote 1. The Golden Crow, a tripedal creature in Chinese mythology, usually depicted as a three-legged crow. Legend has it that 10 of them lived in the sun, and during a calamitous period when all 10 descended on earth, the famed celestial archer, Hui, shot all but one, thus saving the world. Arg! He took a tremendous blow, and his body sailed back some distance, before smashing into a pine tree that was as thick as a man's thigh, uprooting it. He was struck so forcefully that it felt like he'd been hit by a freight train. He was thrown back like a doll, with his back facing upwards, and crashed into the ground, with the tree falling next to him. A stream of blood flowed from his opened mouth. The man's arms were both broken and bright, and fresh blood was splattered everywhere. His disfigured body laid motionlessly in a pool of blood, a lifeless corpse. Another member of the Cobra Mercenary Corps now faced Xiao Luo, and his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Luo's fearsome demeanor and blood-drenched palms, and thought to himself, is that a man or a beast? How can he have such terrifying explosive powers? Looks like the NSA has slightly overestimated you, Xiao Luo said, giving him a chilling glare. As far as he was concerned, these mercenaries weren't even at level B, as Long San Kue, who was rated a level B, was a much more formidable opponent. Hiya! Despite knowing that he was no match for Xiao Luo, this member of Cobra Mercenary Corps roared viciously and leaped at Xiao Luo, delivering a series of attacking maneuvers with only a combat knife in his hand. Every slash and thrust was delivered with killing force. These mercenaries had lived on the edge all their lives, and they all shared a common trait: they had dignity, and their pride would not allow them to flee in defeat. Xiao Luo comfortably dodged his attacking moves, and then, in a quick counter-attack, he parried a strike with his own black dagger. Clank! The distinctive ring of clashing steel blades echoed across the open ground, and an immense force recoiled back into the Cobra mercenary's combat knife. The Cobra mercenary was suddenly unable to firmly grip his weapon as he watched it slip from his hand and drop to the ground. He saw blood oozing between his fingers and felt the pain as he realized the entire webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been ripped open by the wave of energy that surged from the clashing blades. As he froze, still in shock, Xiao Luo delivered a swift punch, snapping his neck immediately. Xiao Luo did a mental headcount of the Cobra Mercenary Corps and determined that one man still remained. And right at that moment, a chilling voice came from behind him. I have always been in awe of the Hua nation as it is remarkably mysterious. I'm well aware that many past masters willingly disguised themselves as mere mortals, and remain hidden in many parts of this vast land. I never expect that our target this time to be one of them. Xiao Luo turned over and saw a huge bearded man. A sturdy-looking Caucasian, standing at about 2 meters tall, strode towards him from a distance. He was a giant of a man and held a hostage firmly next to him, and as Xiao Luo squinted to make out who it was, he realized that it was none other than Ji Xiying. Needless to say, this bearded man was the 8th member of Cobra Mercenary Corps. That was why Xiao Luo couldn't find him earlier on, as he had quietly sneaked up onto Ji Xiying. Release her! Xiao Luo shouted, gritting his teeth. Release her? The bearded man looked at Ji Xiying. Her hands were bound firmly with a rope, and with his large hand, he clasped her by the collar. He laughed, shaking his head, and said, No, she is my bargaining chip. If I release her, how can I complete my mission? Release her, and I'll let you die in one piece. If you don't, I will rip you into 8 pieces. Xiao Luo's icy voice carried across the field, and his eyes glowered with a dangerous glint that looked like he meant every word he said. The bearded man laughed out loud, sounding like he had just heard a hilarious joke and said, "It seems that you haven't figured out what the situation is now. Do I need to explain?" His voice stopped abruptly. Without any warning, Xiao Luo rushed directly at him at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Luo was right in front of him, poised for a strike. And suddenly, the black dagger was in his hand, aiming for the bearded man's throat like the fang of a wild beast. The attack happened so swiftly that the huge bearded man could not even parry the strike if he intended. Flustered and in a panic, he let go of Ji Xing and jumped back, opening up a distance of 5 to 6 meters between him and Xiao Luo. Ji Xing was disoriented, and her vision was hazy. One moment a firm hand was grabbing her by the collar, and at the next moment, she was cuddled safely in a warm, protective embrace. "Get back!" Xiao Luo told Ji Xing as he let go of her. The bearded man snorted in disdain, and his large frame bore toward Xiao Luo. He wielded a broad steel blade, and he suddenly slashed downward at Xiao Luo at an incredible speed, intent on taking Xiao Luo's life in a single stroke. Aware of Xiao Luo's prowess, he had no choice other than the advantage of a preemptive attack to disable his opponent. Clink! 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 Within a matter of several breath cycles, the two adversaries had exchanged dozens of consecutive blows. Xiao Luo parried the attacks with his short black dagger as sparks flew from the clashing blades. After the intense exchange, they stood a few meters apart. The bearded man was gasping for air, but Xiao Luo was a picture of calm, and he breathed easily like someone on a stroll. "I don't need this to deal with you." Xiao Luo flung the black dagger to the ground. This man was supposedly rated at a level B soldier, but was not worthy of his respect. Having just fought the other two men, he had a comprehensive understanding of their techniques and this man's capabilities. The corner of the huge bearded man's mouth twitched as he felt his dignity being trampled upon. "You will pay a hefty price for your arrogance." "Hiya!" The veins on his forehead bulged, and a deep, deafening roar rumbled from his throat. He charged at Xiao Luo like a raging bull with a terrifying aura, intent on killing his foe. In 5 quick steps, he leaped high into the air, and the broadsword in his hand sliced across in an arch aimed directly at Xiao Luo's skull. Keeping his eyes on his attacker, Xiao Luo faintly snorted and clapped his hands above him. Clank, bam! A crisp explosive sound erupted from the impact, both a ringing of metal and a dull thunderous clap. The huge bearded man's eyes protruded as he stared at the sight before him in disbelief. Xiao Luo had the steel broadsword sandwiched between his bare palms. Ji Xing, observing the fight from a short distance away, was wide-eyed in shock. To be able to trap a swinging broadsword wielded by a level B soldier, what level would he be in? Level S. Huh. Xiao Luo sneered, "You wish to compete with me? You are a little far behind." Bullsh *T. The huge bearded man suddenly regained his senses and exerted all his strength, forcing the edge of the sword down towards Xiao Luo's skull. Xiao Luo inhaled slowly, and then in a sudden burst, he swiveled while shifting to his left, instantly releasing his grip on the blade and positioning himself beside the bearded man. Then pivoting on his left leg, he snapped his right leg across the bearded man's abdomen like a whip. Pow! Xiao Luo delivered the kick with an overwhelming force, surging across like a tsunami. The energy exploded into the body of the huge bearded man, and he turned pale and trembled before he was thrown back. He was blown away like a cannonball, bringing down 3 pine trees before finally crashing hard. The broadsword left his hand and sailed away to fall into some bushes near the trees. Ji Xing was in a stupor. The bearded man was a level B mercenary, but he appeared so frail before Xiao Luo. Just how was this possible? If she had not witnessed this with her very own eyes, she would never have believed it. Xiao Luo didn't say a word as he strode ominously toward the fallen man. He raised the huge bearded man, now drenched in blood, from the bushes like he was lifting a puppy, and dumped him on the open ground. He asked, "I suppose you can put me in touch with Kunsa?" The bearded man clenched his jaw, giving a look that he would rather die than submit. "It looks like you have really tough bones. But it's all right, I like to deal with tough guys. I hope you can continue to maintain your toughness." Xiao Luo stepped away to pick up his black dagger, then walked back unhurriedly. "What are you trying to do?" the huge bearded man muttered, almost whispering as he winced in pain. "Relax, you'll know later." Xiao Luo smiled as he held the man's head with his left hand. He dragged the sharp tip of the dagger quickly around the top of the bearded man's forehead. It was a surgical incision, seeming just to scratch the bone of the skull. The huge bearded man didn't feel the pain, and it was no more than a sting. But, at the very next moment, he felt like he had been plunged into hell's depths. Xiao Luo stared hard into the eyes of the huge bearded man, and with a smile of contempt, he peeled apart the sliced flesh, loosening it from the skull. Then with a violent jerk, he tore off the right half of the man's scalp. Rip. Half of the bearded man's scalp was ripped off, and the bloody piece of flesh and hair was flung to the ground. Blood flowed down over his anguished face, and the bone-white skull was visible under bits of red tissues that remained attached to the right side of his head. An excruciating pain shot through his entire body like a bolt. Arf. The bearded man was going into a state of shock, trembling uncontrollably, and screaming in agony. His miserable cries resembled the howls of evil spirits being thrown into the fiery pits of hell, echoing in the silent night. With half his scalp torn off, he was already overcome with pain, but there was a primal fear in his heart that exceeded everything else. The huge bearded man struggled to free himself, but Xiao Luo had what was left of his hair in a firm grip, and both his hands were pinned to the ground under the weight of Xiao Luo's feet. The immense force he exerted turned his face purple, and he was on the verge of fainting. Blood oozed copiously from the head wound. Ji Xiying stood close by, witnessing the gory scene, and gasped in horror. Her face turned pale, and she shook as she saw once again Xiao Luo's devilish side at work. "So, can you help me contact Kunsa now?" Xiao Luo asked, flashing the man a derisive smile. The bearded man nodded his head, his expression distorted by the overwhelming pain. He suddenly realized how the leader of the NSA squad felt when he had been tortured earlier, and couldn't help seeing its irony. Was this divine retribution? Xiao Luo took his foot off the man's hand and passed him a communication device. The huge bearded man endured the pain as he keyed a series of numbers with his trembling hand. "Cobra, have you succeeded in your mission?" a hoarse voice came from the communication device. "Boss, I am." The bearded man's voice was trembling. It was hard to accept that Xiao Luo's capabilities were far beyond his own, and his frenzied attacks seemed like a child's play going against such an opponent. As the chill breeze blew across his exposed flesh, it bit like a knife, cutting through his wounds. The unbearable pain left the 7-foot-tall bearded giant whimpering in tears. "What's wrong with you? What happened?" The voice from the communicator sounded anxious. Xiao Luo snatched the communicator from the bearded man and answered, "Nothing's wrong at all. It's just that your Cobra Mercenary Corps has failed in its mission." There was a pause, as Kunsa, on the other end of the communicator, was startled by the remark. Then a chilling voice came through. "Xiao Luo?" "Yes, of course, it's me." Hearing his reply, Kunsa sighed heavily. He was shocked that the elite mercenary squad he had deployed did not succeed in eliminating its target. This was far beyond what he had expected, anticipating that the Cobra Mercenary Corps would be capable enough to get rid of Xiao Luo. Unwilling to show any weakness, he kept his composure and said, well, congratulations on being alive." "Oh, really? Then I'll have to break some bad news to you. Only one of your Cobra mercenaries remains, and he is a man with a thick beard, Xiao Luo responded, raising his eyebrows as he said that. You scoundrel! Kun Sa said in rage. His standing in the Blackwater Company was already sliding, and now with the loss of Cobra Mercenary Corps, his position was bound to plummet to a new low. Xiao Luo was unruffled, and he continued goading Kun Sa. You are a citizen of the Hua Nation as well, so I would assume that you're aware of the Hua Nation's NSA? I'll leave this bearded man with the NSA, and if you're bold enough, come and retrieve him. Oh, and by the way, I'll be going to find you myself when I have the time. You can't be sending me gifts all the time, the least I can do is to return the courtesy, right? These remarks left Kun Sa's mind racing, and his heart palpitated wildly. Since when was Xiao Luo a part of the NSA? At #UN%. He almost let loose a torrent of expletives. If he had known Xiao Luo's identity as an NSA agent, he would never have deployed the Cobra Mercenary Corps to the Hua Nation. It was a momentary slip that resulted in significant losses, and he would need at least another 2 to 3 years to raise another elite squad. To add to his woes, he would have to bear the losses himself and would undoubtedly be challenged by the company's senior executives. Kid, I'm right here in North Carolina. I hope you have the courage to come over. Kun Sa was trying his best to contain his emotions, delivering his words in a cold, impassive tone. Oh, rest assured, I shall be standing before you sooner than later. Xiao Luo finished his sentence with a chilling smile and then ended the call. Ji Xiying stared silently at Xiao Luo, and her eyes were filled with a deep sense of trepidation. This was the side of Xiao Luo that terrified her, and she never knew what to expect next. The bearded man was now even more horrified. In his eyes, he saw a demon. Xiao Luo was a demon who could rip off a living person's scalp without a second thought. Where are the 20 NSA soldiers? Are they dead or alive? Xiao Luo asked him. They, all dead. The huge bearded man dared not tell a lie, not knowing what this demon would do next. Dead? Ji Xiying's eyes widened when she heard that. Although she had long guessed that the men had been killed, a part of her still harbored a sliver of hope that they may have survived. After all, these were 20 well-trained level C soldiers they were talking about. Were all of them really dead? Xiao Luo grabbed the bearded man by the collar and barked, "Lead me to them." He then pulled him up like a puppy and pushed him forward into a march. It didn't take long before they found the bodies of the 20 soldiers. 19 of them had their throats cut open, and the last man, Captain Lin Dong, was tortured beyond recognition. He no longer looked human, as every bit of skin on his body was shredded. His legs were stripped of flesh, leaving the bones exposed, looking like they were gnawed away by a school of piranhas, and his eyes were gouged out with daggers. It was a gruesome sight. He was tortured while he was still alive and suffered an unspeakable death. Staring down at Captain Lin Dong, Ji Xiying's eyes turned red immediately as she wept for him. He had been her partner at NSA, both hailing from Shanghai City, and he had taken great care of her during their journey there together. And she couldn't believe that he was now dead, suffering a long horrible death, by torture. Xiao Luo turned and glared at the bearded man, slumped on the ground next to the corpse, exactly where Xiao Luo had dumped him. You pulled out all of his nails and sprinkled salt on his wounds, then you sliced off the flesh from his legs, a piece at a time, and grilled them in fire like having a barbecue. Not bad, you really do know how to have fun. I am sorry. The bearded man cowered, repeatedly apologizing with tears forming in his eyes. He knew from Xiao Luo's eyes what was to come. Xiao Luo was oblivious to his pleas. He squatted down beside the corpse and placed his dagger in Lin Dong's stiff, lifeless hand. He closed the dead man's fingers over the knife's handle, and speaking to the dead captain, he said, "I'm sure that what you wish to do the most is to kill him with your own hands." When he had spoken, with one hand on the shoulder, he turned Lin Dong's body to its side, and with his other, he held on to the dead man's hand that gripped the knife. Then, the dagger was thrust toward his tormentor, now lying paralyzed next to him. Erg. The blade penetrated the bearded man's heart slowly, as blood instantly splattered from the wound. The bearded man's eyes bulged, and blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dong's lifeless face was staring at his tormentor, less than 20 centimeters away. As the bearded man died slowly, with a look of repentance on his face, the last thing he saw alive was the tortured face of Lin Dong, and poetic justice was served. Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying kneeled by the mountain stream to wash off the bloodstains on their bodies. Ji Xiying made a call to the county police department, and using the NSA credentials, requested a team to deploy to Mount Luo that very night. They would have the task of covertly disposing of the Cobra mercenaries' bodies strewn around the mountainside. With all the necessary arrangements made, they both headed back to Luo village. Back at the house, no one realized anything amiss. Earlier, both Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying had gone into the room together, and once inside, the volume on the TV was turned up to the maximum, before they stole out the window. And, no one, not Grandpa, Grandma, Xiao Ziyuan, or Hua Heng, suspected anything even after they returned. In fact, they all thought that Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying had been making out in the room, especially when they both came out looking drained from rigorous activity. Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Heng even beamed at each other, and quietly gave Xiao Luo an encouraging thumbs up. Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh nor cry, and the misunderstanding seemed to have deepened. New Year's Day was a very lively affair. Leading up to the new year, gongs and drums had been sounding over the last 3 days at the Sikong shrine, the new couplet had been mounted at its altar, and red lanterns hung at the front of every household. Kids were gaily dressed in their brand new garments, and joy and laughter pervaded the village, celebrating the start of the festive season. I guess you are disappointed that you cannot spend the new year in your hometown. Standing at the rooftop of the 3-story building and watching the people of Luo village setting off fireworks, Xiao Luo smiled and asked Ji Xiying, standing beside him. Ji Xiying's long, silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her captivating face that glowed with natural beauty. She had fair, smooth skin and delicate facial features that seemed to give her that alluring look. Ji Xiying was slender and well-limbed, neither too voluptuous nor too scrawny, and she had good posture and carried herself well. She had the attraction of the classic country belles from the canal towns in the south, famed for their unblemished beauty and even temperament. I don't have a hometown. Xiao Luo turned and glanced at her, a little confused. She stared back at him, blankly with a half-smile and said, I grew up in an orphanage. For a brief moment, Xiao Luo didn't know how to react, then he blurted. I'm sorry. It's okay. Ji Xiying's expression suddenly became very somber, and the smile on her face seemed to fade. This was the one part of her life that was a void. She had never known who her parents were or what they looked like. Spending time with Xiao Luo's family, indulging in their affairs, and the festive season's delights was a new experience. As they watched the spring festival gala together, one could only guess how envious she was. She pondered how it would feel to have grandparents who doted over her and to have parents who were kind and gentle. If she could trade 10 years of her life in exchange for that, she would agree without any hesitation. Often, she wondered if her biological parents had abandoned her at the orphanage because she was a girl. Mr. Xiao Luo. Can you lend me your shoulder? It was unusual for Ji Xiying to be so emboldened, but sensing the joys of families reuniting for the new year, and caught up in the moment, she gave in to her vulnerability and emotions. Sure, Xiao Luo nodded and said. Ji Xiying leaned gently against him, and no longer able to hold back, she began sobbing quietly. Xiao Luo didn't say a word, nor did he try to comfort her. He just stood there in silence and gazed serenely into the night sky. Fireworks rose high into the air, bursting into dazzling blooms of colorful lights and patterns. It was a beautiful sight to behold. On the 4th night of the new year, Ding Zhenyun, the son of his father's eldest sister, suddenly sent him an urgent message. Luo, please lend me 2,000 bucks. It's an emergency, so, please. Xiao Luo was somewhat concerned and frowned. His relationship with Ding Jinyun had always been good, and he had never before asked to borrow money from him. Besides, he was only a young man in his early 20s, and if he had needed money urgently, his aunt would undoubtedly have helped him. So, asking for money out of the blue was a little peculiar. In obvious desperation, Ding Jinyun called Xiao Luo directly moments after sending the message. Luo, are you tight on budget? Can you lend me 2,000 bucks? It's an emergency. Listening to Ding Jinyun's desperate plea, Xiao Luo agreed without asking for any details. And, after hanging up the call, he immediately transferred $2,000 via WeChat Pay. However, within just a few days, Ding Jinyun called him again. Luo, can you lend me some more money? Xiao Luo was a little puzzled, and this time around, he did ask, what are you going to do with the money? How much you want this time? 10,000. 10,000? 5,000 will do, if you don't have 10,000. Please help me, Luo, Ding Jinyun pleaded. Xiao Luo was convinced that something wasn't quite right and said, what exactly are you up to? Sigh, Luo, I'll be honest with you. I'm involved in this project. As long as I can funnel in $30,000, I'd be able to earn back the capital within half a year. And after that, I'll be making tons of money. I already have $20,000. I'm just short of another 10,000. Please help me if you're okay at the moment, Ding Jinyun said. Pyramid scheme? These two words immediately appeared in Xiao Luo's mind. He asked, what project is this? It's about developing a program that will be used in the billing system of high-speed rails and buses. It's complicated, I can't explain it to you in such a short time, but what I'm sure of is that it's very profitable. My friend is already driving a BMW and even visits the hot chicks at the club very often. Ding Jinyun sounded agitated, and he spoke dreamily about the project like he was high on drugs. Luo, do you want to invest some money too? The more you invest, the more you will get back. If you invest, say 100,000, it'll turn into $300,000 or $400,000 in the following year. I'm only telling you this, because you're my cousin. This is one hell of a way to get rich. Xiao Luo was sure that this kid had been brainwashed. Every investment came with its own inherent risks. There was no such thing as a risk-free project that could give one a considerable profit from a small investment sum. Jinyun, where are you now? I'm in Shanghai, Ding Jinyun said. Didn't you return home for the new year? Xiao Luo said with surprise. Well, I used to go home every year, but I'm experiencing New Year away from home this year. I want to work hard and earn money for my parents' sake. It'll only be a year. When I get myself a car, I'll go home every year. Xiao Luo shook his head and sighed. Aunt must be anxious about you not going home. I'm already over 20. I'm not a kid anymore, so what's there to worry? Luo, let's leave that aside. Please lend me $5,000, I'll pay you back when I start earning money, Ding Jinyun said, seeming to be a little impatient. I can lend you the money, but you must come home. There's a direct trainway from Shanghai to our city. It'll just take you 8 hours to make a trip home. Luo, I have things to do here, I don't have time to go back, Ding Jinyun responded. Come back, and I'll help you go through your project proposal. If your proposal can convince me, I'll invest $100,000 in your project, Xiao Luo said, casting a bait too attractive to ignore. Ding Jinyun was silent for a moment, then complying with Xiao Luo's condition, he replied, fine, I will go back tomorrow. After the call ended, Xiao Luo immediately phoned his aunt, Xiao Jianying, to find out more about Ding Jinyun. Xiao Jianying was in a jovial mood when they first spoke, but when the subject of Ding Jinyun was raised, she lost control of her emotions and began crying. Xiao Luo, it's like he has changed into a different person now. He is forcing your uncle and me to give him money to make some investment. I said that we don't have money, and we still have lots of debt to pay off, but he just won't listen. He insisted that we transfer $30,000 to him. Your uncle and I are almost going mad. As Xiao Jianying continued talking to Xiao Luo over the phone, it became harder for her to control her emotions, and she suddenly broke down. She recounted to him what had been happening of late. Whenever she received a call from Ding Jinyun, he would ask her for money to make an investment. It started with a sum of 100,000, and later it came down to 30,000. It had come to a point where she was now afraid of receiving any calls from Ding Jinyun. Aunt Jianying's family wasn't wealthy, and even the house loan they made a few years ago had not been entirely paid off. They simply didn't have the money for Ding Jinyun to make an investment. I don't know why he has become like this, he's gone mad. If we don't give him money, he'll go borrow it from his friends and relatives. Your uncle said that he's gotten into referral marketing and has been brainwashed, so he won't listen to anyone. If we try to talk to him about it, he'll get angry and scream at us. Even your uncle's relationship with him has soured, Xiao Jianying said. Xiao Luo frowned with mixed feelings, as he recalled that his cousin, Ding Jinyun, was a filial son with a very gentle personality, and he was likable as a person. He could not imagine Ding Jinyun yelling at his uncle, that would certainly be out of character. What made him change so drastically, was his freedom being restricted somehow? Was someone in front of him and guiding him when he made the call? Was his irascible display merely a disguise to obtain help from his family? It wasn't surprising because some MLM organizations would use extreme methods to get results from their recruited members. He asked, "Have you called the police?" "We did, but the police can't do anything and told us that since he can still be contacted, there is no way for them to record it as a case. The police told us that if we truly suspect that he has gone into referral marketing, we should just stop sending him money and then just go and get him back. But he won't tell us where is he exactly in Shanghai," Xiao Jianying said, calming down a little, but her words were filled with sorrow that reflected her sense of helplessness. "Aunt, he said he'll make a trip back tomorrow," said Xiao Luo. Xiao Jianying shook her head and said, "No, he won't. Previously, your uncle tried to entice him by saying that he can apply for a loan if he comes back. He agreed at first, but later on, he asked your uncle to help him with the application and transfer the money to his account when the loan was approved." Xiao Luo let out a long sigh. "All right, don't worry, Aunt. I have plans to go to Shanghai this year. Leave Jinyun to me. If he's really gotten into MLM, I'll get him out for sure." Xiao Luo, "Thank you, Aunt, we'll remember this forever." Xiao Jianying thanked him profusely. After ending the call, Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, "It seems like I have a lot of things to do in Shanghai when I get back there." Turning to Ji Xiying, he asked, "Are there a lot of MLM organizations in Shanghai?" Ji Xiying considered for a moment and replied, "Yes, it seems that their numbers have been on the rise in recent years. Every once in a while, there will be news of police raiding the bases of MLM organizations." "Is that so? Looks like I'll have to refresh myself on the latest developments in Shanghai." Xiao Luo smiled gently. If Ding Jinyun had been brainwashed, then saying anything to him now would serve no purpose. Ding Jinyun would only see that person as someone getting in the way of his success and fortune. To save him, one had to get Ding Jinyun to realize himself that this was a scam. Such things couldn't be hurried, and locating him was all that mattered for the time being. The next day, as Aunt Jianying had predicted, Ding Jinyun gave the excuse that he didn't have the time to go home. He told Xiao Luo to go and seek him out whenever he was in Shanghai, and that he would take Xiao Luo along on a path to get rich together. While Xiao Luo's first reaction was to scoff at such a hilarious suggestion, he sympathized with his cousin. Ding Jinyun graduated from a polytechnic college and worked as a machine operator in a factory, earning around 3,000 a month. He was filial, driven to find success, and eager to alter his destiny, to give his parents a better life. Unfortunately, this was precisely the kind of mentality most prone to being manipulated by multi-level marketing agents. Xiao Luo was in no position to help out before, but now that he was able to, he would certainly do what he could for his aunt's family. When they had just begun rebuilding the farm, he had discussed the business plan at length with his father, Xiao Ziyuan. Then, Xiao Ziyuan invited two of his aunts to join the venture and came up with a name for the farm project, Mount Luo Ranch. As soon as Xiao Luo's fund was in place, excavators, bulldozers, concrete mixers, and a team of engineers were mobilized. An army of personnel and equipment converged on the village to begin the construction work. The entire Luo village rippled with excitement, and in every household, stories about Xiao Luo were frequently told with enthusiasm. How much is Xiao Luo actually earning out there? He's transforming his father's farm into a leisure farm. That is truly a generous sum of money. Looks like we've all underestimated Xiao Luo. He's the most excellent youth in your village. Everyone in the village praised Xiao Luo. To be so bold as to carry out a large-scale project to transform his father's isolated farm signified his true capability and courage, as it was located at a deserted piece of land that was thousands of acres wide. When the news of the Mount Luo Ranch project and Xiao Luo's capabilities spread, their family's reputation soared to new heights, not only in their own but in all villages within 10 miles of Luo village. Instantly, Xiao Luo became a local celebrity in Gushan, and people delighted in talking about his achievements and exploits. But there were some voices of dissent as well. Xiao Chodong, who had already been discharged from the hospital, was among those who were perpetually bad-mouthing Xiao Luo. He kept telling everyone that Xiao Luo had managed to ensnare a rich girl, and it was her wealth that paid for the farm construction. Xiao Luo was nothing more than a gigolo. It came to the point that many of Luo's villagers had had enough of him, and they simply told him off in his face. So what if Xiao Luo's a gigolo? If he has what it takes to be one, then good for him. If you're capable enough, you should try and get yourself a rich girl as well. Yeah, your mouth is so full of crap, you jealous sod. In the past, I felt that Xiao Luo was inferior to you. But now, I realize that it is you that's inferior to him. You can't even be compared to even a single strand of his hair. Xiao Chodong was shocked by the support given to Xiao Luo and left speechless. He left his home at Luo village, along with his wife and kids, to return to Zhoukou city. Before leaving, he let loose his rage and shouted at everyone in the village, "You're all a bunch of imbeciles. Go ahead then, continue sucking up to Xiao Luo. Let me see if their family will reward you with even a spoonful of grain." As soon as he said that, a sudden realization smacked him right back in his face. The land, spanning across 1,000 acres, was a consolidation of land plots belonging to the villagers. And after it was converted into a leisure farm, every household would become a shareholder in the venture, and enjoy dividends from the farm's year-end performance. Not surprisingly, only Xiao Chodong was excluded. Xiao Luo made no plans to include the land that belonged to his family. Finally, realizing what was happening, Xiao Chodong almost vomited blood. The plan to make every household a shareholder wasn't Xiao Luo's way of getting back at Xiao Chodong. He wasn't such a petty man. His motives were much more than that, to drive the enthusiasm and garner the Luo villagers' support, thus preventing possible conflicts and making it easier to develop the leisure farm. With Xiao Luo's legacy spreading far and wide, visits to his grandparents' home now became more frequent. Many of them, friends and relatives who had not been in contact for several years, suddenly emerged like wild mushrooms after the rain. This certainly gave credence to an old saying, "When you are poor, even if you live in a crowded city, you will be alone. But when you are rich, even if you live in the uninhabited mountains, the most distant relatives will come flocking to you." Xiao Luo's uncle, who had once humiliated his father in his presence, also appeared one day to pay them a visit. He came with his son Hua Sharong, and they brought along some fine wine and other gifts. However, his uncle had barely spoken a few words before asking about a loan from Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, now that you're rich, could you possibly lend me $400,000? I have my eyes on a second-hand house in the county. I've already settled the deposit, I'm just waiting to pay off the full amount now. His uncle, Hua Dexing, spoke with great enthusiasm as he tried to compel his nephew into making the loan. His cousin, Hua Sharong, leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed, acting like he was in his own home. His shifty eyes kept roaming fleetingly to Ji Xiying, who was sitting gracefully beside Xiao Luo. Hua Dexing was attired in a blue shirt with his hair neatly combed, and he looked an imposing man, with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes and streaks of white hair that told his age. His son, Hua Sharong, was dressed more casually, looking a little sloven, and he carried himself with the air of a playboy. At the precise moment that Xiao Dexing mentioned the loan, Hua Hang stepped into the house, having just gotten back from the farm. She looked like she'd been working at the farm and even had some mud on her clothes. Brother Dexing, Sharong. Hua Hang greeted Hua Dexing and Hua Sharong warmly. Hang, why have you come back alone? Where's Ziyuan? Hua Dexing asked. There's a group of people working on the farm right now. He wants to be there to watch over them so that they do not cut corners. So I came back alone, Hua Hang replied, smiling. Hua Dexing chuckled and said, Does he still hate me? No, why should Ziyuan hold a grudge against you? Hua Hang responded. Haha, auntie, you are so hypocritical. Uncle definitely hates my father for not lending him the money before. Did you say that he wants to be there and watch the workmen? It's not like Uncle knows anything about construction. I can guarantee you that even if they were cutting corners, Uncle would not realize it, Hua Sharong said. He then took a banana from the table, peeled it, and began devouring it in large bites. Hua Hang glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about, Sharong? Your uncle is just tied up at the moment. No matter how her husband had been treated before, the fact was that they were a family, and that wouldn't change. Hua Dexing stared at Hua Sharong and rebuked him, just keep quiet and munch on your banana. You're almost 30, but you still talk without using your brain. He turned to Hua Hang with a smile and said, Hang, you and I are siblings, so I'll just be direct with you. Actually, I'm here to borrow some money. Borrow money? Hua Hang glanced at Xiao Luo, her expression changed as she asked, How much do you wish to borrow? Not much. Should be a drop in the bucket for Xiao Luo. Just $400,000, that's all, Hua Dexing replied, taking a sip of his tea then grinning. $400,000? Hua Hang gulped and thought bitterly, if 400,000 wasn't considered much, then what was? He was making light of the loan. Hua Dexing spoke casually and squinted his eyes a little, giving off a kindly look. I got my sights on this second-hand house in the county, which I found through my connections. It sits in the north while facing south, and the balcony in the master bedroom faces a river. It's a 100-square-meter house and only costs $600,000. I've already paid the $50,000 deposit, and I have to pay off the balance within 3 days, so I'm just short of $400,000. Brother, this $400,000 is a lot, Hua Hang said with a troubled expression on her face. Is $400,000 a lot? I've already heard everything and that the leisure farm you're setting up now involves a total investment of $8 million. So, $400,000 is just an insignificant sum compared to that, Hua Dexing interjected, slightly agitated, and not allowing Hang to complete what she was about to say. It is because we've already made an $8 million investment that it'll be difficult for us to lend $400,000 now all in one go, she responded. Borrowing $400,000, wasn't this asking for too much? She knew that her son Xiao Luo was good for it, but why should he lend them his hard-earned money? It wasn't like her son's money grew on trees. Hang, by saying that, you're making it like our relationship is meaningless. Remember, I'm your brother, said Hua Dexing. You're all my brothers, but some matters have to be dealt with separately, we can't see things only from that perspective. Hua Hang was adamant and stood her ground. Enough. Hua Dexing angrily waved his hand, and his expression changed in an instant. I'm just going to ask you one question. Are you going to lend me the money or not? If I can't pay off the remaining balance within 3 days, the $50,000 deposit will be gone. So, are you really not going to help me with it? He demanded. No. A firm answer came in reply, from Xiao Luo's mouth. Putting down his teacup, Xiao Luo looked directly at Hua Dexing and said, Uncle, you are welcome to visit us anytime. But if you wish to borrow money, please leave. Hua Dexing was startled as he didn't expect Xiao Luo to be so resolute and to dare speak out. He stared back with a sinister grin and said, Xiao Luo, should this be the tone when you talk to your own uncle? Xiao Luo lifted his head again and snorted faintly. My own uncle, you say? Do you remember how you treated my father back then when he came to you asking for help? He brought you a load of gifts, and you threw everything out and asked him to get out. I will never forget my father's disappointment, and he even forced himself to smile while he looked at me. You say you're my uncle, but when did you ever treat me like your nephew? And when did you ever treat my father as your brother-in-law? You can choose to not lend money, but why must you insult my father and destroy his dignity as a man? With these words, Hua Hang's eyes turned red. Although she wasn't present when it happened, from her man's sullen expression after returning home, she could guess what had taken place. This incident had always haunted her, and the pain never left her heart. Hua Dexing was infuriated, and showing his vindictive nature, he began laughing. Did I say anything wrong? What good can possibly come from that farm of his? Gold won't surface from that pool of mud, he's just stupid, like those pigs he rears. Of all the things he can do, he insisted on doing that farming nonsense. It has been 7 years, yet he's still where he started. Has he made a name for himself? No, right? Ji Xing frowned and knitted her brows. The last thing she expected was that Xiao Luo's own uncle could turn out to be such a lowly person. Outsiders have no right to comment on my father's affairs, Xiao Luo retorted. Since he tried to borrow money from me, I am qualified to speak. Then there's no need to talk further. Goodbye. Xiao Luo said, gesturing toward the door. Hua Xiaorong suddenly stood up, pointed his finger at Xiao Luo, and scowled. Xiao Luo, you don't even respect your own uncle, you damned disrespectful piece of sh*t. Who do you think you are? Xiao Luo glared at him and warned, put your finger away. Hua Xiaorong scoffed, so what if I point at you? Do you think I don't know about your story? All you ever did was to win the heart of this rich girl beside you. If not for her, you will be worth less than a pile of dung in my arg. A horrible shriek filled the room. In the next instant, Hua Xiaorong was whimpering on the ground, holding his finger in pain, as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Having seen it happen, Ji Xing was wide-eyed and in awe. In a split second, Xiao Luo's hand shot out and snapped Hua Xiaorong's offending index finger, before swiftly retracting. His actions were so fast that no one saw happen. Xiaorong. Hua Dexing called out to his son, then looked up and glared at Xiao Luo. What have you done? Xiao Luo grinned as if nothing had happened. Oh, I don't like people pointing their fingers and scolding at me. His finger is broken. If you bring him to the hospital in time, he'll get better in about 10 days, maybe half a month. You. Hua Dexing helped Hua Xiaorong up, and they promptly left. Seething as he walked past by Hua Hang, he stopped and said, what a great son you brought up. Hua Hang remained silent. To have such a brother was bad enough, but to be caught between him and her son, she didn't know how to react. "Hold up, take these things away, we don't need them." Xiao Luo pointed at the wine and gifts on the table. Hua Dexing turned his head around and eyeing Xiao Luo viciously, said, "That isn't necessary, I'll just treat it like I've given them to a dirty swine." "A dirty swine, huh?" Xiao Luo smiled, then before Hua Dexing could even react, Xiao Luo was right in front of him, landing a searing slap on his uncle's left cheek. Thwack! Hua Dexing stood in a state of shock, before he suddenly slumped to the floor, fainting from the blow. Hua Xiaorong was on the floor next to his father, sweating in terror, as he stared at Xiao Luo's fierce bearing. Grabbing Hua Dexing and Hua Xiaorong by the scruff, Xiao Luo dragged them out and hurled into the minivan they arrived with. He then went back into the house, retrieved the gifts they brought along, and dumped them into the vehicle. This was precisely how his father had been treated back then, and Xiao Luo wanted his uncle to know how it felt being humiliated. He couldn't understand how Hua Dexing could still have the gall to borrow money from him and even castigate him when he refused. It was as if he was in the wrong for not lending Hua Dexing the money. "Son, have we been a little too harsh?" Hua Hang said, a look of worry written all over her face. Xiao Luo shook his head. "It's true that he's my uncle, but that doesn't mean that he can just swagger in here and step on our heads, yelling at us as he pleases." While Hua Yang nodded, her brows were still knitted as she was feeling very uneasy about the affair. As for the Mount Luo Ranch project, Xiao Luo had initially thought that he would have to do everything himself. But after some observation, he realized that his father was more than capable of handling the work. The farm was gradually coming to shape according to the plan. He was somewhat relieved knowing that he could rely on someone else to oversee the project. At the same time, Luo Workshop was also restarting its operation for the new year. Zhang Dashan had come to Luo village, and couldn't help flaunting his image of prosperity as he drove in with his Land Rover SV autobiography. After he picked Xiao Luo up, they set off for Jiangqing City. Before expanding the company to Shanghai, Xiao Luo had to tie up loose ends at the Luo Workshop headquarters so that he could wholeheartedly focus on the company's development in Shanghai without worry. The New Year mood was slowly fading, and Xiao Luo came back in time for the Festival of Lanterns, after which he bid farewell to his family then embarked on his journey to Shanghai. Ji Xiying's business vehicle was on loan from the NSA's Zhoukou City branch. She was to return it upon her arrival at Zhoukou City as she wasn't expected to go to Shanghai anytime soon. Seeing that the entire Cobra mercenary corps had been wiped out and that 20 NSA fighters had perished at Luo Mountain, she had much to report to the authorities at NSA, Zhoukou City. "Mr. Xiao Luo, see you in Shanghai." At the branch station entrance, Ji Xiying parted with Xiao Luo and gave him a warm smile. She seemed to have developed an inexplicable feeling toward Xiao Luo. When she first met him, she only saw him as a devil who would kill without the slightest provocation. But having been around him for a while, she saw a different man. Xiao Luo was a filial son and a responsible man with a strong sense of honor and integrity. She couldn't help finding herself fascinated with him and attracted by his charm. Standing there with him at the entrance, there was a strong draft, and it was cold, but as she vividly remembered the night when she leaned on his shoulder, her heart warmed at the memory. "All right." Xiao Luo nodded, then turned and left. As Ji Xiying stood alone now, a tinge of disappointment showed on her alluring face. She was expecting him to say a little more, after what they had been through together. But as she glanced at the jade bracelet she wore on her wrist, she smiled with the innocence of a young girl who had just met her first love. It wasn't that she had forgotten about the bracelet, she intentionally chose not to remember it. Now that she thought about it, she pondered if Xiao Luo had also intentionally done the same, and in doing so, would the jade bracelet now belong to her? When she thought of that, her face flushed, looking as sweet as she had just eaten honey. At 6 p.m, Xiao Luo arrived at the airport. He heard the boarding call for passengers bound to Shanghai City announced, requiring passengers to proceed to the departure gate immediately. Before he picked up his luggage to make his way there, he sent a message to Suli, "Miss Su, I'll be arriving at the Shanghai City Airport at around 8 p.m. tonight. Okay, I'll send my men to pick you up at exit A." Suli only replied with a single sentence, nothing more. Xiao Luo didn't send any more messages out and switched his phone to airplane mode. After queuing through the gate, he walked along the aerobridge into the plane. At the cabin door, the purser and a flight attendant greeted each boarding passenger. "Yo, pretty lady, why don't you give me your contact? You look like my girlfriend." A male passenger flirted with the flight attendant as he boarded the plane. Indeed, it was a cringe-worthy, tacky pickup line. The flight attendant pretended not to hear him and continued welcoming the other passengers. She was an attractive lady, and even Xiao Luo took several glances at her. She was possibly in her early 20s, her dark silky hair was pulled back neatly into a bun, revealing her fair complexion. Delicate wisps of hair at the nape of her neck added a captivating allure. She had a light fringe which accentuated her high forehead and seemed to be the vogue among flight attendants. She had a delicate face and exquisite features of unrivaled beauty, and she wore a light gloss on her lips. She had a slender figure and was dressed in a well-fitting uniform, slightly opened at the neckline and gracefully complemented by a silk scarf. She was quite a bewitching sight to behold. When Xiao Luo went through the cabin door, she greeted him with a smile and a courteous nod. A name was engraved on her tag pinned on her chest, Tan Ningfu, first-class flight attendant. This was the first time Xiao Luo had boarded a plane, and the way he saw it, it would be no different from riding a bus. He would just have to get to his assigned seat, and that was it. After the cabin door was closed, a pre-flight safety demonstration was carried out in the cabin. Xiao Luo sat in the first-class cabin. The flight attendant, Tan Ningfu, demonstrated the use of the life jacket and oxygen mask. The plane was then towed back from the bridge, and leaving the tarmac, slowly taxied to the end of the runway. After getting its clearance for takeoff, the aircraft began to roll down the runway, quickly accelerating to reach its takeoff speed. Then, the nose of the plane lifted, and the colossal frame of the aircraft was airborne, soaring into the darkening sky. Xiao Luo felt a discomfort, making him feel dizzy and nauseous, and he immediately knew that he was suffering from motion sickness. "Are you all right, sir?" Seeing his reaction, Tan Ningfu hurried over and checked on him. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Xiao Luo reclined his seat and leaned back, closing his eyes. His Yi Jingjing quickly went to work, forcibly suppressing the discomfort. His forehead began perspiring, and his brows were knitted, making him look rather unwell. "Let me get you a cup of water." Tan Ningfu was a very experienced flight attendant, and she quickly affirmed that Xiao Luo was suffering from motion sickness. With the help of his Yi Jingjing ability, Xiao Luo gradually recovered, and the discomfort left him like a receding tide. He opened his eyes and was greeted by a beautiful smile. "Sir, this water is for you." Tan Ningfu placed a cup of clear water on the chair table in front of Xiao Luo. "Thank you." Xiao Luo nodded in gratitude as he was really in need of a glass of water. "You're welcome." Tan Ningfu smiled and turned away as she went to see if other passengers needed service. Xiao Luo took a sip of water and looked out the window. He saw the fiery red glow of the sunset in the distant sky. Hidden behind a sea of thick clouds, it was a majestic sight. It felt like he had arrived in paradise and would catch a glimpse of the heavenly palace at any time, somewhere deep within the clouds. But in 10 minutes, there was nothing but darkness outside the window. On the other hand, it was full of excitement in the cabin. Copying the style of male leads flirting with women in Korean soap operas, the tall and thin young man who flirted with Tan Ningfu during boarding kept hitting the call button to get her attention. Instead of ordering food or drinks, he would pester Tan Ningfu for her contact number. He wasn't interested in ordering anything at all. "Sir, this is the last time. Please stop fooling around. Tan Ningfu told the man, saying it firmly, but not harshly. Tan Ningfu was exasperated and duly reported the situation to the purser, who then confronted the passenger concerned. The tall, scrawny young man was firmly asked to refrain from further harassing the cabin staff as it prevented them from carrying out their in-flight duties. When the other passengers in the first-class cabin heard what was going on, they made sneering remarks and expressed contempt towards his behavior. One woman even spoke out loudly, "The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse by the day. Trying to flirt with a girl on board a plane even when she's busy working? Who does he think that he is?" Wu Yanzu, 1. The tall, scrawny young man felt a little uneasy, and he thought, is wooing a girl even a sin? But evidently, he wasn't a person who could tolerate boredom. A short while later, he started introducing himself to Xiao Luo from across the aisle, acting as if they knew each other. "Hi, brother, it must be destiny that brought us together on this plane. My name is Wan Yanzu, what's yours?" Then turning to a female passenger, he said, "Hey, miss, why are you looking at me like that? My name really is Wan Yanzu. I've had this name since I was born. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my ID now." When Wang Yanzu mentioned his name, the lady who had scorned him earlier turned her head around and looked incredulous. Wang Yanzu immediately took his identity card out of his wallet and showed it to her. Several passengers stole a fleeting glance and were quite amused when they realized that it was truly his name. The name somehow created a more genial atmosphere in the first-class cabin, and many of the passengers couldn't help chuckling and had smirks on their faces. "Wang Yanzu?" Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled as well, thinking that it was a rather unique name. "Brother, what's your name?" "Let's be friends," Wang Yanzu said. "Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo replied with some reservations. He didn't feel like making conversation and was rather hoping for some peace and quiet during the flight. "That's a really nice name, not lacking in eloquence or significance, and it has a very pleasant ring to it. This suit you're wearing goes perfectly with your build and makes you look elegant. You have great taste in your dressing. One look at you, and I can tell that you're no ordinary man. You have a good complexion, a pleasant countenance, and you take good care of yourself. I'd say that you're someone with a very successful career," Wu Yanzu said, as he gave Xiao Luo a thumbs up. "Are you a salesman?" Wu Yanzu was startled and replied, "Wow. How did you know that?" "Because you have a nimble tongue, and you're good at bootlicking. These two qualities tell me that you are most certainly a salesman," Xiao Luo said, not mincing his words. The passengers seated around them heard this and sniggered. But Wang Yanzu was steadfast and quickly corrected Xiao Luo's choice of words. "Brother, I believe you are mistaken. What I'm doing is called praising. The ability to offer praise is an art form unto itself, and it is also a form of self-cultivation. How could you simply describe that as bootlicking?" Xiao Luo rolled his eyes, deciding not to respond and encourage further conversation. Wang Yanzu was a talkaholic. Besides, he suspected this was all leading up to a sales pitch for a product he was trying to sell. And precisely as Xiao Luo had expected, Wang Yanzu went on to say, "Brother, this is my business card. I'm in insurance. Don't worry. You don't have to buy a policy from me, let's just be friends. However, there's something I must tell you. In your lifetime, there are 3 kinds of insurance where no matter how much you buy, you will never suffer any losses. First, the endowment insurance. As everyone gets old, it will definitely come in handy one day. Second, medical insurance. Everyone gets sick, and if one doesn't, they probably have died because of accidents, and so they couldn't buy a medical insurance plan in time. And lastly, the accidental death and dismemberment insurance, so that you don't lose both your life and your wealth. With this insurance plan, if anything happens, you will be leaving behind your money and love, not your debts. I don't need them." Xiao Luo rejected him bluntly. Seeing that this prospective client had a high level of resistance, Wang Yanzu changed the subject for now. Relax, I'm just trying to give you some knowledge about insurance. I'm not forcing you to buy them. Without waiting for Xiao Luo's reply, he said, Brother, can I give you a riddle? A man with long legs, guess the name of a dessert. When it came to riddles, Zhang Dashan was the true grandmaster. And having spent a significant amount of time with Zhang Dashan, Xiao Luo naturally remembered many of them. The riddle that Wang Yanzu had just given him was one that Zhang Dashan had mentioned before. Dan Gao. Xiao Luo gave the answer to the riddle instantly, which meant cake in Chinese. In fact, Xiao Luo was hoping that by giving the answer, Wang Yanzu would have nothing more to say. Wow, you're good in this, Wang Yanzu said, looking pleasantly surprised. Why is it Dan Gao? The girl seated next to him was listening in and asked out of curiosity. Wang Yanzu smiled cheekily and explained, when a man has long legs, his eggs will be higher up, that's what Dan Gao, too, means, ha ha ha. The crude explanation instantly made the girl blush. And as the first-class cabin was fairly compact, flight attendant Tan Ningfu also heard it, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as well. Having attracted the attention of Tan Ningfu, someone he fancied, Wang Yanzu became bolder and spoke even more loudly. Patting Xiao Luo's shoulder, he said, Brother, since you know the answer to men with long legs, then you should also know the answer to women with long legs, right? Chuan Gao, that's easy. Somewhere in the cabin, a male passenger shouted the answer, which meant lipstick in Chinese. Chuan Gao, 3? Oh, my goodness! Such filthy jokes made the faces of all the female passengers go red. Wang Yanzu enjoyed being the center of attraction, and once he got going, it was difficult to stop him. The other male passengers were even responding to his obscene humor. Xiao Luo finally found some peace and quickly plugged his earphones on and closed his eyes. If he could, he would have also put up a sign that said, Do not disturb. It wasn't that he was against such humor, but to share obscene jokes around with someone he had only known for less than 10 minutes was another matter. An elderly man got up and was heading toward the toilet. Suddenly, after just a few steps, he collapsed on the aisle, and his wife quickly went to him and called out, Help! Anyone, please help my husband! Tan Ningfu immediately ran over and attended to the emergency. After assessing the old man's condition, she put him in a recovery position and promptly reported it to the purser. A passenger has passed out. The purser, along with the safety officer, hurried to the first-class cabin. What happened? The purser asked the old man's wife. I don't know. Please help my husband, I beg you. The old lady was sobbing, and held the old man's hand tightly as she pleaded for someone to help. The purser immediately said to Tan Ningfu, Get on the PA and ask if there are any doctors on board. Yes, ma'am. Tan Ningfu grabbed the handset from her station and spoke into the mouthpiece, Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We have a medical emergency, are there any doctors on board? I repeat, are there any doctors on board? Please identify yourself with any of the crew. Thank you. The announcement was repeated several times, but no one came forward. Aren't there any doctors on board? The purser, who was giving the old man first aid, and she sighed when she got the news. She looked at the safety officer and said, Get in touch with flight control. Inform them about the medical emergency, and request for landing at a nearby airport. Go, hurry. The officer left in a hurry and returned soon after, shaking his head. The nearest airport is Shanghai. It will take us another hour and a half to get there. Flight control has already contacted the Shanghai airport, and a medical team will be ready on arrival. Do we have enough time? The purser looked at the old man, he had his eyes shut tightly, and he was in apparent agony. Her heart was racing with anxiety. 1. Wu Yanzu, Chinese-American actor, Daniel Wu. 2. Dan Gao, a pun in Chinese, Dan, meaning egg or testicle, and Gao, meaning tall, hence egg tall, a reference to a man with long legs. 3. Chuan Gao, a similar pun as in, 2, above, Chuan meaning lips, resembles the female private part, hence lip high, a reference to a woman with long legs. Even when he had his earphones on listening to some music, Xiao Luo was well aware of what was going on in the first-class cabin. Someone, from across the aisle, made sure of that. The moment the old man fainted, Wang Yanzu was already prodding Xiao Luo's shoulder, keeping him updated. He even said that the old man would die if he did not receive prompt medical attention from a doctor. By the looks of it, he's done for. If he really dies on the plane, the airline company will have a lot of compensations to make, Wang Yanzu said. Xiao Luo chose to ignore Wang Yanzu. He was more concerned about the old man and was considering whether he should try to save him. According to a Buddhist parable, to rescue one person from death is greater than to build a 7-storied pagoda for worship, but deep down inside, a voice kept telling him to stay out of it. If Xiao Luo succeeded in saving the old man's life, he'd be hailed as a savior, but if he didn't, and the old man died in his hands, he'd be considered a sinner and spurned. Was it worth the risk of getting involved in this matter? But as he looked into the helpless old woman's desperate eyes, Xiao Luo clenched his fists and immediately made up his mind. He then took off his earphones, got up from his seat, and walked over to the old man. "I'm a doctor, let me have a look at him." Several people in the way immediately moved aside to let Xiao Luo through. Tan Ningfu looked at Xiao Luo rather dubiously and asked, "Sir, are you really a doctor?" She had her doubts as Xiao Luo looked too young to be one. "Well, I'm an intern." Xiao Luo kneeled next to the old man, held his eyelids open briefly, and took his pulse. Everyone was startled. "An intern? Is he up to it?" The purser gestured for everyone to stay silent as they were doing everything they could with only a doctor in training on hand to do the job. Suddenly, Wang Yanzu walked over to Xiao Luo, and without any regard for the passengers around him, he said, "Brother, this old man looks like he's in pretty bad shape, please think twice about this." His meaning was clear, this wasn't something he should be meddling with. Being just an intern, he would be putting himself at risk should something go wrong. "Doctor, please save my husband, I'm begging you." "I'll kowtow, let me kowtow to you," the old woman pleaded, weeping uncontrollably. Like a drowning man, clutching desperately to straw, the old woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Luo. Tears were streaming from her eyes as she pleaded unceasingly. "Okay, don't worry, I'll try my best." Xiao Luo was no god, and despite having had purchased the healing ability from the system previously, not all illnesses could be cured. And especially so in a plane where medical facilities were lacking. He fixed the band from the blood pressure gauge over the old man's arm to monitor his blood pressure value regularly. He looked up at Tan Ningfu and said, "Pay attention to his blood pressure readings. Let me know when they are lower than 70 or higher than 150. "Okay." Tan Ningfu nodded. Wang Yanzu let out a long sigh. He felt that Xiao Luo's decision was rash and irrational. He should have known that if he couldn't save the old man, he might be held responsible by his family. It was simply a thankless task. The passengers in the first-class cabin became anxious and were paying close attention to the situation. While the old woman was distraught, trembling as she held her palm together in prayer. She was murmuring in silent prayer for the heavens to keep her husband safe. "Do you have a syringe?" Xiao Luo turned to the purser and asked, after putting the oxygen mask over the old man's nose and mouth. "Yes, we do," the purser replied, then nodding at a flight attendant, she said, "Bring him the syringes." When he got them, Xiao Luo quickly tore one of the sealed packets, and unbuttoning the old man's shirt front, he prepared to push the syringe into his lungs. "What are you doing?" The purser was shocked. Was he trying to save him or kill him? Piercing through the lungs with a syringe, could the old man survive that? The purser had never heard of such a procedure, and the passengers felt apprehensive too, watching the scene with trepidation. His blood pressure is too high, and the pressure in his thoracic cavity is also rising fast. If the pressure isn't normalized, it will lead to internal hemorrhage. As he spoke, Xiao Luo pierced the syringe through the old man's chest. The patient has cerebral thrombosis, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and acrophobia. These problems were exacerbated by the aircraft's low cabin pressure, which caused him to lose consciousness, he continued to explain. As the crowd listened to what Xiao Luo said, they felt relieved and thought that the young intern seemed quite knowledgeable. But after the first needle was inserted, the old man coughed violently and spat blood, spraying the inside of the oxygen mask red. The old man's face went pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Old man!" The old woman shrieked in anguish, losing control of her emotions. The atmosphere in the entire first-class cabin was tense. And doubts once again emerged in the eyes of those observing Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo ignored them all and removed a second syringe from its air-sealed packing. He found another point and slowly inserted the needle. "Blood pressure is at 150, Tan Ningfu said. Then, the old man's body trembled and twitched violently, once again coughing out several mouthfuls of blood. "Oh God, you're in big trouble, my friend." Wang Yanzu was anxious for Xiao Luo, and he kept on stomping the cabin floor. After some thought, he felt that he'd be better off severing all ties with Xiao Luo. He slowly backed away to avoid being dragged into the incident. "Blood pressure is at 160, and it is still rising." A hint of panic was detected in Tan Ningfu's voice. "Is he going to recover or not? This won't be happening if he is. Look, the old man has vomited blood." "Well, he's just a trainee doctor." Voices of doubt came from everywhere, and despite being mere whispers, Xiao Luo's ears picked up every word. Xiao Luo ignored them completely and concentrated on depressurizing the old man's chest cavity. Sweat trickled down his forehead, as this work was more exhausting than any other, requiring long periods of full concentration. After the third needle was inserted, the old man's condition gradually stabilized. His blood pressure was steadily dropping and finally stabilized around 100. The old man's complexion improved substantially, slowly regaining a liveliness to his skin. "Huh? He did it." Everyone was startled. It was only a moment ago when the old man looked like he was going to kick the bucket. How did his condition suddenly stabilize? What happened? Xiao Luo didn't feel the need to explain, and he just wiped the sweat off his forehead and stood up. "The patient's condition has stabilized. When we arrive at Shanghai Airport, get him to a hospital immediately. He will receive comprehensive care there," he told the purser, "and, by the way, try to give him as much space as possible. Keep the air flowing around here." The purser nodded. "Okay, and thank you," she said. "Old man, you're awake. You really scared me there." The old woman held the old man tightly in her arms, she had nearly lost him. Then, she looked kindly upon Xiao Luo and expressed her deepest gratitude. "Thank you, doctor, thank you so much." Xiao Luo smiled, then turned around and returned to his own seat. Clap. 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 The purser took the initiative to lead a round of applause for Xiao Luo. The applause carried on for a while, and all passengers in the first-class cabin had nothing but admiration for the young intern, and broad smiles on their faces. Suddenly, Wang Yanzu appeared again. He looked cheerful as he laughed and said, "This is my brother, my good old brother, Xiao Luo." Shamelessly, he stood by the hero of the moment and shared in the adulations. Xiao Luo wasn't one to revel in adulation and flattery, but he appreciated the applause and praises from his fellow passengers. It gave him a sense of gratification, knowing that he had saved someone today, and it put him in a pleasant mood. He returned to his seat, plugged on his earphones, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Wang Yanzu, on the other hand, enjoyed sharing every bit of the attention as he stood next to Xiao Luo, and felt thoroughly invigorated. He suddenly noticed that Xiao Luo had left his side when the applause died and quickly returned to his seat. "Brother, you're really brilliant. Let's add each other on WeChat after we get off the plane. Can you stop talking to me, please?" Xiao Luo couldn't tolerate him any longer and abruptly put a stop to any further conversation. Wang Yanzu had been buzzing in his ear like a housefly from when he boarded the plane, denying him even a moment of peace and quiet. To have been able to put up with him till now could already be considered quite an undertaking. Wang Yanzu just had a door slammed right in his face and had to sit quietly, twiddling his thumbs. How awkward was that? However, Wang Yanzu, the kind of man he was, just couldn't endure the boredom. Soon he began striking up conversations with the passengers seated around him. But, most of them did not respond to him with the enthusiasm he had hoped for, as very few people were inclined to have meaningful conversations with absolute strangers. It wasn't that they particularly despised him or were aloof, but it was merely their normal reaction toward a stranger. After the old man's condition had stabilized, the flight attendants returned to their respective stations. Tan Ningfu once again served Xiao Luo a glass of water. "Mr. Xiao, thank you very much for what you did just now," she said with a charming smile. "Not at all, it's my duty." Xiao Luo smiled and spoke modestly. He thanked Tan Ningfu as she had poured him 2 glasses of water, and noted that they were both precisely when he needed a drink. There was something about this girl, and Xiao Luo liked her. "It has nothing to do with duty. I think it's more than that. You're a good person, Mr. Xiao. Only a good person will take on the responsibility to act in situations like that," Tan Ningfu said. "Well, I wouldn't consider myself a good person, but I'm certainly not a bad one," Xiao Luo replied. Tan Ningfu smiled, she thought it was rather profound. "You're funny, Mr. Xiao. By the way, which hospital in Shanghai are you working?" When he heard her ask that question, Wang Yanzu could hardly sit still. He thought Tan Ningfu must be trying to make something happen between them. He wanted to intervene somehow, but he found that he had nothing worthwhile to say. "I haven't got a placement yet," Xiao Luo replied. "Would you mind giving me your contact then, Mr. Xiao?" Tan Ningfu asked. It did sound a little brazen, and Wang Yanzu nearly choked. Xiao Luo raised his head and gave her a quizzical look. Tan Ningfu was a little embarrassed, realizing how that came across. "I live with my grandmother, and she's always been in poor health, often fainting without any symptoms. She has been to the Shanghai hospital, but they couldn't find any problems with her," she clarified, "so, if you have time, Mr. Xiao, could you come and have a look at her, please?" "Oh, I see. But I honestly can't assure you that I can cure your grandmother," Xiao Luo said. "It's okay, just try your best. Regardless of whether you can or not, I'll be grateful to you, Mr. Xiao," Tan Ningfu said, bowing slightly. Since she had already brought it up, Xiao Luo couldn't refuse her request, and he duly gave his contact information to Tan Ningfu. After Tan Ningfu walked away, Wang Yanzu felt envious, and as he sighed in disappointment, he couldn't help lamenting, "Brother, you're going to have the time of your life. Sigh, how unfortunate, such a beautiful lady cannot be mine. If I could find a girl of her class, I'll be willing to even trade 10 years of my life for it." Xiao Luo pretended not to hear him. Being a talkaholic wasn't a good thing at most times, and right now was a good example. Wang Yanzu was beginning to annoy him to bits. Suddenly, the plane jolted and shook violently, then the cabin lights flickered for a moment before it came back on. What happened? What's going on? There was an anxiety in the entire cabin, and some of the passengers began to panic. They were 8,000 to 9,000 meters above the ground level, and any mishap would undoubtedly be fatal. The purser quickly spoke through the PA to calm the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. We are experiencing air turbulence, and this is a normal phenomenon. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened. Thank you. A normal phenomenon? As Xiao Luo looked out the window, he saw bolts of lightning flashing around, and he immediately felt a sense of impending doom. The aircraft had flown directly into a storm cloud, and he could even feel the electrical charge permeating the atmosphere. Shouldn't planes be avoiding thunderstorm clouds? Xiao Luo had a bad feeling about this, especially when he saw the purser rushing through to the first-class cabin with several safety officers. They headed for the cockpit and kept knocking on the door, calling for the flight crew to respond. Things went from bad to worse. After they did not get any response from the cockpit, the purser instructed the safety officers to breach the cockpit door. The passengers in the economy class were oblivious to what was happening, but passengers in the first-class cabin witnessed everything. It was beyond a doubt now that something was definitely wrong. Fear began to set in, and everyone sat quietly, looking pale and terrified. A few passengers even checked to see if there were life jackets under their seats. The turbulence came back once again, more violent than the first, and the frightened cries of children could be heard from the aft cabin. Suddenly, a voice came on the PA again. It was a man's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first officer, Lao Chui. Congratulations. You have all been given the privilege to go to heaven with me, ha ha ha. Yes, you're not mistaken. You and I, and this Boeing 747, will be going to heaven, where there's no pain, no conflict, no pressure, only bliss and joy. Do not fear, do not panic, and keep a smile on your face as we're going to meet God. I, Lao Chui, will lead you to him, ha ha ha. It was the voice of a deranged man, a psychotic man who intended to commit suicide by crashing the aircraft. Their co-pilot, Cui Jiho, had just declared his intentions to kill everyone on board. The aircraft was shaking wildly as it flew into a thunderstorm, and lightning flashed incessantly. They will all die without a final resting place. There was pandemonium in the cabin as passengers were assailed by an overpowering sense of dread and began to panic. What were they supposed to do? The sounds of people crying, screams of anguish, and desperate prayers filled the air. We're doomed. The co-pilot has gone crazy, he wants to kill us all. No, please, no. I haven't gotten a wife yet. I haven't lived enough. Wang Yanzu was wailing in tears. But there was no way out of this, he couldn't just jump off the plane like jumping off a car. Hurry up, I need a few men here to break through the cockpit door, the purser shouted urgently. A few men responded immediately and tried to smash down the cockpit door. They rammed against the door with their shoulders and tried to kick it open, but to no avail. The cabin reverberated with the sound of each impact, but the door remained in place. Gentlemen out there, please stop wasting your energy. You can never break down an armored cockpit door. I suggest you sit down, relax, and prepare to meet God. The co-pilot came on the PA again with a sinister message to the passengers. Cui Jiho, what the hell are you thinking? The purser yelled. What am I thinking? Why don't you go and ask our company directors? I've toiled for more than 10 years, but yet those who joined after me had all been promoted, but what about me? I'm still a damned co-pilot, Cui Jiho responded. I'm very upset, and I want revenge. I want the company to pay a painful price, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The first officer had gone mad, he intended to destroy the aircraft and everyone along with it. As his maniacal laugh echoed through the cabin, everyone fell into despair. Bam! 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 The din of men frantically trying to knock down the reinforced cockpit door added to the mounting despair among the frightened passengers. Over the last 2 decades, cockpit doors had been manufactured to prevent unauthorized entry and were bulletproofed. They were constructed with laminated armor and had multi-point strengthened deadbolts. It was next to impossible to break through. Mr. Chui turned off the autopilot, and he's diverted the plane off course to fly through the thunderstorm clouds. The aircraft will take severe damage if hit by lightning, hail, or strong winds, and if the airframe or controls are damaged, that'll be the end for us, a crew member familiar with the situation explained, his face as white as a sheet and perspiring heavily. As soon as he said that, the crew and passengers seated close by paled, never thinking they'd be so close to death. The plane flew through a raging storm, pealing with thunder and the flashes of lightning, almost like a deathly dance with the devil himself, and one slip was all it took before he devoured them all. Step aside. Xiao Luo got up his seat and strode toward the cockpit door with a purposeful gait. Yes, with more people, we have a better chance of ramming the door down, the purser said, nodding with a glint of renewed hope in her eyes. You misunderstand me, I'm asking all of you to step aside, Xiao Luo said. This, huh? Everyone looked shocked as they asked themselves exactly what plan this man had in his mind. Did he really think that he could knock down the cockpit door all by himself? Listen to him, step aside. Tan Ningfu had an inexplicable trust in Xiao Luo, and she quickly helped to move the crowd away from the entryway to the cockpit. Xiao Luo gazed at the cockpit door, then slowly channeled his chi flow to his arms, fixing his eyes on 2 points. He breathed in deeply, then blew out forcefully as he thrust both his palms against the reinforced cockpit door. Waves of energy surged back from the impact like a howling wind, sending the onlookers a step back. Boom! The door was blown off from its frame and hurled into the cockpit like it was hit by a speeding train, and numerous instruments and operation buttons in the cockpit came into view. Holy cow! He blew open the cockpit door all by himself. All the passengers in the first-class cabin and the flight attendants were startled, and their spirits were lifted, temporarily forgetting the dire situation they were in. Ha ha ha, brother, I love you so much. Hurry up, and let's drag that sh**-faced co-pilot out here and whack him to death. Wang Yanzu cheered, and finally seeing a glimmer of hope, he was elated. Xiao Luo instantly stepped into the cockpit. The captain was slumped on his seat, he had been battered and was drenched in blood, appearing to have been struck by a blunt object over the head. The co-pilot, Cui Jiho, an obese middle-aged man, was seated on the right pilot's seat, looking stunned. Xiao Luo grabbed Cui Jiho by his collar, lifted him from his seat like a puppy, and tossed him out of the cockpit. The hostile crowd immediately jumped on him and assaulted him with countless kicks and punches. The purser kept her cool, and sensibly stopped the crowd from beating up the man. She got in front of the co-pilot and said, "Stop hitting him, he's the only one who knows how to fly this plane. If he's injured, we won't be able to make a safe landing." Gasp! Their anger dissipated instantly, and the mob stepped back. There was a general disorder in the cabin. Some of the passengers stared at Cui Jiho, who was on the floor, hoping that he would land the plane. In their fury, they had all rushed at him intending to kill. Cui Jiho was badly beaten up, and his nose and mouth were bleeding profusely. Yet, he still laughed maniacally and goaded the crowd with a scowl, "Go on, hit me. Let's go and meet God together, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." He sat on the cabin floor facing the passengers, flashing 2 rows of bloody teeth as he chortled away in glee. The purser kneeled down next to Cui Jiho, held his shoulders firmly and said, "Mr. Cui, I don't know what you are going through, but you must put your grievance aside. You can't direct your anger at these passengers, they are all innocent. Please, pull yourself together and make sure that the plane lands safely." "Yes, she's right, we are innocent, please don't take out your anger on us. We are sorry for beating you. Captain Cui, please hurry up, get back in there and pilot the plane. We have no quarrels with you, even if you wish to die, please don't drag us down with you." The passengers spoke one after another, doing their best to coax Cui Jiho to fly the plane. Wang Yanzu was holding a fan, waving it at Cui Jiho, and smiling like a lapdog. Mr. Chui, hear me out. No obstacle in life is impossible to get through. No matter how big it is, it will turn small tomorrow, and until the day after tomorrow, it'll account for nothing, he said, and I can see that you have a wife and kids, right? If they learn that you've committed suicide this high up in the sky, how do you think they'll possibly feel? Cui Jiho suddenly lost control of his emotions and became aggressive. With his bloodshot eyes bulging in anger, he grabbed Wang Yanzu's collar and yelled at him, "My wife had an affair with another man, and the son I've raised for more than 10 years is not mine. I killed them both and hid them behind a wall in my home." Wang Yanzu froze, petrified by his horrifying, psychotic expression. The others were stupefied, dropping their jaws in disbelief. Who could have expected that Cui Jiho would actually murder his own wife and son? Then reality hit. Why would a murderer want to pilot the plane and land it safely? There was only one thing this man had in his mind now, and it was to die. I advise you all to stay in your seats and wait for the doors of heaven to open. It's too late now, too late for anything. I've disengaged all communication and tracking devices. We've lost all contact with air traffic control. Now, the plane is just flying blind, and it'll just keep flying ahead. Even if I return to pilot the plane, I won't be able to find an airport, Cui Jiho said, and added, a jumbo needs a long and spacious runway, this plane cannot land anywhere. So, we'll end up either breaking up in this storm cloud, or the plane will run out of fuel and plummet to the ground like a meteorite. Bang! We'll all turn into ashes, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Cui Jiho looked unhinged as he gave a vivid account of what would happen in the end. Pilots would establish their flight routes before departure to avoid bad weather, and all civil aviation aircraft was tracked closely by the control tower on the ground, which would advise the flight crew on everything from bad weather and wind patterns, to the direction of runway to land the aircraft. The captain and co-pilot merely had to monitor the flight according to the flight plan, and make nominal alterations to the course in unforeseen weather changes. But without serviceable flight instruments and the ability to communicate with ground control, the crew would have no way of knowing where the plane was heading. This was the situation they now found themselves in. They had to locate an airport and find a way to safely land the aircraft. You jerk! A male safety officer lost his mind. He grabbed Cui Jiho by the hair and pummeled him with a volley of punches. Arg, what's the use, let us all die together, ha ha ha. Despite being beaten to a pulp and soaked in blood, Cui Jiho was still laughing insanely. At that point, everyone on board knew that they were about to die. Some trembled uncontrollably, while others appeared reconciled with their impending deaths. Some even put pen to paper and wrote notes to leave behind to their loved ones. Adults with children were holding on to their kids tightly. Everybody dealt with death in different ways. The entire cabin was in dead silence, while in the frigid conditions outside, lightning flashed incessantly, only meters from the fuselage. The crackling sensation of static electricity numbed the senses, as hair stood on end in the charged atmosphere. The aircraft's power supply system had been disrupted, and lights were flickering intermittently, intensifying the heavy air of despair that fell upon the passengers and crew. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired the piloting ability, 800 points have been deducted. The cabin was thick with an air of trepidation, as the passengers sat quietly, panic-stricken and in despair. The captain had sustained a severe head injury and was bleeding profusely, and nobody knew what condition he was in. Having just acquired the piloting ability, Xiao Luo dragged the pilot out from the cockpit and took his seat. He placed his hands on the yoke and now intended to steer the plane out of the thunderstorm. Tan Mingfu was the first to notice that Xiao Luo had taken control of the flight deck, and she was startled. She promptly informed the purser about it. The crew and passengers seated in the first-class cabin had a clear view of the cockpit, and when everyone saw who the man in the commander's seat was, their eyes widened as they dropped their jaws in absolute shock. What business did Xiao Luo have flying the aircraft? What the heck, what are you doing, brother? Wang Yanzu let out a holler in surprise. This is not a toy plane nor a car, don't touch anything in there, brother, it'll cost lives, he screamed. He could accept that Xiao Luo just happened to be on board during a medical emergency and was on hand to save a life, as doctors were quite common. But knowing how to fly a plane was a totally different skill set altogether, so what were the chances that he'd also be a pilot? Was it possible that Xiao Luo could also fly a plane? Many people had not even boarded on a plane before, let alone flying one. It was a complicated and highly technical skill, and it would only take one tiny error on Xiao Luo's part to lose control of the plane and plunge all the way down to the ground. Hey, don't touch the controls, you have no idea how to operate it. Stop it right now, don't put our lives at risk. Purser, please stop him, don't let him touch anything. The passengers came out of their momentary shock, calling for Xiao Luo to immediately stop what he was doing. Like Wang Yanzu, none of them believed that Xiao Luo could fly a plane, and he seemed to be hitting switches and pressing buttons without any knowledge of piloting. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed just outside the cabin windows, snaking across the sky like a fiery serpent 100 miles long. It was too close for comfort, and had the lightning bolt struck the fuselage, it would have likely caused the plane to crash. The thunderstorm swirled with high winds and battered the aircraft like a kite, and as the plane shook violently, several passengers were thrown off their seats. It sent a wave of terror through the cabin as everyone screamed in panic. He must have hit the wrong buttons, stop him immediately. What nonsense is this? Stop him, someone, stop him. Be ****, if I die because of this, I will haunt your family as a vengeful spirit. The passengers started to panic and lost all composure, believing that Xiao Luo had flown too close to the lightning bolt by mistake. Everyone was cursing in the cabin and was demanding that Xiao Luo stop what he was doing, but as the plane was shaking violently, it prevented them from entering the cockpit. Xiao Luo ignored their screams and hit several buttons, then he pushed the yoke forward, and the airspeed immediately picked up significantly. By pushing on the control column, he had sent the plane into a controlled dive, propelling it out of the thunderstorm like the descending end of a rainbow. Come on, faster. Xiao Luo counted down in his mind, expecting that they would be flying out of the thunderstorm any time. They needed to get out as soon as possible to avoid any damage to the aircraft or risk crashing to the ground. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Finally, they were now approaching the edge of the thunderstorm. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr clouds like a dragon emerging from the sea, and leveled off safely, once again in clear weather. As the plane settled into a cruise, some passengers realized that they were out of the storm, and the skies were devoid of howling winds and angry flashes of lightning. The cabin looked like it had just been through an earthquake, and passengers began to pick themselves up and breathed a sigh of relief. "We're out, we're out," someone yelled. "That's right, we're out of the thunderstorm. We're safe, we're safe. Ha ha, ha ha." Everyone in the cabin was overjoyed and started to cheer. They were hugging each other with relief, some were excited, while others even shed tears of joy. "Mr. Xiao, you really do know how to fly a plane." Tan Mingfu ran into the cockpit, and she could hardly control her excitement. Xiao Luo had a serious expression on his face and remained silent for a while as he contemplated what needed to be done next. All contact between the aircraft and air traffic control had been cut, and there was no way to reactivate the equipment. As Cui Jiho had said, they were flying blind, and if they couldn't get to an airport that could land a large B-747, then they would still crash. In other words, once the fuel ran out, they would still end up dying. What could he do? What should he do? He frowned and cursed his rotten luck. Nobody would be smiling if they encountered such an emergency on their very first trip on a plane. Cheer up, everyone, cheer up. The plane will never reach the airport, and it will just keep flying in the air until it runs out of fuel. Even if we're not struck by lightning, the results would still be the same. We'll meet God together, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Cui Jiho's face was covered in blood, and as he laughed maniacally, his face looked demented and evil, making those who saw him shiver in fear. His words put everyone in despair as the reality once again sunk in. The in-flight crew was well aware of the situation, and they looked pale and despondent. Shit. Don't believe him. If my brother knows how to fly a plane, then he can surely land it safely. Wang Yanzu tried to convince himself and everyone around him. Then, refusing to hear another word from the co-pilot, he swung a punch right at Cui Jiho's face. Ugh, don't worry, everything will end, let us all dive into God's embrace. Cui Jiho continued to laugh insanely, and this time he actually gave them an empathetic look. Dive and embrace your head, you're King idiot. Saboteur, you're seeking death, but why have you dragged us along? We'll beat the hell out of you. The enraged passengers all flocked around and beat up Cui Jiho. Xiao Luo was distracted by the commotion in the cabin. He turned around and shouted, "Shut up." At this very moment, he was the most important man in the aircraft, and his roar had a surprising effect on the passengers, who immediately obeyed him and returned to their respective seats. Xiao Luo shouted, "Purser." "Yes, Mr. Xiao," she responded immediately. "Keep the passengers calm and make sure they wear their seatbelts, they must remain seated. Also, keep an eye on that co-pilot and do not let him move around." Noted. The chief flight attendant left to carry out Xiao Luo's instructions right away. Without a doubt, Xiao Luo was now unanimously recognized as the commander of the aircraft. Xiao Luo glanced at Tan Ningfu and said, "Ms. Tan, right?" "Yes, Mr. Xiao. Please let me know if you have any task for me, I will do my best to assist you," Tan Ningfu said. "Take the co-pilot's seat and assist me." "What?" "Aye, but I'm not trained to fly a plane," Tan Ningfu replied, shocked as she was merely a flight attendant. "Don't worry, I'll tell you what to do." Xiao Luo said it with conviction and finality, as the plane required 2 pilots to operate for a safe landing. Had he 4 arms to work with, he would not have required her to assist. "I have 2 tasks for you now. First, inform Shanghai Air Traffic Control to clear its runway and clearly mark the end for an emergency landing. Second, switch on your phone and go to Maps, then and mark out Shanghai Airport's location. I need to get our bearing right to ensure that we fly towards Shanghai and not any other city." Tan Ningfu sat in the co-pilot's seat, as Xiao Luo calmly gave her instructions for the 2 tasks. The aircraft's communication system had been disengaged by Cui Jiho, so they could only rely on the smartphone's GPS and location services to serve as the plane's navigation system. "Okay, sure." Tan Ningfu took out her phone immediately, but she quickly found out that she couldn't get a signal. Xiao Luo handed her his device and said, "Use my phone instead." Xiao Luo's phone was issued to him by the NSA. Before he handed the phone over to Tan Ningfu, he unlocked it and turned off the flight mode. Regular phones would not be able to receive a signal this high up in the air, but the NSA-issued phone was an enhanced version of smartphones, and could not only receive signals from terrestrial transmission towers, but could also communicate via satellite. In effect, it could operate literally in any corner of the world at any time. Tan Ningfu promptly contacted the Shanghai Airport ATC and conveyed Xiao Luo's message clearly. The moment they received the Mayday call, Shanghai Airport authorities immediately mobilized for an emergency landing. Tan Ningfu then opened the map app and marked out the location of Shanghai Airport. "We are flying off course by 45 degrees, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Luo glanced at the location on the phone map and then started to alter the aircraft course. "Brother, wow, what's the brand of phone? It's really powerful, it's getting a full bar of signal strength at this high altitude. Wang Yanzu was standing outside at the cockpit door and was very impressed by the phone. He had thought that the phone signal was supported by the mobile base stations on the ground. The usual coverage of a single base station was about 5,000 meters, and he wondered how it was possible for Xiao Luo's phone to get a signal 9,000 meters up in the air. Xiao Luo ignored him and concentrated on keeping the plane on a course heading to Shanghai Airport. The purser, her crew, and the passengers in the first-class cabin looked at Xiao Luo in awe. He was an enigma. Not only was he a doctor who had just saved a life, now he was at the helm of the aircraft attempting to fly to the nearest airport and land safely. Even his phone was different from everyone else's, being able to receive a signal at such a high altitude. Everything about him suggested that this man was extraordinary. "Mr. Xiao, may I ask you a question?" Tan Ningfu could not contain her curiosity any longer. "Yes, sure." Xiao Luo was much more relaxed now, as he had made the necessary adjustments and kept the aircraft heading on course to Shanghai Airport. They were only within 40 minutes of their destination, barring any mishaps. "Where did you learn to fly a plane?" Tan Ningfu asked. Xiao Luo thought of a random excuse. "By reading books." "What? So, you have never flown a real plane?" Tan Ningfu was shocked. "No, I haven't." Xiao Luo nodded, and he was being honest as this was indeed his first time being in a plane. "Mr. Xiao Luo, you're incredible. You have done such a good job on your first try." Tan Ningfu was an optimist, and she could only see Xiao Luo's strengths. Had any other person been sitting in that seat, they would have undoubtedly been worried. Even first-time drivers would be nervous about driving a car, what more a complete rookie flying a plane. If this had been made known to the passengers, those who had just calmed down would start to panic once again. The purser did her part to calm and comfort the passengers. After briefing the passengers on emergency evacuation drills, everyone knew that they were on course to Shanghai Airport. And to keep them occupied until then, she and her crew had even organized singing sessions. It certainly helped to keep everyone relaxed and prevented them from becoming too anxious. Before long, Cui Jiho was again screaming messages of doom. "Do not be fooled, that man will never be your savior. There's no way that the plane can land safely regardless of what he does. You should all embrace the end of your lives in your seats." Needless to say, he was driven to madness by the stress of murdering both his wife and son and his problems at work. He wanted to take his revenge on this disgusting world, and he only sought nothing but death. A muscular safety officer was provoked by his words and hit him with a few punches until Cui Jiho passed out, and his ranting came to an abrupt stop. As a result of Cui Jiho's despairing words, the passengers became agitated again as it made them realize that they were soon to make an emergency landing. The final approach and landing were critical, and any errors here would mean certain death. 40 minutes wasn't a long time. Soon the aircraft would be descending to a lower altitude, and they'd be approaching Shanghai Airport. Everyone was seated upright, and no one even dared to make a sound. "Mommy, will we land safely?" a girl asked as she hugged tightly to her mother. "Yes, we will, we surely will, and we'll see Daddy soon," the mother said as she comforted her frightened child. When the other passengers heard that, their hearts went out for all parents traveling with their children. At the same time, they couldn't help hoping that everything they were experiencing now would turn out to be like those scenes from disaster movies, where things would turn out well when there were kids around. "Everyone, have faith in my brother, he will land the plane safely for sure," Wang Yanzu shouted out loud. A flight attendant went on the PA, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have commenced our descent. Please ensure your seats are upright and fasten your seatbelts. We will inform you again, just before we make the landing. Please believe that God is with us, and have faith in Mr. Xiao. We will surely land safely at Shanghai Airport." "That's right, we'll be fine. Some fortune teller told me that I will live to the age of 100, so I can't possibly be passing on at such a young age, a middle-aged man in his 50s said loudly to cheer everyone up. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at the irony. It was interesting to hear that dying at the 50s was considered dying at a young age. More people started to crack jokes, and the cabin's atmosphere had lightened up, keeping the gloom at bay. In the cockpit, a call came through from Shanghai Airport ATC, and it was the voice of a lady air traffic controller. Attention Boeing 747, attention Boeing 747, we have cleared the runway. The approach end has been marked with emergency lights. Your approach is good, landing is achievable. Good luck. Copy that. Roger. Xiao Luo responded and adjusted the trim as they approached Shanghai Airport. Tan Ningfu was visibly nervous, and her legs were shaking slightly, but Xiao Luo had given her a much-needed sense of security. This man seemed to have an innate ability to calm others down and trust him. The plane was in its final approach to Shanghai Airport and was decreasing in speed and altitude. The city lights could be seen from afar, resembling a sea of stars in the sky. The rows of edge lighting clearly outlined the boundaries of the runway, and a pair of white blinking lights at the approach end of the runway looked like they were guiding the 200s of lost sheep on board the aircraft to find their way home. Wasn't Xiao Luo nervous at all? Yes, he was certainly very nervous. He may have obtained the piloting ability to fly the plane, but it did not mean that he was equipped with the necessary experience to fly and land the aircraft. Most of the meters were damaged by the strong electromagnetic field in the thunderstorm, resulting in the malfunction of the plane's auto-landing function. He could only attempt the landing by sight. When we're landing, make sure you hold that yoke steadily and keep an eye on those two sets of lights on the left side of the runway. Do you see it? Ensure that they are two red lights and two white lights. Inform me immediately when there's any change. Xiao Luo reminded her. Yes. Okay, I got it. Tan Ningfu answered, and her eyes were fully fixed on the two sets of poppy lights. That was a precision approach path indicator that provided guidance information to help a pilot acquire and maintain the correct glide slope to the runway. When it's changed, it meant that the approach was wrong and required immediate adjustment. Too high, and the force on landing may break the plane's landing gear. If the landing gear was compromised, it was equivalent to having a tire bursting on a speeding car, resulting in serious consequences. Xiao Luo concentrated hard as he gazed through the heavy shroud of mist, and he could already see the two flashing lights that marked the approach end of the runway. He began his final approach, with the array of lighting systems at the threshold of the runway as his target. Beyond the two flashing lights, there were 3 lines of white lights on either side of the center that extended for 1,000 meters. This was the touchdown zone and where Xiao Luo intended to land. The aircraft was equipped with an altitude warning system that automatically activated an aural warning and beep in the cockpit to alert the pilot of his altitude. 500 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. The aircraft shook violently as it began to descend sharply, and the passengers felt a sense of weightlessness. Had they not been buckled down to their seats, they would definitely have been thrown off during the turbulent approach. God bless us, God bless us. Some passengers had shut their eyes tightly and were in desperate prayer. Mr. Xiao, the lights have turned red. Tan Ningfu, who had been paying close attention to the poppy lights, suddenly shouted out in alarm. Double red lights indicated that the aircraft was coming in too low and would touch down before the runway threshold. Up. Xiao Luo grunted, as he tightened his grip and forcefully pulled back on the yoke with both hands, lifting the nose of the aircraft marginally. Boom! The aircraft hammered into the touchdown zone with an ear-shattering bang as it made contact with the runway. The cabin jolted and shook violently as the plane screamed down the runway, making the passengers feel like they were inside a runaway bus. As the aircraft screamed forward swaying, the passengers braced themselves. Some of them kept their eyes tightly shut, while others muttered silent prayers feeling like they were awaiting a death sentence. The landing was the riskiest phase of a flight, and it was this decisive moment that would determine whether they survive or perish. Hold on to the yoke firmly, and don't let go. Xiao Luo shouted to Tan Ningfu as he engaged the reverse thrust levers and carefully engaged the brakes. Although Tan Ningfu was terrified, she kept her poise and did as she was told, holding on to the control column firmly. Outwardly, she possessed a sweet and gentle demeanor, but beneath, she was made of sterner stuff. Not once did she panic or scream like many would. As the aircraft surged down the runway, the heated tires groaned and screeched, and sparks flew as the brakes were engaged. The massive airliner roared like a raging beast as smoke billowed from its landing gears, not looking like it could stop before the end of the runway. The main reason for the hard landing was that the aircraft had come in too low and had to pull up again before making the touchdown. As its main landing gears slammed heavily onto the runway, it took more effort to keep it rolling down a straight path, causing the aircraft to sway and shake violently. Still, it was an exceptional effort to have performed a night landing without instruments and solely relying on sight and perception. Xiao Luo held on firmly to the yoke, making every effort to keep the massive aircraft in the middle of the runway. The panicked cries of passengers reverberated from the cabin aft, and Xiao Luo could imagine their fears as they stared death in the face. All he could do now was to keep his gaze fixed on the runway. It was barely a minute into the landing roll, but it already felt like a century to everyone in the plane. Suddenly, the shaking and rumbling ceased and the roar of the engines quietened. The gigantic jumbo jet slowed to about 80 miles per hour and gently rumbled forward until it finally came to a stop just before the end of the runway. "We have landed, we're safe and sound." The passengers were overcome with joy and disbelief, each one of them crying out in tears and offering prayers of thanks for their deliverance, for they had journeyed to hell and back. As they stared out the windows, they saw fire trucks and the airport rescue crews dashing over urgently. "We're back on the ground. We survived, we're alive. Great landing, this is just unbelievable." Despite many people throwing up violently, they could hardly conceal their emotions of joy. The purser, the crew, and safety officers were dumbfounded. It felt like a bizarre dream. First, the captain was incapacitated by the co-pilot, who was determined to bring the aircraft down and everyone along with it. Then he set the plane on a course to nowhere, only for an enigmatic young hero, by the surname Xiao, to save the day. The entire experience was surreal, and they couldn't believe they were still alive to tell the tale. Xiao Luo felt a deep sense of relief, he was sweating profusely and leaned back in the pilot's seat. Had it not been for the genius system, they would have become lost souls roaming the clouds for eternity. And had Zhang Dashan been there, he would not have heard the end of it, all the drama on his very first flight. As he was composing himself, he caught a glimpse of Cui Jiho and felt a sudden urge to murder the man had there been no one else around. Cui Jiho had recovered and was conscious when he realized that the aircraft had already landed at Shanghai Airport. What were the chances? His face was ashen, and he kept repeating to himself, "How could it be? How could it be? Precisely, how could it be? How could the aircraft possibly have landed safely on the ground?" The rescue crews had already positioned boarding steps at the open cabin doors, fire trucks surrounded the aircraft, and fire and medical teams were already making their way into the cabin to assist with the evacuation. The airport rescue teams were thoroughly trained in emergency drills and had already anticipated the worst when they observed the forced landing. Noting the Boeing 747's approach speed and the orientation of its glide path, they knew that they would encounter many injured passengers. When the doors were opened, they were quickly on hand to provide immediate medical treatment to many passengers who suffered lacerations and broken bones to various parts of their bodies. The purser and her crew organized the evacuation from the cabin and ensured orderly disembarkation. Follow the instructions of the flight attendant in front of you. Let the injured passengers off the plane first. Good order was maintained in the cabin, and everyone kept calm. The evacuation was carried out efficiently as the injured were brought out of the plane first to receive medical care. Several senior directors of the airport and civil aviation authorities also rushed over and were briefed on the incident by the purser. Cui Jiho really will pay for this. One of the directors cursed during the brief. The director then smiled and commended the purser and crew. You have all done a good job under tremendous pressure. To have landed the plane in such conditions and preventing the loss of life and injury is commendable. For this, you all deserve recognition and appreciation, and on behalf of the company, I sincerely thank you. We were only doing our job, but if it wasn't for a passenger on board who happened to know how to fly the plane, we wouldn't have been able to land safely, the purser said. The other crew members nodded in agreement. Xiao Luo was the hero who saved the day, and they would not take any credit away from him. The two directors looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Passenger? What passenger? Didn't old Ma that landed the plane? No, it wasn't old Ma, he had already been incapacitated by Cui Jiho, the purser said, shaking her head. As she spoke, the captain was carried down from the plane on a stretcher, which immediately verified what she had just said. What was going on here? The directors were shocked. How then could the aircraft have landed safely without Captain Ma in the flight deck? This was an emergency landing that involved a plane that had experienced catastrophic equipment failure. They had no comms, no navigation, and virtually all the meters had been damaged. The landing was unassisted with no support from ATC, and could only rely on ground visual aids. Even an experienced pilot like old Ma would have found it extremely challenging. But yet, here it was parked at the end of the runway, with barely any structural damage. It was a near-perfect forced landing. The directors were still in a daze, and could not believe that a passenger had landed the aircraft. How could this be? How could a passenger be more skilled than an experienced and thoroughly trained airline captain? Where is he? The directors asked. He's still on board with little Fu, and he should be coming down soon, the purser replied. The two directors looked toward the cabin door. They were curious to see who he was. Perhaps one of their own men from the civil aviation services? Whoever he was, kudos to him. The directors were still waiting for a glimpse of the hero that saved the day. Tan Ningfu was already getting off the plane, but there was still no sign of Xiao Luo. So, where was he? The two directors from the airport and civil aviation authorities gave the purser a questioning look, and they were getting a little impatient. Where was the man who single-handedly piloted the plane to a safe landing? The purser hurried over to Tan Ningfu, who had just disembarked and was joining the rest of the waiting crew members. Little Fu, where is Mr. Xiao? Hasn't he disembarked yet? Tan Ningfu replied, blinking in surprise. When did you see him disembark? The purser asked, speaking with some urgency. As soon as the door opened, he collected his baggage and walked down the ramp. The purser cringed, knowing this wasn't going to go down well with those two. What's happening here? Where's the man? A firm voice came from where the two directors stood. The purser looked embarrassed as she turned around and said, Sir, it seems that he disembarked along with the other passengers as we were talking earlier. What? The two directors frowned. Such an able pilot walking away right under their noses, and to think that they were going to hire him as a pilot and offer him an attractive remuneration package. What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you even keep track of your passengers, let alone the very person that saved everyone's lives? I'm sorry, sir, I take full responsibility, the purser responded, lowering her head. The other director waved his hand and said, Don't worry, it's not your fault. Who could guess that he would just sneak away? But it's okay, we can check the passenger manifest, and besides, all the flight information will be updated in the system, so it won't be a difficult task to locate him. Listening in, Tan Ningfu quickly stepped forward to assist where she could. Sir, I've got his contact information. The directors were delighted to hear that. Then contact him quickly, and tell him we want to get to know him. Okay. Tan Ningfu nodded and made the call, but Xiao Luo's phone could not be reached. At that precise moment, both the cell phones of the directors rang simultaneously. They both had a glance at their screens, and when they saw the caller ID, their faces took on a solemn expression. The call came from a superior, and they were both instructed not to investigate the case or find out the passenger's identity any further. When they ended the call, they both looked bewildered. This person had just safely landed a Boeing jet in an emergency, so why did his identity have to be kept confidential? Was the information so sensitive that their superior had to give a direct order for them to desist? As he exited Gate A at Shanghai Airport's main concourse, Xiao Luo was on the phone, dragging his suitcase. Director Gu, thanks a lot for your help. Xiao Luo did not want to attract undue attention, and so he immediately informed Gu Zhanghua about the incident the moment he touched down. Gu Zhanghua promptly used his network of connections to get through to the top man of the ACAA to ensure that nothing involving Xiao Luo would be exposed. You don't have to be so polite to me, too much attention is bad for the organization. But here you are, impressing me again, why, you can even fly a civilian plane. I'm now wondering if there is anything in this world that you can't do, haha. Gu Zhanghua was becoming even more interested in Xiao Luo now. From all the information he had received on Xiao Luo so far, it was apparent that he possessed an impressive array of skill sets, and each of these skills seemed to be honed to a high level of excellence. For example, computer technology was just one of the skills that Xiao Luo possessed. Gu Zhanghua found this man to be a genuine all-rounder, capable in every way. He wondered if Xiao Luo was blessed with a highly developed brain that could unlock the human mind's true potential. I just happened to read a book on how to pilot airplanes. Xiao Luo said, attempting to make light of the situation. You managed to fly a plane just by reading a book? Yeah, you must be a genius. Gu Zhanghua was generously appreciative in his assessment of Xiao Luo, and added, by the way, I will make time to bring you to meet those so-called computer whizzes in NSA. They aren't even comparable to your little finger if you ask me, so do help me provide some guidance. So it seemed that Xiao Luo had a debt to pay after all. Xiao Luo cocked an eyebrow and smiled wryly. He never for a minute thought that Gu Zhanghua had freed him from imprisonment for nothing in return, and this was turning out to look like a convenient arrangement between him and Gu Zhanghua. Certainly, Xiao Luo did not want to remain in prison, and Gu Zhanghua, on the other hand, wanted a blade to serve his country, so it was a quid pro quo. Okay, sure. After the perfunctory pleasantries, the two ended the call. Xiao Luo put the phone back in his pocket and breathed in the air of Shanghai as he scanned the night view of the city. He had spent 4 years living here, and not much had changed since then, at least the airport still remained the same. Then a woman walked over to him. She had sassy, shoulder-length hair and a petite figure. She smiled and asked, Are you, Mr. Xiao Luo? I am, and you are? Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Miss Su's assistant, Luo Pingxiang, but you can call me Little Luo. Miss Su asked me to come over to pick you up, she said as she bowed slightly. Xiao Luo returned the smile and replied, Oh, great, thank you. Not at all, Mr. Xiao, I should be the one thanking you, Luo Pingxiang said as she reached out to help Xiao Luo with his suitcase. Xiao Luo politely declined her assistance. It's okay, I'll handle the luggage myself, just lead the way. He wasn't the type to willingly trouble others, and especially not by having a woman help him with his luggage. That was something he would feel awkward about, regardless of the circumstances. Luo Pingxiang didn't push the matter, as being an experienced personal assistant, she had learned to be sensitive to people and was quick to pick up subtle cues. She knew that Xiao Luo wasn't just trying to be polite. This way, Mr. Xiao. She gestured with her hand, then continued with where she had left off earlier. When I was in Jiangqing, I was the one who lost Bei Bei, but luckily you rescued her, or I would be in a lot of trouble. You're not to blame for that, those thugs were, Xiao Luo said. If I had been brave enough to resist, maybe Bei wouldn't have been snatched away, Luo Pingxiang replied. Evidently, the incident was still fresh in her mind, and she blamed herself for it. Xiao Luo smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't long before they came to a black vehicle parked by the road. Luo Pingxiang opened the rear door for Xiao Luo, then she got into the driver's seat and started to drive slowly. Suddenly, a white van flashed past them and swerved in front of their vehicle. Luo Pingxiang screamed in fright and quickly slammed on the brakes. The black vehicle came to a hard stop, barely avoiding a collision with the white van by several centimeters. Oh, no, it's a scalper, Luo Pingxiang said. Huh, what's a scalper? Scalpers are illegal ticket sellers, and they spy and keep track of the undisclosed daily schedules and jobs of all celebrities, and hound them relentlessly, she said. They make a living out of this and have even formed a chain with those crazy fans, known in our circle as Saseing fans. They must have thought that Miss Su was in this vehicle and forced us to stop. As she was speaking, 4 or 5 men could be seen alighting from the white van with cameras in their hands, and they began shooting and taking pictures of the black vehicle. Goddess Su, please let us have a look at you. We've been squatting here at the airport for over 10 days, to see you with our own eyes. I'm a huge fan of yours, Miss Su, please let me have a look, I've been dreaming of standing face to face with you. The small mob surrounded the vehicle and kept thumping on the windows, screaming out for their idol. By the looks of it, living the life of a celebrity was no easy task at all. The thought instantly occurred to Xiao Luo as he watched the group of people clamoring outside their vehicle. A celebrity had to be wary of constantly being tailed by diehard fans and the paparazzi, as their lives were continually being pried upon. Being a celebrity was hard, and Xiao Luo wondered if they ever missed an ordinary person's life. Luo Pingxiang rolled down the car window slightly and hollered at the crowd outside the car, "You're all mistaken, this isn't Miss Su's car." She then proceeded to put the car in reverse gear to back away and then tried to go around the white van obstructing them. But she had wholly underestimated this group of scalpers and fanatical Saseing fans. Seeing that the black vehicle was about to negotiate around the white van, some people got behind it and prevented Luo Pingxiang from reversing. The crowd was swarming around and banging on the windows with their palms, screaming for Suli to appear. Oh dear, we're done for, they won't let us leave. Luo Pingxiang was reeling from anxiety, and she quickly reached for her cell phone to make a call to the police. The situation was getting out of hand with these crazy fans acting with absolute disregard for their safety and preventing her from driving away. And things began to take a turn for the worse, as a big man was now approaching their vehicle holding a hammer. "Goddess Su, please let me have a look at you." As he screamed for his idol, he tried to smash a window with a wild swing of the hammer. This crazy Saseing fan was consumed with having a glimpse of her and would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. "Aha!" Luo Pingxiang screamed and trembled as she struggled to make the call the police. She was visibly terrified as this was the first time that she had encountered such a fanatical Saseing fan, and it almost felt as terrifying as an encounter with a robber. Suddenly, Xiao Luo pulled open the rear sliding door, and before anybody knew what was happening, a phantom-like figure had exited the black van and, in a flash, disabled the man holding the hammer. A nasty knife-hand chop came down hard against the side of his neck, and the man dropped to the ground, passing out without even making a sound. Having dispatched of the man, Xiao Luo got behind another 2 men as swift as lightning and quickly knocked them down with another 2 well-aimed blows. The last man blocking the rear had his sight obstructed, and all he heard were the door opening and grunts coming from the other side of the vehicle. And when he stepped from behind the van to take a look, he only saw a vicious fist flying right into his face. Xiao Luo punched him squarely on the chin, and as his eyes crossed slightly, he lost all control of his body and dropped to the ground. With the job done, Xiao Luo immediately hopped back into the vehicle and pulled the door shut. The entire action did not take more than 10 seconds. Luo Pingxiang's jaw dropped, stunned by what she saw, and she hadn't even noticed that her phone had slipped from her hand. She turned her head and stared at Xiao Luo. She did not see precisely how it all happened, but she knew that in the blink of an eye, all 4 men were taken down. "We should be able to leave now, I think." Luo Pingxiang nodded her head and repeated herself like a hen pecking at rice. Okay, we can go, we can go." She quickly reversed the vehicle a little, then drove around the white van in front of her, and they were finally on their way out. She was still in a state of shock, and she kept glancing at Xiao Luo from her rearview mirror from time to time. Who really was this man that she only knew as Mr. Xiao? How was it his martial arts techniques were so exceptional? "Mr. Xiao, you must have practiced martial arts before, you're incredible." Xiao Luo laughed. "Yes, I have." He really didn't know what else to say. To prevent anyone from finding out that the genius system had become one with him, he had to continually make up white lies. "No wonder you're so good at fighting, you knocked down the scalpers and Seising fans in one go. With you by her side, my sister's safety can be guaranteed," Luo Pingxiang said. Her sister? She was probably referring to Suli. Xiao Luo thought to himself, then he shook his head and said, "You're mistaken, I'm not here to be her bodyguard." "I know that you're here to act as a father for Bei Bei," Luo Pingxiang said, giggling. Xiao Luo didn't say anything else after getting his answer, and just sat back in his seat and made himself comfortable. He looked out the window at the passing streets and recognized familiar landmarks, the bus stop where he used to wait for the bus, the karaoke parlor where he once visited with his classmates, and the subway station he used regularly. Fond memories from the time he was in university flashed in his mind, and he never expected to return to this familiar city again. The first person he thought of was his former class president, Guo Qinghe, but at the class reunion at the end of last year, Xiao Luo had a poor impression of him, so he did not intend to contact Guo Qinghe. They had nothing in common and certainly walked different paths, so it was best he kept his distance. Half an hour later, the black vehicle arrived at the Crescent Bay Hotel. "Miss Su lives here?" Xiao Luo asked. Luo Pingxiang nodded. "Yes, the security here is superb, and the hotel also places great emphasis on protecting the privacy of her customers. Sis spent nearly 100 million to buy her condominium here." 100 million? Xiao Luo was quite impressed, and she undoubtedly lived the lifestyle of a superstar. He recalled seeing many people on the internet frequently posting photos of luxurious accommodations belonging to the rich and famous. It seemed to him that these celebrities preferred to live in hotel-style luxury apartments, so he didn't find it strange for Suli to live in such a place. The Crescent Bay Hotel was impressive and had the grandeur of classical European styling, both in its layout and decor. Upon entering the hotel grounds, one could immediately sense the scale and elegance of its architecture. Luo Pingxiang drove directly into the car park, and after parking in her designated bay, she brought Xiao Luo to an elevator, which they then took to the 52nd floor. "Here we are, this is where Sis lives." After ringing the doorbell, the massive mahogany door swung open, and they were welcomed by a woman wearing an apron. She looked slightly aged, perhaps 50 to 60 years old. "This is Auntie Li, she's the nanny." Luo Pingxiang cheerfully made the introductions. "Auntie Li, this is Mr. Xiao." "Hello Mr. Xiao, please come in, Miss Su has been waiting for a while," Auntie Li said, bowing courteously. Xiao Luo walked in and looked around. The place was tastefully furnished with snow-white leather sofas, mahogany furniture, and a 3-meter-tall bonsai stood imposingly in the corner by the stairs. The condominium occupied at least 600 square meters and was equipped with a full suite of modern appliances. "Are Miss Su, her daughter, and Auntie Li the only ones living in such a large apartment?" "Yes," Luo Pingxiang answered. "What about the rest of her family?" "Sis has a mother and brother, but neither of them stays here. It's not that sis doesn't want them to, but it's to protect them from being bothered by the fans, so this way, they can live normal lives. So that's how it was. Xiao Luo nodded his head in acknowledgement, and he could appreciate why Suli chose to do so. Daddy! An excitement, happy voice of a child came from the floor above. Xiao Luo turned instantly and saw Su Xiaobei running down the stairs barefooted. She looked like a little doll, snow-white skin, a pair of large bright eyes, an impish upturned nose, and smiling lips. She was his little angel. Su Xiaobei, don't run. A slender figure dashed out of the room, calling after Su Xiaobei. She was a stunning beauty, her hair was tied up loosely in a half-bun, accentuating her long slender neck. Who else could it be but Suli? Daddy, you came to see me. Su Xiaobei hugged Xiao Luo's thigh, then lifting her head, she looked at Xiao Luo gleefully with her big eyes. Her face lit with a smile full of joy and excitement. Bei. Haha, yeah, we made a promise, didn't we? Xiao Luo gave her a warm smile as he reached out and rubbed her little head. My daddy, give me a hug. I want a hug. Su Xiaobei stretched her little arms toward Xiao Luo, waiting for him to pick her up. Xiao Luo simply could not resist, and he was beaming from ear to ear as he bent down and lifted Su Xiaobei into his arms. There was something magical about this little girl, she had an innate charm that somehow compelled him to love and protect her like his own. As they watched how the two got along, Luo Pingxiang and Aunt Li were both dumbfounded. They very familiar with Su Xiaobei's introverted personality, she was usually wary of strangers, and aside from Suli, they had never seen her being so attached to anyone else before. What they witnessed right now came as a big surprise to them. Suli came hurrying down the stairs, elegant in the way she carried herself, but she did not seem pleasant at all. Instead, she appeared agitated, and her expression was cold. Su Xiaobei, if you dare run down from upstairs again, I'll ground you from watching cartoons for a week. Su Xiaobei clung on to Xiao Luo's neck tightly and buried her face in Xiao Luo's chest as if seeking his protection. I won't do that again, she said, almost in a whisper. Seeing her pout her little lips, Suli couldn't bring herself to remain angry. She softened her tone and said, Get down now. Hurry up and let Aunt Li bath you. I have important things to discuss with him. I don't want to leave Daddy. Su Xiaobei held on tightly to Xiao Luo's neck. Listen to me. Suli said, raising her voice. Bei, listen to your mummy and be a good girl, alright. I won't leave ever again. I'll be staying by your side now. Xiao Luo coaxed the little girl, speaking with a kind, gentle voice. Really? Yes. Xiao Luo nodded and gently put Su Xiaobei down. Bei, let's go for a shower. Aunt Li came forward to take Su Xiaobei by the hand and brought her upstairs for a bath. Suli glanced at Xiao Luo and said, Have a seat. Xiao Luo did not act any differently in the presence of such a celebrity, and he casually took a seat on the leather sofa in the living room. Luo Pingxiang brought them a pot of hot tea, served them both a glass each, then stepped away to a corner and left them to discuss matters. Xiao Luo. Miss Su, before we get into the main topic, may I ask you a question? Xiao Luo interjected before Suli could complete her sentence. What question? Suli responded, her eyebrows slightly knitted. When I promised to be Xiaobei's surrogate father, you said that you'd arrange my accommodation. I would like to know where I will be living, Xiao Luo said. Suli sat looking poised and composed. It's the apartment opposite this one, she said. Opposite this one? It has a built-up area of 130 square meters, and it's luxuriously furnished. For your information, it is worth more than 30 million, which is probably several hundred times better than that house you rented in Jiangqing City, Suli said. Xiao Luo was surprised by her condescending tone, but he ignored it. Was the $30 million apartment really for him? Wasn't she too generous in spending a fortune on him? I know that you've hired me to play the role of Xiaobei's father, but I'm not her biological father, nor do I have any experience in being one. I may not be able to provide her with the fatherly love she needs growing up. I've got people looking for Su Xiaobei's real father, so for now, you just have to accompany her as much as you can, Su Li said. Su Li then gestured to Luo Xiongping, who came running with a pile of books and placed them in front of Xiao Luo. I especially selected these books for you. Read them when you have time. For you, this is a job, and since this is a job, you have to work hard and do it well, Su Li said. Xiao Luo took a quick glance at the pile of books and didn't know how to react. All of these books were on parenting and communication skills for toddlers and preschoolers. I hope you can adapt to your role as soon as possible. I do not intend to interfere with your personal life, nor will I expect you to keep Su Xiaobei company every day. You may go and work on your own career. After all, this job I'm giving you will not last for long, perhaps 6 months or a year. Anyway, it won't be a lifelong career, Su Li said, sipping on her cup of hot tea impassively. All right. Xiao Luo nodded. He didn't appreciate Su Li's attitude, and neither did he detest it. This was just a job. But things were different with Su Xiaobei, and many a time, Xiao Luo would forget himself and think Su Xiaobei as his own daughter. If it wasn't for the little girl, he would have rejected Su Li's offer, even with her generous terms. All right? Is that all? Don't you have anything else you want to ask? Su Li was slightly disappointed, as she'd expected Xiao Luo to have a lot of questions regarding Su Xiaobei. Nope. Xiao Luo wasn't the type to dig too deeply into others' affairs. It'd just feel like gossiping to him, something he absolutely abhorred. He already figured there was more than a 90% chance that Su Xiaobei wasn't Su Li's biological daughter, but none of that was his concern. The only thing he cared about was the well-being of his little angel, Su Xiaobei, and he'd do anything to take good care of her. Sign on the agreement then. Su Li took a pen and a document from the table's drawer and placed it in front of Xiao Luo. According to what we verbally agreed previously, I will pay you $200,000 per month. But I expect you to do your best in your role as her surrogate father. If I'm not satisfied with your performance, your commission will be deducted as I see fit. No problem. Xiao Luo took the agreement and quickly ran through its terms. It laid out the standard clauses covering salary, confidentiality, termination, breach of contract and such. Xiao Luo duly wrote his name and signed it at the bottom of the agreement. Su Li glared at Xiao Luo with disdain as he signed the document. She had formed the opinion that he had no self-esteem and was the kind of person who would do anything for the sake of money. But on the bright side, there'd be no emotional baggage when the day came, and it would be easier to sever all ties with Xiao Luo the moment she located Su Xiaobei's father. After having the meal that Aunt Li prepared, Xiao Luo left for the accommodation that had been made for him. Entering his apartment, the white sheer curtains that dressed the French window swayed as it caught a light breeze. His room was furnished with a generous 2-meter-wide bed, a 42-inch LED television was mounted on the wall, and there was even an Apple laptop placed beside the bed. Ornate lamps and a well-polished floor complemented the decor, and a built-in double wardrobe was located at the far corner of the room. Xiao Luo smiled at the irony of it. Despite her icy demeanor, Su Li had commissioned an interior designer to bring such warmth into the apartment, which suited his style. After taking a shower, Xiao Luo received a call from Zhang Dashan. When he found out that Xiao Luo was staying on the same floor as Su Li, and that he would be living there for some time, Zhang Dashan was so envious that a slew of expletives burst from his mouth. Lao Xiao, you really have some dog**t luck. To think that you're actually staying with Goddess Su Li. WTF. Do you want me to die of jealousy? Zhang Dashan screamed. Calm down, we're not staying together, just on the same floor. Besides, what's there to envy? Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and threw the question back at him. Oh, please, don't show off. Stop flaunting with me, you motherf asterisk cur. I'm going to find you when I have time. If asterisk kin wanna stay with goddess Su too. Xiao Luo was at a loss for words. Early the next morning, Xiao Luo went to the open window and drew the curtains aside. As he breathed in the fresh air, birds could be heard chirping away in the trees beyond the window. What a delightful day to wake up to, he thought. Daddy, Daddy. Before Xiao Luo could even freshen up, Su Xiaobei was already outside his door, knocking on it and calling for him. Xiao Luo promptly went to the door and let her in. Daddy, have you eaten breakfast? Have you brushed your teeth? Mommy said that you must brush your teeth every morning and night so that worms won't grow, Su Xiaobei told him, looking very solemn as she gave Xiao Luo a short lesson in oral hygiene. Is that so? Okay, Daddy will go and brush my teeth now. Xiao Luo touched her head affectionately, then headed for the bathroom. The little girl followed him in and held the edge of the sink with her tiny hands. She stared at Xiao Luo with unblinking, large eyes. Daddy. Why aren't you staying with Mommy? Daddy has to work at night. I will disturb you and Mommy if I'm staying with her, Xiao Luo said, randomly coming up with another white lie. The little girl frowned. But you can work during the day, she responded. I have other things to do during the day. Xiao Luo put down his toothbrush and gently pinched her cheek. After washing his face, he picked Su Xiaobei up and walked out. At Su Li's apartment, a sumptuous breakfast had been laid on the dining table. At a quick glance, he saw that there was a selection of bread, poached eggs, corn, pastries, milk and cereals. Aunt Li was still busy in the kitchen, and when she saw Xiao Luo walking and carrying Su Xiaobei, she greeted him warmly. Good morning, Mr. Xiao, breakfast's ready. Xiao Luo nodded and smiled. Su Li was already at the table, and as Xiao Luo took his seat opposite her, he wished her a good morning. Su Li only lifted her head and glanced at him. Her hair was worn loosely, cascading over her shoulders, and as rays of the morning sun streamed in from the balcony windows, her exquisite features glowed with a fairy-like luster that accentuated her beauty. Su Xiaobei, now that he has woke up, can you be a good girl now and eat up? Yup. The little girl nodded cheekily and beamed at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled back at her and placed her on the high chair next to him. As Su Xiaobei ate her breakfast heartily, she kept smiling sweetly at Xiao Luo all the while, and Xiao Luo, likewise, smiled back. Watching the two of them share such a strong bond as father and daughter, Su Li felt an inexplicable sense of envy and jealousy, perhaps to the extent of even hatred. She was the one who had brought up Su Xiaobei, yet she couldn't even compete with an outsider. Seeing how her daughter was reacting to Xiao Luo, she felt like the outsider, instead. But what could she say? Wasn't she the one who hired Xiao Luo to be Su Xiaobei's surrogate father in the first place? In any case, Xiao Luo seemed like he was doing a great job, and wasn't that precisely what she wanted? I'll have to go out after breakfast, Xiao Luo said. I already said it before. While you have to play your role, you are free to do your own things. Su Li replied curtly without even looking at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did speak further, and he realized that this woman seemed very reluctant to have any conversation with him. Which, in a sense, suited him well, as he wasn't someone who enjoyed making small talk. After leaving the Crescent Bay Hotel, Xiao Luo contacted his cousin, Ding Jinyun. He had promised his uncle and aunt that he'd look into it, and his mission was now to get Ding Jinyun out of those MLM dens. As soon as he heard that Xiao Luo was coming alone, Ding Jinyun immediately agreed to meet him. The rendezvous was to be a subway station. When Xiao Luo arrived, he didn't see Ding Jinyun anywhere, but he was instead picked up by two young men that he wasn't acquainted with. Sallow-faced and haggard, they looked terribly undernourished. You are Jinyun's cousin, right? We are his friends, he asked us to come and pick you up. The two youths who approached Xiao Luo shook his hand enthusiastically when he said he was. Why didn't he come? Xiao Luo asked. He isn't free. He has a class to attend. Please come with us. Xiao Luo could only guess what attending class meant. It could only be another brainwashing session. He followed behind them as they made their way through several busy streets bustling with people, before they finally turned into a grubby, filthy-looking alley. It looked forbidding. There were bills posted haphazardly on the decaying walls, and every house and shopfront were in a dilapidated state. The people he encountered there were mostly elderly, but he also heard the sound of children crying emanating from some of the houses. The place was evidently teeming with low-income workers, and a number of them seemed to have come from other parts of the world. In such tenements, they would be living in densely packed, squalid conditions. The two men led Xiao Luo through a dark corridor, and from there, they made their way up to 8 floors, before finally arriving at their destination. It was a modest-sized unit, comprising of a living room and 3 smaller rooms. As soon as Xiao Luo walked in, the musty smell of mildew overwhelmed his senses. In one of the smaller rooms, 7 to 8 men were sitting on the floor holding notebooks, and they were attentively listening to a man giving a talk. The speaker was attired in a sharp suit worn over a spotless white shirt. He was about 27 or 28 years of age and was very animated and high-spirited, talking vigorous, without pause since the time Xiao Luo arrived. His cousin Ding Jinyun was sitting on the floor along with the others, listening to every word the man uttered. Brother Lu, Jinyun's cousin's here, one of the men called out. The speaker broke off immediately and approached Xiao Luo. He was amiable, and as he held Xiao Luo's hand firmly, he said, "Coming early is not as good as coming on time. We are just in the middle of an entrepreneurship course, and you should take a seat and listen too. Jinyun, hurry up and bring your cousin in." Ding Jinyun was short in stature and had a tanned complexion, and although already in his 20s, he still looked like a teenager going through puberty. As they shared a common bloodline, he did resemble Xiao Luo in appearance. "Xiao Luo, come, let's sit down and finish this class, before catching up." He came out and brought Xiao Luo inside. "You've become skinny." Xiao Luo empathized with Ding Jinyun. He had some understanding of MLM organizations and knew what he must be going through. Having seen the cabbage and radish in the kitchen sink outside, the youths here must have been poorly fed, and so it wasn't unexpected that they looked undernourished. "No pain, no gain. Suffering now is nothing. When I get rich in the future, everything will be worth it," Ding Jinyun said. Xiao Luo didn't respond but just shook his head, feeling sorry for his younger cousin. "Okay, everyone, let us continue. You only have to invest $3,800, and you will immediately get a place in the chain. Then, all you need to do is to find 3 downlines, so simple. Then each downline just acquires another 3 downlines, and so on. Now just multiply this, and you will see that a profit of $112,000 will be generated. Isn't that wonderful? Our company has a very fair 5-level and 3-tier system. The 5 levels and 3 tiers are represented by the letters A, B, C, D, E. You will work your way up from intern salesman to senior salesman, business leader, business manager, and finally to the director of operations." When the speaker, Brother Lu, was delivering the most exciting part of his pitch, he drew a chart with a multiplying factor on the tiny blackboard and explained it in detail. Xiao Luo almost cracked up. That was a typical MLM organization with an unmitigated pyramid structure, and no attempt was even made to gloss over the scheme. When you personally sell 1 or 2 products for the company, you will become an intern salesman. When you and your downlines sell an accumulated 64 products for the company, you are already a business manager. So, is it really so tough? As I explained earlier on the board, the difference between D and E is just over $700, and the difference between C and D is about $4,000. This means that when your team expands to 16 people, you'll begin to see big money. In short, you just have to sit tight while others to earn money for you, and all you need to do is find 3 downlines for yourself. Now, you tell me, doesn't that sound interesting? The group of listeners broke into spirited applause. The loudest and most enthusiastic endorsement came from the most engaged person in the session, who else but Ding Junjun. The millionaire-making business model that will take over the world, the financial plan that will be our key to wealth, the novel plan that will shake the industry. Everlasting and ever popular. Enter an idiot and leave a genius. Enter a poor man and leave a millionaire. The fantastic automatic money-making machine that is our key to success. Brother Lu, the speaker at this seminar, led the people in shouting a slew of slogans, using both passionate words and positive body gestures. By injecting this energy into the speech, he encouraged the audience to be more enthusiastic and excited about the business. As a recruiter, his job was to emphasize the money-making method and how the model could multiply indefinitely. Every listener who was there gave him their undivided attention and looked up to him as their messiah. Xiao Luo was sitting next to Ding Junjun and tried to talk some sense into him. Junjun, this is a scam and a complete lie. No business can give you such profits by merely investing some 3,000 bucks. They're fabricating this fairy tale to entice you. Ding Junjun immediately became upset. Cousin, how can you say that? Brother Lu is a successful businessman and the cream of the crop in this industry. His annual income has already surpassed millions. He's only willing to help us because he has been through it all, and now it's his time to give back to society and make more people succeed in life. He's walking the talk. Any business model with no actual product, and that relies purely on downline sales to profit, is considered multi-level marketing. You've been working for so long, haven't you heard of the word MLM? I've said countless times that this is not MLM, why do you refuse to believe me? We have a product, and it's a kind of software, Ding Junjun said, clearly agitated. Software? Do you really believe that you are in any way associated with the IT sector? Ding Junjun tried very hard to convince Xiao Luo, whom he saw as an unenlightened man, and said, yes, we're selling software, and we run the sales. Cousin, if you do not know anything about us, keep quiet and listen to Brother Lu. You might actually learn something and discover the path to wealth through this business model. Just listen to his speech. Xiao Luo laughed when he heard those words. Ding Junjun's silly attitude of taking everything he was told for granted was why he had fallen into the trap without even being aware of it. There were both men and women present in the room, and they immediately turned and stared at Xiao Luo for disrupting the seminar. Brother Lu also gazed at Xiao Luo and smiled. It seems like Brother Xiao Luo doesn't agree with our path to wealth. Why don't I preach to you now, so that you can understand us in depth? I want to build mutual trust and hope that you eventually join us, he said. Join you guys? I'm sorry, but first, I have 2 questions based on your lecture content. Oh? And what are your questions? Brother Lu was taken aback, but he maintained his calm composure and said, why don't you tell us? Our team values freedom of speech the most and the individual's opinion. Everyone, let's welcome Brother Xiao Luo to point out our shortcomings. The men and women had by now been entirely conditioned by Brother Lu, and they clapped spontaneously the moment he spoke those words. Xiao Luo glanced at Ding Junjun and decided that he had to burst his delusional bubble and wake the poor lad up. He stood up to address Brother Lu and the crowd. My first question is a pragmatic one. For every dollar that you make, how many did not earn a thing? Let's not look at how much a successful member can earn personally. Instead, let's count those who did not receive anything. From level 2 onwards, when you're promoted to Tier D, the difference between Tiers D and E would result in 4 individuals having no income. In level 3, the difference between Tiers C and D would result in 30 individuals. And, when it comes to the difference between Tiers B and C, it only gets worse. 394 individuals would have no income. Which means to say, the wealth in your hands does not increase in value but only stream towards the highest rank, so the people at the top of the food chain earn the most money. Xiao Luo's summation was quick and concise, and it made Brother Lu frown and glared at him with a little apprehension. Xiao Luo had listed out the number of people from each tier that would not make any money. As the base grew, the numbers would multiply exponentially, and this meant that the joining fees from people at the bottom were simply enriching the people at the top of the pyramid. Xiao Luo continued and said, "My second question is based on this story. A mountain is 100 meters high, and one day someone climbs up to reach a point at 50 meters, and then, every subsequent day he would climb half of what he had climbed the first day. So, can you tell me, in reality, when would this person ever reach the peak?" Brother Lu started to panic. The crowd of brainwashed members became confused, and they kept looking at both Brother Lu and Xiao Luo. Doubt began to form in their minds as they questioned the plan's veracity that offered them a quick path to wealth. "Are you guys starting to form doubts? It's getting confusing?" "Actually, it's straightforward. This has nothing to do with the multiplier theory that you have been told, but it's a classic MLM model that will lead you to prey on your friends and families. How can anyone guarantee you 100% success in business? Look around you, there's no operation, no profit, and no value adding. So, how is the income generated? This is solved by recruitment that will continuously increase the people at the bottom level. And, the people who have just joined are all the mountain climbers I just mentioned. They will never reach the top." When he finished, Xiao Luo had a smirk on his face. The room fell into dead silence as the last thing that Xiao Luo had said struck a nerve. They could never reach the top. Brother Lu's was enraged, his eyes bulged, and his mouth was in spasms. It has never crossed his mind that any person could debunk his multiplier theory with just 2 points. He had to do something, or all would be lost. Standing up suddenly, he roared at Xiao Luo, "This man is insulting our great business. He is in the way of our road to wealth and prosperity. Get him out of here." The 2 men who had picked Xiao Luo up and brought there, suddenly showed their true colors as they quickly rolled up their sleeves and went after Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo dispatched them with just 2 swift kicks before he turned his attention to Brother Lu. Xiao Luo grabbed him by his collar and lifted him off the ground. "You should be grateful that you have not messed with my cousin. If not, I would have squashed every single of you up like bedbugs." The air was heavy with fear and trepidation, and overcome with fright, Brother Lu wet his pants. The members who had come to Brother Lu's aid were stunned by Xiao Luo's tremendous power, and they stopped in their tracks, staring at him with a terrified look on faces. Xiao Luo threw Brother Lu aside and turned to Ding Jinyun. Noticing the bench in his hands, he said, "What, even you want to attack me? You don't understand me at all. You keep thinking that I am doing MLM. Why do you all think that I've been cheated?" Ding Jinyun was furious with Xiao Luo and had been quite upset with his family for not understanding and supporting him. Xiao Luo sighed and empathized with Ding Jinyun. "That's because you're really cheated. Let's go home. Take some time to think about this, and you'll realize eventually that this is a scam, an illegal MLM operation." Boom. Suddenly, the door of the rented apartment burst open. A squad of policemen rushed in, ordering everyone to stay down. Brother Lu and his 2 subordinates that were beaten by Xiao Luo panicked, and their faces turned pale and white as a sheet. "You called the cops here?" Ding Jinyun glared at Xiao Luo with a glint of hatred in his eyes. He now saw him as the enemy. Xiao Luo nodded and said, "That's right. If this is really a proper business, as you said, then the police will drop all charges and release them. Now, it's time for you to wake up from this fantasy world." After the apartment raid, it was established that Brother Lu's full name was Lu Yuanbua, and that his 2 subordinates were also employees of the blacklisted MLM organization. Now that they had been caught red-handed, they would be facing criminal charges. As for the others, they were released on the spot, and those of them who were penniless were offered free train tickets to go home. Still, many of them did not wake up from the fantasy that Lu Yuanbua had planted in their heads, one of them being Ding Xingyun. When they both stepped out of the police station, he pushed Xiao Luo away, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was screaming like a madman. Xiao Luo, why are you standing in my path to wealth? Are you not my cousin? You just can't stand that I'll be successful, right? He was hysterical, his voice sounded angry and desperate, and he was throwing a fit. Xiao Luo was annoyed and couldn't understand why Ding Xingyun was still blind to the scam. Use your damn brain to think, will you? Ask yourself, if Brother Lu was a legitimate businessman, like you say, why is he being detained by the police? I understand that you want to succeed very much, but it is not going to be this easy. You can't achieve it by merely taking some notes in front of your Brother Lu's eyes. All of you were only a part of his money-making tree, he was just waiting for you guys to attract more people to become his downline and pay tribute to him. How can you not understand such simple reasoning? Besides, if the plan was really that lucrative to them, why didn't they seek investments from big bosses, but instead chose you guys? Did you not think about this? You don't understand, you know nothing. Just look at Jack Ma and the challenges he faced when he started his business. Nobody could understand him, and not a single person saw the potential in him, many even labeled him a liar, but he made it, and his life story is a legend now. Ding Xingyun refused to give up his dream. Jack Ma? Xiao Luo just shook his head. If you want to use Jack Ma as an example, I'll tell you more about him. On top of being able to seize the opportunity in the era of big data, you must realize that he has excellent soft skills. He is an extraordinary speaker and can influence others easily. He also speaks fluent English, which allows him to converse and negotiate with English-speaking businessmen effectively. Most importantly, he possesses great wisdom, and his business acumen is unparalleled. Have you ever seriously done a self-appraisal? If you want to be successful like him, what sort of skills do you need to possess? Are you an influential public speaker, or can you get many people to follow your lead? To forge iron, one must be strong, don't you understand that? If you really want to be successful, then improve yourself and develop the right skills and attitude, only then can you grab the opportunity when it presents itself. Are you done lecturing me? Ding Xingyun yelled and pointed his finger at Xiao Luo. You took so long to just tell me that. You've always looked down on me and think that I'm not capable and uneducated, you're just saying that I'm trash. I don't need your lecture, and you are not qualified to do that. He was very aggressive toward Xiao Luo and now saw him as the enemy. Xiao Luo gave him a cold stare, and without mincing words, he said, had Aunt not pleaded with me, I'd be too busy to care about you. I know very well what I am doing, just mind your own business. Just as Ding Xingyun turned to leave, Xiao Luo grabbed him by the shoulder. Ding Xingyun froze, he felt an incredible weight on his shoulder, and he found it impossible to break away, as much as he tried. He yelped, what are you doing? Let go, let me go. Xiao Luo had a mind to beat the lad up, flustered with his stubborn refusal to learn his lesson, and still dwelling on his far-fetched dream. Right now, every one of our relatives is wary of you, and they see you as no better than a burglar, while your parents are worried sick about you every day. So, how can you still think that you're on the right path? Your original intention was to give your parents a better life, but all you've done is to make them worry about you. Do you know that your mother cries all the time? Is that what you mean by giving them a better life? Stay out of my business, why you better let go. Ding Xingyun struggled furiously as he attempted to turn around and throw a punch at Xiao Luo's face. Never mind. Xiao Luo sighed and let go of him. He was resigned to the fact that Ding Xingyun was too intoxicated with this get-rich-quick scheme that he saw as his path to success. Sending him home in such a state would only create more heartache and trouble for his aunt and uncle. It was difficult for Ding Xingyun to accept the reality now, and it would take some time for the truth to prevail. Ding Jinyun glared at Xiao Luo and left, massaging his aching shoulder. When you're ready to go home, come find me at Crescent Bay Hotel if you need cash, and you take care. Xiao Luo spoke as Ding Jinyun turned his back. Although Ding Jinyun was only his cousin, he had always treated him like his own brother. Seeing Ding Jinyun so influenced by this MLM scheme only made him feel downhearted. Ding Jinyun paused for a second and glanced back, then walked off without further hesitation. Xiao Luo took out his phone and made a call. "Aunt, I've met Jinyun." "Xiao Luo, how's Jinyun? Did any bad guy mess with him? Is he hurt?" Xiao Jianyi was frantic when she received the call and was eager to find out about her son's well-being. "Nope, he's fine. He's a little lean, but he absolutely refuses to go back for now." "Why? He doesn't even listen to you now?" "He's gone too deep into this MLM mindset. He won't listen to any of us now, so we can only wait until he realizes it himself," Xiao Luo replied. "How can he be so dumb? He would rather believe in strangers than his own kin. Why is he so dumb?" Xiao Jianying started to cry uncontrollably. Her only son had been brainwashed by an MLM organization to this state, and it broke her heart. Xiao Luo couldn't find the words to comfort her, but he said, "Aunt, for him to realize what MLM is doing to him, you must not send him any money regardless of what he tells you. He'll leave the MLM organization eventually once he cannot sustain himself. Don't worry too much, when that time comes, he'll definitely come to me." "Thank you, Xiao Luo, thank you so much." Xiao Jianying felt a sense of relief and clung on hopefully to Xiao Luo's words. When Xiao Luo got back to Crescent Bay Hotel, he threw himself on the bed and massaged his temples to ease his stress. Within minutes, he received a message from Suli. "Are you back?" "Yes." "Come here." Xiao Luo had to get up again. But he wasn't complaining. He was delighted with the luxurious apartment arranged for him, and besides, he was genuinely happy with his role as Su Xiaobei's surrogate father. On top of that, he did not need to do anything other than play daddy. So, it wasn't difficult for him to decline the monthly remuneration of 200,000. He didn't desperately need money, and although Suli was a superstar, her cash was hard-earned too. He freshened up and left for Suli's apartment. He saw an unfamiliar woman with Suli when he entered the apartment. She was tall and decked in a long black dress that complemented her full, voluptuous body. She wore a light eyeshadow and had a pair of alluring eyes. Her long wavy hair, highlighted with streaks of red, tumbled in tresses framing a charming face with snow-white skin. The slit in her dress exposed her long, slender legs adorned in silk sheer stockings and a pair of crystal-colored heels. She was the manifestation of class and grace. "Li, so, is this the guy you've asked to be Xiaobei's daddy?" He looks pretty decent and quite handsome, to be honest. Such a fine man, why, I might even want to have a taste of him." The woman tilted her head slightly as she stole a glance at Xiao Luo, and gave him an affectionate smile. Xiao Luo ignored her tease and kneeled to hug Su Xiaobei, who had just run up to him. "He's Xiao Luo." Suli mentioned his name to the charming woman but did not introduce the two. In her mind, there was no need for Xiao Luo to make acquaintance with any of her friends as his job was to be with Su Xiaobei. The charming woman did not introduce herself to Xiao Luo as well and changed the topic. "Let's go. It's been a while since I last played tennis with you. I'm getting really rusty." Suli nodded. After checking with Xiao Luo for his availability, she asked him to come along with them as she planned to bring Su Xiaobei with her to the tennis court. They went in a black limousine, and Luo Pingxiang drove with Xiao Luo, Suli, and Xiaobei aboard, while the charming woman drove herself in a Ferrari sports car. "Oh, sis, did Sis Qingyan get a new car again?" "I haven't seen this Ferrari before," Luo Pingxiang asked. Suli was hugging Su Xiaobei in the back seat, and she replied, "She's very passionate about cars. There are 20 limited edition cars in her garage, this 599 GTB Fiorano is just one of them and the latest model. Sis Qingyan's surely wealthy, I'd be satisfied to have even 1,000th of her wealth, Luo Pingxiang said, her words full of admiration and respect. Xiao Luo sat in the front passenger seat and was utterly disinterested in the conversation. After it ended, he turned around to face Su Li and said, Miss Su, I've thought about it, the monthly salary of 200,000. Do you think it's too little? Su Li frowned and cut him off coldly. Her first thought was that this man was a money-grubbing jerk who actually thought that 200,000 was too little. You misunderstand, I was about to say that you can take back my salary. Take back? You mean you don't want to be remunerated? Su Li asked. She was a little confused, and a frown was forming on her face. Xiao Luo nodded. Yes. The apartment you've arranged for me would cost at least 3,000 a day if rented out, so that totals up to about 90,000 bucks every month. I would think that is sufficient remuneration already, wouldn't you? Su Li looked dubiously at Xiao Luo as she contemplated his motives. Why would a man who used to live in a filthy slum in Jiangqing reject a 200,000 monthly salary? Shouldn't he be merrier if there was more, and how does waiving his remuneration make any sense? She made up her mind. There's no such need, and everything shall proceed as laid out in our agreement, you don't have to feel guilty about it. I wouldn't have asked you to do this if Su Xiaobei had not grown so fond of you, let alone offering you such a high salary. It seems that I should be very grateful for Su Xiaobei then. The two cars reached Eden's garden at the same time. The place was located in an upmarket part of Shanghai. Xiao Luo knew the area like the back of his hand. It was a haven for the rich and famous, and everywhere one went, villas worth hundreds of millions stood majestically. The villas were spaced at least 1 mile apart, which guaranteed complete privacy and for the owners, a retreat from prying eyes and the daily grind. Shen Qingyan had a villa here, and her home address had the number 88. This villa itself had a built-up area of at least 600 square meters and was complemented by a private pool, a tennis court, a basketball court, and an expansive and well-manicured garden. There were red sandalwood trees, red maple trees, and silver firs. The cost of all these transplanted trees alone came up to 5 million in total. It went without saying that Shen Qingyan was indeed affluent. When they got out of the car, Luo Pingxiang intimated some information about Shen Qingyan to Xiao Luo. Shen Qingyan was the president of Huayao Corporation, whose investments were primarily in the medical field, which included medical appliances and the R&D of new therapeutics. The Huayao Corporation headquarters was located in Shanghai, but they had branch offices nationwide, and their products were even sold overseas. Huayao Corporation was, without question, a leading organization to be reckoned with. Shortly after, another person arrived to join them. He was a young man, and he came with 2 bodyguards. He was fair of complexion and sported a short-cropped hair with a fade. He was a handsome man with refined features and exuded natural confidence that gave him a touch of class. Such a man obviously belonged to a wealthy and reputable family. It's Yang Hongji. Luo Pingxiang did not look very pleased when she saw him. He has been chasing after Cicely, but she's not too fond of him and even rejected him a few times. He's still shamelessly trying for her, but Cis can't do much about it. She can't afford to offend him as his father is the biggest shareholder in the corporation, and offending them would not be a good idea. She might be treated coldly in the company and even lose her position. Oh. Xiao Luo was not too interested in such trivia, so he took Su Xiaobei's hand and brought her for a stroll in the garden close to the tennis court. Mr. Xiao, Sis wants us to go over there, Luo Pingxiang called out to him when she saw Su Li waving them over. Let's go then. Su Xiaobei reached out with her little arms, beckoning to Xiao Luo, Daddy, carry me on your back. Xiao Luo kneeled and let the girl hop on his back, then started running with her clinging on tightly. She could not stop laughing all the way to the court. "This is," Yang Hongji asked, giving Xiao Luo the once-over. "He's my daddy." Su Xiaobei answered cheerfully before anyone else could. "Huh?" Yang Hongji turned to Su Li and looked somewhat confused. Shen Qingyan smiled and said, "Li just hired him." Then leaning toward him, she whispered in his ear, "I have no idea what's wrong with Xiaobei. She seems to be very attached to this guy and thinks that he's her daddy. Li hired him to be Xiaobei's surrogate father, for her sake." "I see." Yang Hongji nodded, mentally striking Xiao Luo off his greeting list, and immediately gave his attention to Su Xiaobei instead. "Hello again, Xiaobei." Su Xiaobei hid behind Xiao Luo, appearing a little timid and shy. "Say hi to Uncle Yang," Su Li said. "Hi, Uncle Yang," Su Xiaobei said, her voice no louder than the buzz of a mosquito. "Oh, Xiaobei, you're such a good girl." Yang Hongji patted Su Xiaobei's head. "It's been a while since we last met, do you miss Uncle Yang?" Su Xiaobei shook her head and made no attempt at eye contact. Her reaction made Yang Hongji feel a little hurt. Su Xiaobei tightened her arms around Xiao Luo's neck as she pulled herself to his ear and whispered, "Daddy, can we play over there?" "Okay." Xiao Luo agreed. Seeing how close the two were, Yang Hongji was dumbfounded. He had given Su Xiaobei everything a girl would want and frequently bought her toys and sweets, yet this little girl was still very distant. Seeing Su Xiaobei show so much affection to Xiao Luo made him feel quite upset. "Xiaobei, you are mistaken, he's not your daddy. He planned to marry Su Li one day, and it wouldn't do him any good if Su Xiaobei kept calling someone else daddy." He was extremely agitated when he heard her call Xiao Luo daddy. "He is." Su Xiaobei suddenly found her voice, and she was adamant. "You don't even know which slum he came from, so how can you call him daddy?" "Xiaobei, I understand that you want to have a daddy. Uncle Yang will treat you like my own daughter. And in the future, you can treat Uncle Yang as your daddy, okay?" Xiao Luo could sense that she was going to cry and thought it best that he spoke up. She will understand that when she grows up eventually, correcting her now will confuse her. "I am speaking to Xiaobei, who are you to cut in?" Yang Hongji was curt, and he glared at Xiao Luo with undisguised loathing. His angry voice frightened Su Xiaobei, who was still clinging on to Xiao Luo's back. Xiao Luo was quite stunned as he did not expect that his word of advice would have agitated Yang Hongji to such a degree. But Xiao Luo brushed it off with a chuckle and decided to ignore him. "Yang Hongji, you're scaring Xiaobei," Su Li chided. The scowl on Yang Hongji's tensed-up face vanished instantly as he slapped his forehead dramatically and said, "Oh, Li, it's my bad, it's my bad. I'm so sorry." He then attempted to make a cute face and waved at Su Xiaobei, flashing her a broad smile. "Xiaobei, Uncle Yang was too loud, you must be scared, right? Here, here. Uncle Yang is very sorry. Don't cry, okay?" As he spoke, he bowed like a gentleman in a rather fawning manner, which didn't seem to impress Xiao Luo or the little girl. Su Xiaobei hugged Xiao Luo's neck more tightly and looked frightened. "Miss Su, why don't you all continue playing, and I'll take Xiaobei for a stroll nearby," Xiao Luo said. "You're not joining us?" Shen Qingyan asked, toying with the racket in her hands. "You guys carry on, don't worry about us." Xiao Luo turned and left with Su Xiaobei on his back, and Luo Pingxiang followed the pair. Yang Hongji looked at Xiao Luo as he walked away and sneered, "Ha! To think that this catfish really thinks he's Xiaobei's real father. He's doing his job very well." Su Li's terse response told Yang Hongji where she stood on the matter in no uncertain terms. "Li, I know you love Xiaobei very much and want to give her a happy childhood. However, is this really appropriate? Xiaobei might be happy for the time being, of course. But what about the future? How long do you think that catfish over there will stick around? When he's had enough and leaves, wouldn't she be heartbroken? I think this whole arrangement is detrimental to her, and I urge you to reconsider, Yang Hongji said. If it turns out that Su Xiaobei wants to treat Xiao Luo as her father forever, I will never allow him to leave her. Even if it means I have to pay an enormous sum of money, I'll make sure to keep Xiao Luo by her side. Shen Qingyan, seeing that this was going nowhere, laughed sweetly and said, Li, don't you understand where young Master Yang is coming from? If Xiao Luo remains Su Xiaobei's father, then wouldn't it mean that you're technically married to Xiao Luo? Young Master Yang is expressing his concern about this. Qingyan knows me too well. Yang Hongji chimed in. Li, you know that, in this life, my heart yearns for no one else but you. I can't allow you to suffer from any stain that will tarnish your reputation, even if his title of father is just a job, I cannot tolerate it. Get rid of that catfish, give me time, and I'll make Xiaobei accept me as her father. Don't waste your time on me, I'm sure you have better choices. Okay, that's enough, let's play. Qingyan, you're serving first. Su Li promptly walked toward the other end of the tennis court and did not allow Yang Hongji to pester her any further. Shen Qingyan gave Yang Hongji a shrug and walked to the opposite side to serve. Cough, cough. Yang Hongji felt a little awkward. May I join you guys? Sure, whoever scores 15 points first wins the round, and the loser takes a break. This is much more fun, Shen Qingyan said. Su Li did not object. Su Li and Shen Qingyan changed into their sportswear, and they were both wearing a similar design, pink short-sleeved top and a short white skirt, which made them look like twins. The outfits generously revealed their perfect figures and fair skin, to a pair of predatory eyes perched on an armchair's side nearby. Intently watching the ladies twisting their waists and buttocks as they swung the tennis racket, Yang Hongji could not contain himself, and his thoughts wandered to dark places. He kept swallowing his saliva as he indulged in fantasizing about being in bed with these two sexy ladies. However, he knew that this could only happen in his imagination, as he was well aware that they no easy game to be stalked and taken down. He had been rejected by Su Li countless times, which took a toll on his ego, but as they say, patience is a virtue, and he had now found the key to unlock the door to her heart. Su Li's mother, possessing a character full of weaknesses, would be easy to manipulate. After half an hour of thrashing it out on the court, both Su Li and Shen Qingyan were drenched in sweat and decided to take a break. Yang Hongji, who had thoroughly enjoyed watching them play, was reluctant to let them rest. Li, Qingyan, why don't we play a few more rounds? No, our stamina is no match for you. You practice kickboxing regularly, you're fit, Shen Qingyan said, waving him off. Yang Hongji smiled. What's the use of having stamina when I keep losing every round to you? My tennis skills are horrible. Haha, I know that young Master Yang went easy on us. Who doesn't know that you're a sports fanatic? Be it golf, tennis, basketball, or soccer, you are unrivaled. Shen Qingyan received 2 clean face towels from her maid and handed one to Su Li. Don't flatter me, Qingyan. You guys are really better than me in tennis, Yang Hongji said, feigning humility. Ho, Shen Qingyan chortled. As Su Li dabbed the towel on her face and neck, she asked the maid, where's Su Xiaobei and Xiao Luo? Miss Su, they are at the basketball court, the maid replied. Su Li put the towel down and made for the basketball court. As she walked past Yang Hongji, he detected her sweet scent, and his nostrils unconsciously followed its trail. Shen Qingyan and Yang Hongji decided to tag along, and it didn't take too long before the trio arrived at the basketball court. There, they saw Xiao Luo playing basketball with Su Xiaobei. Xiao Luo was shooting at the hoop, and the little girl was giggling and gleefully retrieving the ball and passing it back to him for the next shot. She would cheer every time Xiao Luo made the shot. Yay! Daddy's so awesome. A small basketball may not seem heavy for an adult, but to Su Xiaobei, it weighed a ton. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was drenched from running and carrying the ball around the court. The mirth and excitement in her laughter filled the air as father and daughter indulged in their playtime. "Li, this guy's not bad, he's really good with Xiaobei," Shen Qingyan said. Su Li was delighted with Xiao Luo's performance. She had not seen Su Xiaobei this happy in a long time. Yang Hongji sulked when he saw them playing together. He was livid at the thought of some low-born catfish winning the child's heart. He had to think of something and fast. Keeping a smile on his face, he said, "That Mr. Xiao seems like he's good with basketball. I feel like having a game with him." "Oh, really? Young Master Yang wants to have a match with him?" Shen Qingyan gave him a knowing smile. "Indeed, I want to play with him. I was just getting warmed up with tennis," Yang Hongji said. "Then go play with him, but don't overdo it and make a fool out of him completely." Shen Qingyan knew that Yang Hongji just wanted to show off his skills to Su Li, and she wasn't going to object that. After all, in her eyes, they were a matchings couple, and if they got hitched, she'd be very happy for her sister, Su Li. "Haha, perhaps he'll make a fool out of me," Yang Hongji responded. "Young Master Yang, you're only revealing your arrogance by being overly humble. Others may not know, but we're well aware that you hired a CBA coach and underwent intensive training. How could he match up to you? So, you better show him some mercy and let him save some face." "Alright," Shen Qingyan said. Yang Hongji nodded and laughed at Shen Qingyang's words, but as he approached the basketball court, the smirk on his face told otherwise. He had no intention of showing Xiao Luo any mercy whatsoever and would do his best to make Xiao Luo look like a complete fool. On the court, Su Xiaobei had just picked up the ball and ran back with it toward Xiao Luo, screaming, "Yay! Daddy's so awesome, here, Daddy, throw the ball again." Xiao Luo patted her head affectionately as he received the ball. However, when he turned around to shoot, Yang Hongji was right in front of him, waving his arms and poised to block it. He wore a wry smile on his face as he stared confidently into Xiao Luo's eyes and said, "Mr. Xiao, you seem to be quite good at playing basketball. Why don't we have a one-on-one match?" "No thank you, I'm not interested." Xiao Luo replied curtly and turned away, holding Su Xiaobei's hand as they walked to the other corner of the court, where Xiao Luo shot the ball into the hoop from within the three-point arc. "Yay, my daddy's so great." Su Xiaobei was jumping for joy as if she were the one who made the basket. She playfully skipped toward the baseline to retrieve the basketball before running back with it to Xiao Luo. She was his exclusive ball girl. "Let's play another round, and then we'll stop, okay?" The little girl nodded obediently and replied, "Okay, Daddy." Xiao Luo eyed the hoop and aligned the ball to his dominant eye. He jumped and extended his shooting hand straight at the basket as he made the shot. The ball left Xiao Luo's right hand and sailed in the air, with a slight backspin on its way to the hoop. Suddenly, the ball was slapped out the court. Yang Hongji moved like a prowling tiger, dashing swiftly across the ball's trajectory, and he jumped up high before smacking the ball down with his right hand. That was, by any standard, a clean and perfect block. If such a block had been executed during a match, it would undoubtedly have had an impact on the shooter's state of mind and morale, even sending him into a daze. "Bravo!" Yang Hongji's two bodyguards clapped and cheered loudly. "That's a great block." Shen Qingyan, who was standing a short distance away with Su Li, gave an approving nod. "Taking advantage of others, what a shameless man." Su Li scoffed. Shen Qingyan thought for a while and arrived at the same conclusion. You're right, young Master Yang surely is a shameless man." Su Xiaobei was jolted with shock as the basketball that was aggressively blocked by Yang Hongji. Xiao Luo remained expressionless, without even the slightest bit of agitation on his face. Yang Hongji picked the ball up, then walked toward Su Xiaobei and smiled at her. "Xiaobei, how about Uncle Yang shoots a ball for you?" he said. Before the little girl could respond, Yang Hongji was already dribbling the ball toward the hoop. Then in 3 steps, his body spun 180 degrees, and laid up with his right hand putting the ball into the basket lightly. His movements were fluid, elegant, and aesthetically pleasing to watch. Yang Hongji picked up the ball again and glanced fleetingly at Su Li to see her reaction. Although it seemed like he demonstrated his basketball skills for Su Xiaobei, he was actually showing off to Su Li. "Xiaobei, now watch Uncle Yang's next move." Once again Yang Hongji dribbled toward the basket and laid up in 3 steps, but this time changed his movements mid-air. He passed the ball through his legs and sent the ball upwards by the other hand lightly. It cleared the rim and landed inside the basket successfully again. He then proceeded to perform reverse windmill layup, switch between hands layup, and he even laid up the final one by looping the ball from under his leg. Each technique was harder than the previous one, and his execution was very sharp and precise, which was a stirring sight to behold. Yang Hongji's 2 bodyguards gushed and heaped unending praise, and even Shen Qingyan couldn't help but commend his performance. "Young Master Yang is so dashing. If he had done that in a university, he probably would have charmed a bunch of girls." Su Li did not say anything, but although she did not want to admit, she was impressed with Yang Hongji's basketball skills. After proudly completing his exhibition of layups, Yang Hongji was panting and was sweating profusely. He went up to Su Xiaobei with the ball, smiled at her, and said, "Xiaobei, was it nice watching Uncle Yang play basketball?" As the saying goes, kids don't lie, and reluctantly, she nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes." "Then, do you want to play with Uncle Yang?" Su Xiaobei looked up at Xiao Luo, then hugged his thigh and shook her head without hesitation. "No, I want to play with my daddy." Yang Hongji's eyes froze for a fleeting moment, and just a glint betrayed his pique, but he smiled again and said, "Then would you want to know if Uncle Yang or your daddy is better at playing basketball?" The little girl did not speak as she hid behind Xiao Luo timidly. Yang Hongji straightened his back and looked at Xiao Luo. "Mr. Xiao, let's have a game. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, most importantly, we should have fun." "No, thank you, find someone else." Xiao Luo didn't have the time for him, and taking Su Xiaobei's hand, they left the court. Yang Hongji clenched his jaw, and the expression in his face turned dark and cold. He wound up and flung the ball viciously at Xiao Luo. Whoosh! The basketball was thrown hard and flat and flew directly at the side of Xiao Luo's head at a searing speed. Xiao Luo detected the incoming ball in his peripheral vision and instantly reacted. He intuitively raised his hand up with his 5 fingers splayed open and caught the ball cleanly in one hand like glue. "Whoa, you're pretty quick." Yang Hongji was quite stunned, but he hid it with a smile. Xiao Luo's eyes turned cold, and he emanated a chilling aura that radiated outward. Even Shen Qingyan shuddered and muttered to herself, "What's with the goddamn weather? Why is it cold all of a sudden?" "Xiaobei, go to mommy." Xiao Luo spoke gently and patted Xiaobei's head lightly. "Daddy, are you playing basketball with Uncle Yang?" She looked excitedly at him with her blinking eyes. "Yeah." Yang Hongji couldn't hold back his smirk. His time had come finally, and he would completely annihilate this catfish and impress Su Li. "Daddy's fighting." Su Xiaobei cheered for Xiao Luo, then quickly ran back to Su Li. Xiao Luo held the ball and approached Yang Hongji. They had a similar height, both were around 177 centimeters. He looked at Yang Hongji calmly and asked, "What's the rule?" Xiao Luo was not easily provoked when he was subjected to insults or even when he was bullied. But he had his limits, and when he was pushed beyond that threshold, the agitator beware. Yang Hongji had certainly provoked him, and had Zhang Dashan been present, he would have said that Yang Hongji had hit the jackpot. "It's simple, whoever scores 10 points first, win," Yang Hongji said, oozing with confidence. "Who's going first?" Xiao Luo asked. "You're a guest, so after you." Yang Hongji made a go sign, and he looked incredibly calm and confident with his ever-present smile. Xiao Luo stood outside the 3-point line. he passed the ball to Yang Hongji, who duly passed it back to him. This was a one-on-one duel, and the match would start after the opponent returned the ball to him. King Catfish, I'll destroy you with a 10-0 score. The thought flashed in Yang Hongji's mind, and he smirked gleefully, then keeping his feet apart, he bent his knees slightly and stretched out his arms to get into a balanced defensive stance. However, before he could even react with a block, Xiao Luo jumped up high and made his shot from outside the three-point line. The ball sailed majestically through the air in a beautiful arc, and Xiao Luo scored his first basket with the ball going through the hoop cleanly. As the ball cleared the net, it bounced several times, and in the silence of the moment, the sound of bouncing ball reverberated across the court. Bop, bop, bop. What the? Yang Hongji stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Xiao Luo actually scored, and he was at least half a meter outside the three-point line. How could he score the basket so effortlessly? He's actually managed to score from shooting that far away. Shen Qingyan, who was watching the game with Su Li from the courtside, was pleasantly surprised to see the ball passing cleanly through the hoop. She had obviously not expected that Xiao Luo could have scored the basket with a jump shot half a meter outside the three-point arc. It's pure luck, Su Li said. Luo Pingxiang and Su Xiaobei, who was standing next to them, were cheering excitedly. Back in the court, Yang Hongji had just retrieved the ball, and smiling, he swaggered toward Xiao Luo and said, "Not bad, you've got a good start." Xiao Luo looked at him impassively and didn't say a word. Okay, then, let's continue. Yang Hongji passed the ball to Xiao Luo, then resumed a defensive stance. He did not believe that Xiao Luo would actually score another one from outside the three-point line. He was convinced that the previous shot was purely luck and not made with skill. The moment Xiao Luo had received the pass, he bent his knees and jumped on the spot again. He held the ball with his left palm supporting the side of the ball and right hand behind the ball, just above his shoulder, and his elbow bent 90 degrees. He kept his eyes fixed at the hoop as he transferred the momentum from the leap to drive the ball through, then straightening his elbow and his wrist straight over the top in the follow-through to the shot. It was a perfectly executed shot. Despite anticipating the shot, Yang Hongji could still not get to the ball in time and watched helplessly as the ball left Xiao Luo's hand. The ball traveled in a precise arc once again and scored with that familiar thud. Another three-pointer right into the basket. This time, both Shen Qingyan and Su Li were visibly shocked, but they wondered if this shot was another lucky one. Yang Hongji wasn't impressed. In fact, he was vexed, and the expression on his face showed. He looked like he was forcibly fed with prison gruel. One of his bodyguards picked up the ball and passed it to him. He held the ball with both hands and forcing a smile, said, well, a consecutive three-point shot, Mr. Xiao, seems like you've been practicing a bit. Xiao Luo could not be bothered to respond. As Yang Hongji had tried to humiliate him, Xiao Luo was now mentally prepared to return the gesture. He would utterly destroy him. Xiao Luo did not have to redeem the system's basketball skill as he was already above average player. However, both King of Mercenaries' Constitution and Yi Jingjing did enhance his abilities and pushed his skill level to a whole new height. In his current form, he'd be able to even take on NBA players, let alone Yang Hongji. If you can score another, you'll have my respect. Yang Hongji threw down the gauntlet. He wasn't going to allow himself to make the same mistake. He was a little more aggressive now and forcefully passed the ball to Xiao Luo. He put the second basket down to his own laps rather than Xiao Luo's ability, and this time he did not lower his stance as much, staying slightly upright to make the jump quicker for the block. And just as he read it, Xiao Luo was again going through the same motions as expected, jumping immediately after receiving the ball to shoot. Yang Hongji smirked, stomped his feet, jumped high in the air, and slammed his right hand down at the ball. His intention was to block the shot as hard as possible, partly to quell his anger and because he knew it'd undoubtedly look impressive. He may have been too ambitious and fixated with looking impressive, as his blocking hand was just shy of a few centimeters as the ball sailed over him. And before he could even turn, he heard the familiar thud, just like the previous shots. It went through the hoop cleanly once again. 3 tries, and 3 baskets, and all taken from outside the three-point line. As Yang Hongji cushioned his landing with bent knees, he still couldn't believe what had happened. He timed his block to perfection this time, and yet, Xiao Luo still got the shot through. How was that even possible? The 2 bodyguards were equally stunned, as this was the first time that they had seen anyone score 3 consecutively shots, let alone 3-pointers when playing against their young master. Li, where did you find this man? He's quite interesting. Shen Qingyan started to take notice of Xiao Luo more seriously, for the first time. Initially, she expected Xiao Luo to be absolutely destroyed by Yang Hongji, but the opposite seemed to have held true. I met him at Jiangqing during my last concert. As Su Li spoke, her eyes were untrained on Xiao Luo, and she was surprised by what she saw. She knew better than anyone that Yang Hongji was a genuine sports fanatic, and he had even hired renowned coaches from CBA to train and mentor him in basketball. Besides, he was very active in kickboxing and went to the gym regularly, making him extremely fit, physically. One could say that, when it came to basketball across the Shanghai area, Yang Hongji was virtually invincible. Yay! Daddy's the greatest, fighting, daddy. Su Xiaobei was jumping up and down excitedly, clapping her tiny hands and cheering for her daddy, Xiao Luo. Standing next to her, Luo Pingxiang was equally animated. But to Yang Hongji, hearing that cheer was a mortal stab to the heart. His mouth twitched in spasms, and he could no longer retain his smile. Furiously, he snapped at Xiao Luo, "Do you only know how to shoot? Shooting is my strength, that's how you win a game." Xiao Luo retorted, clearly intending to get under his skin. Yang Hongji's face darkened with rage, and he no longer smiled. "Fine, continue then. Let's see if you can land every single shot." His bodyguard threw him the ball. Yang Hongji had now pushed Xiao Luo further toward the midcourt, and Xiao Luo was now nearly 1.5 meters from the three-point arc. At such a distance, the probability of scoring a basket was much lower, even for a professional player. "Let's continue." Yang Hongji took a deep breath and passed the ball to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smirked at him, then without any hesitation, he jumped immediately to shoot after receiving the ball, just like how he had done it in the last 3. Despite the longer distance, Xiao Luo's shot was an exact repeat of the previous 3, and it almost seemed like the basketball had grown a pair of eyes and was guiding itself toward the basket. Then, the 5th shot scored. The 6th shot scored. The 7th shot scored. And even the 8th shot landed. Both Shen Qingyan and Su Li could not believe what they had just witnessed and were now truly awed, to the point they had to catch their breath. All 8 shots were executed with the same technique, all scored by a jump shot taken outside the three-point line. Although there were no exciting passages of offensive and defensive play nor the clash between bodies, the perfect execution of Xiao Luo's technique was more than a treat to watch. Yang Hongji's 2 bodyguards kept rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Only Su Xiaobei was cheering out loud for Xiao Luo. She knew in her heart that her daddy was awesome and would score every ball consecutively. Yang Hongji's state of mind was a roller coaster ride that started off with disdain, then he was surprised, shocked, and finally driven to anger. At that moment, Yang Hongji looked like he could swallow Xiao Luo up alive. From the 3rd shot on, he had been trying to block Xiao Luo's attempts, but each time it floated only centimeters from his fingertips, before going through the hoop. The score was now 8-0, and Yang Hongji was seething. What a humiliation it was to him. "Damn catfish." Yang Hongji muttered a curse and stared hard at Xiao Luo. If he did not hate Xiao Luo before, he did now. Xiao Luo chuckled at Yang Hongji. Here was a man who readily insulted others, but was not mentally tough enough to be abused himself. "There are 2 more shots." Yang Hongji hissed through clenched teeth, and he gripped the ball hard in his hands and stared viciously at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had a faint smile on his face. He raised his index finger at Yang Hongji and then gestured by curling it back to signal for him to pass the ball. The score was ominously in Xiao Luo's favor. It was 8-0, to be exact, and it had already been agreed from the onset that Xiao Luo would always start off the game. Yang Hongji was under immense pressure with that scoreline, and he was absolutely frustrated. Increasingly, Yang Hongji was getting enraged. On his forehead, blue-colored veins bulged like they were about to burst, and every strand of hair on his brows was on ends. Thoroughly outclassed in the game, he was being humiliated right in front of the woman he was trying so hard to impress. It made him want to skin Xiao Luo alive. Xiao Luo ignored his vicious expression, and again, the moment he received the ball, he jumped immediately to take the shot. But this time, instead of going for the block, Yang Hongji roared and charged into Xiao Luo like a wounded beast. He did not even get a hand on the last 8 balls, and unable to accept the shame, he decided to directly hurl himself at Xiao Luo. Crash! The impact reverberated across the court as Yang Hongji barged his shoulder into Xiao Luo's chest while still making the shot in the air. Xiao Luo lost his balance, and he had to take 2 steps back to regain himself, and he felt a dull pain in his chest. Before Yang Hongji could even turn to look, he heard the familiar thud as the ball landed through the hoop. **T. Yang Hongji was overcome by anguish, and as his eyes glowered in frustration, he threw a tantrum, stamping his feet on the ground repeatedly. He ripped off his jacket and flung it on the court. "Are you playing basketball or Street Fighter?" Xiao Luo was piqued, and he grabbed Yang Hongji's shoulder as he walked off. Yang Hongji was outraged and immediately slapped Xiao Luo's hand away, then grabbed Xiao Luo's by his collar. He roared, "I am going to whoop your *SS, so what? Are you unhappy about that?" His body check was totally intentional, but yet he couldn't accept it when Xiao Luo laid a hand on his shoulder. He still had some semblance of self-control, despite his fury, or he'd have ordered his bodyguards to deal with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo stared coldly into his eyes and, in no uncertain terms, said, "You better let go." The glint in Xiao Luo's eyes made Yang Hongji shiver. He quickly let go of Xiao Luo's collar. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt like a frog that was being hunted by a venomous snake and on the verge of being struck, and had Yang Hongji not let go, he would have been killed that instant. Seeing the confrontation, Yang Hongji's bodyguards, Su Li and Xuanhuan, rushed into the court. "Young Master Yang, it's just a friendly match, don't take it too seriously," Xuanhuan said, attempting to calm him down. Suddenly noticing Su Li's presence, Yang Hongji quelled his anger, unwilling to tarnish his image in front of her, and forced a smile. "Huh, what are you saying, Qingyan? Since when was I angry? I noticed Mr. Xiao Luo's collar was unbuttoned, and I'm helping him with it." "Oh, really? Then I have misunderstood you." Xuanhuan smiled wryly, and she knew Yang Hongji well enough. She decided to de-escalate the situation and said, "Young Master Yang, you must have worked out enough by now. Come, let's get freshened up as I prepared some delicious dishes for you." "Oh, we're not in a hurry, there's one last ball," Yang Hongji responded. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other awkwardly, wondering to themselves why their young master would not accept the offer when Ms. Shen had just given him a way out. Why did he not go along with it? Did he actually think that he could turn this defeat into a victory? The score was now 9-0. But when they saw the viciousness in Yang Hongji's eyes, they knew he would teach Xiao Luo a hard lesson. They got themselves ready. "Are you sure that you still want to continue?" Su Li asked. "Haha, there should be an end to every beginning, it's only one more ball, and it'll be done in no time." "Then let's finish it." Xiao Luo spoke up suddenly. There was a fierce glint in Yang Hongji's eyes for a fleeting moment, and then he laughed and said, "Li, you guys can leave first. It seems like Mr. Xiao wants to make me go home with a big zero, ha ha ha. I'd also like to know if it ends up that way." Su Li did not respond to him, but walked to Xiao Luo and whispered, "Be careful." Xiao Luo was taken aback as he did not expect Su Li to show any concern. Su Li was well aware of what Yang Hongji had planned, and he certainly was going to play by the book. He nodded and walked towards the basketball that had already rolled to the far side of the court. "Win, Daddy." Su Xiaobei stood by the courtside, clenching her tiny fist and excitedly cheering Xiao Luo on. Xiao Luo winked at her and smiled, then gave her an okay sign. "Mr. Xiao, if you're going to score the last ball with another jump shot, then it'll be an anticlimax, just like a sissy. Come, play ball like a man, show me your dribbling skill," Yang Hongji sneered, trying to provoke Xiao Luo. "As you wish." Xiao Luo smirked and started dribbling toward Yang Hongji's end of the court. "This stupid catfish is finally taking the bait. I'll change my surname if I don't destroy you today," Yang Hongji said to himself and laughed before he got into a defensive stance. There was a vicious glint in his eyes, and he wanted nothing less than causing him serious injury. The coaches Yang Hongji had hired taught him many basketball skills, including several dirty tactics and how to dish out different levels of damage to his opponents in a game. He could sprain their ankles for starters, break their bones, or cause an internal injury if he wanted to. "Li, things aren't looking good. It seems like young Master Yang is going for his killer moves." Shen Qingyan expressed her concern to Su Li as they watched the game unfold from the courtside. If Yang Hongji really decided to play dirty, she would certainly not forgive him for it, as he would have not only lost the match, but also his dignity as a sportsman. Su Li listened but remained impassive, but after a brief thought, she said, "Call an ambulance, just in case." The one reason that made her despise Yang Hongji was that he was simply a spoiled kid from a wealthy background. He refused to accept any rejection or failure in life. What he wanted, he got. He was the one who initiated the match, but he couldn't take the fact that he was totally outplayed. Had he not been the son of the company's biggest shareholder, she would not even respond to him. Shen Qingyan concurred and decided to make the call, as she too was now aware that Yang Hongji was not a dignified person. Back on the court, Xiao Luo advanced speedily toward Yang Hongji, dribbling with flair and control. He made a feint to his right, then swung to the left, suddenly broke the ball back to the right again, and charged forward to get underneath the basket. He moved like a gust of wind and reached the basket in the blink of an eye. Wow, what a move! Is Xiao Luo going to dunk? Shen Qingyan, still on the phone, but her eyes were fixed on the court action as she was a basketball fan and regularly watched basketball matches. From Xiao Luo's body position, it was evident that he was about to execute the tomahawk dunk. Su Li simply stared in a stupor, absolutely bewildered at how high Xiao Luo had jumped, and how easily he had dribbled past Yang Hongji. "Got you." Arg. Yang Hongji was beaten, but he would not give in. His intentions were clear, and in a desperate attempt to take his opponent down, he launched himself, crashing hard into Xiao Luo. A determination showed in his bloodshot eyes, and he expected to see Xiao Luo tumble out of the backline a complete wreck. The horrifying sound of a brutal, bone-crunching thump filled the air, and everyone cringed in horror. Would Xiao Luo be all right? But the expression on Yang Hongji's face drastically at the moment of impact. An explosion of irresistible power surged from Xiao Luo's body, and Yang Hongji felt he had just crashed into an immovable mountain. "You overestimate yourself," Xiao Luo said coldly, and a strong surge of internal energy exploded from his body. A shrill scream pierced the air as Yang Hongji was thrown right out of the court, looking like he was hit by a speeding car. Xiao Luo was still hovering in the air, his right arm winding up behind his head before dunking the basketball through the hoop. The ball was slammed fiercely into the basket, like a cannonball, and the net swung back upwards as it swished through. After completing the dunk, Xiao Luo landed softly with both feet slightly apart. The ball was bouncing right under the basket going bop, 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 as if bowing to Xiao Luo in deference, and it eventually stopped bouncing and rolled towards his feet in total submission. Yang Hanzi's two bodyguards, Shen Qingyan and Su Li froze, staring with their mouths wide open, absolutely shocked by what they had just witnessed. Shen Qingyan, who was still on the phone, unknowingly dropped it on the ground. Su Xiaobei's eyes lit up in awe. She was cheering gleefully and jumping for joy when she saw Xiao Luo gloriously slam the dunk through the hoop with such power. Nobody even dreamed that Xiao Luo was capable of a slam dunk, and it wasn't just a regular dunk, but an imposing and powerful slam dunk. His timing, explosive power, and jumping prowess was simply dominating. Yang Hongji lay slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the slender figure under the basket. His humiliation was complete. The final score was 10-0. He had initially planned to beat his opponent 10-0, but instead, he ended up on the receiving end of that scoreline. As if that wasn't humiliating enough, he was totally outclassed by his opponent, unable to touch the ball even once. Now, his confidence and self-esteem were crushed entirely, something that he had never experienced before. Ah-san, ah-si, what are you waiting for? Crippled at B*****. Yang Hongji roared. Yes, young master. The bodyguards snapped out of their shock and rushed toward Xiao Luo, snarling with cruel intentions. Yang Hongji, what are you trying to do? Su Li yelled. She was furious with Yang Hongji, furrowing her brows as she walked over briskly to confront him. Li Er. You were the one who suggested having this match with Xiao Luo, yet now you are trying to beat him up after you've lost. Are you such a sore loser? Su Li said, her eyes glaring coldly at the vanquished man. Yang Hongji attempted to respond, but nothing came out when he opened his mouth. He didn't know what he could say to explain himself. But, when he gazed into Su Li's beautiful eyes, he immediately came to his senses and got back up. He tried to laugh it off casually and said, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding, that's all. Ha ha ha. I was just fooling around with him." He waved his hands and signaled for his two bodyguards to stand down. Su Li no longer had any interest in continuing the conversation. She turned to walk away. I could tell right from the start that young Master Yang was just fooling around. Why would a magnanimous person like young Master Yang behave like a sore loser, am I right? Shen Qingyan said, walking over and trying to make peace. After hearing both ladies mention the word sore loser, he almost vomited blood. He'd just been thrashed 10-0, and right was in front of the woman he fancied. Who would be able to accept such a loss, especially after being totally outplayed in every aspect of the game? However, outwardly Yang Hongji nodded his head, and he even attempted a laugh, to show how magnanimous he was. As usual, only Qingyan knows me best. Oh, and by the way, Qingyan, I won't be able to have lunch with you all. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Then, he beckoned to Su Xiaobei, who was looking at him. Xiaobei, say goodbye to Uncle Yang. She instantly hugged Xiao Luo's thigh and timidly hid half her face behind him. Bye, Uncle Yang, Su Xiaobei spoke in the faintest of whispers. Good girl. Yang Hongji turned to Su Li and smiled. Li Er, I will come and find you again some other time. He turned around and left without any further ado. It wasn't that he had any urgent matters to attend to, but rather because his muscles were aching badly and he might even have sprained his lower back, and if he stayed any longer, he would only make a fool of himself. When he turned around, his smile dissipated instantly, and a cruel and dark expression appeared on his face. Ah-san, ah-si. Yes, young master, what are your instructions? With a nasty scowl on his face, Yang Hongji said, find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, but remember this, do not leave any evidence that will point back to me. Understood. The two bodyguards nodded respectfully. As she watched them walking off, Xianxia shook her head, then turned to told Xiao Luo and said, "You better be careful for now, that young Master Yang is not a forgiving person. You've made him lose face, and he is bound to take revenge on you." "Thank you for the warning," Xiao Luo said, nodding his head slightly and giving her an appreciative smile. "You seem to be a pretty calm fellow." Xianxia responded as she gazed at him with fascination. She had earlier seen him as just an ordinary guy, but that all changed after the one-on-one game with Yang Hongji. He played rings around his opponent and delivered a resounding 10-0 thrashing, but the crowning moment was, without doubt, the tomahawk dunk that sealed the match. From what Xianxia had observed, this man had some decent skills, in terms of basketball, at least. He was neither humble nor arrogant in his speech and came across as a person with strong abilities and innate confidence. He seemed to have gone through a lot in life, someone familiar with magnificence at the very top, and grueling hardship at the very bottom. But it didn't matter who he was, she now found herself becoming interested in Xiao Luo, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. "I'm hungry, let's go and eat." Xianxia snapped out of her lingering thoughts and responded, "Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard the goddess Su say to me that she's hungry." Lunch at Xianxia's was a sumptuous meal, which was expected as all wealthy families employed their own professional house chefs. There was a spread of delicious dishes, and the main dish was presented on a large platter with magnificently carved vegetables, making for an inviting and heavenly gastronomical experience. Chateau Lafite was served with the meal, and for those that did not indulge in wine, Plum Garden's orange juice was offered. Even the water they drank was a premium spring mineral water sourced from deep underground, a bottle costing $300. Here, dining in Xianxin's home, Xiao Luo finally understood what luxury really meant. Xiao Luo's current net wealth could not compare to Xianxin's, but it did not mean that he was unable to afford such a luxurious lifestyle. It just wasn't his way, as the diligent and frugal mindset that had been inculcated from a young age was profoundly ingrained and had an impact on his character. That night, Xiao Luo received a call from Li Ziming, who informed him that several of Luo Workshop's key personnel had arrived at Shanghai and had started working on developing the branch office there. Xiao Luo did not have to personally manage the planning and sourcing of equipment and talents for the new branch. It was delegated to Li Ziming and his other core managers. He played an oversight role, and only when significant issues arose with the company's expansion effort would he step in to resolve them. On the second day, Xiao Luo decided to visit his alma mater, Xixing Aeronautical University. He was a nostalgic person by nature, and since he was back, he wouldn't miss the chance to do so. He certainly missed the bouncy noodles from the third canteen located on the second floor. The noodles were soft and chewy and were a perfect match to the dollops of minced meat sauce that was generously slopped over it. Back in his university days, the bouncy noodles stall was always packed with crowds, and unless he went early, he wouldn't be able to get it. This ensured that the place was perpetually swarming with customers, and perhaps the perfect marketing strategy for the humble food stall. The arterial road was still the same, the English corner still existed, and even the star anise pond remained unchanged. Yet, the mood, as he walked through the campus, was different. Passing the old dormitory, he stopped and gazed up at the balcony on the 7th floor. One of the glass panes still had a hole with a web of cracks around it. Xiao Luo vividly remembered that day when he was fooling around with Zhang Dashan and had accidentally broken the pane with the end of a broomstick. It had been 5 to 6 years since, and he did not expect that it had not been replaced. Looking at it now, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. It was almost noon when Xiao Luo arrived at Xixing Aeronautical University, so he decided to head directly to the stall selling bouncy noodles at Canteen Number 3. It was crowded by then, with customers swarming around the stall window. No one thought to form a queue, but instead chose to jostle into position in front of the window. There were many incidents of foot stamping and shoving going on, and not surprisingly, complaints and curses were rife. When it came to complaining and cursing, one particular man stood out. He had a shrill voice and was a large man of rather a full stature, in that he was short and round. "Hey! Stop squeezing in, if you squeeze any closer, you'll get pregnant. Oi, you're stepping on my foot, you blind fool. Those servings of bouncy noodles are mine, don't try to steal them from me." Sporting a middle-parted hairstyle, attired in a black traditional Chinese suit, and with a chubby, round face, he was the mirror image of Kim Jong-un. Xiao Luo was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. The Kim Jong-un look-alike was none other than Guantong, a former classmate in college. Guantong had a bit of a dubious reputation. He had to repeat his sophomore year in college due to his poor academic performance, and despite repeating it, he still couldn't obtain the modular credits required, so Guantong decided to suspend his studies. Xiao Luo later heard from Zhang Dashan that after a 2-year break, Guantong applied to return to school again. He had always thought that Zhang Dashan made it up for laughs, but now that he saw Guantong here, it turned out to be true. Meanwhile, after grabbing 3 bowls of bouncy noodles with meat sauce and squeezing his way out of the crowd, Guantong stepped right in the path of Xiao Luo. He blinked, his small eyes slit before he finally ascertained the identity of the man before him. Xiao Luo? For a brief moment, on seeing the familiar face of Xiao Luo again, Guantong was transported back in time. But upon seeing the faces of the many young students around him, he quickly woke up and returned to the present. "Guantong. It's been a long time," Xiao Luo greeted him warmly. 10 minutes later, the two were sitting down on a table, catching up on old times. Xiao Luo ate bouncy noodles as well, but Guantong was the one who helped him order his bowl of noodles. He was large and fat, so no one dared to say a word when he cut through the crowd to buy a bowl of bouncy noodles. Besides, he also had a vicious-looking face. "I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me when I saw you. I didn't think it was really you. Aren't you working in Jiangqing? When did you come back? Surely it can't be another story similar to how Hu Hansen came back." Guantong was a chatty person, and he talked unceasingly as he gulped down his bouncy noodles. He was excited to meet his former classmate again after all these years. "I just came back this year. I'm going to develop my future career here in Shanghai." Xiao Luo took a bite, and the bouncy noodles still had the same familiar taste, which instantly reminded him of many things from the past. "Welcome back. At least now, I won't feel lonely, and I'll have someone to harass when I get bored," haha, Guantong said. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. "How can you be feeling lonely when our class president has been in Shanghai all along? Don't even mention Guoqinghe. He is now a top-tier recruiter of an MLM organization. I've not been in contact with him," Guantong replied, unconsciously looking around as he shook his head. "A top-tier recruiter of an MLM organization? Guoqinghe?" Xiao Luo was totally shocked, and Guantong's words caught him off guard. "Guoqinghe dresses well, but it's only to come off as a successful person. He does this to deceive those poor people who want to get rich overnight, and they land up spending their hard-earned money on his schemes. The locations he chooses are all in counties or small towns to the south of Shanghai City, and he specializes in scamming outsiders." "How do you know all this?" Xiao Luo asked. "The first downline distributor he found when he first joined the MLM was me. How could I not know that? It's a good thing my mind was sharp enough, or I'd also have fallen in his trap." Guantong sighed, and by then, he had already finished a bowl of bouncy noodles and was starting on his second bowl. "Forget it, let's not talking about him. It isn't good to talk about others behind their backs. I didn't go to the class reunion he organized last year for this reason. Oh, by the way, you and Zhao Mingqi, have you both tied the knot?" "We broke up." "Oh." Guantong's reaction was calm, and he didn't seem to find it strange or pursue the matter. Xiao Luo changed the topic. Have you gotten your graduation certificate and degree? Guantong gave his chopsticks a rest and said, No, I don't even remember how many subjects I failed. I feel like I can't even count them with my 10 fingers, and it's hard to pass even the trial exams. In my opinion, the graduation certificate and degree are just pieces of paper. Academic qualifications are not important, but what is important is one's talent. I have long given up on the idea of getting a graduation certificate and a degree. Given up on the graduation certificate and degree? Although having these two certificates did not guarantee one of success, still, when seeking for a job, it gave the bearer an added advantage over those that did not have it. These days, one really couldn't do without them, and it made perfect sense to obtain them. Xiao Luo didn't agree with Guantong's point of view. So, you're working now? No, I'm at home most of the time, but I bike to the school library every day to read books, increase my knowledge, and become a talented person. Guantong had by now started on his third bowl of bouncy noodles. How are you going to support yourself if you don't work? Xiao Luo asked. By relying on my family, of course. My father and my mother both work in public institutions, and now the two of them have a combined salary of almost $20,000. Even if they retire later, they could receive $7,000 or $8,000 just by sitting at home. I'm their only son, so their money is my money. I'm spending it in advance, and later after I become a talented person, I could easily earn back tens of millions to honor them. Xiao Luo couldn't help wondering what was going through Guantong's mind, but if it were him, he would not be at peace with himself living this way. He was curious to know what Guantong meant by talent. Would he be able to accept it when he was 27 or 28 and doing nothing but stay home and live off his parents? He couldn't understand the talent that Guantong was referring to, but of course, it was none of his business, and as an outsider, he wasn't qualified to judge. Guantong! A voice called out. Guantong and Xiao Luo both turned to the direction of the voice. It was a kindly, middle-aged man wearing a black suit and a pair of glasses. He had very little hair and a receding hairline that made him look a bit bald. It's old you, Guantong said, finally putting down his chopsticks. Xiao Luo knew who old you was, of course. His full name was Yu Jiangu, and he was their homeroom teacher in college. He hurriedly got up and greeted Yu Jiangu, who had just walked over. How are you, Mr. Yu? Xiao Luo? What are you doing here? Yu Jiangu was quite surprised to see Xiao Luo, who was a student from the last batch he had taught. He had a rather bad impression of that rascal, Zhang Dashan, and as Xiao Luo spent a considerable amount of time together with him, he naturally remembered Xiao Luo as well. Old you needn't be surprised, he's planning to work in Shanghai. He's just returning to his alma mater for a visit. Guantong said as he tilted his head, drank the soup from the last bowl of the bouncy noodles, and then burped. It had been so many years. Yu Jiangu was both like a mentor and a friend to Guantong, and they spoke very casually to each other. So that's how it is, welcome back then, ha ha ha. Yu Jiangu smiled and patted Xiao Luo's shoulder, then gave him a piece of advice. Don't get too close with this B***** for the sake of your own future. He doesn't care about progress, wasting his life away all day. The second batch of students under me is about to enter the workforce, yet this B** is still in the same place. Other people go to college for 4 years, but he has been studying for 8 years. You can win a war in 8 years, yet he can't even get 2 certificates. He looked pained when he spoke of Guantong. As his teacher, he couldn't remember the number of times he had been teased by his colleagues because of Guantong's poor performance. He was a disgrace and a blight to Yu Jiangu's reputation. Hey, old you, B** is my catchword, don't steal it. Guantong's shrill voice had a strange ring to it. It was ear-piercing and had a duck-like quality, like the loud squawking and hissing of a male duck being strangled. Yu Jiangu glared at him severely with a look of exasperation. You rotten brat, don't you dare be a bad influence to Xiao Luo, I tell you, otherwise I will castrate you. That's a false accusation, he doesn't need me to be a bad influence, that rascal, Dashan, has committed all sorts of sins, and as Xiao Luo is so close to him, I'm afraid that he has long been rotten to the core, Guantong retorted, casually picking his nose. Achoo! Thousands of miles away, at the headquarters of Luo Workshop, Jiangqing, Zhang Dashan, in his office reading through some documents, sneezed and muttered to himself, *T, which pretty girl is thinking about me? Xiao Luo was speechless. Yu Jiangu knocked Guantong with a knuckle to his head. You think Xiao Luo is as unmotivated as you are, only knowing how to waste his life away all day long? I remember him well, he was at the top of the class and won a university-level scholarship once. Am I right, Xiao Luo? It's all in the past, I didn't expect Mr. Yu would still remember it. Xiao Luo was amazed by Yu Jiangu's memory, never expecting that he remembered the scholarship award. He did indeed get it during his freshman year, and it had been for the highest tier awarded at the university level. But the following year, as he was diligently working while studying at the same time, he only achieved moderate grades and no longer became a recipient of the scholarship. For us, teachers, students with good grades, and those with poor grades are the ones we remember well. By the way, how is that fellow, Zhang Dashan, doing now? Yu Jiangu asked, remembering him well. He's doing okay, he has just started a company in Jiangqing, Xiao Luo said. Although Xiao Luo was actually the largest shareholder of Luo Workshop, he had nominated Zhang Dashan as its director, while he chose to remain behind the scenes. Yu Jiangu was pleasantly surprised. Not bad, that's amazing. I'm impressed Dashan was able to open a company in a developed city like Jiangqing. Since you're so close to him, I'm sure you also have a good position in the company? Yes, I do have a little influence within the company. Xiao Luo replied. Not bad, I was very optimistic about the two of you back in college, and you both did not let me down, Yu Jiangu gushed, patting Xiao Luo on his shoulder and nodding his approval. Guantong quipped, Old Yu, you seem to say the same thing to every ex-student you meet. Yu Jiangu once again rapped him on the head. No one will take you for a mute if you don't talk. Old Yu, I will draw a circle, to curse you, and make you bald soon. As soon as he heard the word bald, Yu Jiangu went red-faced and jumped like a fox that had its tail stepped on, unleashing a stream of invective at Guantong. Yu Youngbi *starred, I wondered why my hair has been falling out lately, so it's you who's been cursing me. Believe it or not, I'll castrate you. Calm down, that much anger will only make you lose more of your thinning hair. You little upstart, I'll really kill you if you mention hair loss again. Yu Jiangu was livid, wholly losing the gentle demeanor he had just a moment ago. Hello, Mr. Yu. 3 girls happened to pass by and greeted him warmly. Yu Jiangu immediately calmed down and smiled broadly, quickly adjusting his collar and nodding his head to acknowledge the pretty young ladies. Oh, hello, girls. Xiao Luo was speechless. How did he not notice, before that his class teacher Yu Jiangu was such an amusing person? After lunch, Yu Jiangu had a favor to ask of Xiao Luo and said, Xiao Luo, it's been almost 4 years since you left the school, you must have accumulated much experience in society. We're having a class meeting later, please do share your experiences with your juniors so that they can prepare themselves early to step into the world, it's their last semester in school. Mr. Yu, this. Xiao Luo felt uncomfortable, as he never enjoyed talking much to people, the less he had to say, the better. To suddenly ask him to give a talk to 50 or 60 students was somewhat a challenge. Don't feel stressed, it's just getting to know your juniors and telling them about some of your experiences in society, to let them know that engineering management is not some obscure major, but that it's very well received out there. Yu Jiangu smiled as he looked at Xiao Luo with eyes that were genuine and sincere. Placing his hand on Xiao Luo's shoulder, he said, just do me a favor, those kids are too wild. They don't listen to much of what I have to say, even as their class teacher. But if a senior with a successful career were to speak to them, the effect would certainly be different. I am sincerely hoping that they can make a great career out of it so that I can have some pride and not be like someone who is just pulling us down. He glanced meaningfully at Guantong, sitting next to him with a dumb smile on his face. It suddenly hit Guantong, who then glared back at him. "Old you, what are you looking at me for? What exactly do you mean? Are you trying to say that I'm the one embarrassing you?" "Guantong, my longtime student, as your teacher, I'm very relieved that you have this realization." Yu Jiangu patted him firmly on the shoulder twice and said it in a sardonic way. "You be **starred, old you." Guantong frowned. Xiao Luo laughed, and at this point, it was tough for him to refuse. After all, Yu Jiangu had been his class teacher at university for 4 years. It was 2 p.m. as Xiao Luo and Guantong followed Yu Jiangu to the engineering management school to meet the class that would be graduating this year. Guantong was an old student who had had his name registered under the engineering management major for quite a while now, and he was obliged to attend the class meeting. After Yu Jiangu updated his students concerning other relevant matters, he invited Xiao Luo to the front of the class and made the introductions. "Students, this is your senior from 4 batches before you, and his name is Xiao Luo. He is one of the founding members of a pastry-making company in Jiangqing. He has come to Shanghai this year in anticipation of establishing a branch in Shanghai." Listening to his introduction, the boys and girls in the class reacted in all sorts of ways. Some stared adoring, some were curious, some looked surprised, and of course, some were snickering. Now, he will be sharing his experiences and give some pointers for the benefit of everyone here, so please welcome him, Xiao Luo. Yu Jiangu led the applause. The 50 or 60 students of the engineering management major followed his lead and applauded enthusiastically. After the applause, a few students were whispering among themselves. "For batches before us, wouldn't that mean that he was in the same batch as 8 years? Many people glanced toward Guantong, sitting in the last row browsing on his mobile phone. 8 years was the nickname students had given him, mocking him for taking 8 years to finish college. But of course, it might just as quickly change to 9 years or 10 years later. Xiao Luo stood on the podium and looking at the young faces below, his heart was filled with emotions. He once also sat below watching Yu Jiangu standing at the exact spot he was at present, and the experience was out of this world. He smiled slightly, very much at ease, and said, "Actually, I don't know what to tell you. So I guess I'll tell you about the things that I've come to regret in my years of hard work." "Senior Xiao, aren't you a successful person? How come you have regrets too?" Everyone turned to look, and it was none other than the top student of the class, Guan Yilan, who asked the question. It seemed to be just a simple question, but the way she emphasized the words "successful people" was laced with sarcasm. Yu Jiangu considered telling Guan Yilan not to interrupt Xiao Luo, as he was well aware of her overweening attitude. Guan Yilan had a very high opinion of herself and often asked loaded questions to make her teachers look incompetent. She was a handful as far as Yu Jiangu and all the teachers were concerned. In their eyes, she was an excellent student, but at the same time, also a B***tch of the highest order. But he held back on second thought since Xiao Luo had the floor, and wanted to see if Xiao Luo could subdue this conceited and arrogant student. Everyone in the class stared at Xiao Luo, many with wry smiles on their faces, waiting to see how he would respond. Xiao Luo said, "Of course I have regrets, everyone has regrets more often than not, and a life without regrets is not a complete life." "And what are your regrets?" Guan Yilan pressed further. "My regret is that I didn't choose to go to graduate school or take the civil service exam in my senior year." Xiao Luo smiled and said, "In today's society, there are too many college students entering the workforce, and there's fierce competition for jobs. Even many of the graduates from 221 tiered and 985 tiered colleges, 1, are facing a crisis in the current climate of high unemployment. To get a better start and a stronger competitive edge, you must try to pursue postgraduate studies. But I didn't do so, and have lost that opportunity to improve myself. I didn't opt to take the civil service exam either. Many people are dismissive of the civil service, believing that while it offers stability, it's at best a middle-income profession. But it represents an invaluable career for a new graduate, offering you a platform to settle down and think carefully about a new career path before you embark on what you wish to achieve in the future. These were indeed his two regrets. If it wasn't for the fortuitous integration of the genius system, he would still be toiling away as a hardworking, 9-to-5 product engineer in some factory, and would often have to work overtime. Yu Jiangu agreed with Xiao Luo's view, and as a senior teacher, he had come to the same conclusion for some time now. Nowadays, there were hundreds of thousands of college students graduating every year, and while the number of job applicants increased on an annual basis, job availability did not grow at the same rate. Hence, a more significant number of graduates were now competing for a limited number of jobs. Under such circumstances, choosing to pursue postgraduate studies or to take the civil service exam was a smart path. As a testament, one of Yu Jiangu's students who pursued his postgraduate studies got into a large company with a starting salary of $10,000 and often traveled on business trips abroad. Although he had a late start, he quickly ran ahead of everyone else. Senior Xiao, what you mean is that there are only two paths for us graduates to take. One is to pursue postgraduate studies, and the other is to take the civil service exam, right? Guan Yilan scoffed. Xiao Luo shook his head as he replied, no, this is just from my personal experience. It's not suitable for everyone, it's just information that you can use to form your own decisions. It's for your reference only. Oh, really? Then according to Senior Xiao, what should I do after graduation? Guan Yilan absolutely disagreed with Xiao Luo's viewpoint, and with a smirk on her face, she said, I am now a regional manager of CITIC Credit Services, and CITIC Bank has also offered me a position. As soon as I sign the contract, they will put a lot of resources behind me, and I will be able to develop quickly into a successful career woman. But, Senior Xiao, according to what you've just said, do you think I should turn down their offer and go to graduate school instead, or take the civil service exam? Yilin's salary now is already $8,000 or $10,000, at least, she must be crazy to give up on CITIC Bank. Yeah, I thought he could preach some useful life lessons, but then he starts talking about going to graduate school and taking civil service exams. This guy is really something else. Haha, looks like he's just here pretending to be street smart. Guan Yilan posed her mocking questions and drew laughter from the class. As to everyone's eyes, Xiao Luo was making a fool of himself. As students who had successfully gotten through the challenging entrance exams to enter such a leading university, the students prided themselves as elites, therefore, they were not inclined to listen to anyone they thought was inferior. Xiao Luo now understood that the overly confident girl sitting in the first row right below him was deliberately trying to undermine anything he said. Xiao Luo was usually a soft-spoken, accommodating person, though somewhat chauvinistic. Once his temper flared up, it did not matter if the other party was a man or a woman, he would make them kneel down and admit defeat. I have to emphasize it again, that's just my regret, and one must adapt according to one's needs rather than blindly following what I have to say. I see that Senior Xiao is cautious with his words, and I like it, Guan Yilan said. By the way, I wonder if Senior Xiao has read the book Three Kingdoms, one of the 4 famous novels? I've read it. Then which one of the characters in the novel do you admire most, Senior Xiao? Zhuge Liang. Senior Xiao, I presume that you admire Zhuge Liang because of his loyalty, bravery, and wisdom? Exerting himself to the utmost, carrying out his duty until his dying day is the perfect portrayal of his life. I actually like him too, but I like the wily and cunning Sima even more. Guan Yilan dramatically stood up and presented her arguments, taking delight from the attention she was getting from everyone. Here we go, this girl's old habits are acting up again, and she's starting to find fault with Xiao Luo like how she does with the teachers. Yu Jiangu muttered under his breath, not pleased with how things were going at the moment. He had called Xiao Luo to share his experience about society to these students who were about to embark on their own careers. He hoped that they could get something out of it, and in some way, help prepare themselves in advance, but it now seemed unlikely. With Guan Yilan in the crowd, what hope did Xiao Luo have to showcase himself? But just when Yu Jiangu was about to stop Guan Yilan, Xiao Luo gestured to him, indicating that he did not interfere. Another student who had no qualms about stirring up trouble deliberately asked in a pretentious manner. Yilan, why do you like Sima Yi? Wasn't that the guy who was afraid of Zhuge Liang during the time he employed the empty city ruse? You're wrong, Sima Yi had actually figured out Zhuge Liang's empty city stratagem. The reason why he didn't storm the city and capture Zhuge Liang alive was that he was smart. He knew the truth that when all birds have been shot, the bow would be set aside, and when all hares have been killed, the hounds would be stewed and eaten. Guan Yilan's eloquent rhetoric not only caused a stir among her peers, but even Yu Jiangu was also swayed by her compelling argument, and he questioned his own understanding of the historical classic. He thought to himself, surely he had not read an adulterated version of the Three Kingdoms? Was Sima Yi ever more formidable a figure than Zhuge Liang? Guan Yilan continued, as we know, Sima Yi experienced many ups and downs in his career, and his path was filled with hardships. He was often the target of countless conspiracies as he had many political enemies that had been jealous of his successes. When Cao Cao was still alive, he was always wary of Sima Yi and once told Hua Xian that Sima Yi is eyeing the nation like a hawk or a wolf. He cannot be accorded military power, as Cao Cao wary that Sima Yi would become a significant threat to his own reign eventually. After Cao Pai acceded to the throne, Sima Yi was valued by his new lord and rose up the rank of the great general, and when Cao Rui was later installed as emperor, Sima Yi led his troops against Zhuge Liang and became Zhuge Liang's most formidable foe on the battlefield. In several confrontations, Zhuge Liang felt the full force of Sima Yi's power. Zhuge Liang used the strategy of sowing discord among the enemy and spread rumors that Sima Yi planned to usurp the throne, and Cao Rui fell for it. But for General Cao Zhen, who loathed to lose a rare talent like Sima Yi and earnestly dispatched memorandums to the court defending him, Sima Yi would have lost his life. During a period when the situation was constantly evolving, Zhuge Liang marched from Mount Qi for the conquest of northern lands and repeatedly defeated Cao Cao's army. No one in the imperial court could oppose him, and the reign of the Cao clan was in danger. Sima Yi was once again recalled at that time, for he was the only one who could hold off Zhuge Liang's campaign. Being the talented person that he was, Sima Yi, having experienced countless ups and downs in his life, intimately understood the intricacies of politics. He could become useful again only because his archenemy Zhuge Liang remained a threat, for their relationship was a symbiotic one. The moment he eliminated Zhuge Liang, he would serve no purpose anymore, and the Cao family would undoubtedly have him killed. Therefore, the empty city stratagem succeeded not because of how clever Zhuge Liang was, but because Sima Yi was way cleverer. People in later generations all have a deep misunderstanding and feel that he made such a ridiculous error in judgment because he was too paranoid. Footnote: Frowny face 1, 985 tiered universities are considered the best in China, closely followed by 211 tiered universities. Sima Yi appeared to have fallen for Zhuge Liang's empty city stratagem, but in reality, he only pretended to fall for it, and this proved his superior wisdom beyond doubt. What do you think, Senior Xiao? Having presented her argument eloquently, Guan Yilan posed the question to Xiao Luo. She had her unique insight into the story of the Three Kingdoms, and she was confident that Xiao Luo would fail to counter it with a compelling riposte. She expected him to make a fool of himself and be ridiculed by everyone. As she awaited his response, she could already anticipate getting some satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment from it. Her convincing argument swayed the students of engineering management class. Guantong said, "What you said is reasonable and very convincing, but, hey, this is a class meeting. What do you mean by switching the topic to the Three Kingdoms?" The Three Kingdoms is one of the four great works of our country and the Chinese people's valuable cultural heritage, so what's wrong if we discuss it? Guan Yilan said, "Why, 8 years, haven't you been boasting that you want to become a talented person? Then you must have familiarized yourself with this book, right? You should give us your own opinion about it too." Guantong choked, unable to come up with a good reply. He had read a variety of random books in the library. Still, he just never read the Three Kingdoms, and his understanding of Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi came primarily from the TV series, so he was hard-pressed to give any opinion on the subject. "It looks like 8 years still lacks the talent to support his ambitions," a fellow student mocked. Ha ha ha. The whole class burst into laughter. It had become a daily routine for everyone to joke at Guantong's expense. Yu Jiangu felt that the situation was going out of control, as what was supposed to be a sharing of experience and insights ended up being a discussion on the Three Kingdoms. The top student, Guan Yilan, had been up to her old tricks again, stirring up trouble, and Yu Jiangu couldn't see how it could continue from here. "Everyone, let's be quiet and listen to what our successful Senior Xiao has to say." Senior Xiao, "So, do you agree with me that Sima Yi was the one with the superior wisdom and therefore should be regarded as the foremost talent of the Three Kingdoms?" Guan Yilan said, tilting her head back and eyeing Xiao Luo with an overbearing gaze. Xiao Luo smiled. "What you have just said is based on a high degree of speculation. There's insufficient conclusive evidence to substantiate your argument. It's nothing more than subjective speculation." Subjective speculation? Guan Yilan had a dismissive smile on her lips. "Since Senior Xiao here says that I am making subjective speculations, could I ask you to answer the following questions? Firstly, why didn't Sima Yi dare to attack? The only logical reason is the fear of being lured into a trap or ambushed in the city, right? But how many people could they have concealed in a city of that size? Back in that era, it's not like they could have buried a Scud missile or some other secret weapon, so would it have been so risky to send in a reconnaissance company just to scout around?" The class burst into laughter once again, as they found Guan Yilan's choice of words rather humorous, using terms like the Scud missile and reconnaissance company. Yu Jiangu was inwardly surprised by her line of questioning. Had it been him up there on the podium, he would have failed to provide an answer as well. This girl was indeed a B*TCH, he thought. Secondly, Sima Yi had walked up to the city wall and saw Zhuge Liang playing the zither at the gate tower, looking at ease. He even heard the sound of the zither enough to notice that it was not out of rhythm, and he also greeted Zhuge Liang, saying that he had come to the city to hear him play the zither. Therefore, we can see that the distance between them was not far. Couldn't he have ordered a skilled archer to shoot him down with an arrow? Thirdly, according to Guocheng's anecdote, there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Sima Yi had over 100,000 troops. Couldn't he have laid siege to the city for 3 days without having to attack? Why did they turn around and run? Amazing. Guantong had to confess his admiration for Guan Yilan. Such eloquence and such talent made him feel ashamed of himself. It was true that in light of the 3 points raised by Guan Yilan, the empty city stratagem seemed riddled with holes. It was evident that Sima Yi did not flee for fear of an ambush as was commonly believed, but that there was a hidden reason. And it was as Guan Yilan had explained earlier, when all birds were shot, the bow would be set aside, when all hares were killed, the hounds would be stewed and eaten. Sima Yi understood this, and he only pretended to be tricked. Therefore he was never fooled by Zhuge Liang's ruse. All the students had their mocking eyes on Xiao Luo, amused by how this man who was being totally outclassed by Guan Yilan. Was he really a successful person who has already been working for 4 years? Xiao Luo wasn't at all annoyed or angry with Guan Yilan, and he had this to say: "I happen to have studied the Three Kingdoms as well, and the doubts you're talking about seem to be very reasonable, but your points of contention are selective, and do not take certain critical factors into consideration, as such they don't hold water. A look of scorn washed over Guan Yilan's face. Really? I wish to hear more about it. Certainly, I shall start with your first point. Now let's say you're Sima Yi. There are two consequences you'll have to consider if you send in a reconnaissance company. First, you have failed to consider time. Entering the city would invariably cause a delay. Then what if Zhuge Liang really did have an ambush prepared? You must know that time determines everything in warfare, and hence determines life and death. Perhaps you can disregard your own life, but what about the lives of over 100,000 troops? Next, you have failed to consider terrain. Although Zhuge Liang had fewer troops, he had favorable terrain and crossbowmen, so it would not have been hard for his forces to wipe out a reconnaissance company. So, after one company is wiped out, do you send a second one in or withdraw? I'm afraid there's yet another point you have to consider. Zhuge Liang was always thorough with his plans, which resulted in a high success rate. At the same time, he never attempted particularly risky undertakings, so would you dare to take a risk against such a capable tactician? As soon as Xiao Luo delivered his first counter-argument, Guan Yilan's expression changed, and the look of contempt faded slightly from the faces of the other students. No one had expected Xiao Luo to refute Guan Yilan's strong arguments with such astuteness. Regarding your second point, I would like to emphasize that it was customary for people to parley before commencing battle in ancient times. If a siege was laid, we would have one side on the wall and the other side below it. The Chinese have an old saying, gentlemen settle a dispute through negotiation rather than a brawl. But some people do not abide by the rules and would sneakily fire an arrow even as they are talking politely, claiming that there can never be too much deception in war. This is as you suggested. But take note that you are talking to Zhuge Liang. Is he someone that you can easily shoot down as you wish? Furthermore, would Zhuge Liang have dared to stand on the wall to parley when there was a risk of getting shot? If I were Zhuge Liang, I would definitely have considered this factor and taken the necessary precautions. So, in short, you can't fool Zhuge Liang with such a petty trick. Another point rebutted. The crowd was amazed. They had initially thought that Xiao Luo was a fool who knew nothing and was being led around by Guan Yilan, but he turned out to be a consummate debater, and they were deeply impressed by what he said. Yu Jiangu's face lit up in a smile, amazed by Xiao Luo's rhetorical ability. As for the third point you made, you suggested laying siege to the city. Firstly, the disparity in strength between the two sides was only known to Zhuge Liang then, and to those like you who read the book centuries later. But as for Sima Yi, he did not know at that time. Secondly, what if Zhuge Liang really had prepared an ambush to attack from both inside and out? Do not forget that Zhuge Liang was highly resourceful, and an expert at formations and inventions. What if he had used the complex terrain to stage an attack by water or fire? Don't we all know that when forces are in disarray, a rout will follow? Should the ambush result in a catastrophic setback, the whole army will panic and run amok, so what good would numbers be then? If you were Sima Yi, would you employ a sound strategy that provided stability and safe retreat, or would you throw it all on a desperate gamble against a dangerous foe like Zhuge Liang? There was a sudden lull, and even the drop of a pin could be heard. Xiao Luo's arguments were too convincing and could not be rebutted. Guan Yilan furrowed her brows, biting her lips as she stared at Xiao Luo. She stood crestfallen and red-faced, unable to find any words to refute him. You are unreasonable. In utter exasperation, that was all Guan Yilan could say in response to Xiao Luo's astute counter-argument. I'm only presenting the evidence, and therefore, I am reasonable. But, even if what you say is true that Sima Yi saw through Zhuge Liang's empty city stratagem, it would only mean that Zhuge Liang had expected Sima Yi to recognize his ruse, thereby forcing Sima Yi to obediently withdraw his troops. This showed his deep understanding of Sima Yi's predicament, that is, when all birds are shot, the bow will be set aside, and when all hares are killed, the hounds will be stewed and eaten. From this perspective, Sima Yi was already at a disadvantage. So, it is inaccurate to say that Sima Yi was the foremost strategist during the Three Kingdoms period, Xiao Luo said indifferently. No one really expected Xiao Luo to be so eloquent and knowledgeable about literature, and he made the top student of their class look like a fool in comparison. Guan Yilan was speechless and could only stare blankly at Xiao Luo with wide eyes. She quickly sat back down in her seat, unable to believe that Xiao Luo's study of the Three Kingdoms was profound. Her childish scheme to ridicule Xiao Luo had backfired. Sorghum, beans, wheat, and millets, out of these hybrids, which one are you, sir? A girl who was very close to Guan Yilan suddenly challenged Xiao Luo with the first part of a couplet. D*mn, this kid is actually cursing Xiao Luo with a couplet. Yu Jiangu was galled with his student's behavior, but at the same time, he was somewhat amazed at the talents on display. The class was stunned at her audacity, and everyone drew a deep breath. The one who posed the derogatory couplet to Xiao Luo was a gifted girl, Xianxia, who excelled at poetry, painting, and literature. Without exception, everyone felt that she was taking the wrong major and should have pursued Chinese arts instead. The couplet blatantly called Xiao Luo out for having no self-awareness, and shamelessly regarding himself as a success on account of minor achievements. Xiao Luo laughed lightly and replied, poetry books, I Ching, the Book of Rites, the Spring and Autumn Annals, with myriad scripture on hand, why the need to ask Lao Tzu, too? When Xiao Luo furnished the second half of the couplet with aplomb, everyone was astounded and gazed at Xiao Luo with dropped jaws. His second line not only matched the first part of the couplet, but he also cleverly countered Xianxia with a rhetorical question that contemptuously placed her status beneath his. It had the makings of an exciting battle of wits and captured everyone's undivided attention. They no longer dared to mock Xiao Luo. Xianxia was slighted and delivered a scathing riposte. Mice consider themselves to be old regardless of their size. 3. Xiao Luo shook his head and laughed. Turtles consider their surname to be black regardless of their gender. 4. Neatly matched up again. The entire class was enthralled and found it hard to believe how sharp Xiao Luo was. He was simply amazing. Sitting at the back of the classroom, Guantong gawked at the unfolding scene and blinked a few times. People without their face will certainly be invincible. 5. Xianxia fired in a particularly nasty one. Trees without their bark will certainly be withered. 6. Xiao Luo doused her fiery line with consummate ease. Why you? Xianxia's face was flushed, and she felt like she was just being toyed with. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xiao Luo with angry eyes. Inwardly, she was stunned by how easily he had responded to those verbal attacks of hers. Grudgingly, she conceded that Xiao Luo was the better scholar. There was no comparison when it came to literature knowledge. King cool. Guantong's eyes were watery and filled with deep admiration. He had always wanted to be a talented person, and now, he'd found a role model in Xiao Luo. The kind of vigor and innate self-confidence, and the kind of aura that made others cower in his presence, the qualities that made him wish he was like Xiao Luo. Senior Xiao, you've really enlightened us, and I greatly admire your literary prowess. Guan Yilan stood up as she complimented her opponent and said, I wonder how well you've mastered the requisite technical skills. Shall we compare our AutoCAD skills? The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth lifted into a smile. He originally intended to just say a few words casually, but he didn't expect these people to continually provoke him. Since he had already participated in the battle, there was absolutely no reason to stop midway. Calmly, he asked, how shall we go about comparing it? Let's do the engine that's specified in the textbook. All the engine design parameters are provided in the book, so we just have to use the AutoCAD software to draw the model. Guan Yilan appeared very confident as her AutoCAD skills were the best in the class. She was very familiar with this computer-assisted design software, and it was a skill that had to be mastered by engineers in her field. She knew it like the back of her hand, and she didn't believe that Xiao Luo could match her skills. Draw the engine? That's an engineering drawing with a 4-star difficulty factor. The students, being all from the same major, appreciated the difficulty of this challenge. There were various curves and slopes, the intersections of circumscribed circles and inscribed circles, and the scale of work was nothing short of intimidating. Were they really going to compete on this task? Yilan, I invited Xiao Luo to share his experiences and insights, not to compare drawing skills with you. Sit down and stop making a scene. I suggest you listen to Xiao Luo's opinions with an open mind. He is your senior and a pioneer who's already forged his way ahead of you. His opinions may prove valuable, and it'd only do you good. Yu Jiangu intervened and did not want Guan Yilan to continue making a scene, and besides, he was afraid that Xiao Luo would lose. It was kind of Xiao Luo to accept his invitation to be there, but if this challenge were to cause his relationship with Xiao Luo to sour, then it'd be too late for regrets. Master Yu, comparing technical skills, is also considered a kind of sharing. Senior Xiao, am I right? Guan Yilan's overweening attitude was on full display again at the moment. Despite being younger, she saw herself as an equal to Xiao Luo, priding herself with her ability to get an invitation from CITIC Bank while still in her senior year. Xiao Luo nodded his head. I agree. Yu Jiangu coughed several times dryly and advised Xiao Luo not to play to Guan Yilan's tune. It would be fine if he won the contest, but he would be ridiculed by the whole class if he lost. Xiao Luo gestured with his hand to say that it'd be fine, and he actually felt that these juniors were quite an interesting lot, especially this Guan Yilan, who was brimming over with self-confidence. It was a quality he quite admired but certainly didn't like. Being constantly challenged by his juniors, he had to continually prove himself to maintain his dignity and pride as a senior. Xiao Luo had to use Yu Jiangu's laptop, while Guan Yilan worked her own computer. The data sheets of 2 engines were placed in front of them, and Guan Yilan immediately started drafting the engine design in AutoCAD according to the parameters described. Xiao Luo didn't do it right away but instead read the datasheet thoroughly. Having had several years of experience working in the Huahai group, his use of AutoCAD had reached a much more advanced level. He opted to use a holistic approach in his integrated workflow process, rather than working according to how the data was presented in the engineering datasheet. Such an approach would be haphazard and would cause mistakes to be made as the designing process went on, hence, increasing his workload and forcing constant corrections. Xiao Luo's approach considered the overall scope and the steps and factors required to complete the task before defining the workflow process. Thus, he mitigated any risks of errors when he started drafting. Xiao Luo, hurry up. She has already drawn a third of the engine. Seeing the engine taking shape on Guan Yilan's computer screen, Guan Tong felt anxious for Xiao Luo. Surely it couldn't be that he doesn't know where to start drawing from, right? AutoCAD is the required design software that we must master for our major. It's the most basic thing. Haha, if the senior doesn't know how to do it, it'll be a big joke. Some of the students began mocking Xiao Luo him, inwardly eager to see him embarrass himself. Footnotes. 1. A Chinese phrase that could mean hybrid, in the context of the couplet, a pun that implies be ****. 2. Lao Tzu, the Taoist sage who wrote the Tao Te Ching, or a swear word meaning your father. In the couplet, Xiao Luo applied a double entendre to elevate his status and swear at Guan Yilan. 3. Lao Shu, in Chinese Lao, meaning old and Shu, meaning mouse. Here, Xianxia implies that Xiao Luo attempted to use his age to his advantage, even when his knowledge was no better than his juniors. 4. Wu Gui is the Chinese word for turtles. Wu also means black. Here, Xiao Luo implies that Xianxia and Guan Yilan were behaving like turtles, meaning they were cowards. turtles being a metaphor for cowardice among Chinese as they withdraw into their shells in times of trouble. 5. In Chinese, literally, without face, one will be invincible, implying that one is shameless. 6. In Chinese, literally, without bark, one will die, implying that keeping a good reputation is as essential as the bark is to a tree, hence if one is not careful with one's actions, then be prepared to lose one's reputation. It can also be construed as an insult, as the word bark has a direct reference to her face. Guan Yilan was hastily working on the engine blueprint. When she caught a glimpse of Xiao Luo's screen, she couldn't resist a snort and even shot him a look of contempt. Looking on, Yu Jiangu was worried about Xiao Luo and broke out in cold sweat. He muttered, "What the hell is he trying to do? Does he really not know where to start?" Guan Yilan has already completed 1/3 of the drawing. She's indeed our scholar queen. That speed of hers is incredible. Haha, looks like our senior is going to lose to Guan Yilan. The classroom was abuzz with murmurs, and many there felt that the writing was on the wall. There would be no head-to-head finish to this race, Guan Yilan would definitely come out ahead. Finally, Xiao Luo began to start on his design blueprint. He started playing around with AutoCAD's interface, randomly drawing nothing but some dotted lines and curves. They appeared to be done haphazardly with the lines running across one another and without any shape or form. What's he trying to draw? Is that seriously an engine? The crowd stared at his screen incredulously, then shook their heads and laughed. No matter how they looked at those lines, they could not even remotely associate them with the appearance of an engine. It was a collection of disorganized curves and circles that made no sense at all. Xianxia crossed her hands in front of her chest disdainfully and asked, "Senior, are you sure you are drawing an engine blueprint?" Xiao Luo didn't answer and continued working on it. Suddenly, Guan Yilan was looking anxious. She was in a dilemma, noticing that there were several errors in her design. She now realized that the engine's curved surfaces had to be drawn first using the tangent method. This forced her to delete her previous 7 or 8 steps and redraw them. As she went on, the furrows between her eyebrows were getting more pronounced as she began to detect an increasing number of issues as a result of her drawing sequence. As she proceeded, her work was hampered by the frequent actions of deleting and rebuilding, causing her progress to slow down considerably. The shortcomings of not planning the work ahead are now exposing themselves. Yu Jiangu shook his head and let out a faint sigh. When he turned his attention to Xiao Luo's drawing, he was somewhat concerned. He couldn't visualize how those scattered curves, circles, and dotted lines would ultimately represent the blueprint of an engine. And if he couldn't see it, what more the rest of the students? What exactly is he doing? Yu Jiangu was baffled by what he saw on Xiao Luo's screen, which actually looked like the work of a child who was holding a pen and doodling on a clean sheet of white paper. But despite his concern, he believed that Xiao Luo wasn't just drawing lines and circles randomly. Yu Jiangu turned to look at Guan Tong. Guan Tong was equally bewildered, as he spread his arms and was at a loss for words. Xiao Luo let out a long sigh. Then, resting his cheek against the palm of his left hand, he controlled the mouse with his right, and casually moving the cursor over the toolbar to access an interface, before clicking a series of commands in AutoCAD's interface box. With every click, the redundant lines vanished one after another, until only a small section was left behind. With the removal of the excess lines, the flywheel of the engine miraculously appeared. It looked like a block of sculptured artwork after the desired shape was hewn out of a giant slab of stone. This looks like... Everyone standing around Xiao Luo's laptop was stupefied. This was the first time they'd seen someone draw all the lines before proceeding to modify the drawing, leaving behind only the drawing of the engine. It was a breathtaking and ingenious technique. There's the inlet manifold now. Now, the cylinder head is done. He's working on the engine block now. Holy crap, he's fast. As they saw the engine model rapidly take shape on Xiao Luo's AutoCAD drawing area, the engineering management students gasped in awe. They had just seen a 4-star engineering blueprint drawn with unbelievable ease without unnecessary and incorrect steps. Yu Jiangu couldn't contain his excitement anymore. He squeezed through the crowd and found himself an excellent spot to watch Xiao Luo with his keen observant eyes. The more he looked, the more he was impressed. The process of removing each line or curve was precise and seamless, without even the slightest pause. That implied that Xiao Luo had already worked out the drawing in his mind and was now merely tidying up the completed steps using AutoCAD. Is this the brain one? Unbelievably, Xiao Luo actually constructed such a complicated engineering blueprint flawlessly by first visualizing every step in his mind. Guan Yilan was struggling, and her drawing speed had already slowed to that of a snail-like crawl. In every component she constructed, she came across a plethora of problems that were directly linked to the wrong sequence of her drawing. By skipping over specific steps in the sequence, she could not continue constructing the rest of the parts. She had to delete those parts she had drawn and redraw them in the correct sequence. From there on, every step was a struggle. When she saw that Xiao Luo already got 2/3 of the engine drawn out, she gave up. She knew that she had lost miserably. Guan Yilan lost because she couldn't see the big picture, unable to work out an accurate and error-free drawing sequence in her mind like what Xiao Luo had done. Although she would eventually be able to complete it, it would undoubtedly take her more than 4 hours. Xiao Luo's finished. Guan Tong suddenly screamed out in excitement. Xiao Luo took his hand away from the mouse, and on the laptop screen before him was a completed 3D engineering blueprint of an engine. All its dimensions were automatically marked, and every detail was in place. It was precisely the same as the engine diagram depicted in textbooks, except, in this case, the colors may even be more refined than the pictures in books. Yu Jiangu looked at the drawing in admiration and couldn't refrain himself from applauding. He had been teaching this subject for a long time, but even he wasn't sure if he could have finished the task in the amount of time that Xiao Luo took. It may have taken him at least 3 hours to come out with an engineering drawing of this quality, but Xiao Luo only took 45 minutes, and what's more, he did such an extraordinary job that left everyone in awe. Clap. 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 The engineering management students all applauded with enthusiasm, and their impression of Xiao Luo instantly rose. He was truly remarkable, and they had no more doubts about his abilities. Guan Yilan no longer had the arrogance in her eyes, but instead looked humbled as she reflected upon her actions. Senior Xiao, you're amazing, please guide us. Yeah, Senior. We were wrong to doubt you just now. I hope you don't mind that. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? The crowd's attitude swung 180 degrees as they addressed him as Senior with genuine affection. There was even a girl who coyly asked Xiao Luo if he had a girlfriend and blushed as she did so. Xiao Luo could only shake his head and smile at her. After he finally got to share his thoughts and experience with a very attention class of students, Yu Jiangu insisted on buying Xiao Luo a meal as a gesture of thanks. Xiao Luo couldn't wiggle out of this one and went along. They didn't sit too far away from the classroom, and Guan Yilan came running over and stood in front of them. Yilan, what are you trying to do now? Yu Jiangu scowled, expecting Guan Yilan to insist on another challenge with Xiao Luo. Mr. Yu, I wish to apologize to Senior. Without waiting for Yu Jiangu's response, Guan Yilan gave Xiao Luo a deep bow and apologized sincerely. Senior, I was wrong just now. I was too full of myself. I'm very sorry. It's okay, everybody has gone through that. Xiao Luo smiled at her. It was true that he didn't take it to heart. After all, they were his juniors from the same school that he had attended, and they reminded him of his own college years. It made him feel like he was back home after a long absence. 1. The Brain, a Chinese science reality and talent show that originated in Germany, intending to discover people with exceptional talent and intelligence. Pleased with how Xiao Luo was conducting himself, Yu Jiangu nodded his head, lauding his magnanimity. He had displayed great forbearance, which showed that he possessed a noble character, neither humble nor overbearing. He felt a strong urge to get to know Xiao Luo better, for having taught such a student gave him a sense of gratification and made him feel incredibly proud to be a teacher. "Senior, is your company recruiting?" Guan Yilan asked suddenly. "Yes, our Shanghai branch has only just started, so we are in urgent need of talents," Xiao Luo said, smiling at her. Guan Yilan bit her lips and said, Can I work there? I'm not in charge of recruitment. If you have the intention, you can send your resume to my company online. If the HR department feels that you are a suitable candidate, then they'll notify you for an interview," Xiao Luo replied. "May I ask, what's the name of your company?" Gu Yilan took out her notebook to take down details of Xiao Luo's company, intending to do some online research before submitting her resume. Luo Workshop. Luo Workshop? When they heard the two words, Yu Jiangu, Guan Tong, and Guan Yilan were shocked beyond description. The way they stared at Xiao Luo seemed like they had just seen a being from another dimension. "Luo's Workshop, you mean the very same company that caused such an uproar last year, the one that appeared in the headlines countless times? It belongs to you?" When Xiao Luo first mentioned that he was running a pastry company, Yu Jiangu never thought to associate it with such a successful company as Luo Workshop. "I'm just one of the shareholders. The company is run by Dashan," Xiao Luo said, keen to keep a low profile. Yu Jiangu was in utter disbelief. Luo Workshop was a giant in Jiangqing City's food and beverage industry. How it rose to prominence and how the company crushed its main competitors in a matter of months was the stuff of legend. And to think that the architect behind the success of this legendary organization was his very own student was simply out of this world. "I feel humbled, and I have to say that you and that B***starred Zhang Dashan are freaks." Guan Tong was thoroughly impressed with the two of them and expressed it in his own unique way. Guan Yilan's respect for Xiao Luo was now through the roof. Here he was, the very person who set off a frenzy in Jiangqing City's business circle, turning out to be her senior. Just hours earlier, she had actually seen herself as superior Xiao Luo in every way, only to realize that she was nothing more than the proverbial frog in the well. She was now determined to be a part of his team. "Senior, I will work hard and become one of Luo Workshop." "I look forward to that." Xiao Luo nodded in encouragement. Xiao Luo enjoyed a meal of hot pot with Yu Jiangu and Guan Tong before returning to the Crescent Bay Hotel at about 9 o'clock in the evening. Sitting in the cab, he immediately thought of Su Xiaobei. Already, he missed her and was just thinking of getting some supper back for her when his phone rang. He checked the screen and saw that it was Su Li. He wondered if she was going to reprimand me for returning too late. He rolled his eyes heavenward. Furrowing his brows, Xiao Luo answered the call. "Miss Su." "Help me." "What?" All he heard were those two words, then a short pause, before the sound of a dull thud told him that the phone had been dropped on the floor. He strained his ears. He could make out to the pitter-patter of hurried feet. Someone was approaching the phone, and suddenly the call ended. Xiao Luo immediately called back, but Su Li's phone was unreachable. It had already been turned off. "Huh? Help me? Something's very wrong." Xiao Luo took a deep breath. He had to do something and quick. "Mister, please pull over." "Okay, let's see, that will be $20. He paid for the taxi fare and rushed into an internet cafe by the roadside. He quickly got to a computer, launched his Tor browser, and then hacked into the telephone company's back-end to locate Su Li's last coordinates. Her last call was made from the Hilton Hotel. Does this mean that she's been kidnapped? With that thought in his mind, Xiao Luo frowned. Su Li was Su Xiaobei's only kin, and nothing must happen to her. His fingers clattered urgently on the keyboard. and he quickly accessed into Hilton Hotel's network system. Su Li's name wasn't on the list of guests, but from the surveillance footage, he saw Su Li entering room 2011 with a well-dressed lady who appeared to be of high station. Su Li seemed to be draped in a scarf to avoid being recognized. He promptly left the internet cafe, then hailed a taxi and rushed to Hilton Hotel. The Hilton was a 5-star rated hotel and one of Shanghai's most luxurious, the lodging of choice for the rich and famous. Xiao Luo found his way to room 2011 in no time. There was a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on the doorknob, but that didn't stop him. With a thrust of his palm, the thick sandalwood door flew open, and there he found Su Li sprawled on the bed. The well-dressed lady he had seen on the surveillance cam was undressing her. Who are you? Why are you here? The well-dressed lady was shocked as she stared at Xiao Luo in terror. I'm asking the question here. Who are you, and what are you doing to Miss Su? Xiao Luo glared at her chillingly, then glimpsed at Su Li. The well-dressed lady composed herself, then she stood up confidently and said, I'm her mother. Really? Would a mother drug her own daughter? Xiao Luo growled as he stepped toward her. Don't come any closer, get out now. Security! Security! The well-dressed lady started screaming but suddenly stopped. She took stock of the situation and realized that if what she did was exposed, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Luo did see some similarities in their features, so perhaps this lady was indeed Su Li's mother, as she claimed. But this was not his concern at the moment, for all he cared was to make sure that Su Li was safe. He went over to Su Li and checked her vital signs. She was breathing and had only passed out. There was an almost empty teacup on the bedside table, so the drug must have been laced in her drink. Without saying another word, he lifted Su Li off the bed, carried her, and walked toward the door. B****, who the hell are you? Let go of my daughter right now. The well-dressed lady screamed as she rushed forward and attempted to pull Su Li away from Xiao Luo. Before she could even lay a hand on Su Li, Xiao Luo kicked her down. He didn't use much force, just enough to push her off. But the well-dressed lady flew and crashed on the floor next to the bed. I don't care if you are Su Li's mother or not, but you better stay down for your own good. Otherwise, my next kick will not be so light. When she looked into his eyes, the well-dressed lady shuddered. His eyes glowered as if a wild beast lurked within, and it sent a chill down her spine. With Su Li safe in his arms, Xiao Luo strode out the room. As he walked through the lobby, carrying Su Li in his arms, the front desk staff were alarmed and immediately alerted security. He was confronted just when he exited the hotel entrance. Several guards converged on Xiao Luo, preventing him from leaving as they needed to question him. Xiao Luo was simply too tired to explain. He delivered a few kicks and dispatched them all in a quick time. They fell on the floor, clutching their midsections and groaning in pain. He quickly found a cab, and they were now on their way back to the Crescent Bay Hotel. The taxi driver couldn't refrain himself and said, Brother, is she your girlfriend? Wow, she really looks a lot like the nation's goddess, Su Li. Drive. Don't talk. The cabin fell into an awkward silence. The driver dropped them off at the Crescent Bay Hotel and watched as Xiao Luo carried Su Li in. Sigh, why do beautiful women always belong to others? When they got into the elevator, Su Li awoke from her drug-induced slumber. Her eyes were watery, and she appeared a little disoriented. But it strangely added to her allure. It was appealingly sensual, and she exuded a raw, uninhibited quality to a face that could launch 1,000 ships. You are awake. Xiao Luo let her down, placed her arm over his shoulder, and held her at the waist. Su Li was still in a drunken stupor, moaning softly, and suddenly, she casually grabbed his collar, pulled him close, and kissed him. Xiao Luo froze, and his eyes widened, startled by this unexpected kiss. Huh, what's going on? Xiao Luo gently pulled himself away. When he looked at her again, Suli was in a semi-conscious state, and even the breath she exhaled was hot. That lady drugged her. Having acquired the healing and medical skills from the system, Xiao Luo immediately sized up Su Li's condition by merely glancing at her. He knew what he had to do. The method to detoxify the drug quickly came to mind. When they got to the 52nd floor, he carried Su Li back to his own apartment. Xiao Luo did not want either Su Xiaobei or Aunt Li to know about Su Li's condition, for he knew she would be embarrassed for them to see her in such a state. And he certainly didn't want her to take it out on him for that after she regained consciousness. Xiao Luo gently laid her on the couch and went to the kitchen to fix a remedy. He diluted a bit of salt into a glass of warm water and infused several green tea leaves. He wrung the towel he had soaked in cold water, and together with the concoction, he headed back to the living room. But when he returned to Suli, what he saw nearly made him jump out of his skin. Suli was moaning and doing things, and it took all of Xiao Luo's resolve to suppress any dark thoughts. Xiao Luo quickly covered her up and helped her up, poured the remedy into her mouth, then laid him down again and placed the cold towel over her forehead. But the drink did not take immediate effect, and instead, Suli stirred into semi-consciousness, and without any warning, grabbed Xiao Luo, maniacally tearing off his clothes. For the first time in his life, Xiao Luo felt helpless. He had no idea what to do until a thought suddenly occurred to him: he would use the I Jing Jing to draw out the toxins. He had no fear of absorbing the poison from Su Li's body into his own and believed that this would work. He immediately pulled Su Li up from her repose and sat her down with her legs crossed. He sat behind her, pressed his heated palm tightly against the soft skin of her back, and then focused hard as he channeled his energy to absorb the toxins from Su Li's body. But Su Li suddenly turned around and pushed him back, then ripping the rest of his clothes off, she threw herself at him. It was a wild night. Early the morning, a welcoming ray of warm light filtered in from the balcony. Xiao Luo had already woken up, and he gazed dreamily at Su Li, who was snuggled cozily in his arms. He had never thought that his first time would be like this. Suddenly, from the corner of eyes, he caught a glimpse of several daubs of stain on his white bedsheet. They were the color of red plum flowers. Xiao Luo took a deep breath, and he felt a strange emotion that weighed heavily in his heart. He couldn't describe the feeling, it felt complicated, and his mind seemed cluttered and confused. Xiao Luo was a conservative man by nature, having been brought up in the traditional way of thinking. He felt a profound responsibility to do the right thing, especially after taking away a girl's maidenhood. Soon after, Su Li stirred from her sleep. She stiffened and sat up, gazing at Xiao Luo as her eyes became watery, realizing what had happened. She knew that Xiao Luo did not force himself on her, but she was overcome by an inexplicable sense of loss. She had given him what was most precious to a girl, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Miss Su. Xiao Luo was thinking of an explanation. Su Li turned away, got out of his bed, found her clothes and dressed, and then hastily left the room. She appeared calm the whole time, but did not say a word from when she awoke until the time she stepped out the door. Xiao Luo stared blankly at the door in a stupor, and then shifted his gaze to the stains on his bedsheet. He never had a woman before, and being the first time, it was a profound experience for him, something he would always remember. Perhaps other men would feel excited and satisfied after the first time, but he felt a strange sense of guilt. Somehow, he didn't feel any joy or excitement, and he did not think this was how he was supposed to feel. But, one thing he did find out: Su Xiaobei was undoubtedly not Su Li's biological daughter. Of course, that didn't really matter. What mattered most now was, how would he face Su Li after this? After Su Li left his room, Xiao Luo immediately cleared all traces of the previous night. He then stepped into the bathroom to bath, but as he saw himself in the mirror, he was shocked to notice the love mark Su Li had left on his neck. She had been under the influence of the drug and acted wantonly, and in her interest, Xiao Luo would have to make sure that no one found out about this. These would take at least 2 to 3 days to wear off. Xiao Luo would have to think of a way to conceal them for the next few days. Before leaving for Su Li's apartment, he turned up the collar of his shirt and pulled over a black woolen sweater. Satisfied that the marks were properly concealed, he headed over for breakfast. It was part of the arrangements that Aunt Li would be responsible for preparing his daily meals, allowing Xiao Luo to focus on his role as Su Xiaobei's surrogate father. When he got there, only Aunt Li was present, and she was busy setting the table. He was expecting Su Xiaobei to run down any time to greet him, but there was no sign of her. Xiaobei was waiting for you and Miss Su to return last night. She waited a long time and slept really late. She hasn't woken up yet, Aunt Li said. Oh, I see. Xiao Luo acknowledged with a nod, then sat down on the dining table, and as the breakfast had prepared, he helped himself. As he was having his breakfast, Aunt Li went to him, looking like she had something on her mind. She took a glance at the second floor and keeping her voice low, she asked, Mr. Xiao, do you know what happened? Miss Su doesn't look in good condition. She went back to her room after she came to my room to check on Xiaobei, and I think she has been crying a lot. She hasn't come out since, and she didn't respond when I called her for breakfast. I'm quite worried. Maybe something bad happened to her? Xiao Luo didn't know what else to say, and that just blurted out. He couldn't possibly be telling her the truth about last night, could he? Aunt Li shook her head and said, that can't be it. I was once a young maiden too. Miss Su looks like, after looking around to make sure that no one else was around, she whispered, it seemed to me like her first time, you know, her maidenhood? Xiao Luo swore. He felt his spirit leave his body for a brief moment. The older they are, the wiser indeed. Aunt Li had even figured that out. Ahem. Xiao Luo coughed and put on his best expression of a solemn face. He then said, Aunt Li, I think it'd be better if we don't gossip about Miss Su's affairs. Aunt Li visibly stiffened and nodded her head several times. You're right, Mr. Xiao. I've spoken too much. She felt the blood rush to her face, realizing that it was taboo to gossip about her employer's personal affairs. She looked at Xiao Luo nervously with guilt written all over her face. Mr. Xiao, Don't worry, it happens. I won't mention it, Xiao Luo said. He smiled then returned to his breakfast. Thank you. A look of relief washed over Aunt Li's face, and she was smiling once again. Shortly after, Luo Pingxiang walked in, and she was accompanied by Su Li's manager, Cai Jiying. She had an oval-shaped face with well-proportioned features, not what you would call beauty, but she was reasonably attractive and appealing. Her short black hair was slicked back, giving her an imposing demeanor, and she was dressed in black business attire. The moment she saw Xiao Luo, Cai Jiying glared at him with a loathsome expression. Of course, she had known that Su Li intended to hire Xiao Luo as Su Xiaobei's surrogate father. As it was Su Li's insistence, she couldn't interfere, but that didn't stop her from hating Xiao Luo. She couldn't refrain from a vicious sneer. As neatly dressed as you try to be, you're still a bumpkin as far as I'm concerned. So, don't try too hard. In her eyes, Xiao Luo was nothing more than a penniless slug struggling at the very bottom of the social hierarchy, a hanger-on trying to fit into their level in society. Who farted so early in the morning? It sure stinks. Miss Luo, do you smell that awful stench? Xiao Luo retorted, waving his hand in front of his nose. Luo Pingxiang froze in shock. She was terribly afraid of Cai Jiying, who was a stern and domineering woman. She was often reprimanded by Cai Jiying and sometimes felt like she was a mere handmaiden serving an ill-tempered empress. So, when Xiao Luo spouted those words, her eyes nearly popped out, and she was giving him the faintest shake of her head, as she inconspicuously tried to signal for him to not provoke Cai Jiying. Cai Jiying was so infuriated that she shouted back at him, "You better believe that I will get you," and I'll kick your sorry asterisks out of Shanghai, you hear me? Xiao Luo calmly turned to face her and said, my apologies, I don't believe you can, but you can try. Gore, you. Cai Jing snarled, gritting her teeth, with clenched fists. A door opened on the second floor, and Suli came walking down the stairs. She was in a white pleated skirt, and her hair was neatly pulled back in a classic chignon. She was elegant as always, but she looked slightly fatigued and unwell. Sis, are you all right? Is there anything wrong with you? Luo Pingxiang was concerned and quickly went to support her. Xiao Luo held himself back, feeling the urge to rush over and help her as well. The first time was always special to a girl, and so too for Xiao Luo. Although they were not in a relationship, it was an indisputable fact that Suli was his first, and there was a natural instinct for him to protect her. I'm fine, there's no need to help me. Suli gestured to Luo Pingxiang as she slowly walked down the upstairs. She kept her composure well, but she sat down at the dining table, a cold sweat broke out, and her face turned pale. Maybe you should get more rest? Xiao Luo said. Suli glared at him, and there was a hint of resentment in the way she looked. But she said nothing and quietly ate her breakfast. Suli, are you feeling unwell? Cai Jing looked at Suli with some concern. Caught a cold, that's all, Suli said. About the event today. Drop it. Suli cut her off with just 2 words. Cai Jing frowned. Drop it? But this is Mr. Li's. I said, drop it. Suli raised her head, and her tone made it clear that she would tolerate no objection. Cai Jing was stunned, unsure why Suli was reacting this way, but she backed off with a nod. Okay, then. Cai Jing duly called Mr. Li to inform him, and she expressed her sincere apologies. She offered to pay the default and assured him that they would make it up to him, ensuring opportunities for future events. The doorbell rang. And, when Aunt Li opened the door, it was none other than Yang Hongji. Yang Hongji walked in hurriedly, but he tried to appear that he wasn't. Last night, he had persuaded Su Li's mother to spike Su Li's drink with a potent drug he had shipped in from abroad. He had vile intentions, as the drug could turn even the most devout nun into a harlot. But his well-laid plans went awry, as after all the arrangements were made, someone showed up unexpectedly and took Su Li away. Based on Su Li's mother's description, he immediately suspected it was Xiao Luo. He had wanted to show up even last night, but he would have given himself away if he had done so. As such, he had to endure until now, before he could come over to find out more, and he'd not be able to accept it if his bride-to-be had already been tarnished by someone else. Now that he was here, his heart was thumping wildly. He felt restless, hoping that Su Li was still untainted, and praying for that the aphrodisiac would not be as effective as advertised. Yang Hongji, what are you doing here? Su Li screamed and slammed her hand on the table. Yang Hongji shuddered as guilt played on his mind. But he pulled himself together, attempted a nervous smile, and said, "Ah, look at yourself, Su Li, so unwelcoming, haha. I was just passing by on my morning run, so I got you breakfast." Get out! Su Li screamed, and she did not disguise her unbridled fury and her loathing for Yang Hongji. How could she possibly not be aware of what happened last night? Her mother was fawning over Yang Hongji like he was already her son-in-law and played the matchmaker. But she hadn't expected Yang Hongji to resort to such a despicable act, actually using a drug to subdue her. And to think that her mother was complicit, it was an abomination. Su Li, I. Get lost. In her fury, Su Li grabbed the milk pitcher in front of her and hurled it angrily at Yang Hongji, shattering right at his feet, and it made him hop a step backward in shock. Fine. I'll leave, all right. Yang Hongji decided it was best to leave for the time being, and he walked out crestfallen. Su Li, what in the world happened? Cai Jiying asked, her eyebrows knitted in a frown. Yang Hongji was the son of the company's largest shareholder, and treating him in such a way was not a wise thing to do. Luo Pingxiang didn't say anything, and she promptly went over to help Aunt Li clean up the floor, now strewn with broken pieces of glass and spilled milk. I'm fine. Su Li glared at Xiao Luo when she said that, with a cold glint in her eyes. It was the first time Xiao Luo could not return a person's gaze. He looked away guiltily. You should leave too. Su Li's voice was cold. I don't wish to see you now. How did Xiao Luo turn out to be the man to take her the first time? He wasn't someone she wanted to be in a relationship with, and he wasn't even someone who had a successful career. What's worse, she was even the one paying him a salary. When she thought of it, she felt the urge to cry, and this was certainly not how she had envisaged her life. It was complicated and painful for Su Li to accept that this man had taken her maidenhood, a stain that could not be washed away, and it would remain a sordid part of her life. Just get some rest. Xiao Luo stood up and left quietly. He was well aware of Su Li's emotions. As Xiao Luo left, Cai Jiying spotted the marks on his neck. She was startled. As she related what she'd just seen, and considered Su Li's attitude toward him and her depressed state of mind, a detestable thought occurred. Her eyes widened in horror, and she strode to the dining table and asked Su Li directly, Su Li, did that penniless slug? Su Li did not answer, but tears streamed from the corner of her eyes. When Cai Jiying saw the tears, she decided that the worst had happened. It was Xiao Luo, and he had ravaged Su Li. Cai Jiying felt her mind going blank. Su Li was an artist under her care, and she would not tolerate anyone messing with her superstar. Her eyes turned red, and she hissed, I'm going to get someone to land that be *starred in jail. Let him rot in there until he dies. Come back. This has nothing to do with him. Stay out of it. Su Li screamed. Cai Jiying stopped in her track and turned back to face Su Li. But, that bastard, he. I do not wish to repeat myself. Su Li bit her lips. She was tormented, and beads of sweat now formed on her forehead. Cai Jiying ground her teeth as she turned her head to the door and glared indignantly. Her hatred towards Xiao Luo had reached its zenith, and in her eyes, they had unwittingly invited a wolf into the house, even worse, a white-eyed wolf, one. As far as Cai Jiying was concerned, all men could only think with the lower half of their bodies. She had reminded Su Li many a time, and yet it had still happened in the end. She was so infuriated that she wanted to shred Xiao Luo into little pieces. When Xiao Luo stepped out the door, Yang Hongji, his eyes red, was still lingering around the corridor. He immediately noticed the marks on Xiao Luo's neck. He was a veteran player who had seduced countless girls, and such things would not escape his eagle eyes, nor would the implication of what had taken place between Xiao Luo and the object of his affection, Su Li. Alas, his worst fear was now realized. The goddess he had fantasized himself thrusting beneath him countless of times, had been humped by another man, robbing her of her virtue. It felt no different from marrying a wife, but sending her into the bridal chamber of another man. Even more hurtful, the man was nothing more than a mud loach struggling at the very bottom of society. Yang Hongji felt a rage rising, an unbridled rage. Yang Hongji was seething, and his face was distorted with a hideous expression. Then, he howled and threw a punch at Xiao Luo's face. He roared like a lion and put everything he had into that punch as it whizzed through the air on its way to its mark. But the blow was easily intercepted by Xiao Luo, who stopped it with the palm of his hand right before his face and instantly followed up with a kick to Yang Hongji's abdomen. Oof! Yang Hongji was thrown back, crashing to the floor and clutching his abdomen. As he cowered, his face turned red, blue veins bulged visibly, and his lips kept puffing like a fish out of water. His body was trembling uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. You are the one who planned the drugging last night, am I correct? Xiao Luo walked over and kneeled down, and then stared at Yang Hongji with a stern face. "You, filthy, you ruined it." Although Yang Hongji was aware of Xiao Luo's strength and was wary of it, his anger had helped him transcend fear, and even now, he was consumed with the wish to cut Xiao Luo into pieces. "So, you admit it, what a man you are." Xiao Luo smiled and stood up, and without the slightest warning, he kicked Yang Hongji on the chest as he lay on his side. "Arg!" Yang Hongji shrieked as he tumbled in the air and crashing heavily at the end of the corridor. He clutched at his chest, but felt all his organs shifted, and he whimpered in immense pain. Xiao Luo stepped toward him ominously, grabbed his collar, and then lifted him like a rag doll. Yang Hongji's feet were off the ground, and he was kicking aimlessly in the air trying to find a foothold, while he kept slapping on Xiao Luo's arms to free himself. But there was no escape. Xiao Luo's hands were like a pair of steel pliers, and Yang Hongji was going nowhere. "Let me go, let me go. Do you know, if this had been me back in Jiangqing, you would already be a corpse now." Xiao Luo scowled and glared at Yang Hongji, recalling his days in Jiangqing, but that was history, and he had since been much more restrained, unwilling to kill unless he absolutely needed to. If this had happened in Jiangqing last year, he would have crushed Yang Hongji to a pulp without hesitation, and it had been no harder than squishing a bed bug. He then slammed Yang Hongji against the wall. Oof! Yang Hongji had the wind knocked out of him. When Xiao Luo released his grip, Yang Hongji slowly slid to the ground and collapsed in a pile. Xiao Luo then turned around and returned to his own apartment. The marks on his neck made it difficult for Xiao Luo to leave his place, but he didn't complain since he did not have any pressing issues. Besides, there was a benefit of living inside a luxurious hotel apartment, and ordering a delicious meal, specially prepared by the hotel chef, was only a phone call away. On the first day, he didn't hear from Su Li, but Su Xiaobei ran over often to look for him. On the second day, still, no word from Su Li, and Su Xiaobei ran over often to look for him. On the third day, Su Li's mother dropped in to see Su Li. They had a fallout, and her mother left, downhearted. On the fourth day, Su Li came to look for him herself. There were only the two of them, a man and a woman, sitting alone in the living room. As Xiao Luo was the host, he did the needful and courteously poured her a cup of hot tea. But Su Li didn't even take a sip. She hadn't said a word since she entered the apartment and only stared at Xiao Luo like she was in a daze. Xiao Luo had always felt Su Li's animosity toward him, and he felt it was best to just lay his cards on the table. As he braced himself for the worst, he took a deep breath and said, "Miss Su, I know you hate me for what happened, but it was beyond our control. Of course, I will take full responsibility for it. Accident or not, the fact is that we've slept together, and I will not renege on my responsibility." Being a conservation man with a traditional mindset, Xiao Luo was wallowing in guilt and felt a duty to protect Su Li's honor. He couldn't act as if nothing had happened after taking her for the first time. One white-eyed wolf, in Chinese idiom, used to describe a cruel person. "Marry me." Su Li had not said a thing since she arrived, but when she finally did, Xiao Luo was shocked into silence. It took a while for Xiao Luo to digest those words, and for a time, he simply gazed at Su Li in a stupor. She was wearing a white-colored dress with blue polka dots, which gave her a girl-next-door look. It was a well-cut outfit that accentuated her slim waist and slender legs, and a pair of yellow-colored high heels complemented the look. Her long black hair fell loosely, cascading down over her shoulders, and it gave her a youthful vibrance, but she retained that unmistakable quality that Xiao Luo had come to recognize, the frosty gaze of a woman who always got what she wanted. "Marry you?" Xiao Luo blurted out, finally finding his voice. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Are you serious?" Su Li looked right at him, and there was a momentary glint in her eyes, but she kept an impassive expression on her face. She sat impeccably composed as she asked, "Well, didn't you say that you were going to take responsibility?" Indeed, I did say that I was, but not in this way. Xiao Luo was stumped, feeling unsure how to react, and he was a little exasperated as well. To Xiao Luo, marriage was one of the most important milestones in life, a sacred commitment. Undoubtedly, the girl standing right in front of him was a rare beauty. Some would even say that she was one in a million. However, as a person, Xiao Luo found her to be cold and hard, and he felt that to marry a person with such a personality would not be the right match for him. If you don't marry me, then how are you going to take responsibility? Are you going to give me monetary compensation? Do you think that's what I need? Suli was beginning to lose some of her calm demeanor and began to sound somewhat anxious. Xiao Luo did not know how to respond to that and decided to say nothing. All he knew was that he would take responsibility, but not by marrying Suli. Suli gave Xiao Luo a strange look, and he could feel her doubts about the promise he had just made to take responsibility, and how he had now wronged her. He avoided eye contact, but knew she was looking right at him, and the weight of guilt began to bear down on him. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and tears began to roll down her cheek. Xiao Luo sighed, and said, "Miss Su, you and I are just two strangers. And marriage is a big thing. It's something you have to think through and consider carefully before making a decision." Suli glared at him with a hint of resentment in her eyes and said, "I've already thought it through and considered it carefully." Xiao Luo did not like being forced into something he wasn't ready for, and he thought that this was the time to make a stand. He unconsciously straightened his back and pushed out his chest as he said, "You might have thought it through, but what about me? I haven't thought it through yet, and marriage is no child's play, not the kind of playing house make-believe game that we used to play as kids. It's a big responsibility, and something that you have to commit to for the rest of your life. I am not going to accept it. No, I will not agree to this." "So, this is what you meant when you said you were going to take responsibility?" Suli said. The edge was missing from her voice, and in its place, a tone of disappointment. Tears streamed from eyes once more, and Xiao Luo's heart went out to her. But he had to remain firm. "I mean it when I say that I'm going to take responsibility, and there are many other ways of doing so. But marriage is out of the question," Xiao Luo said. "I've lost my virtue to you. I didn't think you would be this unkind." Xiao Luo looked aggrieved, and said, "Miss Su, there is something I have to tell you. That night was my first time too. I didn't even ask you to take responsibility." "Oh. You're shameless." Suli was incredulous. She could understand if a man was not going to take responsibility, but for him to go so far as to say something like this. How could a man's first time compare to a woman's? Suli got so upset that she started getting heart palpitations. "If you think I'm shameless, then so be it. What can I do?" Suli wiped away her tears, glaring at Xiao Luo with reddish eyes, then she stood up and took a deep breath. "I'll ask you one last time," she said, pausing at each of the following words as she continued, "Are you going to marry me?" Xiao Luo gulped. He had a bad feeling about this, but couldn't put his finger on it. He wondered if this woman was planning to argue with him until she got what she wanted. He coughed, and shaking his head, he said, "If you came to find me today with this in mind, then I'll have to apologize. My answer is no." "Fine then." Suli glared at him, and tears of pain and sorrow ran down her cheeks. She sniffled as she fought to hold back her tears and said, "When I am a ghost, I'm going to haunt you for the rest of your life." Xiao Luo couldn't help feeling like she was pointing an accusing finger at him, and every word she uttered cut deep. When Suli finished her sentence, she suddenly turned around and ran toward the balcony. Xiao Luo went after her and panicked when he saw her climbed over the balustrade. This was the 52nd floor. Could he stop her in time? Then, Suli threw herself off the balcony as she could take no more. She was emotionally distraught and had decided to free herself. In that instant, time stood still. She closed both of her eyes, a smile of despair formed on her face, and a myriad of memories flashed through her mind. Perhaps the headlines tomorrow would report that she had committed suicide due to depression. But she didn't care, all she wanted right now was to put an end to her life. She had faced so much despair in her life, and she could no longer bear it anymore. There was no one she could rely on, she could never trust her mother again, and all her younger brother ever did was to ask for money all the time. Her only regret was not being able to see Su Xiaobei again. She wondered why she and her sister shared such a similar fate, but perhaps it was destiny, and meant to be. In that brief moment, as she jumped off the balcony, her entire life flashed before her. Then, out of nowhere, a strong arm caught her around the waist and stopped her from falling. What just happened? Her eyes flashed open, and all she saw was the gaze of a man so different from all others, Xiao Luo. They were like two trapeze artists hanging precariously off the balcony on the 52nd floor. Their eyes met. Suli stared into Xiao Luo's eyes, and she sensed a hidden pain. For, at the very instant when Suli jumped, Xiao Luo was reminded of Sun Yu, someone he loved dearly, a person so innocent and pure. But fate had dealt her a cruel hand, and when she succumbed, she threw herself off a roof. But Xiao Luo had been there to save her. When she healed, she no longer had any memory of her past, and Sun Yu moved on to find a new lease on life. She would forever have a special place in Xiao Luo's heart. Xiao Luo saw visions of Xuanhuan as he gazed at Suli, never expecting how determined she was to take her own life. He truly empathized with her, but he could not allow it. Suddenly, Xiao Luo was overtaken by a fit of inexplicable anger. Did you even think of Xiaobei before you jumped? I had no other choice. Suli's mind was in turmoil, and she burst into tears. Destiny had arranged that she met Xiao Luo. Who could have guessed that they'd be so deeply intertwined, but fate makes a fool of everyone. She had given her virtue to him, and over the past 4 days, she tried hard to reconcile with her actions and had finally accepted Xiao Luo as the man with whom she'd spent her life. Foolish woman. Xiao Luo was exasperated. He then let out a deep breath and said, "All right. I promise that I will marry you." Suli stiffened when she heard those words, and she could only gaze silently at Xiao Luo as he pulled her toward him and lifted her over the balustrade. As she watched Xiao Luo effortlessly pull himself over the railing, Suli was still in a daze. She felt as if a divine wind had lifted her and placed her back on the balcony. It took some time for Suli to recover, and finally, she was now seated in front of Xiao Luo with a document in her hand. Xiao Luo looked through the document, and it was a marriage agreement that contained a comprehensive set of terms and conditions. Some of them were rather bizarre, namely, restrictions on publicizing their relationship, engaging in a relationship with other men or women, and interfering in the private lives of the parties. These were just some of them. Are you sure this is a marriage? Xiao Luo playfully threw her a wry glance, for this was a marriage in name only. Suli sipped her tea and didn't reply to his question directly. Instead, she said, "Once I meet a man that I like, I will return your freedom to you." Let me try to understand what you're saying. This means that I'm just a spare tire? Kind of. Suli assumed her frosty celebrity demeanor once again, but it was just a front. How could she let him off so easily? She intended to make him feel unimportant and then urged him to improve and better himself. Xiao Luo had only agreed to marry Suli after her attempt to take her own life. In truth, he only saw it as a temporary measure and was convinced that Suli would soon get tired of this game and eventually end their sham marriage. Xiao Luo felt that Suli was a little over the top on how she viewed her first time, to the point that she was willing to end her life. He wanted to tell her that there were many married couples today that did not share their first time together, as the times have changed, and society was much more liberal these days. After some thought, he decided against it, especially when he saw Suli's stern gaze. In the afternoon, they both went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for a marriage certification. Xiao Luo brought along a separate household registration book. As Suli had a special status, a trusted staff was assigned to process the application on their behalf, and they duly received their certificates after pulling some strings. The marriage certificate was duplicated, and a copy was handed to Xiao Luo while Suli kept the other. Xiao Luo had mixed feelings when he looked at the marriage photo on their certificate. With the marriage certificate in hand, wouldn't that mean that he was now a married man? It was surreal, and it felt nothing like a marriage. There was no banquet or a pledge of love to one another, and in fact, there was hardly any affection between them. Yet, they were now joined in holy matrimony, all because of a piece of parchment. Miss Su, I hope that one day, you won't come to regret your silly behavior today, Xiao Luo said. Suli did not reply to this statement, but as he turned and walked towards her limited edition pink Mini Cooper, she said, I'm going to see my mother, come with me. Xiao Luo made a face and drew in a quick breath through his nostrils. He slipped the marriage certificate into his folder and got into the back seat. Two persons in the same car, one in the driver's seat while the other sat in the back, and neither had said a single word so far. They were just like two icebergs, one trying to be colder than the other. Suli was the first to break the silence. She looked at Xiao Luo through the rearview mirror and said, Have you found a job yet? Her tone was cold and authoritative, akin to a manager questioning a subordinate. No. Xiao Luo replied with little enthusiasm. He was leaning back in the soft leather seat with his arms crossed over his chest and rested his chin in his palm as he casually looked out the window at the passing streets. In Suli's judgmental eyes, Xiao Luo behaved like a slob and showed a lack of motivation to do better. Though she and Xiao Luo did not share an affectionate relationship, he was officially her nominal husband. Suli did not hide her disappointment at what she observed and said, As a man, you should have a decent career, so please make some effort to look for a proper job. If you really can't find any, you can go to my friend Shen Qingyan's company. I can help you. You don't have to worry. Xiao Luo cut her off abruptly. He already expected that it was going to be this way, knowing that Suli was an outstanding and successful person, and such a woman tended to have strong ideas and opinions of her own. She was undoubtedly going to use her status and achievements to get her way with Xiao Luo. Suli didn't say anything else for the duration of the ride and stayed focused on her driving. The pink Mini Cooper drove the journey at full speed, arriving at Silver Dragon Villa in a good time. There, each residential apartment was individually separated, and although not be as luxurious as Shen Qingyan's condominium, the architecture was elegant, and the environment peaceful and quiet. It provided for a trendy and affluent outlook. Xiao Luo followed Suli into one of the residential apartments. The door opened, and a nanny of slight stature let them in. When they entered the living room, the lady of the house sat on the sofa watching TV, holding onto a bowl of melon seeds. She looked like a lady of leisure, used to a life of material wealth. Her frizzy hair was brushed back and styled into a voluminous hairdo, and she had a prominent mole on her cheek. Oddly, the facial mark gave her the appearance of being shrewd and calculative, while the way she carried herself did suggest that she had a mean streak in her. So, it really was her mother? Xiao Luo was sure that the lady who had drugged Suli that fateful night was indeed her mother, and Suli did not make up the story. He couldn't help sighing in disgust when he realized that such a mother actually existed. As soon as the lady saw Suli, she bolted upright on the sofa. She put her melon seeds away and stood up immediately and looked at Suli nervously with overwhelming guilt. Suli sat down at the sofa beside her mother and looked directly into her eyes. You don't have to be nervous, I'm not here to question you about the things you've done. I'm only here to tell you one thing, that's all. I'm now married. Huh? You're what, you're married already? The lady's jaw dropped, and she was wide-eyed with shock. The news of Suli's marriage was so sudden and had come out of nowhere. When did this happen, and with whom? Suli threw the marriage certificate on the sofa, and as she did so, she glared at her mother with a cold, frosty expression. Su Li's mother snatched the certificate, and as she gawked at the document, her eyes trembled. She pointed her shaking finger at Xiao Luo, and losing control of her emotions, she turned to Su Li and said, "What? Daughter, how could you marry someone like him? In this world, only Hongji is worthy of you, you're both well-matched, how could you marry some unknown scoundrel like him?" The lady was aggrieved, holding her chest like she had been stabbed in her heart. How could her precious daughter marry this trash, with no money or status? This is all thanks to you, mother. Su Li could not contain her fury anymore, and she screamed. Wang Wanjing, you are my biological mother, how could you drug me and allow that man to humiliate me? How could a mother like you even exist in this world? Wang Wanjing's eyes turned red, but still convinced that her actions were justified, she responded, "Daughter, listen to me. I did it for your own good, the Yang family is wealthy and powerful, they have influence. Your marriage to Yang Hongji is a match made in heaven, the combination between you and him will be perfect." That's enough. Su Li shrieked in anguish, and her eyes turned red and watery, but she was a woman of strong fortitude and fought back the tears. Then, she stood up to her full height and lifted her chin as she said, "You gave me life, but that doesn't mean I have to follow your plans. Sister is where she is now because she listened to you, don't you realize that, have you not sinned enough?" Aye. Wang Wanjing was at a loss for words, the mention of Su Li's sister struck a raw nerve, and a sudden wave of anguish and guilt weighed down. She dropped to the floor, slumped against the sofa in a daze. "From now on, don't ever look for me again, I never want to see you. I will transfer the funds into Sukani's and your account every month, you better make sure you manage your spending properly. If you spend it all in advance, then you go and find the money somewhere else." "Daughter, why are you doing this to me? I'm your mother," Wang Wanjing whimpered. "The moment you decided to drug me, you cut off our mother-daughter relationship." Inwardly, Su Li felt hurt, but it had to be done. If this had not been her biological mother, she would surely have pressed charges. She had made her decision, and there was no turning back. She collected the marriage certificate, held on to Xiao Luo's hand, and they left together. By the time she stepped out of the house, her face was covered in tears, and she looked pale and tired. Xiao Luo sensed her grief and was beginning to understand what she was going through. He handed her a piece of tissue. "Wipe your tears." Su Li glanced at him and accepted it. She then turned her back toward Xiao Luo and wiped her tears. "Didn't you say you wanted to keep it a secret? Why did you tell your mother about our marriage?" Xiao Luo asked. "She won't tell anyone." Then, furrowing her eyebrows, Su Li turned to face Xiao Luo and remarked, "Please be clear, the protocol is only there to restrict your behavior, and it doesn't apply to me." "I see, so, you have the final say and authority in everything." Xiao Luo just wasn't in the mood for an argument. He had his name printed on the marriage certificate, but it didn't feel like he was married. It was precisely this attitude that prevented him from even trying to treat Su Li as his wife. He just hoped that this game would end soon. He failed to realize that the moment the certificate was issued, his fate with this woman was already intertwined. He could not discard it away, nor could he avoid it. The wheels of fate were already in motion, from the initial rejection to the gradual mutual attraction, and eventually becoming each other's one and only. Would this all happen in due course? It was just like the game of playing house, where once the newlyweds received their marriage certificate, that was the end of it, and they were then a married couple and lived happily ever after. But this was the real world. Xiao Luo certainly did not want to tell his family about it, and it wasn't because he was bound to the prenuptial agreement. He had spent the last couple of days furrowing his brows in contemplation. He could barely accept such a dubious arrangement himself, so he was sure that his family would not be able to either. Out of the blue, Ji Xiying contacted him, and Xiao Luo was pleasantly surprised as it had been a while since he last heard from her. Strangely, a sudden thought flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help thinking to himself how she'd be more suited to be his wife. "Hello, Mr. Xiao Luo." "Hi, have you already returned to Shanghai?" Xiao Luo asked. "Yes, I'm now outside the Crescent Bay Hotel. I'm here to fetch you to NSA headquarters," Ji Xiying said. In a way, Xiao Luo missed her soft, gentle voice, with the ethereal quality of a songbird. "Okay, I'll be down really soon." Xiao Luo quickly freshened up and changed his clothes. As a member of the NSA, of course, it came as no surprise that Ji Xiying knew where he lived. The ring that he was wearing had a GPS tracking function, and the NSA would be able to quickly triangulate his exact location. Xiao Luo headed out decked in a black jacket, a pair of marine blue slim-fit jeans, and hiking shoes. The cost of his outfit was no more than $2,000, and it was highly unlikely that anyone who saw him would believe that he was the boss of Luo Workshop. For a boss, this outfit was a little too shabby. His black hair was casually brushed back, and a pair of eloquent eyebrows and intense black eyes added dimension to his handsome face. And although he was wearing a casual outfit, it was hard to suppress Xiao Luo's natural appeal and confident demeanor. "Daddy, open the door. Daddy, open the door." Just as he was about to leave, he could hear Su Xiaobei's affectionate voice from beyond the door. Xiao Luo smiled to himself. Little Bei was always the highlight of his day. When he heard Su Xiaobei call him daddy, it dawned on Xiao Luo that he was, in fact, officially her father now. But as he thought about it, he merely shrugged his shoulders, for whether by name or by law, he had always felt like Su Xiaobei's father. When he opened the door, and he saw her big bright eyes staring up at him. Su Xiaobei had the sweetest of smiles on her cute little face, and she was blinking her eyes, with a sense of anticipation. In her hands, she held a small but impressive-looking box. And as soon as she saw Xiao Luo, she lifted up the box toward him and said, "Daddy, Mummy said this is for you." "What is this?" Xiao Luo asked, squatting down. Su Xiaobei played coy, but she couldn't contain her excitement as she quickly urged him on and said, "Daddy, open it up and take a look, and you will find out." Xiao Luo ruffled her hair with affection before accepting the small box, and when he opened it, he froze instantly. Inside the ring box was an exquisite ring adorned with a glittering diamond. The hallmark of its inner shank was engraved with several Latin alphabets, Kila.cn. It was a Kila diamond ring, and by the looks of it, it was clearly a ring that was worth a lot. "Put it on." A cold voice came from the hidden side of the doorframe. Xiao Luo tilted his head towards its direction. Suli walked into view. She wearing a burgundy windbreaker, and he wondered if she was on her way out or had just returned. Regardless of what she wore, she always brought elegance to it, and he caught a whiff of her fragrance as she stepped through the doorway. Xiao Luo immediately noticed a ring on her left ring finger, and it looked exactly like the one that Su Xiaobei had just handed him. He stood up, frowning somewhat, and asked, "So, what is this about?" The corners of her mouth raised in a sardonic smile as Suli said, "We need a ring now since we're married," and after a short pause, she added, "I can't seriously count on you to go buy one that costs a few thousand from a street vendor, can I?" Xiao Luo fixed his eyes on her, and furrows appeared as he cocked an eyebrow. He just couldn't understand what was going on in this woman's head. Wasn't it evident that the two of them had no feelings for one another? This marriage was nothing more than a sham and only happened because of an accident. So, was the ring's purpose only for the sake of appearance? "Daddy, put it on, you will look good with it." Su Xiaobei raised her head to look at Xiao Luo, a look of innocence and excitement written all over her face. Xiao Luo undoubtedly wouldn't have worn it to please Suli, but he had no second thoughts doing it for this little girl. He smiled at her as he kneeled down and said, "Okay, can you help me wear it?" "All right, Daddy." Su Xiaobei eagerly held the ring after Xiao Luo handed it to her, then she frowned and asked Xiao Luo, "Daddy, which finger do you want to wear it on?" "Oh, any finger is fine, as long as it fits you can put it on, Xiao Luo said. Suli was quick to correct him and said, who said you can wear it on any finger? You have to put it on the ring finger on your left hand. Ring finger? Su Xiaobei had absolutely no idea which the ring finger was, and she stole a glance at Suli, almost like she was afraid she'd be reprimanded, and asked Xiao Luo, Daddy, which is the ring finger? Xiao Luo stuck out his ring finger on his left hand. This one. Oh, I see. Su Xiaobei nodded her head, and with a solemn expression on her face, she proceeded to put it on for Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo gave Su Xiaobei a peck on the cheek as he feigned a thrilled expression while admiring the ring on his finger. But, inwardly, he was a little surprised that the fit of the wedding band was perfect. It wasn't tight or loose, and in truth, it looked pretty good. The inner shank of the gold ring was in a satin finish, and the outer shank was buffed to a high sheen and embedded with a sparkling diamond on its crown. The mounted diamond was not excessively large, and its head rose just above the claws that held it in place. It was not too flashy, but neither was it understated, retaining its extravagance for all to see. He raised his hand and asked Suli, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked before. By doing this, aren't you afraid that everyone will figure out our relationship? Suli looked at him indifferently and said, well, wearing a ring doesn't mean a thing. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed that Xiao Luo was wearing another ring on his index finger. That ring that you're wearing, where did you get it from? It's so ugly, you should get rid of it. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't. Xiao Luo replied bluntly, and he had no intention of complying with such an unreasonable request. He couldn't believe that she'd even raised such a thing, and she was coming across like those women of means who insisted on having things their way. Xiao Luo wasn't going to allow her to dictate terms and control every aspect of his life. It wasn't how he was raised, and his pride as a man wouldn't allow it. He brushed Su Xiaobei's hair with his hand and said, Xiaobei, Daddy is going to head out now, so you stay home and be good, okay? All right, Daddy. Bebe will wait for you to come home, the little girl said, nodding her head obediently. Xiao Luo didn't look at Suli and, without a word, got up to walk toward the elevator. Suli didn't say anything either. Xiao Luo was free to go where he pleased, and she was only hoping that he could build a career for himself in Shanghai, instead of lounging at home all day and living off of her. As soon as he reached the hotel lobby, he spotted Ji Xiying sitting on the sofa, waiting for him. She had kept her eyes peeled on the elevator, and as soon as Xiao Luo appeared, she was already on her feet. She greeted him respectfully, and the joy of seeing him again showed on her face. Mr. Xiao Luo. Her dark hair flowed over her shoulders alluringly, framing her pretty face, accentuated by her bright eyes and curved eyebrows. She glowed as she gave Xiao Luo an enchanting smile with her delicate lips. My apologies, I must have kept you waiting a long time, Xiao Luo said. Oh, that's all right, Mr. Xiao Luo is the boss. There's nothing wrong for a subordinate to wait on her boss, Ji Xiying replied. Xiao Luo didn't quite agree with that but chose not to pursue the matter, and simply nodded his head. Let's go then. Ji Xiying followed Xiao Luo, and as she gazed at him from behind, she somehow felt a sense of exhilaration and joy at the same time. It felt like reuniting with someone after a long period of separation, and it gave her a warm, fuzzy feeling. Ji Xiying drove Xiao Luo to the NSA headquarters, and the drive took about an hour. When they arrived, Ji Xiying stopped in front of a building at the easternmost point of the city center. The building was surrounded by high, thick walls and massive gates. Xiao Luo did catch glimpses of the impressive building as they drove past the gates earlier, and now, as he stood right in front of it, he saw the full majesty of the structure up close with the national flag fluttering proudly in front of it. Armed guards manned the entrance, and Xiao Luo had no doubt that, if they needed to, they would fire upon anyone trespassing without any hesitation. He had to admit that there was an imposing air of authority about the place, which wasn't surprising as this was the hallowed ground of the nation's security agency. "This is the NSA headquarters?" Xiao Luo surveyed the building and its surroundings with some consternation. It was perfectly normal for a person to be wary of unfamiliar places. "Yes." Ji Xing responded matter-of-factly as she looked at the main entrance, then turning to scan the sprawling grounds, she added, "It covers an area of 680 acres. There are tech buildings, training grounds, office buildings, recreational grounds, and several other facilities. Many soldiers live here and have devoted themselves to improving their skills and strength to serve the country better." "What exactly is the relationship between the NSA and the police?" "So, is one in charge of the other?" Xiao Luo asked. Ji Xing smiled slightly. "Neither is in charge of the other, but if the two missions overlap, the police will make way to the NSA, as national security takes precedence over all else. Our relationship is quite similar to the security brigade and the army during the chaotic times of the warlord era in the early 1900s. "You mean, the NSA is a prominent warlord?" Xiao Luo teased. "A prominent warlord?" Pfft. Ji Xing chuckled and dimples formed at the edge of her charming smile as she said, "Mr. Xiao Luo, you are so funny." As they both stepped through the main entrance, the armed guards saluted them smartly. They passed by a ground where there were many soldiers in training. Their drills were similar to the army's, but Xiao Luo could tell that these were not ordinary soldiers. Every muscle on their lean bodies was well toned with hardly any excess body fat, and while they didn't look ripped with large muscles, their explosive power was extraordinary. It was a joy to watch them training. Xiao Luo observed a man punch through a sandbag with a single blow, another shattered a boulder with a strike of his palm, and several were pulling a big truck behind them effortlessly. These gallant men were continually working on their strength and physical fitness, and they were tanned from spending hours in the sun. The ground was divided into two training camps, based on gender, and was separated by high barbed wire. Both the men and women training with enthusiasm, and shouts resounded from the grounds, which Xiao Luo found inspiring. They are all elite soldiers selected from the various special forces groups across the country. You see only a small portion of them, as many more have gone on secret missions for the NSA. These missions include security detail for VIPs, intelligence gathering, and other covert operations. Perhaps it won't be long before the NSA assigns missions to Mr. Xiao Luo as well, Ji Xing said. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows in mock surprise, but, in truth, he was already mentally prepared for this. Changing the topic, he posed a question to Ji Xing. "According to Gu Zhanghua, the NSA has two S-grade soldiers?" Ji Xing nodded. "Yes, their code names are King Kong and Lady Poison." "King Kong? Lady Poison?" Xiao Luo couldn't help feeling that these two code names were rather strange. Ji Xing scanned the two training grounds to see if the S-grade soldiers were present. They are not on the training ground, but, honestly, with their abilities, they don't need any additional training. If they are not out on a mission, I'm sure that Director Gu will introduce them to you later, Mr. Xiao Luo. You don't have to be on your guard against King Kong, but you must definitely be wary of Lady Poison." "Why?" Xiao Luo was very curious to know. "Every part of Lady Poison's body is highly toxic, from her blood, bodily fluids, and even the breath she exhales. Anything she touches will succumb to her poison. Mr. Xiao Luo, when you meet her, please remember not to get too close." Ji Xing stared directly into Xiao Luo's eyes to emphasize her point. Hearing this, Xiao Luo was incredulous. "Her body is poisonous?" "Yes, I've always thought that they existed only in wuxia television shows before this, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I now believe that there are such people in this world. It's difficult to explain scientifically." Xiao Luo shook his head in disbelief at the thought that even such strange phenomena like toxic bodies could exist. "Mr. Xiao Luo, I must remind you not to get too close to her. the poison she carries in her body is deadly. Researchers once experimented with the toxins in her body and compared it to the venom of Africa's deadly black mamba. One drop of the black mamba's venom can kill a 260-pound pig in 45 minutes, but the poison in her body is even stronger than the black mamba's, taking only 15 minutes to kill a pig of the same size, Ji Xiying cautioned. Xiao Luo drew in a breath of air, and even with his usually steady demeanor, he felt a sudden chill. No wonder Xuanhuan mentioned to him once that S-grade warriors were terrifying, and now he understood why. With the Lady Poison's abilities, killing someone would be as simple as breathing. When they arrived at the tech building, Xiao Luo finally met Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan still looked as fit as he'd ever been. His upright posture gave him a look of authority, his eyes were bright and observant, and he perpetually wore a wizened smile. His silver hair didn't make him seem old at all, but instead, it lent him a dignified air. Next to him was a middle-aged man, who was perhaps a little younger than Xuanhuan. He seemed to have kept himself in good shape, with significantly fewer wrinkles on his face than Xuanhuan, and his hair was completely black, without a single strand of white hair visible. They were both dressed in dark suits, and the only contrast being that one had a head of white hair and the other black. Mr. Mia, I've heard of your name for a long time now, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. The man with black hair smiled warmly and shook Xiao Luo's hand. Ji Xiying introduced him to Xiao Luo. He's our deputy director, Mr. Dongfang Shuayu, she said. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Xiao Luo said and nodded politely. According to the results of the investigation, Mr. Mia, you are very skilled in combat. You haven't been evaluated and graded yet, so I'd like to conduct the evaluation now. Having heard so much about Xiao Luo, Dongfang Shuayu was eager to see how he'd do in the evaluation. This? Xiao Luo looked at Xuanhuan. When he was recruited at the NSA branch in Jiangqing, he had come to an understanding with Xuanhuan that he would not be assessed. He was concerned that the machines used would be able to detect the presence of the system, and should they come into conflict, it would possibly harm his body. Xuanhuan coughed dryly and said, Dongfang, it is not urgent, it can be done later. Let us first take Mia to meet our computer engineers. The priority is to enhance their skill levels, otherwise, our nation's virtual gateways will continue to be at risk. What's the point in paying them if they can assure our security? We might as well disband the department. The compulsory assessment was part of the NSA protocol, and without exception, everyone had to be assessed. Xuanhuan personally felt that Xiao Luo could forego the evaluation, but Dongfang Shuayu was in charge of NSA's disciplinary matters and a stickler for rules. Everything had to be done according to protocol. Even Xuanhuan, as a director, was reluctant to blatantly circumvent these rules and set a precedent. Hence, he decided to delay the process for the time being to see which side he could convince first, and one party had to compromise when the time came. Dongfang Shuayu thought for a while and said, all right then, let's go meet them first. Patting Xiao Luo's shoulder, he said, Mr. Mia, you must help them improve and enhance their skills, please. I'll try my best, Xiao Luo said. The two directors led the way, and together with Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying, they arrived at the computing and IT department a few minutes later. The department was located in a large hall that resembled the shared office space in large IT companies, and rows upon rows of desks were neatly positioned within a grid. As Xiao Luo stepped into the workspace, he could hear the clattering of keyboards as the engineers were busy working on their computers. There were about 100 or so personnel in the hall at that time, and they all had their eyes fixed on their screens, busy developing various programs. Seeing, please inform the engineers I will need a moment of their time, Xuanhuan said. Ji Xiying nodded and walked to the front of the hall. There was a low platform where presentations and briefings were conducted, and it was equipped with a large screen and audiovisual equipment. It was dubbed the stage. Ji Xiying turned on the microphone and announced, everyone, can I have your attention, please? Director Gu has a few words to say, and there's someone that he'd like to introduce to you. So, kindly stop your work for a moment. Thank you. One by one, their heads began to turn toward the stage, and on seeing their directors, Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shuayu, the 100 or so engineers immediately stood up and saluted. There's no need for formalities, please, you may all sit down, Dongfang Shuayu said, waving a hand. With everyone seated, Dongfang Shuayu smiled and glanced at Gu Zhanghua. Well, old Gu, are you going to do it, or shall I? You do it. Then, it'd be impolite of me to decline. Dongfang Shuayu chuckled, it would be an honor to introduce Mia to these IT engineers. He looked at Xiao Luo and said, Mr. Mia, could you please join me on stage? Xiao Luo sighed, the time had come to pay off the debt. Dongfang Shuayu cleared his throat before he spoke, comrades, you have all been raving about wanting to meet Mia and Bailing, am I correct? Unfortunately, Bailing is unable to be here for security reasons, but I'd like to introduce the person standing in front of you, this is Mia. Standing on stage, Dongfang Shuayu could have passed for a VIP, delivering a speech and presenting commendation awards to the students. The entire hall was abuzz with murmurs as soon as Dongfang Shuayu introduced Xiao Luo. What? He's Mia? Oh my, how is this possible? Mia can't actually be so young. This is the same Mia who fended off the cyber attacks on the national virtual gateways and single-handedly turned the tide in our favor against foreign intruders? Everyone's gaze was on Xiao Luo, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. For some time now, they had been speculating about how Mia actually looked like. Some thought he'd be an enigmatic man dressed in black, and some others even imagined an older man, pale and sickly-looking, with a full beard. But none had ever guessed that Mia would be so young. Everyone, please be silent. The reaction of these engineers had been expected, and Dongfang Shuayu inwardly enjoyed the rude shock they received. I think the reason why Mia is here should be self-evident. He is here today to share his insights and also discuss his methodologies and techniques. I hope that you can all learn from this and enhance your knowledge and skills in this area. Gu Zhanghua nodded in support, for both he and Dongfang Shuayu hoped to create more Mia clones to improve the defense of the national virtual gateways and networks, making them impregnable to hostile intrusions by foreign forces in the future. Director Dongfang, is he really Mia? A bespectacled man in a gray shirt and asked, looking quizzically at Xiao Luo. Team Leader Zhou, are you doubting our NSA agents' ability to do their jobs? Dongfang Shuayu replied in a stern and forbidding tone. I'm not questioning their abilities, I just feel that he's too young, much younger than most of us. The level of computing and IT skills that we're talking about cannot be acquired overnight, it takes experience and time to nurture. I really can't believe that he is Mia. Another man stood up to voice his support for Team Leader Zhou. I agree with the team leader, he's too young, he can't be more than 25 or 26 years old, how can this man be Mia? Gu Zhanghua snickered to himself, wondering how shocked these engineers would be if they knew that Bailing was only in her early 20s. Wouldn't they be so ashamed that they'd be looking for a place to bury their heads? Of course, he was well aware why these people doubted that Xiao Luo was Mia. It was because to be challenged by one much younger to themselves was a slight to their dignity. Each of them prided themselves as experts in their specific computing and IT technology fields, the best the country had to offer. And yet, the enigmatic Mia outdid the entire force of elite engineers during the last cyber attack crisis. How could they accept that a man 10 years younger saved the day and reduced them to mere spectators? That would be disgraceful. So, it seems these engineers want to redeem their dignity, and that is a good thing. Gu Zhanghua now walked up to the mic to address the assembly and said, who else questions Mr. Zhao's identity as Mia? Stand up, let me see how many there are. One after another, the engineers hesitantly stood up, and they were mostly male engineers, aged around 40 years old. If Mia was indeed a man much younger to them, it would insult each of them. And it a particularly painful one at that, as they were national-level IT experts, selected from all over the country through a rigorous screening process before being accepted by the NSA. It was an honor to be in such an elite outfit, but now that their reputation was being trampled upon, they would naturally close ranks to defend it. Gu Zhonghua smiled and said, I didn't expect there to be quite this number. More than half of you here challenged me as identity. Director Gu, we are defending our honor. The team leader, Zhou, lifted his chin and responded, please give us a chance to prove ourselves, Director Gu. A chance to prove yourselves? Gu Zhonghua thought he had misheard the man. Yes. The team leader glanced at Xiao Luo, who had remained silent since arriving on stage, and he didn't hide the hostility in his eyes. And this also gives him a chance to prove that he's Mia, the team leader said, pointing at Xiao Luo. Zhou Yuhang, what are you saying? Why are you jumping to conclusions when you've not even heard the man? Where's your discipline? Dongfang Shuoyu roared. Gu Zhonghua waved his hand and gestured for Dongfang Shuoyu to stand down. He then turned to Zhou Yuhang and said, Team leader Zhou, how do you want to prove it? It's straightforward, 5 minutes of defense building. Once the 5 minutes is up, we commence to attack each other. If this man is Mia, then he will be able to withstand our attack. Please give us a chance to prove our point, Director Gu, Zhou Yuhang replied. Please give us a chance, Director Gu. The others urged their director in one reverberating voice, which echoed across the hall. Although they were civilian personnel serving in the NSA, they had received systematic training and had adopted the strict military discipline of a soldier. Gu Zhonghua looked at Xiao Luo. Mia, what do you think? I don't mind. Xiao Luo shrugged his shoulders. Okay, team leader Zhou, I'll give you all a chance to prove yourselves, but I must tell you that this may not turn out to be the opportunity you seek, but humiliation at your own request, Gu Zhonghua said. Thank you, Director Gu, if it's proven that he is Mia, we will apologize for questioning him. But, if he is not Mia, I hope that you severely punish the NSA agents who got his identity wrong, as it is a slight to our dignity. Although Zhou Yuhang was responding to Gu Zhonghua, his eyes were fixed on Xiao Luo. He refused to accept that Mia could be a person more than 10 years younger than him. It was like someone telling him that his high school teacher was a kid from grade school. How could he accept that? It was only moments before the challenge got underway in the cavernous hall of computing and IT department, and more than 100 grim faces were positioned in front of their computer stations. Some of the engineers were running through algorithms in their heads, while others had their eyes on Xiao Luo, who was calmly standing in front of his station without a care in the world. It was a battle for honor, no less, and success would redeem the engineer's reputation and proved that Xiao Luo was not the hacker, Mia, as claimed. The atmosphere was getting intense, even the directors and Ji Xing felt suffocated. You may begin. With that, Gu Zhonghua got the challenge underway. The ambience was immediately transformed as the hurried sound of hundreds of personnel scrambling into their seats resounded across the hall, quickly followed by the incessant clatter of keyboards. Ji Xing had never interacted with the IT personnel before today, and while she had absolutely no familiarity with programming, she was impressed by what she saw. These engineers seemed to be working by rote, hitting the keys on their boards with speed and precision. They appeared very focused, and it was evident that they knew exactly what they had in mind, as lines of codes appeared on the blue screen at an incredible speed. Ji Xing estimated that a string of codes would be written every 2 seconds. She simply could not believe the speed with which these engineers were churning out such a volume of codes, and began to wonder if they had mechanically enhanced hands. In her mind, Ji Xing saw the use of mechanical hands as the only logical explanation for typing with such precision and speed. When she turned to see how Xiao Luo was doing, she found that he had only just begun taking his seat and appeared to have no urgency whatsoever. But in the next second, as Xiao Luo placed his hands on the keyboard, Ji Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, for Xiao Luo was furiously striking the keys with the nimbleness of a pianist as he typed the codes at speeds much faster than the IT engineers. Some lines of codes were keyed in at the rate of 2 lines a second, while others were even quicker at 4 or 5 lines a second. Gu Zhonghua and Dongfang Shuiyu were equally shocked at Xiao Luo's speed, but it did not surprise them that a top-notch hacker like him could achieve this. Building a 64-bit attack and defense program. Xiao Luo mused, and what he had in mind was a radical concept, a program that mirrored intrusive malware by rewriting its code and redirecting the virus to its source, thereby instantly changing defense into offense. He was now entirely focused on finishing up the codes for the program. Team leader Zhou Yuhang and his engineers were equally focused, and their eyes did not once leave the computer screen in front of them. They were fighting for honor and would use all their knowledge and experience to defeat Xiao Luo. The participants were given only 5 minutes to prepare themselves, and once that time passed, the real showdown would begin. A cyber battle was tactically different from an actual fight in that as long as a single virus struck successfully, the opponent's computer would be compromised, and the other party would immediately be defeated. Therefore, defensive systems were set up to deal with attacks, such as intrusion detection, active defense, and even access authentication requiring random key reconciliation. As the team leader, Zhou Yuhang had his own set of core skills. He set up a honeycomb system, which lured intruders to unknowingly step into his ambush. Once detected, he only needed to click a function key to immediately kill the attack launched by Xiao Luo. After completing the setup, he gave the other 3 team leaders a glance and made an OK sign to signal that he was done. Now all they had to do was wait for the prey to fall into their trap. The sullen faces of the team leaders finally showed some vigor, and they gazed toward Xiao Luo with expressions that could best be described as nasty and devious, somewhat like the look on the face of a molester just before ravishing a victim. "Time's up!" Gu Zhonghua shouted into the microphone the moment his stopwatch sounded. "Attack!" All 4 of the team leaders roared in unison, and their respective teams rallied to them, sending their attacks through cyberspace. They resembled a group of warriors with spears and swords, screaming and charging towards Xiao Luo. The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth lifted into a smile. Against such an attack comprising of numerous hackers, he seemed to be like the great sage in the classic novel, Journey to the West, using monkey's hair to create countless friendly troops to defend himself. In this case, his friendly forces were, of course, viruses. He immediately hit the enter key, and numerous viruses surged from his computer into cyberspace to swarm the IT engineers' machines. Xiao Luo's viruses almost seemed to be emitting a demonic screech as they raced toward their quarries. Before long, both sides were battling it out on the server. As for this smokeless war, the server was the forward edge of battle. A piece of cake. Zhou Yuhang and the other 3 team leaders sneered contemptuously as their fingers continually tapped across the keyboard, and an antivirus program was activated in a few seconds. One could picture virus-swallowing behemoths in the virtual space of the network, gobbling up any virus within range, and then assimilating them, and just like the event horizon of a black hole, there was no escape. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and the strain showed on their grim faces. Xiao Luo was much worse for wear, as he was one man facing the entire department of the nation's elite computing engineers. But Xiao Luo was resolved to not just win, but also defeat these engineers in a resounding victory. "Oldly, what's wrong with you? Why are you going against me?" "What, weren't you the one who attacked me first?" "I thought it was a virus." "What are you attacking my computer for, Brother Song?" "That's impossible, I'm attacking Mia's computer." Suddenly, the entire hall was in an uproar, as the IT engineers found themselves actually being attacked by one of their own. "Something is not right, what's going on?" Zhou Yuhang was suddenly alarmed and convinced that a counterattack was being launched. He immediately checked his status. He then realized what was happening. An active defense program installed in Xiao Luo's port was rewriting their intrusive malware and diverting all their attacks to the computer ports of their own colleagues. It was an immediate counter-offensive launched by Xiao Luo's program. Stop the attack. Zhou Yuhang immediately gave out the order to desist and consolidate. Their indiscriminate attack would not achieve the desired outcome if allowed to continue, but instead, it would cause disarray among his own teammates. Xiao Luo was calm as he continued refining his active defense program. He got the opening he had been waiting for, as the previous virus attack was just to buy him time to complete his application. Now that his active defense program had its full range of capabilities, it was time to deploy. Ji Xiying looked at Xiao Luo in awe, and as he sat in front of the computer fully engrossed in the battle, she found that he exuded a unique charm. He was mysterious, confident, and calm in times of crisis. She had already taken a liking for Xiao Luo since her mission in Luo village, and at this moment, she just couldn't stop staring at him. The chaos of the battle seemed to have died down, and some normalcy had returned. Only a few remaining viruses scoured the networks, like patrol ships, and no one cared to pay much attention to them. Zhou Yuhang coordinated with the other 3 team leaders, and began a probing attack on Xiao Luo again, but gained no ground. The program protecting Xiao Luo's computer was impenetrable, as immovable as a mountain. In its current form, the program was only defending against unauthorized access, keeping the engineer's attack at bay. Fight it out with him. One of the team leaders lost his head and ordered a full assault, refusing to allow the status quo to persist and knowing that they would lose when the time was up. Zhou Yuhang gritted his teeth and was the first to launch his attack. The 100 or so engineers became boisterous as they concentrated their collective firepower on their target. They attacked with everything they had, continually typing out strings of codes, and launched a mad attack on Xiao Luo's program. It could be likened to a siege, with battering rams trying to breach gates, scaling ladders to go over the top of walls, and even artillery attacks. Nothing was spared, and the enemy was intent on storming Xiao Luo's domain. Xiao Luo sat back and allowed the engineers' attacking forces to exhaust their resources against his defense. An army of viruses swarmed the firewall in relentless waves of attacks, but Xiao Luo's defenses held. Then, Xiao Luo hit a function key, and his program divided into 64 subprograms with offensive and defensive capabilities. These subprograms continued to self-replicate, almost like stacking one brick on top of another, building a massive and intricate multi-layered program. All done. Xiao Luo muttered to himself in satisfaction as he keyed in the last line of code, and with a wry smile, he hit the function key to concurrently run all the applications. In the virtual battlefield, Zhou Yuhang and his cohorts used all of their experience and resources to come up with a solution to breach Xiao Luo's ports. Try as they might, the defenses were impenetrable, but giving up was not an option. Suddenly, they found that their applications were not responding to commands. There was no warning, they only detected anomalies in how their programs were running. It felt like the firewall had surged outward, overwhelming the malware files they had directed to Xiao Luo's computer. The firewall defense surged unimpeded, smashing everything in its path, and the virus programs that came into contact with it had their code stripped bare. What kind of program is this? How can this be happening? Utterly shocked by the dominance of Xiao Luo's active defense program, Zhou Yuhang's eyes were filled with apprehension. To an ordinary person, the computer screen looked like nothing more than numerous lines of code, but to an IT expert like Zhou Yuhang, these multiple lines of complicated instructions presented him with a vastly different picture. They filled with terrifying aggression and a warning of doom. Everyone, stop attacking. Hurry up and withdraw. One of the group leaders roared, sensing that a catastrophe was imminent. Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shuayu looked at one another. They couldn't help but shake their heads, and it seemed to them like Mia now had the upper hand. In the ranks of the IT engineers, one by one, they began to stare blankly at their computer screens with astonished faces. Xiao Luo's had successfully penetrated their port security and compromised their computer's integrity. On their blue-colored screens, all they saw were the word MIE made up with strings of scrambled codes. Defend, hurry up, defend. Zhou Yuhang was in a daze and sweating profusely. Xiao Luo had already seized control of the server, and all Zhou Yuhang could do was to retreat behind his machine's firewall, and here, in this redoubt, he would make his final stand. The other three group leaders also recovered in good time, providing rear guards for the other in turn and making it back safely behind their defensive lines. Once again, secure behind their defenses, they started to coordinate with Zhou Yuhang's honeycomb system to lure Xiao Luo. They intended to give their opponent a taste of his own medicine. The other IT engineers were dropping like flies as more withdrew from the battlefield. They were crestfallen but tried their best to stay calm, waiting for Xiao Luo, the ferocious tiger, to step into the lure and spring the trap. It was a tense moment, as the rank of fallen engineers awaited in trepidation. Even Gu Zhangguo and the rest could feel that something was about to occur in this fierce battle that would be decisive. Roar! To the defenders, it seemed like a ferocious tiger had bounded through the flaming walls, roaring fiercely and on a violent rampage, leaving a blazing trail of destruction. The virtual defenders, the army of warriors, created from the engineers' codes, were no match for the intruder and simply disintegrated back into broken source codes when attacked. In this way, slowly but surely, each and every one of the defenders' computers were compromised. Once again, the structured codes that made up their programs were turned into scrambled strings of characters that formed the word MIE. It's coming now, it's heading towards us, a group leader nervously warned the others. Come on then. We'll make sure it dies without a proper burial place. Zhou Yuhang scowled, gritting his teeth. The honeycomb system was a complex application and the most powerful program that he had developed. It was capable of hackback and instant file deletion, and could also be set up as a booby trap, where it would immediately sequester an intruding malware and render it useless. But what Zhou Yuhang was unaware of was that Xiao Luo already knew of his strategy right from the start. Xiao Luo hit another key on his board, and a deluge of coded instructions was sent to overwhelm Zhou Yuhang's machine. The prowling tiger roared in the virtual battlefield as it set its sight on the defensive of its adversaries before it leaped in for the attack. And there it was, the attempted breach. Now! Zhou Yuhang yelled, and the engineers looked elated as they scanned their screens to check on its outcome. In the virtual battlefield, the ground suddenly collapsed into a bottomless abyss, a gaping sinkhole engineered to swallow whole the onrushing tiger. The team leaders worked in tandem, to preventing Xiao Luo's program from launching subsequent commands, while attempting to break into the program file. It was working. In the abyss, the team leaders were coating tons of rocks and piling debris into the trap to hold the ferocious tiger. In cyberspace, they were like the gods, making their creations come to life at the touch of a key. Boom! Finally, the intrusion was stopped, and everything came to a standstill. It was like a gigantic mountain had been formed using codes and dropped into the abyss, forever sealing the ferocious tiger in its prison. Zhou Yuhang shot up from his chair, yelled in exhilaration, and pointed at Xiao Luo as he roared, "He's been defeated. He is not Mia, he is not Mia." His joy was absolutely justified. He had proven his skills and had redeemed the pride of the IT department. Gu Zhangguo, Dongfang Shouyu, and Ji Xiying all looked at Xiao Luo, and a frown formed on their faces as they wondered if they got it wrong. Wasn't Xiao Luo the real Mia? However, at that moment, the other three group leaders gasped, their faces paled, and they looked horrified. They kept repeating the same words over and over again, "How could this be? How could this be?" Zhou Yuhang noticed his colleague's distress and could tell something was amiss. As he looked at his own screen, his eyes opened wide, his lips couldn't stop trembling, and he found himself in an extreme state of shock. Xiao Luo's program had reactivated, it had broken free, the ferocious tiger was no more, but in its place was a humongous creature lifting the mountain and crawling out of the abyss. Now, the game is finally over. Xiao Luo laughed as he entered a series of code before hitting the enter key. It resembled a shockwave as the creature revealed its two massive savage fangs and let out a long terrifying howl that shook heaven and earth. Zhou Yuhang and his remaining forces in the virtual battlefield were wiped out in an instant. A piercing sound of beeps emanated from their computers, and on their screens, scrambled codes began to form the word MIE. The entire hall fell into shocked silence. The cyberspace battle was over, leaving a field of hundreds lying in defeat. Zhou Yuhang was stunned. He had his hands on his head and could only stare blankly at the word MIE, emblazoned on his screen. He was defeated but gradually came to terms with the loss as he closed his eyes with grief and let out a long sigh. He then slumped back in his seat, totally spent. Swallowing his pride, he walked up to the microphone on stage and said, "Congratulations. Now, no one will question if you are Mia anymore." Then turning to his colleagues, he said, "Am I right?" All the IT engineers nodded their heads, and not a hint of doubt showed in their eyes any longer, but instead, there was only worship, respect, and admiration. And why not? 100 assailants attacking in unison against a lone swordsman, and yet they were soundly beaten. How could they dare to not accept it? Teacher, please enlighten us. What program did you create? I've never seen a program this effective before. Zhou Yuhang had regained his soul again and was thirsty for knowledge of these abilities he had experienced firsthand. He would try to seek Xiao Luo's advice, and already he had begun to address Xiao Luo as teacher. I name it the 64 Offensive and Defensive Program. It's designed for massive scale deployment and has a unique active defense capability. It dynamically alters the access key and masks the port address. Essentially, it passively tracks the source of intrusions and diverts malware back to that source. It also has self-learning capabilities, plots virus patterns, and rewrites its codes before redirecting it to its source location. Therefore, it can handle massive attacks, and unless you can disable the program quickly, it will continue to learn and counter any attempts with devastating results. Xiao Luo patiently explained the concept of his radical program to the IT engineers of the NSA. It wasn't because Zhou Yuhang had addressed him as teacher that he did it. Instead, it was that this program was capable of strengthening the nation's gateways and cyber networks. Xiao Luo was just glad that he could contribute to enhancing the defenses of his country in any way he could. In the eyes of all the computing and IT department's engineers, Xiao Luo was a highly regarded IT expert, and they honored him as a respected teacher. They were undeniably impressed with the 64 Offensive and Defensive program developed by Xiao Luo and were very interested to understand more about it. The application was highly advanced and capable passively interrogating and studying patterns of intrusive malicious programs, and replicating its codes before redirecting the malware back to its source location. The engineers had countless questions for Xiao Luo about the architecture and programming protocol for the 64 Offensive and Defensive program, which he patiently explained in full detail. Xiao Luo's program utilized every aspect of his computer knowledge, and the information he provided the engineers were so meticulous that it was as good as giving them a textbook. It would undoubtedly help them understand his program, innovate, and apply it in myriad ways. Watching Zhou Yuhang and his colleagues enthusiastically posing questions and taking notes, Gu Zhonghua and Dongfang Shuayu shared a sense of satisfaction with how things had turned out. They were in a jovial mood when they left the premises. What had initially been planned as a brief introduction of Mia to the IT department turned out to be a full-blown programming workshop, and it lasted almost 2 hours. Xiao Luo was unstinting in providing information and guided the engineers on the various applications of his program. On their part, the engineers were eager students, and they tested and analyzed the program thoroughly. They quickly realized that the coding was more complicated than expected, consisting of layers of interdependent subprograms, which replicated the complexities of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Hence, the deeper they delved, the more convoluted the structure seemed. This only served to spur the engineers on to the point they were obsessed with mastering the many facets of the program. I'm assuming this part of the code analyzes and rewrites the codes? But if that is so, then what about this portion of the code, what is it used for? An engineer inquired. No, that's not it, it's this portion of the code that's used for that purpose, another engineer said. I'm afraid you're both wrong. These sets of codes here are the ones that perform the primary function, they act like the mastermind, and it's the core of this entire program, without which the program will not function, Xiao Luo explained. But, how can the core be there, isn't this set right here, another person asked. There were a vast number of combinations that could be derived from the 64 subprograms, and understandably, none of the engineers could comprehend the program in its entirety. Based on the different insights that each engineer had gathered, they were collectively able to reconstruct an independent, active defense program. But, even so, it only encapsulated a tiny portion of Xiao Luo's design. Mr. Xiao Luo, thank you for the support and your hard work. Ji Xiying walked over with a glass of water. Oh, thank you, I needed this. Xiao Luo nodded his head politely as he took the glass of water from Ji Xiying. It was a welcome drink after the long exhaustive session of continuous explanations to the IT staff. After quenching his thirst, he looked around and asked, where did Director Gu and Director Dongfeng go? They've already informed me to bring you to them as soon as you're done with the work here, Ji Xiying said with a smile on her face. Xiao Luo couldn't help noticing her enchanting smile, and every slight expression she gave made his heart skip a beat. Xiao Luo finished the glass of water and stretched his muscles as he looked at the group of engineers poring over his 64 offensive and defensive program. Raising his eyebrows, he chuckled and said, then let's go, I think we're done here. Yes, okay. Ji Xiying replied with a nod of her head. Seeing. As soon as they stepped out of the tech building, a man with a buzz cut called out to Ji Xiying. He held on to a bouquet of roses and started running toward them with a broad smile on his face. He looked muscular and robust, and his movements exuded a vigor that came from regular training and exercise. However, compared to his well-built body, he had a disproportionate head and an ashen face. He had dark bags under his sunken eyes, and honestly, if one just looked at his face, he appeared like a sickly man stricken with an incurable disease. He was breathing rapidly, presumably, it was because of the excitement of seeing Ji Xiying. Ren manhua? Ji Xiying muttered under her breath, and a look of disgust washed over her pretty face. Ren manhua walked up to Ji Xiying and dramatically handed her the bouquet of flowers. Xiying, this is for you, he said, suddenly getting down on one knee, be my girlfriend. Ji Xiying took a quick glance at Xiao Luo, then shook her head without hesitation, instantly rejecting his proposal. The flowers you have here are lovely, but they aren't suitable for me. I think it'd be better if you gave it to another girl. Xiying, don't tell me you do not understand my feelings? The first time I saw you, it was love at first sight for me. Your smile, your beauty, your everything, they're all deeply imprinted in my mind, and my love for you is beyond words. Please accept me, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life, Ren manhua confessed, overcome with deep emotions. Standing beside Ji Xiying, Xiao Luo felt a little awkward as he watched the man profoundly expressing his love to her, right in front of him. He did the only decent thing he could think of, he coughed dryly and said, well. Miss Ji, I will wait for you up ahead. Xiao Luo then hurriedly walked ahead. It was all a little too much for him, and he was glad to be out of the way. Ji Xiying was getting exasperated and furrowed her brows as she said, Mr. Ren, I've already made it really clear that I don't like you. Stop wasting your time on me. Without waiting for Ren manhua's reply, she walked past him and caught up with Xiao Luo. She glimpsed to catch Xiao Luo's expression from the corner of her eye, afraid that he would misunderstand the relationship between her and Ren Manhua. It was said that suitors could recognize their rivals at a glance, which was precisely the case with Ren Manhua. When he noticed Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying walking closely together, he squinted his eyes and immediately set off on a brisk walk after them. In no time at all, he was right in front of Xiao Luo, blocking the way. He pointed the bouquet of roses at Xiao Luo, as he looked at Ji Xiying and asked, "Who is he?" "Mr. Ren, you don't have to know who he is, please make way." Ji Xiying's tone was cold. As a liaison, although her level was only grade C, in many circumstances, she had a higher status than a field agent, especially one who did not adhere to the rules. "If you are not going to tell me, then I'll ask him myself." Ren Manhua was brusque. He stared at Xiao Luo and snarled, "I'll give you to the count of 3 to tell me your name and your warrior level. Otherwise, I'm going to make you kneel on the ground and sing the national anthem until I'm satisfied. Out with it." Ren Manhua allowed his emotions to get the better of him and had overstepped his authority. "Ren Manhua, let me remind you, you're not going to like it in the little black house," Ji Xiying warned. "Seeing, if you're willing to go to the little black house with me, then I'd willingly stay there for the rest of my life." "Even our child could be conceived there," Ren Manhua sneered. "You." Ji Xiying's face turned red. She felt absolutely disgusted with what he had just said and found his behavior unacceptable. Ji Xiying did not have the slightest interest in Ren Manhua, who was now getting on her nerve. Ren Manhua glared at Xiao Luo, his face inches away, and the smile left his face as he started the countdown down. 1. Xiao Luo wiped off the droplets of saliva that Ren Manhua had copiously deposited on his face and said, "It is your right to chase any girl you want, but picking on someone else to make yourself look good is overdoing it." "Am I overdoing it?" "Well, that's just the way I like it, so, what are you going to do about it?" Ren Manhua laughed maniacally. 2. Xiao Luo shook his head and continued to walk past Ren Manhua, unwilling to stoop to his level. "Ren Manhua, I'm warning you not to provoke him. Even if you're a grade A soldier, don't provoke him, I'm warning you for your own good," Ji Xiying said. Ji Xiying walked away from Ren Manhua to go after Xiao Luo. She had seen Xiao Luo in a rage with her own eyes, and once provoked, he took no prisoners. She could still remember the screams from the head of the Cobra Mercenary Corps that fateful night. This man was a beast. However, Ren Manhua made light of her warning. He would not be made to lose face in front of the girl he fancied. 3. Ren Manhua's lips quivered in anger, and he clenched his fist so tightly that the joints in his fingers made a cracking sound. Overcome by rage, he flung the bouquet of flowers to the ground and dashed madly toward Xiao Luo screaming. The moment he got in range, he immediately attempted to strike Xiao Luo's back with his right hand, adopting the deadly eagle claw style. A fierce aura emanated from his hand, and the 5 fingers gleamed. They were as sharp as a well-honed knife. Xiao Luo sensed the cold, hostile energy behind him and was alerted. He reacted purely by instinct, turning around with his right hand, ready to defend himself. Everything happened within a split second. To Xiao Luo's eyes, Ren Manhua's movements slowed considerably, but his intent to cause injury remained. With his right forearm defensively positioned in front of his body, he swept aside Ren Manhua's claw hand attack. Pow! 2 powerful forces clashed against one another, the attack as fast as a raging gale and the defense equally swift, resulting in an explosive impact that shuddered both combatants. The force of the blow forced Xiao Luo to take a step back, but he steadied himself by planting his right foot. So heavy was the blow that Xiao Luo's foot submerged several inches into the bare ground. Ren Manhua was slightly caught off guard as he had not expected Xiao Luo to display such strength and ability. He was thrown back almost 10 steps before he finally managed to steady himself, looking rather surprised. "If you're looking for a fight, then you are picking on the wrong person." Xiao Luo snarled at his attacker, infuriated as he glanced at the cuts on the back of his hand, caused by Ren Maohua's claws. Ren Maohua laughed and swaggered as he strode toward Xiao Luo again. Casting a glance at Ji Xiying, who looked stunned, he said, "Xiying, I've got to admit that his strength is rather impressive, but if you think he's so strong that I should not be provoking him, then I'll have you know that he's far from my level. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a real man." His eyes turned cold as he readied to launch another attack, staring ominously at Xiao Luo. Suddenly he lunged forward and got right in front of Xiao Luo again and immediately aimed a blow at Xiao Luo's neck with his right fist, striking so fast that it made a whistling sound. Boom! Xiao Luo barely had the time to evade the attack, and all he could do was bring his arms up to intercept Ren Maohua's fierce punch. The force of the blow was tremendous, and the crunching impact of the fist resulted in a thunderous report. Ren Maohua was attacking like a raging bull, and Xiao Luo's expression changed instantly. "Don't force me," Xiao Luo warned. "So, what if I force you? You are a coward. What makes you think you deserve a woman like Xiying? Ptui." Ren Maohua laughed and sneered with contempt, spitting on the ground. He charged forward again, executing a series of strikes with his fists, and went at Xiao Luo like a furious storm. Ren Maohua was throwing at least 7 to 10 punches per second, aiming for Xiao Luo's head, chest, and abdomen. Every punch was packed with unrestrained power. Each punch that was directed at Xiao Luo was accompanied by a howling wind, and the air around them was stirring up in eddies like a small tornado. There was no expression on Xiao Luo's face as he kept his focus on dodging and parrying as many of the strikes as he could. Xiao Luo chose not to retaliate as he was reluctant to draw any unnecessary attention to himself, being the first time he was visiting the NSA headquarters. Of course, that depended very much on how much the other party was trying to provoke him. Kapow! Pow! Pow! Cracks started to appear on the dry ground underneath their feet, and dust was stirred up like a sandstorm was about to brew. The battle was heating up, and the scene was attracting many onlookers. A large number of NSA soldiers, both men and women, had now gathered around the fighters, forming a large circle. When they first realized that a fight was going on, they immediately took a keen interest and headed over from the training ground. They were not there to stop the fight but were excited to watch the contest between Xiao Luo and Ren Maohua. "This dude doesn't look familiar. I think that he's on par with Brother Hua. With his abilities, I'm sure he is grade A as well. Yeah, I've never seen that face before, probably just been transferred here by headquarters. Brother Hua has always been chasing after Miss Ji, and they're likely fighting over her, by the looks of it. This is the first big show of the year." Everyone was just casually exchanging notes amongst themselves, and by the looks of it, they were just there to enjoy the show. Ji Xiying was livid, standing by the side and urging the men to withdraw. "Stop it, both of you, stop fighting. Stop right now." As a grade C soldier herself, Ji Xiying was not equipped with the necessary skills to intervene in a battle between grade A combatants. Xiao Luo had no wish to prolong such a meaningless fight and chose not to counterattack, but Ren Maohua, on the other hand, was relentlessly trying to take him down simply to prove himself in front of Ji Xiying. "Hey, brat, did you hear that? Xiying is telling us to stop. You just have to kneel down in front of me and kowtow 3 times, call me grandpa once and I'll let you off. Because of her request, I'm willing to stoop to your level, how about that?" Ren Maohua sneered even as he continued his assault, taunting Xiao Luo to retaliate. Of course, his main aim was to make Xiao Luo lose his face, with the intention that Ji Xiying would cast him aside. "Are you an idiot?" Xiao Luo was losing his patience, and he shifted his stance to break Ren Maohua's momentum, then thrust both palms to push him back. Ren Maohua appeared to stumble backward but made a breathtaking recovery, twisting his body suddenly and getting under Xiao Luo's palm thrust. Before Xiao Luo could react, Ren Manhua suddenly appeared on Xiao Luo's right side, and with a sinister grin, he flashed his right hand toward Xiao Luo's face. Slash! His claw hand swiftly found its mark, and he drew blood. The force of the blow threw Xiao Luo back, and he fell onto the hard ground about 2 meters away. Ha, you are pathetic. I have yet to use my full strength, and you're already on the ground. Ren Manhua deliberately raised his voice and berated Xiao Luo. He wanted to embarrass and degrade Xiao Luo's in the presence of Ji Xiying. That was a strong blow. Hopefully, it didn't scratch his face. Even if he didn't scratch it, I'm afraid there will be a permanent scar. Brother Hua is so cruel with the way he does things. Is he not afraid that the higher-ups are going to blame? The NSA soldiers watching the fight were whispering among themselves, but none of them came to Xiao Luo's aid or attempted to stop the brawl. Despite being highly disciplined NSA agents, they were first and foremost warriors and admired strong competitors with fighting mettle. They appreciated watching a fight like this. Seeing Xiao Luo lying on the ground, Ji Xiying was starting to get apprehensive, and she had a bad feeling something really bad was about to happen. Ren Manhua was intent on provoking Xiao Luo, and Ji Xiying was afraid that Xiao Luo had probably run out of patience. Crack. 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 Xiao Luo clenched both his fists tightly, and the sound of his cracking knuckles was ominous. He stood up to his full height and stared at Ren Manhua. The expression on his face was cold and threatening. He limbered up, turning his neck from left to right and shrugging his shoulders, then he snarled, "Do it again." Those 3 faint words seethed with a raging fury. The NSA soldiers stared in silence and had a strange feeling that something nasty would soon happen. Ren Manhua froze for a moment, but in the next second, he laughed and said, "Interesting, interesting. It seems like you can take a beating. All right, your grandpa here shall fulfill your wish." His face turned dark with malice and clenching his fists, he dashed at Xiao Luo once again, unfurling a hefty blow directly into Xiao Luo's chest. One strike was all it would take to end the bout. But, moments later, Ren Manhua was shocked. Xiao Luo had vanished right in front of him, just like a ghost, and his fist only connected with thin air. In the same instant, his pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke out because Xiao Luo suddenly appeared right beside him. What kind of speed was this? Why wasn't he able to track Xiao Luo's motion? These 2 questions popped up in Ren Manhua's head. Before Ren Manhua could react, Xiao Luo was already swiveling on his left leg and delivering a tremendous kick with his right, which slammed heavily into Ren Manhua's neck. Pow! Ren Manhua felt like his neck was broken. All he heard was a dull thud before he was thrown by the force of the kick into the crowd of onlooking NSA soldiers. Xiao Luo's tremendous kick had sent Ren Manhua's body soaring toward them like a speeding car. Caught unawares and rooted where they stood, several NSA members braced themselves, keeping their hands ready to cushion the impact. But when Ren Manhua's body smashed into the NSA soldiers, they were thrown off in several directions like a bowling ball crashing into tenpins. After plowing through like a cannonball, Ren Manhua hit the ground and continued to tumble out of control for another 3 to 4 meters before coming to a halt. The hard, bare surface of the field was unforgiving, and Ren Manhua's clothes were tattered, suffering lacerations all over his body. He looked a sorry sight as he lay slumped on the ground and panting hard. Ren Manhua was a highly trained grade A agent, and he was tough and hardy. Had it been any other average fighter, Xiao Luo's blow would have sent them to Kingdom Come. The onlookers, all trained NSA fighters themselves, could not believe what they had just seen and were stupefied. Only moments ago, Ren Manhua clearly had the upper hand and had Xiao Luo on the defensive. Ren Manhua was about to deliver the coup de grace with a powerful strike to Xiao Luo's chest when suddenly, a single kick to Ren Manhua's neck threw him more than 10 meters away. How did the tide turn so abruptly? Who was this guy? Was he also a grade S soldier? All eyes were on the motionless figure standing alone in the ground. Everyone was still in a state of shock, for Ren Manhua was a notable grade A soldier, and fighters like him did not get beaten easily. Doubtlessly, this man was a grade A soldier. What else could he be? Watching intently from the fourth floor of the office building, Gu Zhonghua and Dongfang Shuaiyu were staggered. Behind them, another man, well-built and rippling with muscles, stood watching the fight silently. He had short hair, eyes that brimmed with self-confidence, and a healthy glow to his skin, which had the color of yellow jade. His physique was intimidating, and he emanated the unmistakable aura of a man who feared nothing. Mr. Gu, Mr. Dongfang, where did this man come from? He's quite impressive, being able to send that fool, Ren Manhua, flying through the air in that way is no mean feat. Although Ren Manhua isn't really a full-fledged grade A soldier, he has already been fully trained as one. So, for this man to deal with Ren Manhua in such a way means he's no common person. The well-built man spoke unhurriedly in a deep, hoarse voice. There was innate confidence in the way he spoke, a slurred, monotonous speech that made it seem like he wasn't trying to be heard, but expected to be listened to. He is Mia. Gu Zhonghua said while keeping his gaze at Xiao Luo in the ground below, his eyes filled with uncontained excitement. Xiao Luo, yet again, surprised him with another incredible performance. From Ji Xiying's field report, Gu Zhonghua had long speculated that Xiao Luo could belong to the grade S category. From what he had just witnessed, Xiao Luo had entirely proven that he was indeed a grade S operator, which implied that the NSA had now found themselves another top-ranked soldier. This was an extremely welcoming piece of news. What, he is, Mia? The well-built man had a look of surprise in his eyes as he nodded appreciatively. Being one of the NSA's top agents, he was, naturally, privy to highly sensitive information that was not disseminated to the other ranks. In fact, Mia was known only to a select few, and Gu Zhonghua had only mentioned this name to him on his return to headquarters last year. He was briefed on Mia's impressive combat capabilities in dispatching Long Sankue of Jiangqing City. Mia had single-handedly slaughtered the notorious crime boss and an army of his bodyguards in a horrific massacre. A smile broke on the well-built man's face, and he said, "How interesting. I've been looking forward to meeting him for some time. Now, I finally get to see his true form. King Kong, get down there and do not let the situation spiral out of control," Dongfang Shuaiyu said to the well-built man. "Got it." King Kong acknowledged Dongfang Shuaiyu and turned to leave immediately, giving Gu Zhonghua a nod as he did so. After King Kong stepped out, Gu Zhonghua smiled wryly and said, "Dongfang, can I assume that we don't need to evaluate Mia anymore?" "Yes, it isn't necessary anymore. Mia will be rated a grade S soldier." Dongfang Shuai was already convinced, and there was simply no need to knock on an open door. He motioned to his assistant and said, "Pull out Mia's file and update his profile as grade S." His assistant saluted him, then about turned smartly, and left to execute his orders. Gu Zhonghua sniggered and quipped, "There you go, Dongfang. I've already told you that as wasn't necessary, and now you finally know that I'm right now, ha ha ha." "Well, you can't say that, everything has to comply with rules and regulations. As an organization, we can't accomplish much without standards. Don't forget, we are the NSA, so we must pay even more attention to this," Dongfang Shuaiyu responded. Gu Zhonghua raised his eyebrows, nodding in concurrence, and deftly turned the topic of discussion to something more agreeable. "So, how many level S soldiers do you think we have in the country?" "I don't know, but with our population coming up to about 1.4 billion, I'd say definitely more than the 3 we have now in the NSA. With so large a population, there might be even more powerful fighters just waiting to be discovered. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we uncover quite a number of them," Dongfang Shuaiyu said. "I must agree with you. It would be wonderful if a good number of these talented people chose to join the NSA and serve the country," Gu Zhonghua mused. At the thought of such a scenario, both men drew in a deep breath, relishing the possibility of expanding their elite fighter force. As both men were pondering over the possibilities, a lingering waft of sweet fragrance suddenly carried through the air. They glanced at each other, the expression on their faces immediately changed. They both shouted out in unison, "Get the gas mask!" Their staff in the room scrambled for the emergency, apparently well drilled for just such an eventuality, and they quickly handed gas masks over to their two directors. It wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred, and they have had many opportunities to practice from the countless experiences from the past. Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shouyu donned the gas mask, looking like the pea shooters in Plants vs. Zombies, except that, in this case, their gas masks were completely black in color. Directors, why, you are both just as adorable as always, you never fail to wear an ugly mask every time I come to visit. A slender woman, fully dressed in black, sauntered lightly in through the door. Her very fair complexion contrasted starkly with the dark hue of her clothing, and her hair was adorned with a dragon and phoenix hairpin made of jasper. She had a seductive smile on her lovely face, and dimples added to her sensuality. But her most captivating features were her alluring eyes, which captured one's soul with an unfathomable enchantment. She wore a pair of black silk gloves with her fingers bejeweled in stunning gemstones, and even concealed within the gloves, one could immediately tell that she had beautiful hands and long, slender fingers. As she gracefully approached Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shouyu, they both appeared apprehensive, while several of the NSA staffers in the room, who did not have their gas masks with them, had already moved some 4 to 5 meters away. Of course, she was none other than the drug lady, the grade A agent whose particular skill was poison. Every part of her body was toxic, including her scent, and just a sniff of her fragrance was deadly. Anyone who unknowingly inhaled an excessive amount could die immediately if treatment wasn't sought on time. Even inhaling small amounts over time could endanger one's life, and one's internal organs would slowly deteriorate, making one prone to various infections. She was unique among the agents of the NSA, a freak of nature. At least 100 people had already succumbed to poison-related afflictions through negligence, and hence, she was feared by every NSA member for a good reason. "Drug lady, when did you return?" Gu Zhanghua asked, coughing nervously, as he strived to maintain an appearance of calm. The drug lady laughed softly and said, "Mr. Gu, it isn't courteous to address someone by their code name." Suddenly, she reached out to touch Gu Zhanghua's shoulder. Gu Zhanghua was terrified and quickly jumped back several steps, reproaching her, "Drug lady, what are you doing? Calm down, it's just something on your shoulder." The woman in black raised her delicate eyebrows and pursed her lips, reacting to Gu Zhanghua's tone of voice. Gu Zhanghua had a quick look at his shoulder, and there was indeed a small piece of fluff sticking onto his garment. He coughed and brushed it off quickly, then issued a stern reminder to Lady Poison, "Fuiren, you are an avatar of poison, so, please do not touch anyone while you're here. You have already accidentally harmed more than 100 of our NSA members, and I don't wish to become one of them." "I will take note of it, Mr. Gu." Fuiren replied, but her mischievous eyes betrayed her lack of earnest concern for their safety. She just smiled wryly and stuck her tongue out playfully. "So, have you completed your mission?" Dongfang Shouyu chimed in. Fuiren tossed her head, smiling as she said, "Yes, Mr. Dongfang. This mission is not challenging at all. Those spies are all wimps and had fallen even before I even needed to do anything. I used some corpse powder on them, and I'm glad to report that they've now been converted to useful nourishment for the flowers and plants on the hill. Next time, please remember to assign me to more challenging missions. I get so bored with these menial assignments." She reported on her mission in such a light-hearted manner, making it seem like the killings were nothing more than a daily chore. However, for the NSA staff members present, now hiding a safe distance away, hearing this made their faces turn pale, and a chill ran down their spines. They had all witnessed the power of the corpse powder with their very own eyes. It was even more potent than concentrated sulfuric acid, but mysteriously, it only acted on the flesh, turning it into a slurry, while the corpse's clothes and worn watch remain untouched. When applied, white smoke would arise accompanied by a putrefying stench, and the effect to the flesh was too appalling to describe. Gu Zhanghua and Dongfeng Shouyu glanced at each other and smiled nervously. Those spies that Lady Poison had dispatched were elite fighters trained by an enemy state, each a well-honed killing machine, the equivalent of a grade A soldier and experts in jungle warfare. The director certainly did not believe it when Fu Yiren mentioned that those spies were all low-level operatives. Instead, what flashed through their minds was Fu Yiren as the Grim Reaper, gleefully harvesting the lives of those soldiers. "Hello, what is that fool, King Kong, up to?" Looking out the window, Fu Yiren noticed that King Kong was at the ground below. She cast her gaze on Gu Zhanghua with a hint of doubt in her seductive eyes that beckoned for an immediate answer. Gu Zhanghua regularly shared information with both King Kong and Fu Yiren, so he quickly pointed at the lean figure walking towards Ren Manhua on the ground below. "That stranger is the one I've been telling you about." "Oh, he must be Mia then. The man behind the carnage at Long Sankui's lair in Jiangqing City?" Fu Yiren placed the tip of her slender finger to her lips as her curiosity piqued and commented, "He looks weak, are you sure he is the one?" Ren Manhua, a grade A soldier, was taken down with a single kick by this man. "How could we possibly be mistaken?" Dongfeng Shouyu said. He was somewhat annoyed that this question kept coming up. Earlier in the day, a group of IT staff questioned Xiao Luo's identity, and now, Fu Yiren was doing it again. "Is that so?" Fu Yiren responded as she continued to observe Xiao Luo below. As Xiao Luo continued to step ominously toward Ren Manhua, Ji Xiying was panic-stricken with no idea what to do. She knew that he had been provoked to the breaking point and feared that he was about to unleash his unbridled wrath on Ren Manhua. Ren Manhua was in severe pain, especially in his neck, where he was kicked, and his body was in spasms, feeling like his spine had been broken. As Ren Manhua lay convulsing on the ground, he sensed a shadow cast over him. When he looked up, he stared into Xiao Luo's vicious cold eyes. He looked like a judge who was about to pass sentence. "I'll now give you a choice, you can kowtow and apologize to me, or I shall make you regret what you have done." Those were the same words that Ren Manhua had uttered to Xiao Luo earlier, and Xiao Luo had now been repeated them in return. Ren Manhua stared at Xiao Luo and gritted his teeth with indignation. How could he accept such a demand when the object of his affections, Ji Xiying, was standing right there watching him? Even if she were not, he could never bring himself to accepting such humiliation. He held his reputation as a grade A soldier in high regard and would rather die than be subjected to this insult. He yelled at Xiao Luo, "Why you want to make me regret what I've done? Ha, I would rather die than disgrace my—" Ren Manhua's voice trailed off abruptly, because Xiao Luo had placed his foot on the side of his head, pushing it against the hard ground. Xiao Luo's actions caused deep consternation among the NSA fighters who had gathered around, for no one expected that Xiao Luo to act in such a cruel and ruthless way. With his head caught between Xiao Luo's foot and the hard ground, Ren Manhua lost all sense of pain, his mind was numb, and all he felt was the depth of humiliation to which his honor and dignity as a grade A soldier were subjected. "Mr. Xiao. Mr. Mia, don't." Ji Xiying tried to intervene, but when she looked into Xiao Luo's eyes, she froze and was lost for words. Xiao Luo stared down at Ren Manhua, who was now struggling to hold his dignity under Xiao Luo's foot. "This is your last chance, are you sure you are going to turn it down?" SCR*WU. Ren Manhua's eyes were red and teary as he gritted his teeth and squirmed around trying to break free, but struggle as he might, he was unable to get Xiao Luo's foot off. Xiao Luo's foot was like a colossal mountain, pressing heavily onto his head. Ren Manhua was alternating between frantic howls and snivels and looked a pathetic sight. In his heart, he only wished he could tear Xiao Luo apart. Xiao Luo shook his head and snarled, I made it very clear to you earlier, your intention to chase after women is none of my business. But, why did you have to step on me to elevate your own ego? I warned you to stop again and again, but you didn't listen, and you took my courtesy for granted. Do you think that as a grade A soldier, you are invincible? Don't you understand that beyond each mountain, there are greater ones? You deserve to be punished this way, and you only have yourself to blame for it. Clap. 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 The crowd moved aside as a well-built man walked toward both the victor and the vanquished, clapping his hands in a deliberate fashion. He had short hair, eyes that brimmed with self-confidence, and he emanated the unmistakable aura of a man who feared nothing. Upon seeing this man, there were suppressed gasps, then a dead silence among the NSA soldiers. Everyone unconsciously took several steps back to make way for this man. Even Ren Manhua was startled, and he seemed to have forgotten about his pain and predicament for the briefest moment. King Kong? Ji Xiying was taken by surprise, and she wondered if King Kong's arrival was a good or bad thing, or was it perhaps a directive from above for King Kong to mediate matters? King Kong glanced at Xiao Luo with a look of appreciation in his eyes, before he finally stopped clapping and said, I absolutely agree with you, very well said. Heartfelt words, and they speak the absolute truth. Then, he bent forward and glared at Ren Manhua with disdain. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Ren Manhua, do you feel invincible just because you've become a grade A soldier? Got slapped right in the face, didn't you? Well, you asked for it, and you need to be taught a lesson so that you learn to humble yourself. No one in their right mind would be bold enough to disagree with King Kong. Besides his intimidating power, he was, after all, at the very top of the hierarchy. Therefore, Ren Manhua did not dare to even whimper in response to King Kong, but he did put up a show of resistance for his NSA colleagues' benefit, attempting to show them all that he was still fighting for his dignity despite King Kong's reproach. You must be King Kong, one of the two great S-agents of the NSA? Xiao Luo asked. Yes, indeed, I am. King turned toward Xiao Luo, straightened up, and looked at Xiao Luo impassively. Long have I heard of your name. You single-handedly vanquished the Dragon Gang, a malignant tumor of the underworld in Jiangqing City, and more than a few hundred have already perished either directly or indirectly through your hands. I have to say that you're undoubtedly a devil, and thankfully, the NSA provides shelter to devils. So, no matter what horrific acts you may have committed, in this place, all of us are only called by one unified name, we are fighters, defenders of the nation. His deep, hoarse voice thundered across the open field, and he spoke with an innate confidence that put fear into those who heard him. The NSA fighters in the crowd straightened their backs with pride on hearing those words, but at the same time, broke out in cold sweat as they looked at Xiao Luo in awe. What, he killed a few hundred people all by himself, is he really such a dangerous man? Then King Kong smiled and softening his tone, he said, you may let go of him now. He has already paid the price for his foolish behavior. That's enough. Xiao Luo eyed Ren Manhua, whose head was still trapped beneath Xiao Luo's foot and struggling to break free. At that very instant, much of Xiao Luo's anger had already passed, and adhering to the principle of the less trouble, the better, he decided not to go overboard with Ren Manhua. Okay then, I'll spare you. Xiao Luo took his foot off Ren Manhua's head, and as Ren Manhua tried to storm off, Xiao Luo suddenly delivered a kick directly to his chest. Ren Manhua's eyes bulged from the excruciating pain as he felt all of his internal organs shift violently. The force of the kick caused him to slide and tumble along the hard ground for some 6 to 7 meters, before he crumpled into a heap. He gasped for air once, then spurted out a mouthful of blood, before passing out cold. Gasp! The crowd gasped in horror, as after King Kong had intervened, they had all expected Xiao Luo to release Ren Manhua without further incident. Who would have thought that Xiao Luo would actually kick Ren Manhua again so heavily that he passed out? He's a barbarian. An absolute barbarian. Many of the shocked soldiers made it a point to etch Xiao Luo's image deep in their minds, for were they to run into this person in the future, they would do well to walk around him. Unlike her colleagues, Ji Xiying felt a great sense of relief, for no one understood Xiao Luo's temper better than her. Once Xiao Luo was provoked beyond a certain point, it did not matter who, but that person would have to pay a painful price for the transgression. And, given that Ren Manhua had initiated the conflict and infuriated him, Xiao Luo was already benevolent by not resorting to more extreme measures. Ji Xiying could say this with certainty as she had witnessed how Xiao Luo had dealt with the leader of Cobra Corps, so, this was not harsh at all. Mr. Mia, let's go and meet the directors. In the presence of NSA personnel, Ji Xiying only addressed Xiao Luo as Mia. She had hurried over to Xiao Luo after arranging for the NSA's paramedics to treat Ren Manhua and was hoping that this incident would end without further incident. Xiao Luo nodded, with his anger now appeased. He did not wish to escalate the situation as well. Xiao Luo ran his fingers over the wound on his face, inflicted by Ren Manhua. While it was merely a flesh wound, it was somehow causing searing pain like a wound inflicted by sharp fangs. Ji Xiying quickly took a sheet of clean paper towel from her pocket and handed it to him. Thank you. Xiao Luo used the paper towel to gently cover the wound like a piece of gauze. Fortunately, it would not leave him disfigured, or else, he would certainly have crippled Ren Manhua. They both now started to make their way to the office building to meet the directors. Suddenly, King Kong lifted his left arm to block Xiao Luo's way. He wore a grim expression, gone was the smile and gentle demeanor, as King Kong lifted his chin and stared intensely to a distant point without blinking. His tone of voice was harsh and cold, and he scowled. I asked you to release him, not kick him. King Kong emphasized the last three words as he menacingly turned his head toward Xiao Luo, glaring directly into his eyes with a glower. Xiao Luo, looking a little confused, stared back into King Kong's angry eyes and deep furrows formed between his eyebrows. He had mixed emotions. On the one hand, he preferred that this conflict would be ended quickly, while on the other, he was ready to take on any further threats. The crowd of NSA fighters murmured in fear and trepidation as they noticed King Kong's sudden change in expression, and expected that he would strike out at Xiao Luo. None of them had witnessed a fight between two great S-agents, and they could only imagine the mayhem and chaos that would ensue in such a conflict. Would there be a need for the bureau guards to intervene? Would they have to strafe the field in a hail of machine gun fire? Undoubtedly, all of the soldiers understood King Kong's sudden change in behavior, for, aside from Lady Poison, no fighter within the NSA would dare to disrespect King Kong, and his word was the law. So, for this man, going by the name of Mia, to attack Ren Manhua after King Kong had asked for his release, was an affront to his reputation and pride, a provocation as far as King Kong was concerned. Mr. King Kong, Mr. Gu, and Mr. Dongfeng want to see us, Ji Xiying said. King Kong immediately waved his hands and stopped her. Don't use the directors' names against me. My very presence over here is by their order, and I came to resolve this conflict. Sir, isn't the conflict already resolved now? Ji Xiying tried her best to find a way out for Xiao Luo, but even as a liaison officer, she had to be very cautious when dealing with King Kong. He wasn't a mere grade A fighter like Ren Manhua. There was an enormous gap between their levels. A single grade S operator could crush more than a dozen grade A soldiers with little trouble. She had gone through King Kong's files before, and whenever he went into a rage during a mission, he would smash his enemies together and turn them into a pile of mincemeat. He could be very cruel when he was in an enraged state. Result? King Kong snorted, pointing angrily at Ren Manhua, who had passed out, and yelled, "Look at him, you call this resolved? So, what do you actually want now?" Everyone was shocked to silence, while Ji Xiying froze instantly and felt like her soul had left her body. The one who spoke was Xiao Luo, and his voice was calm as he continued to gaze steadily into King Kong's eyes, without flinching. "I want nothing." King Kong's voice thundered as a hideous expression suddenly washed over his face, and his eyes were filled with rising fury. "I just want to beat you down, or maybe, it is you who wants to beat me down?" Xiao Luo frowned. It would seem that there would be no end to this conflict. Initially, he had thought this man was neutral, but now, he couldn't help thinking that King Kong had already decided the moment he arrived on the scene. It would not have mattered whether Xiao Luo kicked Ren manhua or not, as this man would still come up with a reason to fight him. Xiao Luo could tell from the look in this person's eyes, his desire to fight had been hidden earlier, but at the moment, his intention was unmistakable. "Mr. King Kong, please do not cause any trouble. Don't force the NSA to deploy the guards. You're really noisy." King Kong was incensed. He yelled to shut Ji up as he raised his hand to slap her in the face. King Kong's slap was only delivered at a slow speed, but it would still have been a hefty blow. Ji could sense the aura of his power as the lethal hand headed toward her, making her hair stand on end, and instinctively, she raised her arm to block it. But Xiao Luo was one step faster than her, and in a split second, he stuck his left palm out to intercept the blow, clasping King Kong's wrist firmly before any damage could be inflicted. "If you wish to fight, I'm willing to keep you company. There's no need to go rough on a lady." Xiao Luo snarled. "Interesting, I'm starting to like you a little bit more." King Kong chuckled, no longer concealing his true intentions. From the moment he saw Xiao Luo's display of strength, he had already made up his mind to compete with Xiao Luo. It had nothing to do with Ren manhua at all, for an opponent like Xiao Luo gave him an inexplicable sense of thrill and excitement, for, like all true champions, there was a constant need to prove that he was still the best. What the heck is Jin Gang doing? He's supposed to stop the fight, why is he confronting Mr. Mia instead? Watching from the 4th floor of the office building, Dongfang Shuoyu was livid, but his reaction was hidden under the gas mask and remained unseen by others. Fu Yiren chuckled and said, "Isn't this pretty obvious? That fool wants to test out Mr. Mia. What the heck, what's the point in comparing skills when we're all working for the NSA?" Dongfang Shuoyu was fuming, and turning around to his assistant, he ordered, "Quick, alert the guards. I want the fight to be stopped immediately." "Wait." Gu Zhanhua raised both his hands at Dongfang Shuoyu. "Gu?" Dongfang Shuoyu looked at him quizzically. Those were the NSA's top warriors, and any injuries sustained by any of them would have a considerable impact on the NSA's operational capabilities. Gu Zhanhua was unable to come up with a good reason and let out a long sigh, but there was a sparkle in his eye when he said, "Let them spar for a while, shall we?" "What?" "Gu, I hope you are very aware of what you are asking me." Gu Zhanhua smiled calmly and replied, "You know that Jin Gang will not let him off easily. If you stop him now, he will simply find another opportunity to have a go at Mia. Anyway, I too want to know how long can Mia last facing Jin Gang's attack." "Hee, are you looking down on that guy? Don't be surprised he turns out to be way better than that fool, Jin Gang," Fu Yiren chimed, covered her mouth as she burst out laughing. The Vajra body defending divine skill will render its user invulnerable to bullets and slashes. In a full-on collision, even a heavy armored tank would be disabled. Based on this, Jin Gang is already unbeatable, Gu Zhanhua opined. Fu Yiren mused, You could be right. Anyway, let me go and have a look down there. Mia seems quite interesting, and I'd like to get a little more acquainted with him." Without another word, Fu Yiren turned toward the door and left the room. Xiao Luo and Jin Gang had now moved to the training ground. The training ground resembled a small patch of the Gobi, a dust bowl by any description, where even a slight breeze would send wisps of fine dust and sand swirling over its dry surface. Xiao Luo and Jin Gang stood ready, facing off at a distance of more than 10 meters. The crowd could already sense both of their auras, even before the fighters had engaged in battle. The air was crackling with rising levels of their internal energy, and the pressure was building up before the fight. Are they going to spar? They are both level S soldiers, won't this get out of hand? No, I don't think so. It's only sparring and not a life and death duel, so I doubt they would go all out. If it's just sparring, Jin Gang would surely be the winner. Don't forget, neither bullets nor blades can harm him, there's no way to beat him. The spectators decided to gather by the road a safe distance away, but they still continued their discussions in whispers, reluctant to draw the two combatants' attention and ire. Ji Xing was getting very anxious, and knowing that she could not stop this duel if she tried, she wholly depended on the guards to arrive. But it had been a while since she alerted them, yet there was still no sign of the guards. Inwardly, Ji Xing suspected that the chief might have had a hand in arranging this duel. Was there another purpose Jin Gang had been sent down, and could it be that the chief wanted to test Xiao Luo's limit? I hope you can surprise me. Jin Gang roared and bounded toward Xiao Luo in a fierce charge. His roar reverberated across the field, intimidating the onlookers gathered by the road, and they could even sense his aura surged like energy waves in all directions. Jin Gang advanced swiftly in quick, measured steps, and as he closed in, he twirled his massive arms in an attacking pattern like an unstoppable beast. Pow! Xiao Luo had remained still and only reacted just before the iron fist struck him. He stopped the incoming punch with his right palm, shifting forward slided and channeling his internal energy to his right hand. The tremendous force of the impact was deafening, and they were like two ferocious dragons locked in battle. Their energy could even be felt by the onlookers afar. The ground where they stood tremored from the impact, and dust and sand swirled around them. Jin Gang's brutal attack was stopped, but it pushed Xiao Luo back for about 2 to 3 meters, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Xiao Luo stomped his right foot into the ground to regain his balance, and stayed ready in a low wide stance. Not bad at all, ha ha ha. Jin Gang was laughed maniacally, and instantly pounced at Xiao Luo like a tiger on the hunt. This time he launched a series of relentless attacks. Xiao Luo's defense was up to the challenge. His excellent footwork kept him away from Jin Gang's furious strikes as he danced around his adversary, and anticipated his attacker's moves with astute judgment. Jin Gang swarmed Xiao Luo with a series of quick low strikes, but Xiao Luo reacted by spinning away and countering his attack with a flurry of kicks. Both fighters now exchanged violent strikes with their fists, landing blows with the force of a hammer, and as the fight went on, their breathing became more labored. But the fight raged on, and the ground shook from the constant battering of the two combatants, with clouds of dust hovering across the entire field. As the duel continued, the swirling dust now appeared like a fog and visibility was reduced drastically. It was literally a fog of war. The onlookers could not see either of the fighters, and only heard the sounds of blows and grunts, as both Xiao Luo and Jin Gang were completely shrouded in a cloud of dust. For the NSA soldiers observing the duel from the roadside, they were in awe of the two fighters who were relentlessly battling it out in such difficult conditions. It did not seem to be a duel between men, but rather a fight between two ancient beasts. Ji Xing was overcome by anxiety, and she looked pale, fearing for Xiao Luo's safety. She was aware that Jin Gang was a formidable opponent. Boom! 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 The intensity of the duel was reaching fever pitch as resounding blows reverberated from within the dust cloud like a peal of thunder. Something had to give as there was no way the fighters could keep this up any longer. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the swirling dust storm like a cannonball and crashed onto the ground some 10 meters away. The momentum caused Jin Gang to tumble along the bare ground like a drifting car out of control, stirring up a trail of dust and sand in his wake. Was that Xiao Luo? Everyone blinked, then squinted to get a better look at the person, but the visibility was so poor that none could make him out immediately. Suddenly, a lone figure strode out of the dust cloud, taking slow and steady steps, It was Xiao Luo. He looked grim, and his clothes were in tatters, but his body did not appear to have sustained serious injuries. Everyone gasped. That would mean that the man who was sent flying off earlier was none other than Jin Gang. They were suddenly in awe of Xiao Luo, as no one could even begin to believe that Jin Gang could be defeated by a single opponent. R. Without warning, a deafening roar echoed across the training ground. Jin Gang had picked himself up and regained his senses. Seething with unbridled rage, he charged at Xiao Luo, leaving a trail of dust swirling behind him. Jin Gang had ripped his shirt off, and his exposed skin had turned a golden hue, exactly like the monks of the Shaolin 18 bronze men, for Jin Gang had called upon the special powers that gave him invulnerability and immense strength. He's using the Vajra body, defending divine skill. Someone from the crowd shouted when he saw Jin Gang's golden-hued skin. Mia, this is getting very interesting, take this. Jin Gang was closing in onto Xiao Luo, and a strong aura was emanating from his clenched iron fists as he prepared to smite his opponent. Before Xiao Luo could even react, Jin Gang was suddenly onto him, and all Xiao Luo saw was a flashing streak of golden light. Xiao Luo kept his eyes honed and spotted Jin Gang's punch at the very last second, and with no way to evade the blow, he crossed his arms in front of his body to protect his vital points. Pow! It was a mighty punch and shook Xiao Luo violently, blowing sand and dust in all directions. Xiao Luo felt like he had been smashed by a runaway train, and his body was thrown off violently. Like Jin Gang earlier, he landed on the ground hard and continued to tumble for another 20 meters before coming to a rest. Pow! It was a ferocious blow, and Xiao Luo was thrown back violently, landing hard then continuing to tumble along the sandy ground for several meters, leaving a trail of sand and dust in his wake. Everyone watching from the roadside was both in awe and horrified with the savage display of sheer power. Considering the number of blows both fighters had thrown at each other, even an armored vehicle would have been smashed to a pulp. Oh, no. Mr. Xiao Luo. Ji Xiying screamed in anguish as she stared nervously at Xiao Luo, who had been knocked down and was now lying still on the ground. Although she was well aware of Xiao Luo's prowess and his ability to take a hit, even a superhero like the Iron Man would have been seriously injured after taking such a crushing blow. Mia, you better get up, don't act like you're done for the day. Jin Gang sneered at his fallen foe, standing proud like a divine sculpture, glittering in gold. His well-defined and muscular body was beaming with golden light, and an aura of raw power radiated from within. Xiao Luo clenched his teeth, slamming his fist into the ground. He slowly picked himself up. Blood streamed from the top of his head down the left side of his face, and his eyes glowered with unrestrained fury. A dark aura of malice emanated from deep within his soul, sending a chilling wind across the field. Xiao Luo looked grim and fearsome, and a bloodlust glowed in his eyes. Oh, no, the beast in him has awoken. Ji Xiying gasped, and she was shaking, as she knew better than anyone else that when Xiao Luo was provoked, he would turn into a wild beast. She still had vivid memories of how Xiao Luo transformed when he annihilated the Cobra mercenaries in Luo Mountain, and the demon she had encountered then still scared her to this day. But, despite her fear, there was something about Xiao Luo's taciturn nature that appealed to Ji Xiying. Awoken? What has awoken? Fu Yiren's curiosity was piqued by the mention of the word. She stepped gracefully toward Ji Xiying with her hands behind her back, looking stunning in her black suit, which complemented her fair skin and slender form. Her eyes were fixed on the duel as she spoke to Ji Xiying. Ji Xiying was startled, and her expression suddenly changed when she caught a waft of sweet fragrance. She instinctively covered her nose and jolted back, staring at Fu Yiren with abject fear. The other NSA soldiers paled when they suddenly noticed Fu Yiren's presence and backed away helter-skelter, trying to keep a safe distance from her. Fu Yiren, Lady Poison, was the most dreaded among the Grade S agents, and even Jin Gang did not compare when it came down to fear factor. She was a biological anomaly, a freak of nature, and every part of her body contained powerful toxins. Even being in her proximity could cause a person to shed a layer of skin and succumb to her poison. In appearance, she was a beauty in every sense of the word, but to those who knew her, she was a fell and terrifying angel of death. Fu Yiren maintained her casual demeanor and disregarded the crowd's panicked reactions. Switching her attention from the duel to Ji-seeing, she said, "I asked you a question, what has awoken in him?" "And no, nothing. I'm just saying that Mr. Zhao's angry." "Angry?" Fu Yiren looked down her nose and frowned. "Well then, it might just make this duel a little more interesting," she quipped. She then strolled off and took a seat on a large slab of stone nearby. She sat with her legs crossed elegantly, and as she slowly raised her arms, two small green-colored serpents crawled out from her voluminous sleeves and coiled around her arms, flicking their blood-red tongues. As Fu Yiren played with the snakes like pets, she kept her eyes on duel as it unfolded on the training ground. Fu Yiren's pet serpents did not escape the notice of the horror-struck NSA soldiers, as those little green snakes were bamboo pit vipers, an extremely poisonous species. If a person was bitten by one, the wound would cause excruciating pain, quickly swell up into a blister, and experience nausea and headaches. And, without an antitoxin serum, the bite could be life-threatening. On the training ground, Jin Gang had an excited smirk on his face as he finally found a worthy opponent to face off with. Staring at Xiao Luo with an air of contempt, he bellowed, "Very well then, let's continue the fight like there's no tomorrow." Xiao Luo gave his adversary a cold glare as he stretched out his right arm and gave a thumbs up. For a moment, Jin Gang thought that Xiao Luo was acknowledging his prowess, but then Xiao Luo rotated his wrist to point his thumb downward, and his meaning was evident, "You die." Gasp. An audible gasp from the crowd was followed by a dead silence as a deathly chill set upon the entire training ground. No man could insult Jin Gang in such a way and get away with it. It seemed that the fight was about to get out of control. As the crowd had expected, Jin Gang's expression immediately darkened, and his face was distorted with a hideous scowl. Without warning, Xiao Luo let out a deafening roar and dashed across the ground toward Jin Gang. Xiao Luo took 10 rapid steps forward, then suddenly, he leaped and spun his body just before he came into Jin Gang's range, and struck downward using all of his inner power. Everyone was on edge, trembling at the fearsome power that Xiao Luo had unleashed. They now realized that Ren Manhua did not lose his fight to just anybody, for this man was indeed a level S exponent. Even Fu Yiren was taken aback by Xiao Luo's show of strength and nodded appreciatively. The speed and power of Xiao Luo's execution were unsurpassed, and Jin Gang could not react in time. As Xiao Luo leaped and spun before he was within Jin Gang's strike range, he twisted his body and delivered a devastating kick with his right leg, smacking his opponent's neck. Boom! The explosive force of the kick resounded across the ground, and a blast of energy blew a swirling cloud of dust around the fighters. Even Zhanghua and Dongfang Shuayu, watching from the office building, were left breathless. As they stared at the training ground, they saw images of a battleground littered with bomb craters. As the cloud of dust began to clear, another unbelievable sight was unveiled. Incredibly, Xiao Luo's leg was still lodged against his opponent's neck, struggling to free himself with his other leg, while Jin Gang was standing firm, upright and tall, with no sign of being injured. As the dust finally settled, everyone suddenly realized that the ground that Jin Gang was standing on had sunk a meter deep. "Ha ha ha, well done, you're good, really good." Jin Gang's sinister laugh was chilling. He stared at Xiao Luo with bloodshot eyes, and he had both of his hands clamped around Xiao Luo's right leg like a pair of steel pliers. In control of the fight now, Jin Gang grunted as he spun his body around twice like a hammer thrower and flung Xiao Luo away with a mighty heave. Xiao Luo sailed through the air for a distance before crashing into a 2-meter-high training wall like a bombshell, smashing the sturdy brick wall into smithereens. The force of the throw sent him flying another 3 meters through the wall, before he landed on the brick-strewn ground beyond. The NSA soldiers cringed, as they could not imagine how they would have felt had they been in Xiao Luo's shoes. They had all finally witnessed a battle between two great fighters. Everyone had mixed feelings. They were undoubtedly in awe, and at the same time, there were moments of excitement, shock, and fear. Regardless of the outcome of the duel, Xiao Luo had earned their respect and approval. From a short distance away, Fu Yiren stood up immediately. She stared at Xiao Luo intently with a look of concern. Not many people could have survived Jin Gang's attack, and although she was here as an observer, she did not intend to allow this duel to escalate. Crash! The brick wall crumbled as Xiao Luo smashed through it violently and landed several meters beyond, sprawled in a cloud of dust. Xiao Luo's clothes were all torn and tattered, and he suffered grievous injuries. But this only served to stir him up and heighten his fighting spirit. He stumbled off shakily some 15 meters away from Jin Gang and sat down, then using the restorative powers of Yi Jing, he calmly healed his internal wounds. We cannot let them continue the fight anymore, send the guards to stop them. In the office overlooking the ground, Dongfang Shuayu was getting very anxious. He could see that matters were getting out of hand between his two prized grade S agents. It would have been fine if this had stayed as a sparring match, but it had now evolved into a life-and-death contest, and he had to put a stop to it. Otherwise, it would incur a huge loss to NSA if either man was killed or suffered a permanent injury. Gu Zhongguo frowned and chose to ignore the order. In exasperation, Dongfang Shuayu shouted, "What the heck are you thinking, old Gu? Mr. Mia has already proven his capability. If they were to keep fighting, they might just end up maiming each other permanently. Do you wish to see two of our precious grade S warriors become handicaps?" Gu Zhongguo stiffened, and letting out a long sigh, he relented. "Okay, get the guards to stop them. Wait for a second." Suddenly, an old and husky voice came from behind them. Both Gu Zhongguo and Dongfang Shuayu turned in surprise, and their expressions changed the moment they saw their visitor. Instantly, they bolted upright and saluted the man as they would a superior officer. Back on the training ground, Xiao Luo was looking much better after the healing process and some rest. He got up steadily and stared at Jin Gang, bristling with renewed energy and fighting spirit. "Let's get back to business." Jin Gang was visibly stunned, finding it hard to believe that Xiao Luo could recover within such a short period by merely resting. But Jin Gang was not complaining, and it was a very good thing as far as he was concerned. He had not met such an accomplished opponent in quite a while. He missed the opportunity to fight without holding back, so this was more than a welcome change. He rotated his neck and rolled his shoulders several times, then he was ready. "Okay then, let's continue." The moment he ended his reply, he charged fiercely at Xiao Luo, leaping into the air after a short sprint of 5 meters, poised with his clenched fists ready to attack. Jin Gang depended on his overwhelming power and made no effort to conceal his moves as he unleashed his right fist, intending to strike Xiao Luo down in a single blow. Jin Gang struck with the terrifying force of a crashing mountain. As Jin Gang charged in, Xiao Luo snarled like a ferocious wolf baring its fangs and bellowed as he rushed in to meet the challenge. The crowd gasped in awe and admiration as the opponents clashed in midair. Boom! Xiao Luo was lightning fast, and his striking hand resembled a streaking meteor smashing into the heavy fist of Jin Gang. Their fists met in a thunderous explosion, and a powerful wave of energy ripped through the air. Both fighters were thrown back instantly as the force surged through both of their trembling bodies. They managed to absorb the blow and broke their fall, landing on all fours. The crowd gasped once again, as a chill ran down their spines. They were amazed by the techniques and prowess displayed by the two peerless fighters. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they'd not have believed that such feats were humanly possible. Such power, such strength. Ji Xing gulped, and her eyes were wide open in disbelief. She had already known what capabilities Xiao Luo possessed, but this exceeded her own expectation by a mile. She was amazed at how Xiao Luo had conditioned his body to battle head-on with Jin Gang without sustaining serious injuries. She did not know that the combined effect of Constitution of King of Mercenaries and Yi Jin Jing protected Xiao Luo and quickened his healing process. Even being slashed by a broadsword would only result in an insignificant wound. This guy's not too bad and pretty handsome too. Fu Yiren muttered to herself coyly as she gazed at Xiao Luo with a hint of attraction. Xiao Luo was on all fours, like a prowling beast ready to pounce. Both fighters were posturing and staring into each other's eyes, neither blinking. The air was thick with deadly intent. Ding! Congratulations on purchasing the 18 Dragons Subduing Palm, 150,000 points will be credited from your account. The system digital notification played in Xiao Luo's mind, and he could read several lines of the skill introduction displayed in his mind. The most formidable young martial art technique and is considered invincible when applied correctly. This style is adaptable and requires a combination of both hard power and soft power in each strike. With the proper channeling of inner power, this technique can increase your strength and ability relative to your opponents. Xiao Luo suddenly found himself executing every move of 18 Dragons Subduing Palm as if he had trained in those techniques for a lifetime. Come on, I'm ready to fight till the end of the day. Jin Gang roared in excitement, and he bounded toward Xiao Luo in a flash. He surged forward like a tempest and stirred up a cloud of dust in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Jin Gang had covered a span of 15 meters. Very well, I shall test it with you. Xiao Luo stood to his full height and channeled power through his hands, his right arm bent inwards in a circular motion, then pushed out forcefully. Ha! An unstoppable earth-shattering force blasted through the entire training ground with a deafening roar, and amid the chaos, a stream of energy resembling a fast-moving river emitted from Xiao Luo's palm. It slammed into Jin Gang with unbridled force, and the blast caused a cloud of sand and dust to swirl around him. Jin Gang's expression suddenly changed as he realized he could not evade the oncoming stream of energy, and he instantly braced himself to take it head-on. Boom! The force flowing out from Xiao Luo's palm hit like an angry tornado ravaging across open land and destroying everything that lay in its path. Xiao Luo's hair was tossed about in the blustering wind, but his body stood its ground as a pillar piled deep into the bedrock. Right at that moment, Xiao Luo was an unmovable and unassailable mountain. Arg! Jin Gang could no longer resist the force and finally let out a tortured groan before he was carried off like a kite on a broken string, crashing some 20 meters away. His clothes were ripped off, and he was left with only his briefs to shield his modesty. But no one mocked Jin Gang, for he had fought with courage and fortitude. Everyone there, including Fu Yiren, could only stare in awe at the incredible display of power and skill as the dust gradually settled on the battleground. What was that? Did we just hear the roar of a dragon? Everyone was absolutely shocked and were frozen in a stupor, finding it hard to process what they had just witnessed. It seemed to only exist in kung fu movies. 18 Dragons Subduing Palm? Jin Gang struggled to stand up as blood streaming out from his mouth, and the golden hue that shrouded his body had faded. His Vajra body defending divine skill had been overcome. Nothing mattered to him anymore, and as he stared at Xiao Luo with a look of bewilderment, he stuttered, "Why you no. 18 Dragons Subduing Palm." The Vajra body defending divine skill originated from Shaolin, and therefore, Jin Gang could be considered half a Shaolin disciple. Before he studied the Vajra body defending divine skill, his master had warned him that there was a Chinese martial arts technique, known as the 18 Subduing Dragon Palm, that he had to watch out for. This technique was a nemesis to Jin Gang's hard Qigong style, as it did not rely purely on physical strength, but instead, on inner power. The 18 Subduing Dragon Palm could direct energy across the air, penetrate through flesh and damage the inner organs. So, what do you think of it? Xiao Luo snapped as he lowered his guard and glared at Jin Gang. Impressive. The 18 subduing dragon palm is not a simple technique to master. The art was lost to the martial arts world, so where did you learn it from? Jin Gang replied as he slowly picked himself up. It was extremely rare to find one person out of hundreds of thousands who were suitable to practice this unique art. Even the present master of the Beggars sect could only get a passing grasp of its principles as he only had an unfinished book to study from. If even such a renowned master could not fully comprehend the intricacies of this art, Jin Gang wondered how Mia knew every single move. That's for you to find out. Xiao Luo waved the question off and replied, do you still want to fight? Jin Gang's face twitched in response to the challenge, and he eyed Xiao Luo, discreetly assessing his condition. It appeared that both of them had sustained similar injuries, albeit minor ones, but with the 18 subduing dragon palm, Xiao Luo still had an effective weapon against him. His assessment did raise some doubts in his mind, leaving him feeling conflicted, but after further thought, he clenched his teeth and responded, yeah, let's do it. He intended to test the 18 subduing dragon palm to its limit against his Vajra body defending divine skill, discovering ways to overcome his inherent weaknesses. And, without another word, he made a quick dash toward Xiao Luo, taking care to guard against Xiao Luo's 18 subduing dragon palm. In an aggressive frontal attack, Jin Gang slashed his iron hands left and right, spinning his body and striking high, then low. He broke Xiao Luo's outer defense like a violent gust of wind and brought the fight into close-in combat. In a series of explosive blows, he threw countless punches, slaps, and clawed hand strikes. But, at no time, did Xiao Luo call upon the 18 subduing dragon palm. Xiao Luo backed away steadily, parrying the blows and countering the attack whenever he found an opening. Both fighters exuded an impressive martial bearing, and their fighting mettle was unsurpassed. But Xiao Luo appeared the steadier of the two, looking calm and genuinely excited by the exchange of strikes and counterstrikes. The fight was turning out to be an all-out battle, and it was a sight to behold. The 18 subduing dragon palm technique was extremely powerful, but it took a heavy toll on one's inner power. As this was not a life-and-death battle, Xiao Luo did not see any reason to utilize it for the time. His state of mind had strangely altered. From where there was a reluctance to fight in the beginning, he now found a sense of elation he had never experienced before. Pow! Bang! Pow! As Jin Gang continued with his relentless close combat tactics, Xiao Luo suddenly stopped retreating, and in a quick counterattack, his hands struck out with lightning speed, instantly breaking Jin Gang's offensive. Jin Gang was taken by surprise, and as he stepped back, he was goaded by Xiao Luo's mirthless laugh. The initiative was now with Xiao Luo, and he increased the ferocity of his attack, striking at Jin Gang with countless punches that immediately put him in full defensive mode. But, Jin Gang would not be subdued, and both fighters went back and forth in attack and defense. Every exchange was punishing, but in the heat of battle, neither could feel the pain. As the duel intensified, the dry sandy surface showed emerging cracks, and a cloud of dust once again swirled around the fighters, evoking images of two fiery dragons locked in a fierce battle in the celestial heavens. The NSA warriors who were watching from the roadside felt their throats dry up, and they could barely gulp down their saliva. Someone in the crowd asked, "Are they men or beasts?" No one could answer him, for that same thought had occurred to them. It was hard to say that the two were ordinary humans when they fought like feral beasts. Is that the true side of Xiao Luo? Ji Xiying's lips trembled as she pondered the question. She could tell that Xiao Luo was thoroughly relishing the blood and gore, like a man addicted to violence. Fu Yiren, stroking her green vipers as she observed the duel, suddenly stood up from the stone slab. It's about time I put a stop to this fight. At the very moment that Fu Yiren stood up, she vanished in a puff of mysterious vapor that coalesced into the form of a dark phantom. And in the next instant, she appeared between the two fighters as if carried by a strong gust of wind. She raised her hands at both men, unleashing her inner power, and a gush of purplish fumes emanated from her palms. "Lady Poison? What the?" Jin Gang yelled out, and he instinctively jumped back, like a cat with its tail caught, for he knew better than anyone about the effects of her poison. Seeing Jin Gang's panicked reaction, Xiao Luo erred on the side of caution and backed off, holding his breath to avoid ingesting the strange fumes. After the fumes dissipated, the three remained standing in a straight line with Fu Yiren in between the two of them. The fire in their eyes cooled, and along with it, their battle frenzy. "Lady Poison, just what are you doing here?" Jin Gang scowled. "The director does not wish to see either of you getting injured, so it's time for you both to stop," Fu Yiren said, in no uncertain terms. Then she smiled cheekily and quipped, "I declare this match as a tie. This is a matter between the both of us, stay out of it, leave." Xiao Luo snapped as he still felt the lust for battle, and he would not allow this woman to intervene. Jin Gang gasped, for fearless as he was, and despite being a great warrior, he was still afraid of Fu Yiren's ability with poisons. She had once beaten him up in the past, and despite the embarrassment, he never once considered taking revenge as he had no effective way to counter her toxins. Cough, cough. Jin Gang winked at Xiao Luo discreetly, signaling for him not to provoke Fu Yiren. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch you, what did you say?" Fu Yiren responded, riled up over Xiao Luo's curt remark. Fu Yiren gave Xiao Luo a coy smile when she spoke, but her glowering eyes told a different story. She would not take no for an answer. Suddenly, Fu Yiren's green viper appeared from Xiao Luo's back. It hissed with jaws wide open bearing its venomous fangs, and looked like it was about to strike Xiao Luo's exposed neck. Jin Gang gasped and immediately checked his body for the second snake, and only after he determined there was none did he let out a sigh of relief. The crowd turned pale and was aghast at the sight of the venomous serpent crawling behind Xiao Luo's neck. They had not expected Fu Yiren to drop her pet viper on Mia. Ji Xiying panicked, and without a second thought, she ran up to plead with Fu Yiren. She shuddered at the sight of the snake coiled up on Xiao Luo's shoulder, and hurriedly turned to Fu Yiren, begging, "Ms. Yiren, we are all part of the NSA, please spare him and retrieve your snake." Fu Yiren smiled coldly and replied, "Well, it's none of your concern, so you should get the hell out of here. Ms. Yiren, please, this is Mr. Mia's first visit to headquarters, and he is still learning many things, please don't get lost." Fu Yiren's face took on a dark, grim expression, and she suddenly waved her left arm at Ji Xiying, releasing a cloud of toxic fumes. As Fu Yiren channeled her inner power through her palm, a stream of noxious fumes blasted out, and Ji Xiying was sent sprawling. There was no way a grade C soldier like Ji Xiying could withstand a single blow from Fu Yiren without sustaining severe injuries. Ji Xiying landed hard on the ground and was in extreme pain, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The blast of Fu Yiren's inner force and effects of the toxins immediately caused beads of sweat to stream down her forehead. Ji Xiying was dear to Xiao Luo, who considered her a true friend, and he was enraged by the attack. He despised what he saw, and it was in his nature to stand up for the weak. Fu Yiren turned around and smiled at Xiao Luo. "Stay where you are if you wish to remain alive." Jin Gang saw Xiao Luo poised to react and immediately shouted out, "Listen to her, don't move. That viper's venom can bring down an elephant. If it strikes, you will be paralyzed." Despite their differences, Jin Gang had a grudging respect for Xiao Luo as a fighter and did not wish him to succumb to a snake bite. But Xiao Luo did not respond to Jin Gang. Instead, in a burst of inner energy, he suddenly darted like an arrow toward Fu Yiren without any warning, and aimed a powerful palm strike to her left shoulder like a swooping eagle. No one had expected Xiao Luo to attack, especially with a venomous serpent on his shoulder ready to strike. And to think that he would actually have a go at Lady Poison was beyond comprehension, as it was a path to certain death. The NSA warriors had their hearts in their throats, seeing Xiao Luo move in to attack, despite the apparent dangers he faced. Fu Yiren was caught flat-footed, never expecting Xiao Luo to attempt to strike her, and she could immediately sense the powerful aura coming from his right palm that was about to smash into her left. She shifted back hurriedly and countered with her own palm, meeting Xiao Luo's in a tremendous blast of inner power. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed across the ground as waves of energy surged forth from the impact, creating a rippling effect in the surrounding atmosphere. Instantly, Fu Yiren was thrown back, sailing through the air and crashing heavily about 8 meters away. As she tried to pick herself up, she trembled and vomited a mouthful of blood. Fu Yiren's core ability was her use of poisons, hence, her moniker, Lady Poison. But, in terms of fighting skills and inner power, she was no match for Xiao Luo. Jin Gang's eyes nearly popped out. He saw Xiao Luo crushing the viper's head and suddenly noticed 2 puncture marks on Xiao Luo's neck. He was dismayed, and a sense of frustration got the better of him as he screamed at Xiao Luo, "You stubborn fool! Why the F***K are you so hot-headed?" He had high regard for Xiao Luo and had just warned him not to make any sudden movements. Despite his earnest warning, Xiao Luo not only moved, but he actually attacked Lady Poison. No mortal could survive after making physical contact with any part of Lady Poison's body, and Jin Gang was sure that Xiao Luo would drop dead anytime soon, having been exposed to both Lady Poison and her pet serpent's deadly venom. Gigi get the doctor now. Despite her severe injuries, Ji Xing endured the pain and called out desperately to the NSA warriors. Several warriors reacted quickly. One immediately took out his phone while another dashed towards the NSA medical center. Even a grade S agent would die from Lady Poison's toxins if medical treatment was not promptly administered. Xiao Luo stood shakily, and his face was pale. His right palm, which came in contact with Fu Yiren, had turned black from necrosis and reeked with a toxic miasma. The snake bite on his neck caused an extreme burning sensation, like a piece of ember had been placed on his skin, and was swelling with pustules forming around the puncture marks. Soon, the dark tissue coloration in his palm rose up to his arm and toward his heart. Xiao Luo immediately sat in a lotus position and closed his eyes, summoning his inner power to activate Yi Jing Jing to detoxify in his body. Xiao Luo soon entered a transcendental state, and although his eyes were shut, he could sense everything that was going on around him. His body produced a high level of heat, and wisps of steam evaporated off his skin and the top of his head. The Yi Jing Jing was purifying his body, and toxins were eliminated through his sweat. His recovery was underway at a remarkable pace, and the dark tissue coloration in his arm and swelling in the neck was fading gradually. Even the dark viscous blood oozing from his wounds had returned to a normal bright red. This was a clear sign that the detoxification process was successful. The crowd was mystified, for Xiao Luo had discharged Lady Poison's lethal toxins from his body by himself, and they wondered how a mere mortal could perform such a feat. The NSA soldiers gulped in utter disbelief as Xiao Luo's miraculous recovery had completely shattered their understanding of the martial arts world. Ji Xing was in a stupor. She thought she had seen it all, but Xiao Luo surprised her yet again. Still slumped on the ground, Fu Yiren gazed at Xiao Luo with a look of both shock and admiration, as she knew better than anyone about the potency of her poison. Any other person struck by her palm would have surely lost the arm, while the green pit viper she raised could easily bring down a dozen grown men. He has recovered so quickly? For the first time in her life, Fu Yiren had encountered a person who was completely immune to her toxins. Jin Gang scratched his head. When he first enlisted in the NSA, he was considered an exceptional and invincible fighter, until he met Fu Yiren, who overpowered him with her deadly poisons. Now, another superhero had turned up, a monster that defied the logic of science, and even both he and Fu Yiren together would not be able to take him on. After a brief rest, all the toxins had been completely eliminated from Xiao Luo's body. Xiao Luo opened his eyes, then stretched his neck and rotated his right arm to ensure that their function was retained. When Xiao Luo saw the look on everyone's faces, he realized that there would be many questions coming his way, but he had already decided that he was not going to explain anything to them. "You're truly a genius. You have mastered both I Jing Jing and the 18 subduing dragon palms, the most powerful of all martial arts." A mysterious voice, deep and hoarse, resonated through the air. It was chilling, and everyone started looking around to find the source of the voice, and it seemed to have been spoken by someone on the ground, but he was nowhere to be found. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette flickered from the direction of the office building, flowing in motion like a time-lapse of after-images, and traversing space in seconds. The fast-moving shadow was difficult to make out but looked like a man with his hands on his back, but while he looked unhurried, he was moving incredibly fast. Xiao Luo blinked to clear his vision, and when he found his focus, a gaunt old man appeared before his eyes. He had wispy hair and a long beard that was completely white, and his leathery face was wrinkled with age. He was dressed in a simple Chinese tunic, and smiled at Xiao Luo, squinting his eyes. Despite having the demeanor of a humble elderly man, his mysterious ways struck fear into everyone's hearts. Xiao Luo took a step back in trepidation and stared blankly. He stayed on the alert as he could sense the inner strength that emanated from the old man, and he was not a person to be trifled with. When Jing Gang and Fu Yiren saw this old man, they both saluted without hesitation. The other NSA warriors were not thoroughly familiar with him, but they knew that he was a veteran and had been in the NSA since the victory of the resistance army and formation of the new Hua nation. He was the old guard, and his reputation as a terrifying force to be reckoned with had preceded him. He was a senior member of NSA who was respected by all the leaders of the Hua nation. "Who is your master, young one?" the old man asked kindly, holding his hands behind his back as he looked at Xiao Luo with his gentle, wizen eyes. He explained, "I Jing Jing and the 18 subduing dragon palms are both secrets of the Shaolin. There are very few people who can study either technique, let alone master both of them simultaneously. Your master should have roots with the Shaolin style. Tell me his name, perhaps I may be old acquaintances with him." Xiao Luo almost regretted his actions as, for sure, he had now attracted more attention than he had intended. The old man standing before him had a humble disposition, but he carried himself with a certain self-assurance and otherworldly presence that intimidated Xiao Luo. This was the first time that he had encountered an individual who gave him such a sense of being overwhelmed. "I do not have a master, sir." "You don't have a master?" The old man slightly tilted his head and furrowed his eyebrows in a frown, but then he chuckled and remarked, "It seems that your master is not keen for people to know his name. Very well then, I shall not question you further on it." He smiled warmly and patted Xiao Luo's shoulder and said, "You have done well to master 2 peerless techniques at such a young age. Prodigies like you only come about every 100 years in the martial arts world. Your master has certainly chosen wisely." Xiao Luo did not know how to respond. His newly acquired skills had nothing to do with being a prodigy or having a master, but he felt that it wasn't necessary to clarify himself. As he thought about it, having others believe that he had an unknown master was quite a good cover in itself, and, this way, he did have to worry about the system getting exposed. A fine young man indeed. Now that you are in the NSA, I hope that you will do your best to work for the country. It is a great honor to serve, and I have high hopes for you." The old man was full of praise, and having offered Xiao Luo his words of encouragement, he then turned around and headed back to the NSA's entrance gate. He was walking slowly with his hands behind his back, but the distance seemed reduced to mere inches, as the old man appeared to be covering 10 feet with every step he took, then vanishing before the crowd in the blink of an eye. Xiao Luo sighed in relief, and only then did he realize that he had broken into a cold sweat. He now understood that the world wasn't as he had imagined. If the NSA had such a terrifying martial arts exponent within its ranks, how many more actually existed elsewhere? His mind wandered to Gu Qingshua's master, the old man from Mount Tianshan, who may very well be another one at the same level. The other NSA soldiers let out a sigh of relief after the old man left the ground. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that such a powerful master had been with them here in the NSA. Moments later, Gu Zhonghua and Dongfeng Shouyu arrived in a hurry. They both reprimanded King Kong and Fu Yiren and expressed their apologies to Xiao Luo. Enough, stop pretending. Didn't you plan for me to fight them so that you could gauge my fighting abilities? Don't be such hypocrites, Xiao Luo said. Gu Zhonghua was stumped for words and had an awkward expression of guilt on his face, knowing that he had been called out by Xiao Luo. I don't like people plotting against me behind my back. I will let it go at this time, but don't do it again. If this ever happens again, rest assured, I will withdraw from the NSA. Relax, relax, there will be no next time, I promise. Gu Zhonghua pledged, hurriedly raising his hands to appeal for calm. Dongfeng Shouyu chimed in, rest assured, Mr. Mia. If Mr. Gu dares to do so again, I will kill him first. King Kong and Fu Yiren, standing next to the three men, looked on in awe. What was it about Xiao Luo that made the directors behave so obsequiously? The fact of the matter was that Xiao Luo had exactly what it took to make them behave so. A lingering fragrance wafted through the air as Fu Yiren walked toward Xiao Luo. Gu Zhonghua and Dongfeng Shouyu quickly backed away, careful not to get too close to Fu Yiren. Fu Yiren, you're injured. Why don't you go back and get a good rest? Gu Zhonghua said after coughing dryly. Thanks for your concern, Mr. Gu, but I'm fine. Fu Yiren stared at Xiao Luo with her bewitching eyes and said, your name is Mia, am I right? I'll keep that in mind and will look you up when I have time. You have to pay for what you did to Greenie. Greenie? Xiao Luo figured it would be that little green snake he squashed. He glared back coldly, shaking his head, and said, I have not even made a fuss about your vile pet biting me. Are you sure you want to make me pay for your snake? I don't care. If you can't afford it, then, make a pledge to marry me. Fu Yiren suddenly melted, giving Xiao Luo an adoringly innocent smile. Gasp. The crowd took a deep breath when they heard her demand. There was nothing unusual about pledging to marry a woman, but when she happened to be the Lady Poison, that statement would border on the absurd, regardless of how enchanting and elegant she was. But then, seeing that Mia was immune to poison, perhaps he truly had what it took to be a suitable match. You see, I was born this way and have never had the company of a man before. In my eyes, it is not that I'm unworthy of men, but that no man is worthy of me. But you're different as you have mastered I Jing Jing, which gives you immunity against all poisons. You and I, we are made for each other. Fu Yiren pursed her lips and smiled charmingly, her heart was set on winning her man, and she was oblivious to the crowd listening in. What the? I've seen men wooing women, but this is the first time I see a woman shamelessly going after a man, King Kong muttered to himself, scratching his head. Fu Yiren's face darkened as she turned and glared at him. Mind your words, you fool. King Kong shuddered. What, can she hear me even when I'm whispering to myself? Yes, I can hear you. So, stop muttering over there, or suffer the consequences, you idiot. Fu Yiren yelled. Yikes. Jing Gang jolted and felt 1,000 needles poking him. It was embarrassing being told off in front of the NSA soldiers, but it wasn't a good idea to get mad at Fu Yiren. He cleared his throat and shouted at the crowd of soldiers, what are you all looking at? Do you want me to practice my strikes on you? The NSA fighters scattered like birds hearing a gunshot, fleeing to all directions in fright. Fu Yiren once again cast her gaze on Xiao Luo seductively and said, well, what do you say? I'm sorry, I already have a wife. Xiao Luo raised his left hand and showed her the wedding band on his ring finger. Both Fu Yiren and Ji Xiying were shocked, as neither expected that he was married. Ji Xiying, especially, couldn't believe what she just heard. During the recent New Year visit, Xiao Luo's family had welcomed her as one of their own. They had even said that she and Xiao Luo were a perfect match, and she had grown very fond of him. How did Xiao Luo get hitched so suddenly? Ji Xiying had actually noticed the diamond ring on Xiao Luo's finger, but she didn't give it much thought at the time. It's okay, I don't mind at all, Fu Yiren said. But, I do, Xiao Luo replied. Then I'll kill her. A murderous look appeared on Fu Yiren's face. You may try. There was no anger in Xiao Luo's cold voice, but the aura that emanated from his body was enough to warn Fu Yiren against trying. Fu Yiren remained silent as she stared at him hard without blinking her eyes. The air around the two seemed to suddenly freeze. Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shuoyu immediately intervened to defuse the confrontation by separating the two, or to be exact, they separated Xiao Luo from Fu Yiren. They were not immune to her poison and wisely kept away from her. Mia, you and I are made for each other. Our fate is decided by the heavens, and you will become my husband sooner or later. Fu Yiren pined, refusing to accept that Xiao Luo had declined her proposal. As he walked away, she was already lost in whimsical thoughts as she pictured them walking down the aisle in holy matrimony, and she beamed an innocent and blissful smile. King Kong couldn't help mocking her again. What in the world is she doing? They were just fighting a moment ago, and all of a sudden, she wants him to marry her and tells him that he can't decline. I will never understand women. As soon as he finished speaking, he shuddered. He raised his head slowly, only to see Fu Yiren's glowering glare that made him feel that she was about to murder him. At the entrance, Xiao Luo was about to leave the NSA when Gu Zhanghua showed him the vehicle that they had prepared for him. It was a brand new Trumpchi GS8. Can't you provide me with a better one? Xiao Luo said, looking at a black SUV in front of him with a frown. Gu Zhanghua coughed and replied, Ahem, for your information, this car has a retail price of $160,000, and it's one of the best domestic cars available. It looks great, and its power and performance are both top-notch. The NSA has been on a tight budget of late, so you should be grateful that we can even get you such a decent vehicle. Yes, just to get you a car, old Gu, and I had to eat dirt for 1 whole month, Dongfang Shuoyu added. He couldn't help thinking how these two directors resembled an old couple with the wife singing to her husband's tune. In any case, he was already planning to buy himself a car, but as the NSA had now provided him one for free, he decided not to pursue the matter. Having a car as a means of travel was better than having none, and after all, the car's aesthetics agreed with his personal taste. By the way, is Miss G all right? Night Sparrow is fine, don't worry about her. She'll get in touch with you after she is properly rested. By the way, I have a small mission for you, Gu Zhanghua said. Small mission? Xiao Luo responded, frowning somewhat. Yes, just a small mission. Gu Zhanghua nodded, then he sighed. Shanghai's economy has been improving rapidly over the last several years, but unfortunately, this has also caused many new problems to arise. Take MLM organizations as an example. They are flourishing in Shanghai like maggots feeding on a carcass, he explained, and while the police have raided many of their nests, the people arrested have all been low-level members. In fact, most of them were victims that had been brainwashed. The MLM's mastermind and top managers have yet to be arrested so far. The chief of Shanghai City's police department has already reached out to the NSA many times, and I think this is a suitable mission for you to look into. Xiao Luo remained silent. When MLM was mentioned, he immediately thought of his own cousin, Ding Jinyun. Dongfang Shuoyu added, the strategy employed by MLM operators is that downlines have to pay tributes to their uplines. The more downlines there are, the higher the income the uplines will receive. These get-rich-quick schemes are classified as economic fraud and are not some trivial issues. If left to carry on, I wonder how many victims will turn against their own families, and how many youths will waste their precious time and resources chasing a pipe dream. This is a big issue that is threatening our country and our people. It is about time we eradicate it. I'm up for this mission, but I'm assuming that some of my methods would not be acceptable to the police, Xiao Luo said. You don't have to worry about that. The way the NSA operates is certainly different from the police. If necessary, you may resort to extreme methods. I leave it to your discretion. I'll inform the police station about this before your mission, Xuanhuan said. All right. Xiao Luo was satisfied with the response he got. To successfully get the desired results in his mission, naturally, he couldn't be restrained in employing methods that he judged would be the most effective. It was already night when he arrived back at the Crescent Bay Hotel. Along the way, he had spotted a cotton candy stall by the roadside. He wasn't sure if Su Xiaobei would like it, but he got her one all the same. Don't all kids love this kind of snack? His black Trumpchi GS8 had not been registered at the Crescent Bay Hotel yet, and he was denied entry. Xiao Luo had to contact Su Li, being the property owner, to authorize his access. Soon, her assistant, Luo Xiangping, came down to look into the matter. She told Xiao Luo that Su Li had been filming a commercial for a whole day and was exhausted. According to her, that was the reason why Su Li had asked her to come down. The 5 parking lots in the front row all belong to Su Li. She said that you can pick any of them for your car. Luo Pingxiang was sitting in the front passenger's seat and pointing out the 5 parking bays in the underground parking area. Xiao Luo nodded and proceeded to park his car in one of the bays. Mr. Xiao, have you just gotten this car today? Luo Pingxiang asked as she touched the genuine leather seat. Yep, it's easier for me to move around, Xiao Luo answered. Luo Pingxiang was very impressed by the new car's appearance and gushed, it's quite comfortable to sit in, and there's hardly any noise as well. From its appearance, it looks very high-end and elegant. You have great taste, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Luo smiled without continuing the conversation. He opened the door and got out of the car. Suddenly, 2 intimidating-looking men, dressed in black, appeared at the entrance of the parking area and walked briskly toward them. They had nasty scowls on their faces, and their intentions were clear. Those are young Master Yang's bodyguards, but what are they doing here? Luo Xiangping noticed the men the moment she got off the car and identified them as Yang Hongji's bodyguards at a single glance. Her hair stood on ends as fear crept over her. To find trouble with me, I guess. He caused Yang Hongji to lose face during the one-on-one basketball challenge by thoroughly thrashing him 10-0. Shen Qingyan had warned Xiao Luo that Yang Hongji was a vindictive person, and Xiao Luo was not in the least surprised that he had sent his bodyguards to settle the score. The 2 bodyguards stood ominously in front of Xiao Luo. Their tall and muscular physiques allowed them to look down at Xiao Luo in a condescending way. Then one of them said, Mr. Xiao Luo, please come with us. Despite using the word please, there was absolutely no politeness in his tone, it was, rather, an instruction. I have a question, what will happen if I refuse to go with you? Xiao Luo said. The 2 guards looked at each other and laughed contemptuously. They glared at Xiao Luo like he was a fish on a cutting board waiting to be filleted. If you refuse to come, we will have to beat you up and drag you away, the other bodyguard sneered as he cracked his knuckles. Just like dragging away a dead dog, his partner chimed in, grinning. Don't make any trouble, this is the Crescent Bay Hotel. If I shout, the security guards will come immediately. Luo Xiangping yelled, and she was panicking. Miss Luo, you stay out of this. This lad over here has infuriated our young master, and he has to pay the price for his arrogance. Forget about the security guards, even the Jade Emperor can't save him now. Esan growled at Luo Xiaoping, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Luo. Well, do you wish to follow us willingly, or should we, huh? His voice ended abruptly, because Xiao Luo suddenly delivered a powerful kick to his partner's chest. Esan only felt the wind brush against his face and heard a miserable shriek. His partner, Aziz, flew right past him like he was hit by a heavy truck and crashed into the ground some 5 to 6 meters away. With a painful grunt, Aussie threw up his dinner as blood streamed copiously from his nose. Esan was terrified. He had just seen his partner, Aussie, whizzing past him like a bullet from a single kick to the chest. He cringed at the thought of the incredible power behind that kick, for Aussie was a strapping man weighing at least 160 kilos. What kind of a monster were they facing? Even as Esan was still frozen in a state of shock, Xiao Luo's second kick was already coming right at him. In a reflex response, Esan instantly pushed his palms out to defend himself, but the moment they came into contact with the sole of Xiao Luo's shoe, he regretted his actions. He immediately pictured his intestines turning green as the force of the blow was overwhelming. It felt like a charging bull had slammed into him, and his body flew backward, trembling uncontrollably. Thump! Esan crashed onto the floor, not far from Aziz, screaming in pain and agony. Seeing how easily Xiao Luo had dispatched the 2 bodyguards, Luo Pingxiang was wide-eyed in absolute amazement. She stared at the 2 huge men writhing on the floor with disbelief. This was the second time she had seen Xiao Luo in action, but it was just as remarkable. Hold on to this for me, please. Xiao Luo nonchalantly handed the cotton candy to Luo Pingxiang, as he still had unfinished business to take care of. Luo Xiaoping snapped out of her shock and blinked her eyes at Xiao Luo. Without thinking, she immediately took the cotton candy with both hands and held it close to her chest. Her eyes were now fixed on Xiao Luo, grim-faced, and striding menacingly in the direction of the bodyguards. He held nothing in his hands, but when he reached the 2 bodyguards, she heard their terrified shrieks echoing right through the parking area. Then she saw Xiao Luo bending over them and heard the sickening thumps of repeated punches. For every blow that Xiao Luo delivered, she got goosebumps all over her body and quivered in horror. After only a brief while, she saw the condition the bodyguards were in, and she couldn't bear to watch any longer. They were badly bruised, and their faces had swelled to the size of a pig's head. Stop hitting us, please, we give up. Esan, a giant of a man standing 7 feet tall, could not take any more and was in tears, begging for his life. He pleaded with Xiao Luo, my ribs are almost broken, please stop. Close by, Aziz was lying on the ground, gasping desperately for air. His face was bruised and swollen beyond recognition, and he was beaten to the point of passing out. Blame it on your bad luck. Xiao Luo sneered and then threw another punch right into Esan's face. He then stood up and straightened his clothes, appearing calm once again. That felt much better. Xiao Luo felt a sense of relief, especially after all that had happened during his visit to the NSA headquarters. It was unfortunate for Esan and Aziz to have come looking for him at this time, as they found themselves becoming Xiao Luo's punching bags just when he needed to vent his anger. Thankfully, Xiao Luo did not hit them with the intent to kill, and they only suffered some external injuries, with no ruptured organs or broken bones. They would probably recover in 4 to 5 days. Go back and tell your young master to send over others who can fight better the next time. It's best if he sends them when I'm in a bad mood so that I can use them as my punching bag. In this way, he will have my eternal gratitude. Otherwise, I will get very upset, and once that happens, I will go to his home myself and use him as my punching bag. Tell him that. Xiao Luo was sending a clear warning to young Master Yang through his bodyguards as he glared at them fiercely. A spoilt kid from a rich family like Yang Hongji did not earn the right to infuriate him. Such a person was nothing more than a housefly buzzing around. And, as long as this housefly didn't annoy him, he would pay him no attention. Why yes, okay. Filled with fear, Asan held his hands to his swollen face as he repeatedly nodded to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo then walked back to his car and took out a bottle of mineral water to wash his hands. Only then did he take the cotton candy back from Luo Xiangping. He smiled at her and said, "Thank you." "Huh, oh, no, you don't need to thank me." Luo Xiangping replied and smiled nervously. She was still recovering from the trauma of seeing Xiao Luo deal with Yang Hongji's 2 bodyguards in such a savage manner. She looked at the 2 men lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and thought how simple he had made it look, and yet how brutally the bodyguards were beaten up. As Xiao Luo walked toward the elevator, Luo Xiangping scurried to keep up with his pace. She suddenly felt unsafe in the car park, but funnily, she felt safe being next to Xiao Luo, the very one who created the scene. Xiao Luo didn't return to his own apartment immediately but headed to Su Li's place instead. When he walked through the door, he immediately saw the slender and elegant form of Su Li recumbent on the living room sofa. A Tom and Jerry cartoon was playing on the giant TV screen in front of the couch. Su Xiaobei was there with Su Li, leaning against her and totally absorbed in the show. As she stared at the TV with her big unblinking eyes, they looked like a pair of black gemstones. Then, as if by telepathy, Su Xiaobei immediately turned her head in the direction of the door when Xiao Luo entered. When she saw Xiao Luo, she immediately hopped off the couch, extended her little arms, and dashed towards him, screaming "Daddy" excitedly. Xiao Luo squatted down, waiting for her to come him for a hug. "Daddy, is this for me?" Su Xiaobei quickly noticed the cotton candy in Xiao Luo's hand. Xiao Luo nodded. "Yes, it's for you." "Thank you, Daddy." The little girl gleefully took the cotton candy, opened her little mouth, and tasted it. Her eyes brightened as she continued to savor it without another word. Su Li walked casually over, glanced at Xiao Luo, and said, "Try not to buy these unhealthy snacks." "Don't worry, it won't be too often," Xiao Luo replied, stroking Su Xiaobei's head affectionately. Su Li didn't make any further issues about Su Xiaobei eating cotton candy, and she changed the subject. "I heard you bought a car today?" "Yup." Xiao Luo answered Su Li absent-mindedly, with his focus still on Su Xiaobei. Su Li asked again, "What car is it?" "A Trumpchi. The performance is not too bad, and its appearance looks pretty classy and high-end," Luo Xiangping pitched in. "It's a domestic product, isn't it?" It makes sense. With his current ability, he can only get cars of this price range." Su Li deliberately made a sarcastic remark, but when she noticed that Xiao Luo did not react in the slightest, it riled her so much she grit her teeth. She was incensed that this man who took her the first time and was now her husband, showed not an ounce of self-motivation. Was he already contented with just an average car? After spending time with Su Xiaobei, Xiao Luo got up to return to his own apartment. Naturally, Su Li did not ask him to stay but only asked if he had taken dinner. When he answered that he had, she went back to the sofa and continued with her reading. As a celebrity, she had to constantly keep abreast of the trends in society. After returning to his own apartment, Xiao Luo was pleasantly surprised. Every corner of the house had been mopped clean and tidied up. The clothes he left in the washing machine, which he intended to hang at the balcony after returning, had already been hung up. His massive 2-tiered wardrobe was now filled with brand new clothing, ties, and leather shoes. The formal wear and casual wear had even been organized into 2 sections. Undoubtedly, Su Li must have prepared all these for him. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Luo felt a sudden warmth just from being home. The apartment didn't feel cold anymore, but now had a rather cozy ambience. He immediately tried on a few of the clothes. They fitted well, and they were all in his favorite styles too. Xiao Luo was certainly moved, and although Su Li had never shown him warmth and kindness, what she had done touched him deeply. He wondered if Luo Xiangping's statement about Su Li's commercial shoot was nothing but a fib, and Su Li probably went shopping at the mall for a whole day instead. After his shower, Xiao Luo laid down in bed, and his mind was flooded with conflicted thoughts. He felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, and he wasn't sure if it had anything to do with that first night that he shared with Su Li. The scenes from that sensual night kept playing in his mind, from the sofa in the living room to the bed in the master bedroom. He remembered everything vividly, just like it had only happened the day before. Early the next morning, Su Xiaobei came knocking on his front door, right on the clock, calling him for breakfast. He opened the door and saw his little princess, Su Xiaobei, smiling brightly and looking charming in her adorable outfit. Su Xiaobei was with someone else. Behind her stood a young man who Xiao Luo was not familiar with. His hair was dyed an electric yellow, and he wore ear piercings. He was decked in a black leather jacket that had its shoulders adorned with intimidating spiked studs. He had somewhat effeminate features with smooth fair skin, and his eyes were accentuated with eyeliner, but he had a rascally edge in the way he dressed and carried himself. He would certainly stand out in a crowd. "Are you Xiao Luo?" the young man asked, looking disinterested and standing with his left hand in his front pocket. "Yes, and you are?" Xiao Luo responded. The boy rolled his eyes and sneered, "What? You don't even know who I am, didn't you just marry my sister? Your brain must have short-circuited. You are Sucani?" Xiao Luo recalled Su Li mentioning his brother's name when he went with Su Li to her mother's house. Looks like your eyes are still okay after all." Sucani was lolling his head around as he looked at Xiao Luo, giving the impression that he'd rather be somewhere else. Then, he frowned after taking a good look at Xiao Luo and said, "You don't look that great, and I don't see that your temperament is any better than mine. I just wonder why my sister ever chose you." "Oh, well, at least you're better than that scum, Yang Hongji." Was that a compliment? Xiao Luo didn't know what to make of it. No matter how he looked at Sucani, all he saw was an arrogant little lout standing right there in front of him. "So, what are you good at anyways?" Sucani asked, curiously, out of the blue. "Clubbing? Car racing? Kendo?" As he asked Xiao Luo the question, he suddenly got himself in a sprightly and exciting mood, dancing around and making gestures. Xiao Luo shook his head. No. Even if he was into any of those pastimes, he would have still said no, as Sucani just wasn't the type of person he wanted to associate himself with. Sucani immediately frowned in disappointment, shaking his head as he clicked his tongue. "TSK. Looks like you and I don't belong in the same circle. Shouldn't you take the initiative to have some common interests with your little brother-in-law? I'd thought that since you married my sister, you could have said yes. And, even if you didn't know of them, you could go learn from somewhere," he lamented. "By the way, don't think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't even have bothered to talk to you if it wasn't because my sister told me to get acquainted." "Uncle, don't say that. Daddy knows how to do many things." Su Xiaobei was perturbed. She immediately raised her head, pouting her lips, and spoke up for Xiao Luo. "Little princess, his face tells me that he's unpolished, just a common person. He doesn't belong in our social circles and only knows how to hump my sister." Sucani squatted down next to Su Xiaobei, and he spoke a little too candidly for Xiao Luo's comfort. Hump his sister? What the $%? Xiao Luo's immediate reaction was to cover Su Xiaobei's ears, but it was too late. He almost had the urge to give Sucani a kick up his behind. This youngster was exactly like Zhang Dashan, bold enough to say just anything. The moment they arrived at Su Li's apartment, Aunt Li had already laid breakfast on the table. "Sis, the brother-in-law you got me doesn't fit in my circle. I don't want to be embarrassed, so it'll be impossible to get along with him. I think we're better off doing our own stuff and not get into each other's way." Sucani was blabbering aloud as soon as he walked through the door. Suli blushed as she had not wanted Xiao Luo to know that she had instructed Su Caney to get acquainted with him. She glared angrily at her brother and said, "What are you babbling about so early in the morning? I take it that you do not want your pocket money for this month?" That silenced Sun Caney immediately, and his whole demeanor changed as he meekly found himself a seat and began eating breakfast without saying another word. Xiao Luo followed from behind carrying Su Xiaobei, and he placed her in her high chair, securely then sat down beside her. He looked up at Suli and smiled. "Oh, thanks for the clothes." Suli glanced at him impassively. "No need for that," she said, then immediately changed the subject of conversation. "Hurry up and dig in. I have work to do after breakfast. I'm leaving Xiaobei with you both today." You mean, the both of us? Sis, are you out of your mind? I don't know how to take care of children, and besides, I have kendo training to attend later. I don't have time, Su Caney said, frantically coming out of his silence. I only need Daddy to take care of me, I don't need my uncle. Su Xiaobei retorted as she slurped down a spoonful of congee, splotching the sides of her mouth. Since Su Caney showed a reluctance to accompany her, she struck back immediately by saying that she didn't need him to keep her company. Suli fumed, showing her displeasure at Su Caney, and said, "There's no room for discussion. I don't care whatever you have, just put them all aside. Besides, don't think that I don't know why you are attending kendo classes. You're only after those perverted things. I'm ashamed to even say it out loud." What perverted things? Aren't I searching for a sister-in-law for you? This is a serious business, okay? Fine, I'll agree to do it, alright? It's just taking care of the little princess, isn't it? But I have one condition, Su Caney responded, extended his index finger to make his point. Speak. Suli lowered her head and continued with breakfast, waiting to hear Su Caney's demand. I lost my car in the last Wild Wolf Racing Championship. You need to ask Shen Qingyan to help me win it back, Su Caney said. Suli immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks in exasperation, and she stared at him, trying hard to stay calm. Caney, when are you going to learn? How many times has this happened? T3 times. Su Caney answered in a barely audible voice. And if he could have hidden his head under his collar, he would have. She had already helped you win it back 2 times previously. How could you have not learned your lesson? You actually went back to race again, just what were you thinking? Suli was really riled up now. By the looks of it, this was the main reason why he came looking for her. Her friend Shen Qingyan's was a top-class ace in car racing. With her excellent driving skills, she had managed to help her incompetent brother win back his sports car on 2 previous occasions. Sis, it stops at 3 times, I swear, and, as long as she helps me win it back this time, I will never race again, Su Caney pleaded, clasping his hands in front of his bowed head to show his sincerity and seriousness. Don't even think about it. You've already lost it away, so be it. And don't think that I'll give you the money to get a new one, you can take the subway or the public bus in the future. Suli refused to discuss any further and continued with her breakfast. Xiao Luo acted like he didn't hear anything at all, eating his own breakfast and interacting with Su Xiaobei between bites. After Suli ended the discussion, Xiao Luo asked, "Why do you need the both of us to take care of Bei? I can handle it by myself." Suli raised her head and looked askance at Xiao Luo with eyes that told him that she wasn't going to explain, and he should accept her arrangement with a question. Trying to score some brownie points with his sister, Su Caney immediately chided Xiao Luo, "What's wrong with you? My sister's wishes are command, why do you have so many questions? What, do you think you're reading 100,000 Y?" Of course, Su Caney was referring to that very popular compendium series of science books for children. Xiao Luo did not have an issue with Suli's request. Besides, he had nothing to do for the day and was planning to make good his promise to Su Xiaobei that he would take her to the theme park. It was the perfect day to do it, given the beautiful weather. As for why Suli wanted her brother to tag along, he couldn't figure it out. Suli did seem like she wanted him to get acquainted with his brother-in-law, Tsukane. But, was that even possible? It was already decided, and he didn't bother to overthink it. Besides, he didn't find Tsukane that repulsive, but on the contrary, he was quite an interesting character. You can't be serious. Get out of here. Why are you so pathetic, driving such a low-end car that is not even worth $200,000? How can I pick up girls with this? This won't cut it. I need to ask for the keys to my sister's Ferrari. One look at Xiao Luo's car in the parking lot, a Trumpchi, and Tsukane immediately turned around and headed back to the apartment. The only reason he was attending kendo classes was that a girl he fancied was also training there. Previously, when he still had his Bentley, he would drive over every day, just to show off. And now, having to arrive in a low-priced domestic car, he suddenly couldn't find the courage to show up at the kendo gym. But, he stopped only after a few steps and walked back to the car. He suddenly had flashes of Suli waving her index finger in his face and giving him an earful. Having just lost his Bentley, if he were to ask for the keys to her Ferrari, he would undoubtedly be dragged over a bed of burning coal. Forget it, the Trumpchi will have to do. Iceface, I must say, your outlook in the family is exceedingly low, and it almost feels like my sister had just adopted a gigolo. You need to work harder, mate. You have to rise up one day and earn your dignity as a man. But, I have high hopes for you. He patted Xiao Luo's back earnestly. Iceface was the nickname he gave Xiao Luo. I'll try my best. Xiao Luo smiled and rolled his eyes. Su Xiaobei didn't understand a word her uncle was saying, and her head kept switching between Xiao Luo and Tsukane. In the end, she simply rubbed her cheeks with a puzzled expression. Iceface, let's go the kendo gym first, then we can take the little princess to the theme park in the afternoon. After getting in the car, Tsukane explained his plan for today. You may go ahead and do your stuff. I can keep Xiaobei company myself, said Xiao Luo. Tsukane immediately objected, no. A real man never goes back on his words. I've already promised my sister, and besides, although Lil Princess calls you daddy, you're still an outsider at the end of the day. You're not bonded to her by blood, and Lil Princess is so cute, what would I do if you decided to sell her away? Xiao Luo was speechless. You only talk nonsense, uncle. My daddy will never sell Bebe away. Su Xiaobei protested. Silly girl, you're still a kid, and you still don't understand society's dangers yet. Do you remember how you almost got kidnapped by the bad guys in Jiangqing City? Su Xiaobei didn't know how to respond to that, and all she could do was to stare at Tsukane blankly and pout her lips. Listen to uncle, I'm always right. This is also the reason your mummy asked me to tag along. She's afraid of you getting abducted again. If that happens, then the earth will go kaboom, you get me? Tsukane patted Su Xiaobei's head as he looked into her eyes and spoke solemnly. The little girl was utterly confused and shook her head. No. Okay, uncle, we'll explain to you then. If you were abducted, your mummy would have to search all around the world to find you, right? Yes, Su Xiaobei replied, nodding her head. So, if your mum goes looking for you, that would mean that she will not have time to star in movies, record albums, shoot commercials, or even post her status on Weibo. Do you know that your mummy has more than 70 million followers? If your mummy's fans don't get to see any of her new projects and receive any updates for a long time, what do you think will happen? Yes, they'll go crazy, and once that happens, they will lose heart to work, go on strikes, take to the streets in thousands and cause social disorder, you get me? Tsukane spoke with absolute conviction, and Su Xiaobei was swayed, keeping her eyes on him and listening to every word he uttered. He carried on explaining, and, once our society is in unrest, the country will be in turmoil, and then our enemies will seize the opportunity to launch attacks on us. Once two countries get into a war, their allies will join in, then they'll be fighting all over the world, and finally, this will bring on the Third World War. And, when some countries become desperate, they will be forced to use their nuclear weapons. If every country uses its nuclear weapons, Mother Earth will ultimately be destroyed, becoming a dust particle. As you can see, it's terrifying. So, for the sake of Earth's safety, please do not get yourself abducted. Xuanhuan was spewing pure drivel, he was seriously bullshitting. But Su Xiaobei was soaking it all in, nodding her head solemnly and actually listening to every word. As he drove and listened in, Xiao Luo thoroughly was amused. Xuanhuan's skills at churning out gibberish could match Zhang Dashan's. The only difference was that with Zhang Dashan, it would come across as banter, while in Xuanhuan's case, he delivered his bullshit a lot more seriously. Iceface, since you are already married to my sister, you should arrange a grand wedding reception. My sister may be a celebrity who has everything she wants, but she is also human. You can't be sloppy in matters as important as a marriage, Xuanhuan said, suddenly switching the topic to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo only smiled and remained silent. This was one topic that he would not be expressing any opinion on. His marriage with Su Li wasn't mutually consensual, and not only did they not have an engagement, but even their marriage certificate was also applied through a third party, so, he'd gladly pass on having a wedding. Maybe one day, Su Li would meet a man who loved her, and they could then get a divorce and walk their own paths. At least my sister's foresight is pretty good, and she didn't choose that scumbag, Yang Hongji. I bumped into Yang Hongji several times in the nightclub, and he was hiding in a corner, throwing money to girls in exchange for their services. What a purebred pervert. Only my mom was stupid enough to be deceived by his appearance, think that he was an excellent man. How could she even allow herself to be convinced into drugging her own daughter with an aphrodisiac? It's fair to say that he's worse than a beast. Xuanhuan said a lot. He had learned about the incident from her mother. Although he found it ridiculous that his sister was married to an unsuccessful man from an entirely different social status, at least she wasn't ravaged by that beast, Yang Hongji. Just so you know, your sister and I will end our relationship one day, Xiao Luo said. Xuanhuan stayed silent for a moment then said, perhaps you're right. She has a traditional mindset regarding this, but once she figures out that this marriage won't work, she will sever it herself. Anyway, from my point of view, you are not worthy of my sister, and for someone as excellent as her, I think only a few men in this country can match up to her. Your thoughts are pretty profound, I must say, Xiao Luo said, smiling derisively. Nah, not really, whatever that comes out of my mouth is nonsense. I say this one day and something else, the next. Sometimes, I don't even understand my own logic, Xuanhuan replied. I can see that. Xiao Luo carried on driving without continuing the conversation as Xuanhuan was already chatting with Su Xiaobei and dishing out humorous jokes and brain teasers. Xuanhuan was someone who couldn't rest his mouth. The cabin of the car was filled with Su Xiaobei's gleeful laughter. Xiao Luo couldn't dislike someone that Su Xiaobei liked. On the contrary, he thought of Xuanhuan as a funny and talkative guy.